As she opened her eyes, Qiao Sang discovered that she had transformed into a middle school student. Shortly thereafter, a mock examination commenced. Having graduated from a prestigious 985 university, was she intimidated? Indeed, she was. What on earth were these exam questions? What is the final evolutionary form of the stinky loach? Which planets have humans already colonized? Welcome to the Beast Mastery world. Chapter 1. No blame on her. In Hangang City, Zhejiang Province. Wenqing Junior High, Class 37. The progress of everyone in this mock exam is evident, especially Qin Shou, who ranked second in the entire grade, just 2 points shy of a perfect score. Everyone should strive to learn from him. Most students performed admirably, yet there are a few who, in their lack of ambition, managed to score a 0, dragging down the class average. I shall refrain from naming names, but I hope that this student will reflect on their actions. With only 21 days left until the high school entrance examination, such results would preclude admission to even ordinary vocational schools, let alone a prestigious beast mastery. High school. The Mediterranean-haired homeroom teacher cast a sweeping glance toward the third row from the back. By the window, where a girl with a ponytail sat upright, her back straight, embodying the image of a model student. His lips twitched involuntarily. What a facade. He was clearly speaking about her. Qiao Sang was acutely aware that the teacher's words were directed at her, but she was powerless to change her circumstances. She was not the Qiao Sang of this world. She had only traversed here a couple of days prior and had yet to acclimate before being thrust into a mock exam. Yet, it was merely a middle school mock exam. She was not afraid after all. She had been a top student at a 985 university in her previous life. However, upon receiving the exam paper, she was utterly bewildered. What is formed by the awakening of the human brain domain? What extraordinary beings does the heart scale attract, and what roles do they play? What is the final evolutionary form of the stinky loach? Which planets have humans already colonized? What are these questions? In the end, she had no choice but to resort to guessing short answers for the lengthy questions, long answers for the shorter ones, and filling in the blanks at random, leaving the essay questions blank when she submitted her paper. Over the past 2 days, Qiao Sang had begun to adapt to her new body, and the memories of the original owners surged forth, providing her with a rudimentary understanding of this world. This was a realm dominated by beast mastery. Since humanity discovered their ability to master beasts, 32.05 million years had elapsed, culminating in a profoundly mature societal framework centered around beast mastery. Although it was dubbed the era of beast mastery, not everyone could master beasts at the age of 15. A person's brain domain could awaken to form a beast contract through magnetic wave stimulation. This contract serves as both an agreement and a space, perfectly linking the relationship between humans and extraordinary beings. Should a person's brain domain fail to awaken by the age of 15, it is highly probable that they would have little to do with beast mastery for the rest of their lives. Despite the millions of years of development in the era of beast mastery, humanity still could not guarantee a 100 awakening of the beast contract. Last year, only 73 of examinees nationwide successfully awakened their beast contracts during the Unified High School Entrance Examination. 27 did not awaken at all. Even if some among them were prodigies, they were still destined to miss out on admission to beast mastery high schools. Those unable to master beasts would inevitably find themselves relegated to mediocrity, confined to the lower echelons of society for their entire lives. This was a stark reality. Without the ability to master beasts, one might even struggle to perform manual labor. With extraordinary beings capable of lifting hundreds or even thousands of kilograms with their bare hands, who would still rely on human labor, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive? Even serving dishes followed this logic. Even if the wages were several times higher than those of humans, restaurants would prefer to employ extraordinary beings to serve, as this attracted more customers. In a world so utterly different from previous societal norms, Qiao Sang, an anxious middle school student on the brink of her entrance exams, felt a surge of urgency. In the past, knowledge transformed destinies. Now, mastering beasts shaped lives. Though she had inherited the original owner's memories, that owner was a poor student. Her grades had consistently hovered around the bottom third of the class, and last month's mock exam had seen her improve only to the fourth from the bottom. This was only because the previous fourth bottom student had fallen ill on the exam day and missed 2 subjects. With the high school entrance exam just 21 days away, she did not dare to hope for admission to a key high school. Merely gaining entry to any high school would be a blessing. Qiao Sang attentively listened to the teacher's lecture, diligently taking notes, and continued to study her textbook even after class, embodying the fervor of a student preparing For the college entrance exam. Qiao Sang, the egg that the teacher mentioned is you, right? Her desk mate, Fang Cici, leaned in, her voice low. This wasn't a question, but a confirmation. Although the teacher had not explicitly called anyone out who could overlook Qiao Sang, openly taking notes on her zero-score paper without even attempting to conceal her score, Qiao Sang nodded. In her memories, her desk mate had a good relationship with her. They often ate and played together. One significant reason for their camaraderie was that Fang Cici was also a poor student. Last month, she had taken Qiao Sang's place as the fourth from the bottom due to her own illness. Impressive. I saw you attempted to answer the multiple-choice questions, yet somehow scored 0. The difficulty must be on par with someone scoring full marks. Fang Cici exclaimed, giving her a thumbs-up in admiration. Qiao Sang was at a loss for words. Could she be blamed for this? If blame were to be assigned, it should be to that ridiculous guessing strategy. What did you score? Qiao Sang inquired. .263, an improvement of 98 points from last time. Fang Cici replied, somewhat smugly. Truly, she was a poor student. Even with 2 additional subjects, she had only managed to score an extra 98 points. Yet, Qiao Sang kept this inner critique to herself. After all, they were both poor students, and it was best not to hurt each other. Not bad. This remark wasn't entirely insincere. While her deskmate's score seemed low to her, it was evident that she had made progress compared to her previous performance of around 200 points. Of course, my mother has been monitoring me closely. Before she could finish, a classmate seated in front of Fang Cici turned around, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Is it true that Dai Shushu from Class 9 has been granted direct admission to Litong Beast Mastery High School? Fang Cici sighed. If it's being circulated this widely, it must be true. Qiao Sang flipped through her textbook, unfazed. Dai Shushu was the top scorer in this mock exam, and to her, being granted admission as the top student was hardly gossip-worthy. Her priority was to study the knowledge points. I heard she was granted admission because she awakened on her own. Another classmate chimed in from in front of Qiao Sang. This piqued Qiao Sang's interest. Beast Mastery High Schools sought future Beastmasters, and the ability to awaken one's brain domain was of paramount importance. Those who achieved self-awakening typically attained greater achievements than those who awakened through magnetic wave stimulation. The first batch of Beastmasters awakened over 30 million years ago were all self-awakened, constituting merely 0.01 of the population, a true rarity. It wasn't until 2,563 years ago that a researcher named Chun Les Hen discovered that the human brain domain could be awakened through magnetic wave stimulation, marking the true advent of the Beast Mastery era. However, those who succeeded in self-awakening remained the elite among their peers. Self-awakening? Fang Cici pondered. Do you think I should try to curry favor with her now? The classmate sitting in front of Fang Cici shook her head. Don't even think about it. Once someone is successfully admitted, they won't be around school anymore. If you knew you could get into high school, would you still come to school? Fang Cici nodded in agreement. If I were to achieve self-awakening, would I still be granted admission even if my academic scores were subpar? Qiao Sang took a deep breath, her expression serious. Her inquiry successfully drew the attention of the 3 others. Don't speak of failing. Even if you score 0, there's bound to be a school that wants you, the classmate sitting in front of Qiao Sang teased. Don't kid yourself. Those who succeed in self-awakening are always top students. There's no room for poor students. Fang Cici patted Qiao Sang on the shoulder. I had a similar dream just the other day. Qiao Sang lowered her head, silent. The 3 assumed she had been disheartened and ceased their discussion on self-awakening. Who knows the immense effort Qiao Sang exerted to suppress the impulse to laugh uproariously at the heavens. Autonomous awakening. She had successfully achieved it upon her arrival. However, at that time, she was oblivious to its nature, believing it to be some sort of golden finger. It was only after her memories merged that she realized it was the Beast Mastery Manual, which awakened at the age of 15. Given that most individuals awaken at the age of 15, she thought little of it, never anticipating the vast disparities involved. No wonder Qiao Sang's original self was academically challenged. Even during the memory fusion, she remained unaware of the significant difference between autonomous awakening and awakening induced by magnetic waves. With the pressure of the high school entrance examination lifted, Qiao Sang approached her studies with a considerably lighter mindset, finding that her engagement with various topics transcended mere rote memorization. The deep-furred turtle belongs to the earth element, commonly inhabiting desert tropical regions, with black eye rings, and is not adept at swimming. A turtle that cannot swim? If you cannot swim, why are you a turtle? Why is a turtle classified as earth element rather than water? The steely mouse should not be exposed to rain, as its body is prone to rust, and it delights in sunlight. How can an extraordinary creature rust? If its attribute is steel, then why would exposure to rain lead to rust, while simultaneously favoring sunlight? Is it not concerned about oxidation reactions causing rust? The abundance of such peculiar knowledge left her wanting to voice her critiques. Yet, it was precisely this that rendered her study experience enjoyable rather than arduous, allowing her to absorb information effortlessly. Before long, school was dismissed. As Qiao Sang organized her belongings, she had yet to rise from her seat when a girl with black-rimmed glasses approached her. Qiao Sang, the homeroom teacher wants to see you in the office. Qiao Sang paused in surprise. I understand. The bespectacled girl, Ma Xiao, was the class academic representative and was unfazed by the teacher's summons for Qiao Sang to the office, as the perennial third-to-last student in class. This was a routine occurrence for Qiao Sang. The original Qiao Sang had grown accustomed to it, but the current Qiao Sang was not, especially when the teacher's spittle was sprayed onto her face. What is wrong with you? The entrance exam is approaching, and you are performing like this. How do you explain this to yourself? How do you justify it to your parents? Qiao Sang silently took a step back. Teacher, please calm down. That was close. She almost referred to him as old teacher. Calm down. How can I calm down? In all my years of teaching, I have never encountered a student as poor as you. The teacher escalated his verbal onslaught. Having been regarded as an academic prodigy in her previous life, this was Qiao Sang's first experience of such treatment. She quietly retreated another step. There are reasons for my poor performance. The teacher regarded her with cold eyes. What reasons? Actually, I have autonomously awakened, and my mind has yet to adjust. In that moment, Qiao Sang felt a twinge of pride in her own cleverness. Huh? The teacher scoffed. It seems I've been too lenient with you. Qiao Sang was perplexed. What did this have to do with how well he treated her? The teacher retrieved a phone directory from his drawer and dialed a number listed within. Before long, the call connected. May I speak to Qiao Sang's guardian? I am her homeroom teacher. Could you come to the school when you have a moment? Qiao Sang. Chapter 2. A Beating. Qingcheng Jieyuan. Building C, Room 606. When Qiao Sang returned home with her mother, she felt somewhat dazed. After all, she had endured nearly 2 hours of verbal onslaught at school. Had it not been for the rumble of the old teacher's stomach, he likely would have continued his tirade. Qiao Sang washed her face twice in the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, she beheld a face with delicate features, identical to how she looked in her previous life. Yet, it appeared considerably younger, with a soft, plump visage still adorned with baby fat. Time to eat. Her mother's voice resonated from the living room. I'm coming, Qiao Sang replied, then silently washed her face again. Upon entering the living room, her mother, Yi Xiangting, cast a sharp gaze her way. The dishes are cold. I just reheated them, so hurry up and eat. In truth, there were numerous similarities between Qiao Sang's current family and her own. Not only did her parents share striking resemblances, but they also both came from single-parent households. The original Qiao Sang's father was neither missing nor had he passed away prematurely. Their separation was merely a result of a divorce. They had parted ways when the original Qiao Sang was 3 years old, and her father, Qiao Wanyang, had remarried the same year, fathering another daughter who was now 14. This was indeed quite thought-provoking. Perhaps feeling remorse towards her mother, he left both the child and the house with her at the time of their divorce. Yi Xiangting had not remarried. She single-handedly earned a living and raised Qiao Sang. Fortunately, her mother was an E-level beastmaster, possessing a faithful owl and a fat pigeon. She made a comfortable living by renting them out for aerial excursions, leading a relatively easy and affluent life. Life had not weathered her into a tired matron, but had transformed her into a resilient woman with a gentle exterior and a strong spirit. Qiao Sang could deeply relate to this. Her mother had endured 2 hours of the old teacher's scolding alongside her, and upon returning home, astonishingly refrained from reprimanding her. How strong she was. However, this was not entirely her fault. The Beastmaster's tome could not be extracted from her mind, and she had never contracted a supernatural being. Unless she visited the Beastmaster Center for an examination, it would be impossible to prove her autonomous awakening. Qiao Sang ate her meal in silence. Although her mother was a strong woman, it was uncertain how long she could maintain that strength. Take a day off tomorrow. I'll take you to the Beastmaster Center, her mother said, looking at Qiao Sang. Qiao Sang paused. What do we need to go to the Beastmaster Center for? You said you have already awakened autonomously, right? We need to get you checked and obtain proof so we can choose a pet at the Beast Base, her mother explained. Since you've awakened, it's best to select a pet as soon as possible. Qiao Sang was taken aback. You believe me? A glimmer of amusement flashed in her mother's eyes. You are my child. How could I not know you? Although you may be a bit foolish, I doubt you would lie about such a crucial matter at this juncture. Qiao Sang felt a whirlwind of emotions, unable to articulate her feelings. In truth, mothers in this world shared not only physical resemblances, but also similar personalities. Mom, if you trust me, then why did you remain silent while I endured 2 hours of scolding? Her mother smiled, but this smile bore an unsettling quality. Autonomous awakening is one matter. Scoring 0 on an exam is another. I haven't yet asked you why you received a 0. Qiao Sang. The following morning, at the entrance of the Hangang Beastmaster Center, a plump, 3-meter-long supernatural creature, brown in color with a red tail feather, descended from the sky. Qiao Sang excitedly dismounted from the fat pigeon, exhilarated by her first experience of such close proximity to the heavens. It was simply exhilarating. She resolved to contract a flying-type pet in the future. Thank you for your hard work, fat pigeon. Her mother patted it affectionately. Coo! The fat pigeon shook its wings, nudging its large head against her mother in a display of affection. With a wave of her hand, a faint light enveloped the fat pigeon, and in the next instant, it vanished from sight. No matter how many times she witnessed this, Qiao Sang found it utterly enchanting. These phenomena could not be explained by the science of her previous life. As they entered the Hangang Beastmaster Center, her mother led her directly to Service Desk 37. Before the staff could speak, her mother interjected, "Hello, we are here for a brain domain examination," gesturing for Qiao Sang to present her information card. Qiao Sang obediently retrieved her card. After the staff scanned it, they said, "Hello, that will be 500 Alliance coins." In this era, humanity had harnessed the abilities of Beastmasters to transcend Blue Star, colonizing 3 other habitable planets. The unified currency across these 4 planets was the Alliance coin. After paying, her mother received the information card back from the staff, who instructed them, just follow the Qiao Liguo inside. A small, green creature, less than a meter tall, appeared behind the staff. It had a round head and a pair of green antennae tipped with yellow. The staff member wore a name badge around its neck. Qiao Liguo, a plant-type pet, was known for its gentle disposition and was particularly adored, especially by girls. Qiao. It approached Qiao Sang and made a gesture inviting her to follow, exuding a professional demeanor. As the capital of Zhihai Province, the Hangang Beastmaster Center was the largest of its kind in the province. Qiao Sang followed the Qiao Liguo for over half an hour until they reached the examination room. The Qiao Liguo scanned its ID badge at the door's identification device. Qiao. Once the door opened, it called out to Qiao Sang. Her mother calmly said, "Go on in." Though her mother's expression remained composed, her eyes betrayed a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. It was evident she trusted Qiao Sang. Yet the lack of results made her apprehensive. Qiao Sang followed the Qiao Liguo inside. Before her stood a short-haired female researcher in a white lab coat and a floating bubble bell. Qiao Sang had just read about the bubble bell in a book the previous day, and now she was seeing one in person. The bubble bell exhibited no gender differences. Being a rare type of supernatural creature, it belonged to the psychic category. Indeed, such psychic beings were quite scarce, and the beast base had limited availability. Only 5 or 6 might be available in a year, with prices starting at 1,000,000 Alliance coins, beyond the reach of ordinary families. A wealthy individual. Qiao Sang immediately tagged the short-haired researcher before her with this label. The researcher, busy typing away at her computer, showed no surprise at the entrance of the Qiao Liguo and Qiao Sang, clearly having received prior notice of Qiao Sang's registration. "Please sit over there." She indicated towards a nearby single sofa. Qiao Sang settled into the seat she indicated. It was merely an ordinary sofa, unremarkable in any special way. "Bubble Bell?" The short-haired researcher called without looking up, addressing her partner. "Bell." The bubble bell suddenly emanated a blue light, and before Qiao Sang could comprehend its intentions, a silver helmet connected to numerous devices floated over from several meters away and settled onto her head. This scene left Qiao Sang wide-eyed with wonder. This ability was incredibly convenient, truly a gadget for the lazy. "Don't move," the short-haired researcher continued without lifting her gaze. But Qiao Sang understood that the instruction was directed at her. The silver helmet did not obstruct her view. She could clearly see the researcher's brow furrow as she received images and data transmitted from the device. Qiao Sang immediately tensed up. Could there be a problem? The researcher's serious expression resembled that of a school principal when devoid of emotion, and with her current role and the task at hand. Qiao Sang felt her heart leap to her throat. "Are you autonomously awakened?" The short-haired researcher suddenly inquired. "Yes, sister. Is there something wrong with me?" Qiao Sang asked nervously. "No, don't be anxious." The researcher noticed the girl's unease and attempted to ease the tension with a forced smile. Quite daunting. Qiao Sang felt even more anxious. This year, in our city, the number of children who have autonomously awakened, including you, stands at merely 6. Your academic performance must be exceptional, remarked the short-haired researcher. It is not always the case that top students can autonomously awaken, yet those who succeed in doing so are invariably high achievers. Qiao Sang replied. You may call her intelligent or talented, but why bring grades into this? Qiao Sang understood that she was attempting to ease the tension. But if one is not adept at conversation, it is better not to force it. I typically rank 3rd, Qiao Sang said, her expression unperturbed. Ranking 3rd in the entire school is commendable. Many 1st and 2nd place students fail to awaken, the short-haired researcher responded, her laughter somewhat stiff, yet her tone gentle. I secured the top position in this round of mock examinations, Qiao Sang admitted, feeling her own nervousness dissipate. The researcher explained, after awakening, the brain regions develop to level 2. Those who autonomously awaken, like you, generally hover around level 5, so a sudden improvement is entirely normal. Approximately 2 minutes later, the short-haired researcher looked up and called out, Bubble Bell, with a flick of her mental prowess. Bubble Bell levitated the device atop Qiao Sang's head back to its original position. Congratulations on your successful autonomous awakening. There are no significant issues with your brain regions. However, the fluctuations in your brain waves are somewhat pronounced. You should ensure ample rest and consume more dried fruits, the researcher advised as she produced a certificate, signed it, stamped it, and handed it over. Thank you. Qiao Sang accepted the certificate, the weight on her heart finally lifting. How did it go? Her mother inquired anxiously, stepping forward as soon as they exited. Qiao Sang sighed and handed over the results in her hand. Her mother's face turned pale, momentarily hesitating to take a look. Mom, just look, Qiao Sang urged, nudging the certificate slightly forward. Yi Xiangting felt a chill as she realized her daughter had not only failed to awaken, but had also scored 0. In truth, even without the 0, her daughter's previous grades would not qualify her for any prestigious Beastmaster high school. Admission to a Beastmaster high school required both the successful awakening of the Beastmaster Codex and achieving a passing score. The total score for the entrance examination was 650, with last year's minimum cutoff being 332. If she had applied herself in school, not making the cut would have been acceptable, as she would have at least tried. However, the realization that her daughter had scored 0 while lying about it made Yi Xiangting question her parenting. A good thrashing is in order, she mused, feeling that the child needed a proper reprimand. Observing her mother take the certificate and bow her head in contemplation, Qiao Sang instinctively straightened her posture. Smack. Qiao Sang was taken aback. Chapter 3, Moving Houses. Mom, why did you hit me on the back of the head? Yi Xiangting gritted her teeth. So you awakened successfully. Yet here you were sighing about it. The examining sister mentioned that my brain wave fluctuations were significant, advising me to rest well. But the entrance examination is only 20 days away. Isn't that going to hinder my studies? Qiao Sang looked innocently perplexed. Mom, what are you doing? What are you doing? Mom, what happened to the strong woman you promised to be? The only one left standing in the aftermath was Qiao Sang's companion, Qiao Li, who stood bewildered in the wind. Qiao Li, the Beastmaster Center prohibits running and making a fuss. Upon returning home, Qiao Sang secluded herself in her room and opened her computer. Initially, her mother planned for them to visit the Hangang Pet Beast Base in the afternoon to select a pet beast, but Qiao Sang had declined. As Beastmasters are the mainstream in this world, the selection of a pet beast is undeniably crucial, as one may only be able to contract one beast throughout their lifetime. The ranks of Beastmasters range from F to SSS. F-level Beastmasters are the most straightforward. Upon awakening the Beastmaster Codex at the age of 15 and contracting a pet beast, they can be certified at the Beastmaster Center. However, to attain E-level, one must first develop their brain region to level 10, allowing for a second beast to be contracted. Additionally, they must nurture 2 beasts that have undergone first stage evolution, which are classified as intermediate beasts. Thereafter, they must engage in a one-on-one battle certified by a Beast Alliance notary. Only upon victory can their information be upgraded to E-level Beastmaster. Some individuals opt to contract shorter evolving insect-type extraordinary creatures to expedite the development of intermediate beasts. Yet, first-stage evolved insect-type beasts are inherently weak, and only those with exceptional battle command skills can win matches with them. Others are simply incapable. As someone who had not excelled academically, Qiao Sang's knowledge reservoir was woefully insufficient, filled primarily with creatures that were merely aesthetically pleasing. What good is beauty if it cannot secure victory in battle? If she cannot prevail, how can she ascend to a higher rank as a Beastmaster? Naturally, she should select beasts with high potential and strong combat capabilities. If she were to visit the Hangang Pet Beast Base in the afternoon, She would not even be able to recognize the names and attributes of those beasts, let alone make an informed choice. Qiao Sang felt that such matters could not be rushed. She needed to prepare thoroughly first. She opened a forum and logged into her account. Genius again. This ID aptly demonstrates that every underachiever harbors dreams of resurgence. Instead of starting a new thread, Qiao Sang opted to browse existing posts. As the Beastmaster perspective in this world had matured, with thousands of newly awakened Beastmasters joining each year, a casual glance unveiled a plethora of posts related to pet beasts. I was poisoned by a little multi-scorpion. Am I the only one who thinks the new form of the cotton moth is ugly? B-level Beastmaster online teaching how to gain admission to Nanxing Beastmaster University. Newbie Beastmaster wants to know if I can contract a little dragon as my first pet? Her gaze lingered on the final post. How inhumane. Thinking of contracting a dragon type as a first pet and even posting to ask if it's feasible? The might of dragon-type beasts is universally acknowledged. Except for a few exceedingly rare beasts, dragon-type creatures are undoubtedly the most expensive among all pet types. Only those from affluent families can afford them. Even if someone were to muster the courage to purchase one, they would likely struggle to maintain it. Dragon-type beasts have long evolution cycles, and it might take several years of lavish care before one could evolve into an intermediate beast. If Qiao Sang were to respond, it would undoubtedly be a firm no, absolutely not. However, if a dragon-type beast were to appear before her, awaiting her contract, then perhaps it wouldn't be so absolute after all. Qiao Sang continued scrolling, no longer focusing on the distressing post. Newbie Beastmasters highly recommend the Sand Digger. The comments section was filled with a variety of opinions. The original poster likely never let the Sand Digger sleep at night. Just a friendly reminder, it grinds its teeth. Why not also remind the original poster what it grinds its teeth on? I, the White Sand Fox, express my disagreement. Deep-furred turtle requests a battle. As Beastmaster civilization has evolved, suitable pet beasts for novice Beastmasters have long been summarized. Little Fat Dove, White Sand Fox, Short-tailed Snake, Sand Digger, and Deep-furred Turtle. These 5 creatures are reasonably priced, affordable for most families, and possess gentle temperaments. With proper nurturing, evolving them to the 3rd stage as elite beasts is entirely achievable. Most of the posts from newbie Beastmasters Qiao Sang encountered inquiring about pet beasts revolved around these 5 options. Her mother's first contracted pet was a little fat dove, which is the evolved form of the fat dove. As a flying-type beast, its plumpness naturally results in slower flight compared to other flying creatures. It is a favored choice among novice Beastmasters primarily because it can evolve into a robust flying owl, becoming an elite beast. The White Sand Fox boasts strong attack power but is weak in defense. If struck, it cannot endure for long. The Sand Digger possesses a natural talent for burrowing and prefers to avoid direct confrontations. Although the Deep-furred Turtle does not swim like a typical turtle, it remains formidable in terms of defense. The White Sand Fox, Sand Digger, and Deep-furred Turtle, all categorized as Earth-type beasts, are frequently compared. Yet, the White Sand Fox's aesthetic appeal far surpasses the other 2, making it the top choice for female novice Beastmasters. The Short-tailed Snake is a poison-type creature, with venomous fangs and a dangerous stinger on its tail, granting it impressive combat capabilities from the outset. However, for the Beastmaster who contracts it, a trip to the hospital may be on the horizon. Without a formidable physical constitution, few novice Beastmasters would dare to forge a contract with it. After much contemplation, Qiao Sang struggled to make a decision. Each of the 5 pets presented its own shortcomings, yet their affordability and the assurance of a safe evolution pathway were undeniable advantages. Ultimately, it all boiled down to financial constraints. Rising from her seat, Qiao Sang exited the room. Her mother was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Mom, do we have $1,000,000 yuan? Qiao Sang inquired. I wish to buy a bubble bell. Get lost, her mother retorted. All right. Qiao Sang returned to her room, resuming her perusal of the forum. Is it safe for a D-rank Beastmaster to venture into the Qipong forest? The second gamble with beasts yielded a green cat meow. Everyone come and soak in the luck. In truth, aside from acquiring pets from a breeding base, one could also procure them through the black market, gambling, or venturing into the wild. Pets obtained from the black market often have dubious origins. As long as one can afford the price, any kind of creature can be procured. Gambling on beasts relies heavily on luck, and one could easily find oneself destitute, possibly losing even their undergarments. Seeking pets in the wild is something only those who have reached at least the D-rank level of beast mastery would attempt. After all, the likelihood of encountering danger outdoors is significantly high, and extraordinary creatures are notoriously difficult to tame. Even if one succeeds in forging a contract, Nurturing them to be obedient is no simple feat. None of these avenues were viable for her at the moment. Qiao Sang sighed. Although she harbored numerous ideas, her choices were painfully limited. At 8:26 p.m., she shut her computer, glancing at the time with surprise. Her mother had yet to call her for dinner. Could she truly be upset? Preparing to check the living room, she paused, feeling uneasy, and grabbed a copy of the Chronicles of Beastmasters 2 from the bookshelf. Upon opening the door, she found the living room shrouded in darkness. Her mother was inexplicably absent. After a moment's contemplation and confirming that her mother was indeed not in the bedroom, she switched on the living room lights. Casually tossing the Chronicles of Beastmasters 2 onto the nearby sofa, and retrieved a box of matcha ice cream from the refrigerator. Just as she settled down with her legs crossed to watch television, the door creaked open. Turning her head, their eyes met, and a brief silence enveloped the air. "Come and eat," her mother said, raising an eyebrow as she placed the takeout on the dining table. So, she had gone out to buy food. "I'm here," Qiao Sang remarked, eyeing the half-eaten matcha ice cream in her hand, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, and took another bite. "Mom, what made you go out to buy dinner?" she asked, approaching the dining table. "I had some matters to attend to, and there wasn't tea time to cook, so I bought something on the way," her mother replied. "What matters?" Qiao Sang probed. Her mother hesitated for a moment before saying, Sang, let us consider moving houses." Qiao Sang froze. Her eating motion halted as she questioned, "Why change houses?" Hangang City, as the capital of Zhejiang Province, boasted exorbitant housing prices. The house they lived in was purchased as a wedding gift for her father before the prices skyrocketed. Although the Qingqing-Jiyuan neighborhood was not the most expensive area in Hangang City, its prime location near schools and the subway still commanded prices exceeding 50,000 yuan per square meter. After taking a bite of her meal and swallowing, her mother glanced at Qiao Sang and continued, "I just spoke to the realtor. Our current house is 133 square meters, and the market price is about 53,000 per square meter, allowing us to sell it for over 7 million alliance coins. I've considered it. We could buy a smaller house, pay the down payment, and still have enough left over for you to get a bubble bell. And I could also earn some money. Aside from moving to a smaller house, nothing else would change." Qiao Sang was taken aback. Just a few hours had passed, and her mother had silently made such a significant decision. "Mom," she murmured, wanting to express something. Her mother interrupted, "Although your academic performance isn't stellar, you have awakened on your own, and your talent is evident. While we may not be particularly wealthy, I can still acquire the kind of pet you desire. All I ask is that you promise not to approach your training with the same lackadaisical attitude as you do with your studies. Nurture it diligently." Though Yi Xiangting had not initially contemplated such matters, her daughter's desire for a superpower-type pet sparked a change. The fact that her daughter had awakened independently indicated her genuine talent in beast mastery. They had never had a child awaken independently before. If that were the case, purchasing a somewhat expensive yet promising pet that her daughter adored seemed reasonable. This was, after all, part of her duty as a mother. Qiao Sang felt a tumult of emotions, only aware of her desire to savor the unfinished matcha ice cream, soothing her fervent heart. She looked into her mother's eyes and smiled. "Mom, you've said I have the talent for beast mastery, and with that talent, I can raise any pet. I was merely jesting about wanting a bubble bell. Please don't sell the house." Her mother rose to pour herself a glass of water and paused before saying, "I know you want a bubble bell. You have awakened." Before she could finish, Qiao Sang interjected earnestly, "I've researched for an entire afternoon and evening, and I believe a fire-toothed dog would be perfect for me. While a bubble bell belongs to the superpower category and is indeed excellent, there are also dragon-type, fairy-type, and ghost-type pets that are splendid. However, Qiao Sang felt that they were merely rare and powerful. She did not necessarily wish to possess them. It was akin to those who casually express a desire for a divine beast at the start of a game. The true desire was to possess a pet within her capabilities. Chapter 4. Taking a Leave of Absence. Her mother paused. "Isn't the fire-toothed dog a bit too temperamental?" Selecting a pet as a beastmaster undeniably involves consideration of attributes, talent, and potential. Yet, for a novice beastmaster, temperament is of utmost importance. Pets such as the chubby dove, white sand fox, short-tailed snake, sand prairie dog, and deep-furred turtle are ideal choices for fledgling beastmasters, as temperament plays a significant role. Pets bred at the base aren't always docile and non-aggressive. If an inexperienced beastmaster were to contract a volatile creature as their first pet, they would find themselves unable to command it in battle, let alone train it. Last year, a boy who had just completed his middle school entrance exam contracted a flame sparrow, only for it to seek to break the contract within days. Preferring to suffer backlash instead, the boy suffered severe brain damage, and by the time he returned to high school, he had fallen significantly behind his peers. Later, in an interview, it was revealed that the incident stemmed from the boy wanting the flame sparrow to pose for a few photos to post on social media. This news briefly trended online. Fire-type pets are generally rough and willful, and the fire-toothed dog is no exception. Yet, Qiao Sang disagreed. It is implausible for an entire species to possess the same temperament. Surely there are some with differing personalities. Otherwise, a species with uniformity would lack individuality. Mom, you've already said I possess the talent for beast mastery, and I believe a fire-toothed dog suits me well, Qiao Sang asserted. The fire-toothed dog, being a fire-type pet, boasts strong attack power, and after a certain evolution, it would undoubtedly qualify her for the E-rank Beastmaster assessment. However, while the fire-toothed dog is not as costly as a superpower pet like the Bubble Bell, its price exceeds that of the Chubby Dove. The latter, a preferred choice for novice Beastmasters, costs around 30,000 yuan, while the fire-toothed dog requires about 100,000. Qiao Sang was aware of her family's financial situation, and this amount was still manageable. Very well, tomorrow morning I will take you to the pet base, her mother agreed, without further elaboration. At dawn the next day, Qiao Sang was awakened by her mother. Under her mother's urging, she finished her preparations and breakfast in just 10 minutes, and by the time they were leaving, it was only 7:06 a.m. Throughout, Qiao Sang had been drowsily drooping her eyelids, appearing as though she had not fully awakened. It wasn't until they were airborne that she truly felt alive. The Hangang Pet Base is not located in the city center, but rather in the suburbs, over 40 kilometers away from the downtown area. As Fat Jiao led them to the Hangang Pet Base, the clock struck 8:31, perfectly coinciding with the opening hours of the establishment. Due to the early hour, only the two of them were present to purchase pets, ensuring there was no need for a reservation or queuing. They were greeted by a female staff member who appeared to be in her 30s. "How may I assist you today?" she inquired, approaching them with a professional smile. "We wish to acquire a fire-toothed dog," the mother stated plainly. "Very well. Please follow me," the staff member responded, taking the lead. Demonstrating her considerable experience, she provided continuous introductions along the way, alleviating any potential awkwardness. "Currently, we have 27 fire-toothed dogs here at the base, all in excellent health. 2 of them are on the verge of evolution, while among the other 25, 19 have already mastered the spark skill. 7 have even learned the fireball skill. They are a few centimeters taller than their peers. And there are 5 more yet to be introduced." As she spoke, they arrived at the designated area for the fire-toothed dogs. Before Qiao Sang could approach, a sudden explosion reverberated nearby, flames erupting approximately 5 meters away from her. Startled, Qiao Sang turned towards the source of the fire, where 2 notably larger fire-toothed dogs were locked in a standoff, bearing their flame-encased fangs. This fiery attribute was a hereditary skill known as Fiery Fang, common among fire-toothed dogs. The staff member remained composed, explaining, "These 2 are the ones nearing evolution. They frequently engage in battles to prove their superiority, though their encounters typically end in a draw." As she spoke, flames danced around them, with another blast striking a spot about 4 meters from Qiao Sang, causing her scalp to tingle. The staff member pointed towards a thicket to their left, indicating that the earlier spark had been unleashed by one of the fire-toothed dogs, showcasing considerable power. Qiao Sang glanced over to see one fire-toothed dog facing another, both appearing quite tense. As anticipated, in the next moment, they began to grapple with each other. The staff member provided real-time commentary, stating, "They are rivals, fighting for the affection of a female fire-toothed dog, though it is unlikely to yield any results, as the female favors another." Qiao Sang pondered for a moment before asking, "Where is that female fire-toothed dog? Surely, her temperament must be gentler than that of the males." With a smile, the staff member replied, "She is the one cheering on the sidelines while they battle." Taken aback, Qiao Sang looked again, and indeed, amidst the thicket, there stood a fire-toothed dog with a coat far cleaner and softer than the others, excitedly barking. "Yap, yap." The staff member translated, "She seems to be encouraging them to fight. Although she does not favor either, she enjoys watching them contend." Qiao Sang found herself momentarily flustered, while the staff member noticed her mother, who had remained silent, and inquired, "Do you have a particular fire-toothed dog in mind? I can bring one over for you to examine closely." Her mother shook her head, stating, "I am merely accompanying my daughter. It is she who wishes to bond with a fire-toothed dog." The staff member's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Ah, I see. Your daughter must be a self-awakened one." Her mother appeared pleased. "How did you know?" The staff member explained, "Today is Friday, and your daughter is still in her Wenqing Junior High uniform, suggesting she is in her 3rd year. It is not yet the time for the annual awakening of the Beastmasters, and if she had not awakened on her own, it would be improbable for her to be here seeking a pet. especially given the challenges of taking leave from school during such a crucial period. All of this was mere conjecture on her part, a guess inspired by a girl from Wenxing Junior High who had visited 3 days prior, also a self-awakened student, accompanied by her parents to contract a pet, which happened to be her responsibility. Nevertheless, the coincidence of 2 self-awakened children from the same school was remarkable. She made a mental note to discuss with her husband the possibility of acquiring a property in that district, as their son was already in 4th grade. The smile on the mother's face began to wane. Qiao Sang, regaining her focus, asked softly, "Mom, did you call my homeroom teacher to request a leave for today?" Her mother chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, how could I forget? I remember you asked for yesterday, but today, I directly requested 2 days off for you yesterday." Her mother's voice inadvertently rose. "That's good," Qiao Sang replied, letting out a quiet sigh. She wondered if her mother had noticed that her voice tended to elevate when she was being untruthful. A minute later, her mother, with a tone slightly louder than usual, yet maintaining a calm demeanor, stated, "I need to use the restroom." The staff member directed, "Just turn left at the end and then right, and you will find it." Her mother nodded and turned to walk towards the right. "Ma'am, it's to the left," the staff member reminded her. Her mother's posture stiffened for a brief moment before she turned left as if nothing had occurred. Qiao Sang found this amusing, struggling to suppress a smile. "Mom, your persona as a strong, independent woman is crumbling." She then redirected her attention to the fire-toothed dogs. Noting their energetic and lively demeanor, not a single one of them was quietly resting. It was no surprise that novice beastmasters often selected these spirited creatures as their first pets. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qiao Sang inquired, "Is there a quieter fire-toothed dog available?" The staff member diplomatically replied, "Actually, we have an array of other pets at our base." Qiao Sang quickly grasped the implication. After all, her soul was that of an adult, even without experience as a beastmaster. She did not presume she would be helpless against a pet with a fiery temperament like a 15-year-old child. With that realization, she decided not to focus on temperament and instead choose a fire-toothed dog that simply caught her eye. "May I see that one?" she asked, noticing a particular fire-toothed dog persistently ramming against a tree, not in a reckless manner, but with a deliberate and purposeful energy. She discerned that its target was not the tree itself, but rather its own growth and strength. After all, who would senselessly collide with a tree without a goal? "Of course," the staff member replied. With a sharp whistle from the iron whistle hanging around her neck, the staff member summoned the fire-toothed dog's attention. Instantly, all the dogs ceased their antics, focusing intently on the sound, no longer causing havoc. A few of them tilted their heads in confusion, wondering if it was mealtime. With the flames no longer obstructing her path, the staff member entered the fire-toothed dog area and gently lifted the chosen dog. The fire-toothed dog blinked its bewildered eyes, its flame-like ears twitching slightly as it was placed before Qiao Sang. This particular fire-toothed dog was a small canine creature, its fiery red fur adorned with black stripes and topped with a tuft of orange hair, standing about 60 centimeters tall. It was noticeably smaller than the other fire-toothed dogs, sporting a fresh wound on its forehead from its earlier collision, while its dark, glistening eyes gazed up at her, invoking an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it. Unlike its more boisterous counterparts, this one exuded a sense of vulnerability. Qiao Sang's mind conjured an image of a weak fire-toothed dog being ostracized, its food stolen, leading to malnourishment, and ultimately, striving to train harder. The earlier tree collision must have been an attempt to practice some extraordinary skill, perhaps something akin to a fiery impact. The staff member elaborated. "This fire-toothed dog is currently the youngest in our facility, having been born less than a month ago. So, it was not weakness, but rather youth. However, being young is advantageous. Many beastmasters prefer to bond with their pets during their egg stage, as this often facilitates a deeper emotional connection and understanding." Qiao Sang had previously entertained the notion of purchasing a juvenile egg, but promptly dismissed it, realizing that attending school with an egg would be both conspicuous and unsafe. If left at home, her mother would have to go to work, and she would not feel at ease without anyone to look after her. Qiao Sang crouched down, gently stroking the head of the fire-toothed dog. The creature comfortably squinted its eyes, its red tail wagging involuntarily. It seemed quite well behaved. Qiao Sang relished the softness of its fur, her satisfaction growing. She gazed into the fire-toothed dog's eyes and asked with a smile, "Would you like to come with me?" The staff member's expression turned slightly peculiar. This fire-toothed dog had a rather bad temper, often engaging in fights with other fire-toothed dogs, taking advantage of its youth and lack of restraint. Older fire-toothed dogs, recognizing that it was still quite young and lacking skills like the spark ability, would humor its antics, sometimes even pretending to be defeated. leading it to believe it was invincible and becoming increasingly arrogant. As a professional receptionist, she had a keen understanding of what kind of pet the customer desired and their specific needs. It was evident that this girl sought a fire-toothed dog with a quieter disposition. Should she offer a word of caution? This facility had no placid fire-toothed dogs available. After contemplating the commission from selling a fire-toothed dog and considering her son's school district housing, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Leave? The fire-toothed dog clearly understood what that meant. Would it leave? Of course. It had no rivals here. And this human's touch was incredibly comforting. It seemed like the time had come to seek new challengers. The fire-toothed dog nodded solemnly, extending its pudgy paw. Qiao Sang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped it. The agreement was reached with surprising ease between the girl and the dog. The bond between humans and extraordinary creatures was forged through the beast contract, which served as a medium tightly connecting both entities. Generally, for a contract to succeed, both parties must be willing. However, it could also be established by thoroughly defeating the extraordinary creature when it was off guard. The latter method carried many risks. Without sufficient intimacy, the pet could easily become disobedient, a concern only high-level beast tamers could afford to overlook. As long as the beast tamer's mental domain was sufficiently developed and the beast contract was powerful enough, even if the pet suffered backlash, the contract could not be undone. At this moment, Qiao Sang was connecting to her mental domain. The beast contract within her mind lay dormant and still, although it was called a contract. It was as thin as an envelope, containing only a blank page. Qiao Sang had read that when the beast contract first awakened, it was white, housing only a single contractual space for binding pets. Once the mental domain reached a development level of 10, the contract would awaken to a gray hue, and the contractual space would expand to 2 pages. With the gestures she remembered from her past, Qiao Sang formed a seal in front of her. Soon, the beast contract within her mental domain activated, slowly flipping open to reveal its sole page. A stream of white light gradually converged above the fire-toothed dog's head, forming a small circular star array. In fact, there was a simple way to determine the level of a beast tamer, whether through contract or summoning. One could discern the glow enveloping the summoned pet. Just like the beast contract itself, the color of the star array appeared in accordance with the contract's hue. However, this served only as a reference, for typically, even if a beast contract awakened again, without a corresponding level of pet strength, one could not pass the beast union's tamer level assessment. The glow of the star array enveloped the fire-toothed dog's head, and it curiously looked up at the array, showing no signs of resistance. Chapter 6. Fire-toothed dog. Before long, the fire-toothed dog vanished under the star array's glow. A vibrant image of the fire-toothed dog materialized on the blank page of Qiao Sang's beast contract. Simultaneously, in the blank section of the contract, the following appeared. Name, fire-toothed dog. Attribute, fire. Level, beginner, 631000. Skills, bite, entry 73100. Charge, proficient 133500. Firefang, entry 1100. Points, 0. A few lines of text, simple and easily comprehensible, clearly presented themselves before Qiao Sang. She was taken aback. Did the beast contract provide such information? She didn't think so. She recalled that the contract's function was solely to bind and create space for pets, and it lacked any system-like features. Yet, Qiao Sang was uncertain of her memory, as the original owner was academically mediocre, leaving many knowledge gaps. However, perhaps this was indeed a stroke of fortune. Everything would have to wait for verification until she left this place. Suppressing her excitement, Qiao Sang formed the summoning seal. In the next moment, a white star array appeared on the ground, with surrounding starlight converging, revealing an excited fire-toothed dog. Yeah, the fire-toothed dog barked at Qiao Sang. Due to their contract, Qiao Sang easily understood her pet's desire. It wished to try entering the beast contract once more. Amused, Qiao Sang smiled and performed the seal to recall the fire-toothed dog. Just as it entered, the fire-toothed dog eagerly barked to be let out again. Qiao Sang obligingly complied. As soon as the fire-toothed dog was released, it happily wagged its red tail. Yeah, Qiao Sang chuckled, recalling it once more. The next moment, she released it again. The fire-toothed dog blinked its black eyes. Yeah, Qiao Sang's smile faltered slightly, pausing for a moment before recalling it back into the beast contract. When the fire-toothed dog emerged again, its eyes sparkled with anticipation as it looked at Qiao Sang. Yeah, it wanted to play. Qiao Sang. When Yi Xiangting returned, she found her daughter with a blank expression, forming seals, repeatedly recalling and releasing the fire-toothed dog. Yi Xiangting, puzzled, asked, Sang, what are you doing? Qiao Sang replied flatly, I'm playing. After exiting the Hangang Pet Beast Base, Qiao Sang did not head home directly, but instead visited the Hangang Beast Center. According to union regulations, all beast tamers were required to register their contracted pets at the Beast Center within 7 working days. In this era, merely contracting a pet did not grant one the liberty to bring it home. First, it had to be registered, or else it would be considered an illegal resident. Wild extraordinary creatures were prohibited from entering human cities. If caught without registration, they could be treated as wild extraordinary beings and taken away by the patrolling authorities. It was not uncommon for wild extraordinary creatures to attack humans. Indeed, news frequently reported incidents of such attacks. To ensure human safety, especially for ordinary individuals whose mental domains had not awakened, the Union mandated the prohibition of wild extraordinary creatures within urban areas. However, with the diversity of extraordinary species, each possessing mysterious powers, while beast-like extraordinary creatures were relatively easy to detect, those of the fairy or ghost variety could remain hidden from view. Thus, the Union established a patrolling department to address such matters. The journey from the Hangang Pet Beast Base to her home was a short detour to the Hangang Beast Center, making it a convenient stop. At that turn, her mother, riding the faithful pigeon, had already left, citing urgent business, leaving the pigeon for her to use. Qiao Sang arrived at the Hangang Beast Center at 11:32 a.m., only 28 minutes before it closed. This registration process did not resemble the single-window mental domain testing. There were as many as 16 windows available for information registration. Qiao Sang took a number and found a seat. The faithful pigeon stood quietly beside her. While she cradled the fire-toothed dog in her arms, its eyes darting around, clearly curious about its surroundings. Number 06556, please proceed to window 12. Number 06556, please proceed to window 12. Qiao Sang glanced at the number in her hand, 06557. She then checked the time, 11:52 a.m. It appears that the morning is not her turn. Number 06557, please proceed to window 12. Number 06556 seems to have neglected to move forward and directly called out for Qiao Sang. With a sudden burst of energy, Qiao Sang clutched her fire-toothed dog and stood up, seemingly blessed with good fortune today. Upon reaching window 12, she was greeted by a young man sporting a buzz cut. "Hello, how may I assist you?" he inquired. Qiao Sang retrieved her information card from her pocket and handed it over, stating, "I would like to register my pet." The young man took the card and placed it on the scanner, studying it for a moment before responding, "Greetings, it appears that you are not yet a Beastmaster. Hence registration of pets cannot be processed." Qiao Sang was taken aback and replied, "Then I shall register as a Beastmaster first." The young man responded, "Please present your brain domain certification." As this was her first time registering as a Beastmaster, Qiao Sang was unaware of the necessity for such certification. "I did not bring it," she admitted with a hint of helplessness. She then raised her fire-toothed dog, asking, "Surely this can prove I am a Beastmaster?" The young man silently glanced at the time on the computer, 11:58 a.m., before replying, "It cannot." "Why not?" Qiao Sang questioned, puzzled. "Are you done yet?" "If you lack the required documents, kindly step aside," came an impatient voice from behind her. Turning around, Qiao Sang saw a girl in a Concordia High School uniform standing behind her. The girl cast a disdainful glance at Qiao Sang, her narrow, slanting eyes giving off an uncomfortable vibe when viewed from above. Not receiving a response from Qiao Sang, she bypassed her and handed her number paper forward, stating, "I am 06556. Please attend to my matter first. I need to amend my pet's information." Furrowing her brow, Qiao Sang prepared to yield her place. Despite the girl's unpleasant demeanor, her documentation was indeed incomplete. The young man declined the girl's request, stating, "We follow the order of the numbers." He then returned the information card to Qiao Sang, adding, "Registration as a Beastmaster requires photographic verification." The clock struck noon as the young man turned the sign at the window to indicate closing time, cheerfully announcing, "We are done for the day. You may return this afternoon." With that, he vacated his station. Both individuals left without having completed their business. Qiao Sang was indifferent, as this was merely a detour for her. However, the girl in the high school uniform wore a disgruntled expression, blaming Qiao Sang. "This is all your fault. Had it not been for you, I would have completed my business already." As Qiao Sang stood to leave, a hand intercepted her path. "Hey, didn't you hear me speaking to you?" the girl demanded. Qiao Sang, bewildered, surveyed her surroundings and asked, "Are you addressing me? Are there others present?" The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, 2 passers-by strolled by silently. "Do you need something?" Qiao Sang was compelled to halt and inquire. "If you hadn't wasted so much time, I wouldn't have come here for nothing today," the girl lamented. Qiao Sang's brow furrowed slightly as she replied. I recall you were not present when your number was called. The girl retorted vehemently. Had you not rushed forward so quickly, it would have been my turn to be served. Do you realize that if you had merely sat down for 2 seconds, I would have already been attended to? Qiao Sang found herself at a loss for words. Is this child out of her mind? Determined to bypass her, Qiao Sang attempted to move on. Although she was currently 15 years old, she felt more akin to an adult, while the girl before her, clad in a high school uniform, still appeared to be a child. Was there any merit in arguing with such a brat? However, before she could take 2 steps, the girl hastily positioned herself in front of Qiao Sang, demanding, Where do you think you're going? Qiao Sang regarded her calmly and replied, Are you looking for a fight? I prefer to resolve matters through action rather than words. There was no point in squabbling with a child, but delivering a proper beating could serve a purpose. What? The girl was taken aback. If you're going to fight, step outside. If not, move aside. Qiao Sang's slightly upturned phoenix eyes, typically perceived as attractive when she was amicable, could be quite intimidating when she fixed her gaze on someone without a hint of a smile. The girl hesitated for a few seconds, confirming Qiao Sang's school uniform with her eyes, then glancing at the fire-toothed dog and the fat pigeon, she gritted her teeth and declared, Fine, let's fight. The two proceeded to an open space behind the Hangang Beast Center, a location neither too large nor too small, where scattered individuals trained with their pets. Qiao Sang surveyed the environment with mild surprise and inquired, Is this suitable? Shouldn't we find a more secluded area? The girl smirked derisively. What? Are you afraid? Qiao Sang raised an eyebrow. I merely wish to spare you embarrassment. If you insist on fighting here, so be it. Bring it on. The girl stepped aside with her right foot. Observing the girl's readiness, Qiao Sang placed her fire-toothed dog to the side. Seeing this, the girl raised her hands. But before she could form any seals, a leg came sweeping towards her face, prompting her to instinctively crouch down and shield her head. A gust of wind rushed past her. What are you doing? Su Linglan exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. She scrambled back a couple of steps, dazed and unable to believe that this seemingly younger girl had just kicked at her, targeting her head. The ferocity of that kick could have caused a concussion. Qiao Sang feigned innocence. Did you not say you wanted to fight? Who the hell said this was a fight? Su Linglan exclaimed, utterly exasperated. She felt convinced that Qiao Sang had done it on purpose, but she had no evidence. Beastmasters fight using their pets. Have you ever seen a Beastmaster resort to physical combat? Su Linglan shouted at Qiao Sang. Qiao Sang paused for a moment before replying. I am not yet a Beastmaster. Su Linglan. Indeed, I heard that just now. However, this was merely an official certification, since she had already contracted a pet. Could she simply deny being one? Su Linglan wasted no time and formed a hand seal, causing a white star formation to suddenly illuminate the ground. And a white figure appeared within the formation. Seeing her own pet, Su Linglan felt reassured. I am a Beastmaster, and naturally, I will fight using Beastmaster methods. Are you afraid to battle me with your pet? The fierce girl before her was evidently a novice Beastmaster. The fat pigeon was a mid-level pet and could not possibly belong to her. The fire-toothed dog, which appeared underdeveloped, was likely the only pet she had contracted. Her white sand fox had just evolved into a desert tail fox yesterday. What could this girl possibly use to compete against her? The desert tail fox, an evolved form of the white sand fox, possessed an exceptionally gentle temperament. Unlike its previous form, which was merely beautiful, the desert tail fox's tail extended over 2 meters, 5 times its body length, serving as a source of strength. Qiao Sang gazed at the white, extraordinary creature with amber pupils before her. And information about it automatically surfaced in her mind. After all, she had just researched it the day prior. The desert tail fox was a mid-level pet, while the fire-toothed dog had only recently been born, under a month old, and Qiao Sang had not yet trained it. She concluded internally that she could not win. Given the disparity in power, she would not send her fire-toothed dog into a one-sided beating. Fat pigeon, you go. Qiao Sang turned to the fat pigeon, which had been quietly observing. Pigeon. The fat pigeon shook its wings in agreement and stepped forward to face the desert tail fox. Su Linglan mocked. That is not your pet, is it? Qiao Sang nodded, offering no rebuttal. Huh. Regardless, I will still win, Su Linglan declared confidently, not feeling the need to hold back. The synergy between a pet one commands and one they have personally raised is vastly different. Even though they were both mid-level pets, Su Linglan did not believe she would be defeated. Desert tail fox, quicksand. Su Linglan decided to strike first, commanding her pet with authority. The desert tail fox raised its head and let out a call. Its 2-meter-long tail swayed, gradually taking on an earthy hue. Fat pigeon, take to the skies. Qiao Sang instructed calmly. As the fat pigeon spread its wings to take flight, a flash of red darted across. crashing into the desert-tail fox and abruptly interrupting the quicksand technique it had yet to unleash. The fat pigeon momentarily forgot to take off, its plump head adorned with a large question mark. Wasn't it supposed to be my turn to attack? It is the fire-toothed dog. Qiao Sang gazed at the crimson figure before her, momentarily stunned. Tooth, tooth. The fire-toothed dog barked at Qiao Sang in dissatisfaction. She could distinctly sense its anger and grievance. The fire-toothed dog was extremely unhappy. Was it not her contracted partner? Why was it being made to fight against others? Qiao Sang grasped the fire-toothed dog's sentiments, her throat tightening slightly as she was about to speak. Despicable. You actually resorted to a sneak attack. And you want to make it a 2-on-1. Su Linglan shouted in fury. Although her white sand fox had evolved into a desert-tail fox, her mental capacity had only developed to level 7, which meant she needed considerably more time before she could contract a second beast. The desert-tail fox was a mid-level pet, but so was the fat pigeon, and moreover, the fat pigeon was a flying type, naturally having an advantage over the desert-tail fox. And then there was the fire-toothed dog. While it was a low-level pet, it was a fire type with formidable attack power. If it were 2 against 1, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Su Linglan glared at the younger girl before her, her teeth clenched in frustration. This individual was not only ruthless, but also treacherous. Qiao Sang stood frozen for a couple of seconds, suddenly feeling a light bulb go off in her mind. A 2-on-1? How could she have not thought of that earlier? This was a fight, not a competition. As long as one won, there were no rules to adhere to. Since the fire-toothed dog was eager to battle, she could also assess its capabilities and validate her thoughts. Smiling at the disgruntled creature before her, Qiao Sang called, "Fire-toothed dog, come here." Chapter 8, The Tooth of Fire. Although the fire-toothed dog wore an expression of displeasure, it obediently trotted over. Qiao Sang crouched down and patted its head. The fire-toothed dog comfortably narrowed its eyes, completely shedding its earlier tense demeanor. How easily it was soothed. Qiao Sang couldn't help but marvel. Fire-toothed dog. You should team up with the fat pigeon, Qiao Sang instructed. Tooth. The fire-toothed dog barked with delight, its eyes suddenly brimming with fighting spirit. From now on, if anyone claimed that fire-type pets had bad tempers, Qiao Sang would be the first to object. Use body slam. Qiao Sang commanded decisively. She paid no mind to whether the girl opposite was ready. In a fight, was one expected to announce, "I'm going to start attacking you now?" This was her first collaboration with the fire-toothed dog, and she did not wish to lose. The fire-toothed dog exerted its limbs and surged forward in an instant. Su Linglan's gaze remained fixated on the 2 beasts and 1 girl, suppressing the urge to curse aloud as she quickly reacted. Desert-tail fox, bind it with your tail. The fire-toothed dog had been able to execute its body slam earlier because Su Linglan's attention was solely on the fat pigeon. Now that she was aware of the fire-toothed dog's presence, she was prepared. The fire-toothed dog, having been born less than a month ago, appeared ludicrously slow in the eyes of the desert-tail fox. It leisurely extended its tail, which measured over 2 meters, waiting for the fire-toothed dog to approach. Fat pigeon, take the fire-toothed dog up into the sky, Qiao Sang immediately ordered. The fat pigeon's flying speed might be slow compared to other flying-type pets, but when compared to the young fire-toothed dog, it was significantly faster. Even though the fire-toothed dog was in a charging state, the fat pigeon quickly caught up and lifted it into the air. Su Linglan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the girl's intentions. Tooth. The fire-toothed dog was equally confused. This was its first collaboration with Qiao Sang, and also its inaugural partnership with the fat pigeon. It clearly had not yet grasped what was happening. The fat pigeon tossed the fire-toothed dog onto its back. Calm down, Qiao Sang said. The fat pigeon hesitated as it clutched the fire-toothed dog. After all, it was not Qiao Sang's pet, and did not immediately throw the fire-toothed dog onto the desert-tail fox. Qiao Sang felt a twinge of exasperation and was about to issue her next command when the fat pigeon executed her order. This was evidently not an opportune moment. 3 seconds had passed since Qiao Sang had given the command, and the opposing side had ample time to respond. The fire-toothed dog soared toward the desert-tail fox, and Qiao Sang's heart raced as she instinctively wanted to call for it to evade, but the other side remained motionless. Su Linglan did not instruct the desert-tail fox to do anything. Qiao Sang was puzzled, yet it did not hinder her from issuing commands. Use fire tooth on its neck. The primary reason Qiao Sang did not choose the white sand fox was due to its exceedingly low defense, even its evolved form. The desert-tail fox shared that vulnerability. Unlike the powerful tail of the desert-tail fox, its body was alarmingly fragile. Even a minor injury would cause it considerable pain. And its neck was particularly its Achilles heel. Quick, evade, Su Linglan finally realized. But it was too late. The searing flames enveloped the sharp teeth. latching fiercely onto the neck of the desert-tail fox. Desert. The desert-tail fox emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its fur bristling as its body writhed violently, trying to shake off the fire-toothed dog. Yet, the fire-toothed dog clung on like a stubborn adhesive. Jump away, Qiao Sang commanded. The fire-toothed dog did not hesitate, immediately disengaging from the desert-tail fox and leaping aside. In the next second, the 2-meter-long tail of the desert-tail fox swept across mercilessly. Without the fire-toothed dog on its back, that powerful tail struck its own body. Desert. The desert-tail fox, already injured at the neck, felt the pain of the tail strike intensify the wound. Desert-tail fox, calm down, Su Linglan cried, frantic and agitated. She could not comprehend how the situation had so swiftly deteriorated. The desert-tail fox was in agony and barely registered her words. Fat pigeon, wing slash. Qiao Sang pressed on with her offensive. Wing slash was a skill exclusive to flying-type pets that could transform their wings into sharp blades. A move most flying pets would learn. Cuckoo. The fat pigeon stared blankly at Qiao Sang with its gray eyes. It did not know how to perform that move. Although Qiao Sang could not decipher the fat pigeon's words, she understood its expression. Use airblade. Qiao Sang commanded without hesitation. The fat pigeon's wings flapped forward, and 6 blades of condensed air materialized in an instant. Desert-tail fox. Dodge. Su Linglan's heart raced with panic. The amber-eyed desert-tail fox narrowed its pupils, watching the incoming blades as it struggled to endure the pain and shifted slightly to evade. 4 of the blades struck its body. Desert. The desert-tail fox swayed, feeling as if it might collapse at any moment. Fire-toothed dog, body slam. Qiao Sang ordered. The fire-toothed dog, having been eager to join the fray, charged vigorously towards the desert-tail fox upon receiving the command. Like the last straw on a camel's back, the desert-tail fox's eyes rolled back, and it fell to the ground, completely crushed. Su Linglan's legs buckled, and she sank to the ground. Throughout the entire encounter, the desert-tail fox had been like a target, continuously pounded upon. Su Linglan felt dazed. Next semester she would be a senior in high school, and here she was suffering such a crushing defeat at the hands of a novice beastmaster who had yet to be certified. Losing 1 against 2 was not a concern, but losing without even managing to unleash a single skill was beyond her expectations. Su Linglan could see that this ruthless girl was utterly unaware of the fat pigeon's skills, nor did she possess any remarkable abilities from the fire-toothed dog. She had completely succumbed to the prowess of the girl's commanding ability. Ignoring the girl's reaction, Qiao Sang embraced the fire-toothed dog that rushed into her arms, smiling. You did wonderfully. Tooth. Tooth. The fire-toothed dog excitedly gestured towards Qiao Sang. Qiao Sang's expression turned peculiar. The fire-toothed dog leaped to the ground, its mouth wide open as it bared its teeth, and a moment later, flames enveloped its fangs. The next instant, the flames dissipated, and it eagerly gestured at Qiao Sang again. Are you saying you had never successfully used Fire-Tooth before? Qiao Sang inquired. The fire-toothed dog nodded vigorously. Yet, she distinctly recalled seeing the fire-toothed dog's ability to use Fire-Tooth in the Beastmaster compendium. Qiao Sang was puzzled and connected her consciousness to the compendium. Name, Fire-Toothed dog. Attribute, Fire. Level, Beginner, 631000. Skills, Bite, Novice 73100. Charge, Expert 135500. Firefang, Novice 2100. Points 50. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Qiao Sang's eyes as the numbers transformed. The values for charge, Firefang, and the points below had all changed. A closer inspection of the figure behind Firefang led Qiao Sang to form a hypothesis in her mind. Chapter 9, Red Yao Fruit. Inherited skills are abilities passed down from one's ancestors, requiring no learning in the conventional sense. Firefang is a signature move that most Firefang dogs inherit. Although inherited skills are innate, one should not expect newborn cubs to execute them immediately. There is a gradual process involved. Just as humans are born knowing how to eat, they must begin with nursing from their mothers. The proficiency of skills progresses from novice to expert. Novice-level skills possess limited power, indicating they have only been recently acquired. Basic skills can typically be performed upon reaching novice level, but advanced skills may not always be executed successfully even at that level due to insufficient mastery. Firefang. Being a mid-tier skill, should not be easily unleashed by a Firefang dog that has merely attained a novice level, 2100. Yet, it accomplished just that. Qiao Sang speculated that as long as the skill was displayed in the Beastmaster Codex, it could be activated. However, this was merely conjecture. Confirmation would only come when the Firefang dog mastered higher-level skills. Qiao Sang withdrew her consciousness, although she yearned to further investigate the points issue. The moment was clearly not opportune. She noticed the mischievous boy still seated on the ground, and the injured MOA fox, bloodied at its neck. Qiao Sang retrieved her phone and dialed 661. Hello, is this the Beast Emergency Rescue Center? This is the Hangang Beast Center. We have an injured MOA fox that requires urgent assistance. Has someone already called? Oh, then it's fine. She hung up the phone, disregarding the dazed girl across from her, and scooped up the Firefang dog, preparing to head home, only to turn and find a crowd had gathered behind her. Humanity is inherently drawn to spectacle. In mere moments of confrontation, a significant portion of the spectators had flocked over, some even brandishing their phones to capture the event. Qiao Sang felt a prickly sensation at the back of her neck, clutching the Firefang dog tightly as she attempted to leave, with the plump dove following closely. Little sister, I see great potential in you. Would you be interested in becoming a streamer? A young man with dyed red hair approached her. Thank you, but no. Qiao Sang replied, sidestepping him. May I challenge you to a beast battle? A boy wearing a hat pursued her. I cannot. Qiao Sang refused. Which school do you attend? An aunt inquired with concern. Qiao Sang. Upon returning home, Qiao Sang found her mother absent. Yet a bag of red Yao fruits, beloved by fire-type beasts, sat on the dining table. These fruits, which enhanced the physical constitution of fire-type extraordinary creatures, cost 700 alliance coins each. While an occasional indulgence is feasible, daily consumption is quite excessive. Qiao Sang stared at the red Yao fruits in a daze. She picked one up and held it to the Firefang dog's mouth, smiling. Go ahead and eat. The Firefang dog sniffed it. It had only consumed uniform compressed blocks at the beast base and had never encountered this before. The aroma was delightful, resembling the fruits from the tree beside its former home, albeit in a different hue. Regrettably, it had never tasted those. Without further hesitation, the Firefang dog devoured the red Yao fruit in one swift bite. Yeah, the Firefang dog's eyes widened in surprise. This food is delectable. Once the dog finished its meal, Qiao Sang connected her consciousness to the Beastmaster Codex. Name, Firefang dog. Attribute, fire. Level, beginner, 631000. Skills, bite, novice 73100. Charge, expert 135500. Firefang, novice 2100. Points 50. Nothing had changed. Qiao Sang furrowed her brow. This was unexpected. After the battle earlier, the values had indeed transformed, indicating that the Firefang dog had made progress. Consuming the red Yao fruit, which was supposed to enhance the physical constitution of fire-type extraordinary creatures, should not yield no reaction. Was it necessary to wait for digestion? Yeah. The Firefang dog tugged at Qiao Sang's hand with its paw. Qiao Sang chuckled and offered it another red Yao fruit. The Firefang dog promptly swallowed it whole. After finishing, she once again connected her consciousness to the Beastmaster Codex. Name, Firefang dog. Attribute, fire. Level, beginner, 641000. Skills, bite, novice 73100. Charge, expert 135500. Firefang, novice 2100. Points 50. It had changed. The level section shifted from beginner, 631000, to beginner, 641,000. Although it was a mere increment, it validated her hypothesis. However, Qiao Sang hesitated, glancing at the remaining 4 red Yao fruits on the table, before picking one up and offering it once more to the Firefang dog. The Firefang dog cradled the red Yao fruit between its front paws and began to nibble. Having already consumed 2, it found it challenging to swallow the third in one go, resorting to taking small bites instead. Once it finished, it contentedly patted its belly. Qiao Sang connected to the Beastmaster Codex, lost in thought. The values had not changed. Could it be that 2 red Yao fruits were required to gain a point? She picked up another red Yao fruit and presented it to the Firefang dog. Yeah, the dog, patting its belly to indicate it was full, looked at her. Good. Just one more, Qiao Sang said, gently stroking its head. The Firefang dog gazed at her, wagging its red tail, before lowering its head to eat again. In the Beastmaster Codex, Qiao Sang saw the Firefang dog's level had transformed into beginner, 651,000. Her assumption was correct. Indeed. It took 2 red Yao fruits to increase a point. Qiao Sang's gaze shifted to the bottom where the points were noted, and with a thought, she allocated them all to the level of beginner, 651,000. Name, Firefang dog. Attribute, fire. Level, beginner, 1151000. Skills, bite, novice 73100. Charge, expert 135500. Firefang, novice 2100. Point 0. The values truly increased. Qiao Sang's breath quickened. 1 red Yao fruit was 700 alliance coins. thus 2 would cost 1,400 alliance coins. Gaining a single point required 1,400 alliance coins, with 885 points remaining. That equated to 1,770 red Yao fruits. That amounted to 1,239,000 alliance coins. Goodness, that could purchase a superpowered beast. Qiao Sang nearly exclaimed in excitement. This point system could directly enhance strength, implying she had saved a significant sum of money. Furthermore, the Firefang dog could augment its corresponding values through both combat and the consumption of strength-enhancing items. Coupled with the point bonuses, she could potentially cultivate the Firefang dog into a mid-tier beast in 3 to 4 times less the time than others. Was this not akin to possessing a golden finger? After a few seconds, Qiao Sang retrieved her phone and searched for all topics related to the Beastmaster Codex. Indeed, none reflected her situation. Furthermore, those who awakened independently merely had a brain capacity that surpassed that of those who awakened later by 3 to 6, allowing them to reawaken the Beastmaster Codex more swiftly, with greater potential to reach higher realms, but there was nothing particularly extraordinary. Qiao Sang calmed herself. She had already harbored suspicions. This was merely the validation of her earlier thoughts. Moreover, given that she had traversed into this world, having a golden finger was hardly remarkable. Yes, it was nothing special. The Firefang dog gazed up at Qiao Sang, its eyes filled with confusion. Why was its Beastmaster grinning foolishly at the air? Chapter 10, Watching Television. Just as Qiao Sang was lost in her smile, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Fang Cici. Qiao Sang's expression became subdued as she clicked into the messages, only to realize that her deskmate had sent 8 or 9 messages since yesterday. Why didn't you come to class today? I just heard someone say that the old teacher called your mother in yesterday. Is that true? Did your mother find out you scored 0? Why are you ignoring me? Are you there? Why didn't you come to class today? Why is your mother back at school again? Something must have happened to you. The last message had just arrived. Have you evaporated from the world? Qiao Sang tapped on her phone. I'm still alive. She quickly received a reply. Wow, so you're still alive after all. You haven't been to school these past few days. You wouldn't believe how dark the old teacher's face has been. Qiao Sang pondered for a moment. It's summer now. Are you sure he isn't just tanned? After some casual banter, Qiao Sang revealed the reason for her absence to Fang Cici. Fang Cici was utterly unconvinced. It wasn't that she looked down on Qiao Sang. Rather, she believed that the phenomenon of self-awakening only occurred among those with exceptional talents. Typically, it was the top students in the school, and even those few who didn't care for their studies were outstanding in other areas. As for Qiao Sang, her grades were worse than Fang Cici's. It was unequivocally impossible. Qiao Sang did not argue, but simply took a photo of the self-awakening certificate and sent it over. There was silence on the other end. After a good 10 minutes, Fang Cici finally messaged back. Qiao Sang looked down, her lips twitching slightly. In wealth and honor, do not forget your friends. Qiao Sang hadn't forgotten about the fat pigeon. She retrieved its special food from the cupboard and placed it in front of it before thinking of herself. She quickly made a simple bowl of egg-fried rice to satisfy her hunger, and by then it was already 2:07 p.m., perhaps due to the morning's commotion. The fire-toothed dog was curled up on the sofa, peacefully asleep. Qiao Sang chose not to disturb it. She had originally planned to take the certificate to the Beastmaster Center in the afternoon, but seeing the fire-toothed dog sleeping so soundly, she changed her mind. Qiao Sang tiptoed to her room, picked up the book Extraordinary Beasts Analysis, 9th grade, Volume 2, and leaned back on her bed to read. Just earlier, when she checked the Beastmaster manual and the information about self-awakening individuals on her phone, she realized that the high school entrance examination was not as simple as her deskmate had claimed. The exam focused solely on paper-based knowledge, and when awakened by magnetic waves, an additional brain region development score would be added, with level 1 being worth 20 points and level 2 worth 40 points, and a total score of 650. This was hardly significant. The Ministry of Education did indeed place great importance on self-awakening individuals. They released a series of enrollment policies for them every year, but none stated that scoring 0 could gain admission to a Beastmaster high school. Vocational high schools might accept her, but Qiao Sang had no desire for that. Self-awakening individuals could enter Beastmaster high schools through 2 pathways: recommendations and special admissions. Recommendations depended not only on quotas, but also on the student's grades over 3 years of middle school, with the school sending relevant information to the desired Beastmaster high school for admission qualification review, with Qiao Sang's long-standing position at the bottom of her class. Even if she were a self-awakening individual, her school would likely be too embarrassed to recommend her. The remaining option was special admissions, which Qiao Sang considered. Each of the 108 Beastmaster high schools in Honggang City released special admission policies annually, allowing each person to apply to 2 schools. Once the documents were approved, they could participate in the corresponding examinations. Those who passed the special admission exams still had to take the high school entrance examination. A score reaching the designated threshold was necessary for admission to a Beastmaster high school. While each school had different score requirements, one thing was consistent: the entrance exam. Qiao Sang felt somewhat helpless. In the end, she still had to face the entrance examination. As dusk fell, the sound of the fire-toothed dog barking echoed from the living room. Qiao Sang put down her book and stepped out of her room. "Yeah." The fire-toothed dog leaped into Qiao Sang's arms. As she patted its head, her heart softened. In a moment of helplessness, she had chosen the fire-toothed dog. Not expecting it to be so well-behaved, perhaps this was fate. The 2 of them settled on the sofa to watch television, while the fat pigeon, being larger, sat on the floor. The fire-toothed dog had never seen anything so novel before, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Had Qiao Sang not been holding it, it would have rushed to the TV to press its nose against the screen. The television was currently broadcasting the weather forecast. A capable woman in a suit spoke standard Mandarin. According to the Celestial Doll's assessment, tomorrow in Pantai City, it will transition from sunny to partly cloudy, with temperatures ranging from 30 to 36 degrees. Dress accordingly. The fire-toothed dog's eyes widened. Why was there a person inside? Qiao Sang changed the channel. In the Beastmaster Society, high ratings were achieved through Beastmasters and extraordinary creatures. Major television networks clearly understood this essence. As any channel, she switched to featured related reports. "Mr. Wang Dianao, is your relationship with Ms. Luo Tang genuine?" A reporter thrust a microphone nearly into the young man's face. "It is indeed," he admitted candidly. "You both are about to participate in the competition in the Yuhua region. If you meet in the competition, will you go easy on her?" Another reporter inquired. "No, Luo Tang is an excellent Beastmaster. If I face her, I want to have 100% confidence," the young man replied with a smile. "May I ask about your Outyin bear?" Qiao Sang switched the channel again, and the scene shifted to a dark blue thunderhorn rhinoceros appearing before the fire-toothed dog. Its gaze was fierce, its sturdy hind legs plowing the ground. Arcs of purple electricity crackling across its body, emitting a sizzling sound as if it were about to leap out of the television at any moment. The fire-toothed dog stiffened, its fur slowly standing on end. The thunderhorn rhinoceros has endured the black-winged wolf's tornado. It hasn't backed down. It seems like it's about to unleash a powerful move. We don't know what contestant Su Zhou will do next. The commentator excitedly narrated. This was a replay. Various competitions were held annually in different regions, and the channel Qiao Sang was watching was dedicated to broadcasting the Beastmaster competitions in Honggang City. The camera switched to the all-black black-winged wolf. With a sinister glint in its blue eyes, it was covered in blood, breathing heavily. Due to its black fur, the wounds were not obvious. Only a few drops of blood on the ground indicated its injury. The fire-toothed dog relaxed. After using the tornado, the black-winged wolf clearly showed signs of fatigue. Before the commentator could finish, the scene returned to the thunderhorn rhinoceros. The purple arcs intensified, and when they reached about 2 meters around it, it finally charged forth. Bang! The television emitted a violent explosion sound and went dead. The air seemed to freeze. Qiao Sang mechanically turned to the fire-toothed dog, her gaze vacant, her mouth opening as if to say something, but no words came. "Yeah." The fire-toothed dog turned and nestled into Qiao Sang's embrace. The colossal creature from the box had frightened it. Chapter 11, Holy Water Middle School. Qiao Sang was heartbroken. "Was this the reason you suddenly attacked the television?" She lifted the fire-toothed dog's head, preparing to give it a proper scolding. Click. The door opened. Qiao Sang slowly turned her head, forcing a stiff smile. "Mom, you're back." "Pigeon." The fat pigeon immediately waddled over to her mother, nuzzling affectionately. Her mother gazed at the devastation in the living room, falling silent for a few seconds, then turned to Qiao Sang with a kindly expression. "Do you have anything to say?" Qiao Sang immediately held the fire-toothed dog in front of her as a shield. It was all it's doing. The fire-toothed dog blinked its innocent eyes. Her mother locked eyes with the fire-toothed dog for a moment and said, "I'll deduct it from your allowance." Qiao Sang looked at her resentfully. "Do you have any objections?" her mother asked. "None," Qiao Sang replied, suppressing her conscience. With a monthly allowance of 1,000 alliance coins, and the television costing at least 4,000, she had just lost 4 months of her allowance, which certainly warranted some objections. "I went to your school." As her mother approached and settled into the nearby armchair, the plump, homing pigeon followed suit. "Is there something on your mind?" Qiao Sang inquired. In the messages she had received, Fang Sisi had indeed alluded to this matter. However, her mother did not respond directly. Instead, she posed a question. "Do you have a high school in mind that you wish to attend?" Taken aback for a moment, Qiao Sang pondered before replying. Hangang 6th Beastmaster High School. It is worth noting that the 6th Beastmaster High School does not hold the 6th position in the ranking of schools within Hangang City. It merely bears such a name. In reality, it ranks 52nd among the 108 Beastmaster High Schools in Hangang, placing it firmly within the realm of mediocrity. Her choice of this institution was purely based on its proximity to home. Given her previous academic performance, gaining admission to such a school seemed implausible. However, now that she had autonomously awakened, there was a chance through special admission. Her mother extracted a recruitment brochure from her bag and placed it before Qiao Sang. I believe you should consider applying to this school. Qiao Sang picked it up and glanced at it, her brow twitching. Hangang Holy Water High School. Her mother confirmed without a hint of hesitation. Mother, do you hold me in such high regard? Qiao Sang replied, exasperated. She set the brochure down on the coffee table. Holy Water High School, ranked first among the 108 Beastmaster High Schools in Hangang City and second in the entire Zhehai province, boasts an astonishing admission rate of 98.73, marking it as a prestigious institution. Naturally, students who gain admission to this school are among the very best in Hangang City. If the high school entrance examination were still 6 months away, Qiao Sang might have been willing to put in the effort. However, with only 19 days remaining until the examination, the prospect of admission felt utterly unattainable. Given this situation, she questioned the wisdom of investing time in applying for this school's special admission. She couldn't help but wonder if her mother's expectations were perhaps a touch unrealistic. Her mother regarded her calmly and stated, "You may apply without the expectation of being admitted. If you do your best, I shall not deduct your allowance." Qiao Sang picked up the brochure from the coffee table and said, "What does allowance have to do with this? I simply wish to give it a try." Her mother smirked slightly, "Then go ahead and register online." "All right," Qiao Sang replied, cradling her fire-toothed dog as she departed. Yu Xiangting watched her daughter's retreating figure, a flicker of amusement in her eyes, only to have her expression darken as memories of the afternoon's events at school resurfaced. Once in her room, Qiao Sang booted up her computer and proceeded to apply to both Hangang 6th Beastmaster High School and Holy Water High School. The disparity in their rankings translated to differing requirements for special admission. Qiao Sang focused primarily on the criteria for those who had autonomously awakened. The conditions for Hangang 6th Beastmaster High School were relatively straightforward. Once the proof of autonomous awakening was submitted online and approved, applicants would receive a score reduction based on the extent of their awakened brain domain. A brain domain development level of 5 would result in a 100-point decrease from the minimum score required for the Hangang entrance exam, while a level of 6 would yield a reduction of 200 points. Last year's minimum score in Hangang City was 332. If Qiao Sang could achieve a level 6 brain domain, she would only need to score 132 points on the entrance exam to qualify for special admission. Judging by her current performance, this seemed quite feasible. Holy Water High School, however, presented a more complex scenario. Only 5 students would be admitted through special admission for those who had autonomously awakened, and after the application review, candidates would need to participate in pet battles at designated times and locations. The 2nd through 5th place students would need to score at least 50 points above the minimum requirement to be considered for admission. The 1st place candidate had slightly less stringent criteria, needing only to meet the minimum score for Hangang City. Although individuals with autonomous awakenings are rare, there are still about 40 to 50 each year across Zhehai province, excluding those who were guaranteed admission or opted for special admission at other schools. Holy Water High School typically received a dozen or so applicants with autonomous awakenings each year, given its status as the top school in Hangang City. Qiao Sang noted that the special admission examination for Holy Water High School was scheduled for June 10th, just 1 week prior to the entrance examination, which amounted to only 12 days away. Pet battles, she mused. Considering that all participants in the special admission were those who had only recently awakened, the pets involved would also be of the novice level. Since she had contracted a fire-type pet, she did possess an advantage. Remembering her fire-toothed dog, Qiao Sang paused, then shifted her consciousness into the Beastmaster Codex. Name, fire-toothed dog. Attribute, fire. Level, novice, 115-1000. Skills, bite, entry 73-100. Charge, proficient 135-500. Firefang, entry 21-100. Spark, entry 31-100. Points, 0. Exiting her consciousness, Qiao Sang gazed at her fire-toothed dog with a peculiar expression. You learned a skill just from watching television. Was it worth spending over 4,000 alliance coins for a skill? Surprisingly, it seemed quite reasonable. The potential of a pet is inherently limited. Merely assessing a pet's appearance doesn't reveal its true quality. A pet with superior aptitude will learn skills and undergo subsequent awakenings much more swiftly than ordinary pets. Conversely, if luck is not on one side and a contract is formed with a pet of mediocre quality, it could take a year to learn even a single skill. Qiao Sang fell into contemplation as she regarded her fire-toothed dog. Its aptitude appeared promising. Should she take it to see a horror film next time? The fire-toothed dog shivered involuntarily, sensing a sudden chill. At 10:12 p.m., the night was deep and still, enveloped in an eerie silence. Lying on her bed, Qiao Sang cradled her head in her hands, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. After tossing and turning for a while, she sat up and turned to observe the still alert fire-toothed dog beside her. The fire-toothed dog, under her scrutiny, wore a look of confusion. "Tooth," Qiao Sang whispered, "I hold you blameless for this morning's incident. Would you like to watch television again?" Recalling the events of the morning, the fire-toothed dog understood its mistake. Nothing from that show could possibly emerge. "Tooth." It nodded, expressing a desire to watch. Qiao Sang retrieved her phone from the bedside and searched for the most popular horror films currently available, presenting them to her fire-toothed dog. The fire-toothed dog watched intently as a girl clad in white traversed a fog-laden forest, her perspective revealing a vague shadow hovering in the air. Qiao Sang did not watch alongside. Instead, she rested her hand on the phone, monitoring the fire-toothed dog's reactions while remaining ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Chapter 12, Everyone Knows. Silence and darkness enveloped the surroundings, permeating the air with an unsettling stillness. The shadow abruptly drew near, emitting a chilling, cackling laughter. It possessed no limbs, only a body the size of a human head floating in the air. Its dark red eyes fixated on the white-clad girl as though she were prey. In the next moment, the limbless body sprouted a hand with only 2 fingers. Reaching toward the girl's heart, the hand penetrated the girl's form, leaving her hollow. The shadow widened its eyes in disbelief. The girl lifted her head, revealing a face devoid of features, slowly coming into focus on the screen. "Tooth." The fire-toothed dog leaped into Qiao Sang's embrace. It no longer wished to watch. Qiao Sang gently patted its head, feeling a twinge of regret. The following 2 days coincided with the weekend. Qiao Sang declined Fang Cici's invitation to go out, opting instead to study alone at home. Aside from taking the time to register her identity as a Beastmaster alongside her fire-toothed dog at the Beastmaster Center, she spent nearly all her time immersed in her books. Perhaps due to the awakening of her brain domain, her memory had improved significantly compared to her previous life. She could retain information after a single reading. Before long, the day of returning to school arrived. "Fire-toothed dog, be good. After school, I shall let you out," Qiao Sang coaxed. Ever since the fire-toothed dog had grown weary of the games within the Beastmaster Codex, it had not ventured back inside. This time, Qiao Sang wished for it to re-enter, but it displayed some resistance. It preferred to remain outside rather than within the confines of the Codex. "Tooth." The fire-toothed dog shook its head, indicating its disinterest in entering. Qiao Sang felt a hint of frustration. While the school had not explicitly forbidden pets, releasing her fire-toothed dog in a setting where none of her peers had contracted pets would undoubtedly attract attention. She had no desire to be the center of scrutiny. "If you come in, I shall buy you some red jujubes," Qiao Sang tempted. The Firefang dog haughtily turned its head away, refusing. Qiao Sang's lips twitched slightly. Last time, her mother had purchased 6 red jujubes, and on the very first day, she had fed 4 to the Firefang dog, giving it 1 each on the following 2 days. Had it grown weary of such treats? "If you don't come in, I shall have to leave on my own." "I am indeed leaving." Qiao Sang crouched at the entrance, donning her shoes and feigning to step outside. "Yeah." The Firefang dog leaped into Qiao Sang's arms, raising its glistening eyes to gaze at her. "If you wish to join me, you must first come inside. I promise to let you out as soon as school is over," Qiao Sang assured. "Yeah." The Firefang dog responded softly. Qiao Sang's heart softened. It was still but a child. Qingqingjiyuan was a housing complex within the catchment area of Wencheng Middle School, a mere 9 kilometers away, accessible via bus routes 23, 36, 57, and metro lines 5 and 7. Unlike her usual preference for the subway, Qiao Sang chose the 36 bus. On the bus, the Firefang dog gleefully poked its head out the window, the wind tousling its fur, as it gazed excitedly at the world outside. "Remember, when we arrive at school, you must behave and come inside, all right?" Qiao Sang laughed. "Yeah." The Firefang dog energetically replied. Unable to resist, Qiao Sang affectionately patted its head. Upon disembarking, the Firefang dog obediently allowed Qiao Sang to summon it into her beast codex, even wagging its tail joyfully. In Class 37 of Wencheng Middle School, a flurry of chatter erupted. "Have you finished your homework? Let me copy yours. Can't you see I'm still copying? Did you catch the match in the Lingbo district yesterday?" Of course. I was glued to the TV since 7 p.m. Lin Jinyang's blood songlong was simply magnificent. Yes, yes. And that golden anteater. I've never seen a golden one before. So incredibly cool. I heard that Dai Shushu from Class 9 has been directly admitted to Shengshui High School. Didn't the rumors say she was going to Litong Beast High School? Seems like her spot got revoked. No wonder it's the top high school in our province. Even Dai Shushu couldn't make it. Show me how you get into Shengshui High School. A slender figure appeared at the classroom door, and the chatter abruptly diminished. As Qiao Sang took her seat, she noticed several classmates stealing glances at her. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, she touched her nose and leaned closer to Fang Sisi, whispering, "Did you tell the class about my self-awakening?" Fang Sisi, engrossed in her homework, finally acknowledged Qiao Sang's presence. "Legs, you finally arrived. I wouldn't dare speak without your consent. Do you need me to promote you in class?" "Please don't." Qiao Sang quickly shook her head, puzzled. "Then why are they all staring at me? Didn't your mother come to school twice? And then you took a day off?" Which led everyone to speculate if something was amiss. Fang Sisi elucidated. Qiao Sang was taken aback. "A day off?" "Indeed. Although I suspected my mother might have forgotten to request a leave, it still stung when the realization hit. What if the homeroom teacher summoned her to the office for a scolding?" Just then, Fang Sisi added, "Also, everyone knows you scored 0 on the last mock exam." The homeroom teacher had refrained from publicly reprimanding her to spare Qiao Sang's feelings, but later had summoned her to the office and even called her parents. If it had ended there, no one would have been particularly interested, considering Qiao Sang's usual poor performance. However, the involvement of her parents escalated the situation. Typically, the homeroom teacher rarely called parents, except in cases of fighting. After school, if Qiao Sang kept quiet and the class monitor remained silent, few would have known. Yet, after Qiao Sang took a leave the next day and subsequently skipped class, the gossip mill churned vigorously, and soon everyone was aware of the backstory. Qiao Sang chuckled at the absurdity, but felt little concern. In the confines of the school, news spread rapidly. Her 0 score and the parent summons were not distorted truths. At this age, children might feel embarrassed if their peers knew, but Qiao Sang felt no such pressure. "By the way, have you completed your plan analysis homework? May I copy yours?" Fang Sisi nudged Qiao Sang's arm. "How would I know what the homework is if I wasn't here? Besides, you're ranked 4th from the bottom in our class. Do you really want to copy someone who has 3rd from the bottom?" Qiao Sang replied, somewhat exasperated. "Legs, I want to allow you to speak of yourself that way," Fang Sisi admonished, then made a pitiful expression. "I thought your mother might have come to school on Friday to bring you your homework. I truly envy those who don't have to do homework." Qiao Sang ignored Fang Sisi's antics, lost in thought. She still harbored uncertainty regarding her mother's previous visit to the school. Chapter 13. Someone is looking for you. "Oh, and Legs," Fang Sisi attempted to continue. "Could you refrain from calling me Legs?" Qiao Sang interrupted. "Then what should I call you? Beautiful Legs?" Fang Sisi inquired. Qiao Sang remained silent. Under Qiao Sang's piercing gaze, Fang Sisi finally relented. "Qiao Sang, have you already contracted a pet beast?" Any newly awakened Beastmaster finds it nearly impossible to resist the allure of immediately contracting a pet beast. Qiao Sang nodded, neither confirming nor denying. "Then you." Fang Sisi was about to inquire further when the classroom noise was abruptly muted. Looking up, they saw the homeroom teacher had entered. In the next moment, Fang Sisi's face turned pale. "Oh no, I haven't finished copying my homework. In 5 minutes, we shall convene on the playground," the homeroom teacher announced. Casting a glance in Qiao Sang's direction, over 4,000 students and more than 300 teachers from Wenqing Middle School gathered on the playground, creating a dense crowd. "Why is the entire school here?" Fang Sisi prodded Qiao Sang with her finger. "I have no idea," Qiao Sang replied. The third-year students, in their final sprint, typically did not assemble with the first and second years for morning meetings. Even when the school mandated a gathering, there were always a class or two that remained exceptions. Qiao Sang looked up at the podium and noticed that all the school's leadership, including the principal, vice principal, and head of academics, were present, an unusually grand assembly for a morning meeting. Principal Chen Yongfeng was delivering the same old, tired rhetoric, repeating the same phrases at every morning assembly without any originality. Qiao Sang found herself utterly disinterested, absorbing none of his words. After a few minutes, a thunderous applause erupted around her, and she instinctively joined in clapping. A petite figure stepped from the third-year section to the podium. "Respected teachers, dear classmates, hello everyone. I am Dai Shushu from Class 9 of the 3rd year, and it is my honor." What she initially thought would be a typical morning meeting turned out to be a personal commendation ceremony for Dai Shushu. Though Qiao Sang had never interacted with her, she had gleaned some information from the discussions around her. Dai Shushu came from a modest background and was the only recipient of the school's scholarship, consistently ranking first in her grade throughout middle school. She had been self-awakened and was subsequently admitted to Beast High School, an embodiment of inspiration. But what good is being admitted when her family can't afford a pet beast? A boy standing to the right scoffed. Her parents aren't even beastmasters. It's a mystery how she became a self-awakened beastmaster. Someone else chimed in. Qiao Sang was somewhat taken aback with the development of the Beastmaster Society. Humans had long recognized that children born from beastmasters were more likely to inherit the talent. The higher the rank of the beastmaster, the greater the likelihood of producing gifted offspring. Conversely, when both parents were ordinary, the chance of their child becoming a beastmaster was a mere 2. To suggest that there exists even a slight chance for an ordinary child's emergence as a beastmaster is one thing, but the probability of an autonomous awakening is, in truth, almost negligible. With considerable interest, Qiao Sang perked up her ears to listen intently. Her acceptance into the Holy Water High School was not solely due to her own diligence. The guidance of her teachers played a significant role as well. With a flutter of her eyelashes, Qiao Sang contemplated the fact that they all experienced autonomous awakenings, and now, with the prestigious Holy Water High School in the mix, it was difficult for her not to compare herself to them. This comparison left her feeling disheartened, and as she listened to the subsequent discussions, her enthusiasm waned. Upon returning to the classroom, Qiao Sang dedicated herself to her studies. As a junior high student on the brink of the high school entrance examination, she had long since completed the required coursework, and her focus was primarily on revision and practice exams. Over 3,000 years ago, calamities befell the earth, earthquakes, hurricanes, volcanic eruptions, and plunged the world into an apocalyptic atmosphere. Which Beastmaster intervened to halt this catastrophe? A Chun Jiating, B Sun Xiaomin, Si Wang Wenyu, Di Wang Yao. Qiao Sang had encountered numerous historical questions of this nature in recent days, and the turmoil of over 3,000 years ago was not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity. It was Wang Yao who unleashed devastation through his contracted beasts, possessing the ability to alter nature as an SS-level Beastmaster. With each awakening of the Beastmaster Codex, when a Beastmaster reached D grade, they would receive a form of feedback from their contracted beasts, enhancing their lifespan and physical constitution. As their rank increased, this feedback became increasingly potent. Unless directly attacked, it was exceedingly difficult to incur harm from residual effects. Relying on his SS-level Beastmaster physique, Wang Yao managed to break through the encirclement of the Alliance, killing 223 Beastmasters in the process, including 11 S-level masters. An S-level Beastmaster typically required a century of effort to reach their status, resulting in significant losses for the Alliance. Later, the SS-level Beastmaster Wang Wenyu returned from the Fiery Star and subdued Wang Yao. Yet in that battle, 5 of Wang Yao's loyal beasts perished. Wang Wenyu subsequently withdrew from the world. This question was easily misanswered as D if one did not pay close attention. Having seen this question in the last mock exam, Qiao Sang did not fail to grasp it, but rather selected D due to a moment of confusion. She scrutinized the question and corrected her previous answer. Qiao Sang, someone is looking for you, called out a female classmate sitting by the door. Qiao Sang looked up to see a girl in a faded school uniform smiling at her from the entrance. It was Dai Shushu. When did you become acquainted with her? Fang Cici asked, her surprise evident. Dai Shushu was a prominent figure at the school, naturally attracting the attention of her classmates, all heads turning to look at her. I don't know her, Qiao Sang replied curtly before stepping outside. What do you want with me? Qiao Sang inquired, her face a mask of confusion. She was certain that her predecessor had no connection with Dai Shushu. One was an academic achiever, while the other struggled academically. They were also in different classes, and as graduation approached, she could not fathom what Dai Shushu wanted from her. I'm here to apologize on behalf of my mother, Dai Shushu said. She had a delicate appearance reminiscent of a fragile flower, looking as if a mere gust of wind could carry her away due to her malnutrition. What is the matter? Qiao Sang raised an eyebrow. Didn't Annie mention it to you? Last Friday, my mother said some unkind words to Annie in front of the teachers. I couldn't interject at the time. I hope Annie is doing well, Dai Shushu spoke softly. Qiao Sang remained silent for a moment before asking. What did your mother say? Dai Shushu wore an apologetic expression. She said some unpleasant things. My mother didn't mean it. Auntie also said some things in response. She paused briefly. The teachers thought they were about to fight, so they asked Annie to leave, and I feel a bit bad about it. Qiao Sang replied expressionlessly. The teacher asked my mother to leave. What does that have to do with you? Dai Shushu tucked her hair behind her ear. If it weren't for me, the teacher wouldn't have asked Annie to leave. Qiao Sang remained indifferent. I understand. But what exactly did your mother say? Dai Shushu lowered her head. her shorter stature making her expression hard to discern. My mother said you did poorly in your studies because you lacked paternal guidance, that you were merely lucky to have an autonomous awakening, and she remarked that Annie is so fierce, it's no wonder she got divorced. She lifted her head, feigning innocence. So, did you really have an autonomous awakening? Chapter 14. I want to take leave. Qiao Sang regarded Dai Shushu for 2 seconds before smiling. Yes. Do you have anything else? Dai Shushu slightly averted her gaze and shook her head. No, that's all. Qiao Sang turned back to the classroom. As soon as she sat down, Fang Sisi leaned over. What did Dai Shushu say to you? You look rather upset. Do I look upset? Qiao Sang asked. Yes. You have a stern expression. It scared me, Fang Sisi teased. If only she had a mirror, Qiao Sang thought. She would like to see for herself. Fang Sisi pressed on. What did Dai Shushu want from you? Nothing much. Qiao Sang resumed her reading. Fang Sisi hesitated to ask further. But upon seeing Qiao Sang's disinclination to elaborate, she sealed her lips. After the morning classes concluded, Qiao Sang gathered her belongings and made her way to the office of the third-year department. Teacher, I want to take leave. Qiao Sang fixated on the teacher's thick hair. The teacher suddenly stood up, and another female teacher in the office turned her gaze towards them. The homeroom teacher restrained himself. Do you know what you're saying? There are only a few days left until the entrance exam, and you still want to take leave? I haven't even discussed your previous absence with you. Qiao Sang replied earnestly. If you don't grant me leave, I'll have to skip class. I'll make up the reflection paper. The homeroom teacher's temples throbbed with tension. Do your family members know about this request for leave? Qiao Sang remained silent. The teacher took a deep breath and sat down, speaking gravely. If you don't want your mother to come to school again, just return to class. The last incident was an oversight on my part, but even if you've had an autonomous awakening, you cannot neglect your studies. The entrance exam is just around the corner. Qiao Sang smiled. Last Friday, you were also present when my mother came to school. The homeroom teacher paused. I asked your mother to come to school to explain your absence. Qiao Sang tilted her head. Why was my mother asked to leave? The teacher was taken aback. His expression complex, unsure how to respond as he thought Qiao Sang's mother had informed her. He was momentarily at a loss for words. He shared an office with the homeroom teacher of class 9, and that day, Dai Shushu and her mother happened to arrive at the school at the same time as Qiao Sang's mother. Dai Shushu had just been accepted into the Holy Water High School, and the director had come to congratulate her. The focus of the office's attention was on class 9 when Qiao Sang's mother explained that she had forgotten to take leave due to her excitement over her daughter's autonomous awakening and the subsequent bonding with a beast. Children may lie, but adults are expected to understand. Naturally, he believed her. This was originally a joyous occasion, but unexpectedly, the office's occupants turned their attention, leading to an exchange that revealed Qiao Sang's entire background. Dai Shushu's mother made a few sarcastic remarks, which prompted Qiao Sang's mother to engage in a heated argument. Dai Shushu cried nearby, as she, being the school's prized student, could not allow herself to feel wronged, prompting the director to instruct Qiao Sang's mother to leave. The homeroom teacher considered himself a competent educator. He was not adept at managing interpersonal relationships, diligently working for over 20 years to achieve the position of homeroom teacher. Yet, through that perseverance, his initial zeal had dissipated. He dared not speak out when a parent of a student in his class was treated differently. However, he felt he had done nothing wrong, merely observing the events unfold without needing to explain the process to a child. After a moment of silence, the homeroom teacher clarified. It wasn't a dismissal. It was a request for her to leave to cool off. Qiao Sang smiled. I understand, but that request left my mother ill. You know my family situation. I am the only one who can care for her. Upon hearing this, the teacher's demeanor softened. How long do you intend to be absent? Qiao Sang replied. Until my mother recovers. The teacher hesitated before stating, you must return soon. The entrance exam is just days away. Qiao Sang nodded and turned to leave. As she gazed at the retreating figure of Qiao Sang, the old teacher anxiously imparted one final piece of advice, urging her to diligently review her studies at home. The time until the high school entrance examination was fleeting, and he urged her to return promptly once her mother's health improved. Turning her head, Qiao Sang cast a glance at her teacher and replied with a smile, Teacher, your wig is askew. At the Shangxin Beast Battle Club, a staff member cheerfully informed her, our club charges by the hour for practice partners. A junior-level companion costs 1,000 alliance coins per hour, but if you book for the entire day, we can offer you a 2 discount. The club catered to a variety of client needs, having become a prevalent industry that spanned numerous neighborhoods. In some well-established beast battle clubs, one could even hire an S-rank Beastmaster for a hefty price. Though such elite establishments were few and far between, this was already the 5th club Qiao Sang had sought out, her motivation stemming from a singular concern: insufficient funds. She patted the meager contents of her pocket and, cradling her fiery hound, quietly exited. A sense of confusion washed over her. She found herself uncertain of her next destination. Initially, she had approached Shengshui Middle School with a nonchalant attitude, believing that if she could pass the special admission process, it would be splendid, and if not, she still had a safety net with 6th Beast Middle School, which was hardly a calamity. However, she now yearned to attend this particular school. With just 10 days until the special admission examination at Shengshui Middle School, she questioned whether she could even meet the minimum score required for the entrance exam. The 2nd to 5th place candidates would need to exceed the minimum score by 50 points to be accepted, a challenge Qiao Sang felt ill-equipped to face. Consequently, her only option was to secure the top position in the special admission test, thereby earning the privilege of the minimum score for the entrance exam. Having resolved this, she recognized the necessity of hastening her fiery hound's training. Though the fiery hound was a fire-type creature with formidable attack power, it was still a juvenile, lacking in combat experience. Their previous victory was largely attributed to a 2v1 advantage in the opponent's sluggish reactions. If she were to approach the special admission exam in such a manner, securing first place would be an elusive dream. With only 10 days remaining, staying at school would be a waste of precious time. She could self-study while simultaneously training her fiery hound. Possessing a unique advantage, she believed she could significantly enhance her hound's combat prowess in a short period through battle. Yet, as her thoughts crystallized, the reality outside left her momentarily disoriented. The plethora of beast battles and venues available were accompanied by stringent requirements. Many competitions mandated a certain level for beastmasters. Spectators sought excitement and spectacle, and a novice beastmaster with merely one junior creature would hardly provide entertainment. Unsurprisingly, if the audience was disinterested, the event would not be profitable for its organizers. Upon reviewing the schedule, Qiao Sang discovered that the next competition open to F-rank beastmasters in Hangang City was set for June 30th. The timing was impeccable. It fell after the middle school entrance examinations, ensuring a plethora of newly minted novice beastmasters eager to register, bolstered by their supportive parents, teachers, and friends, thus promising high viewership. However, this competition occurred post-examination, and registration had not yet begun. She was currently ineligible. Other various training venues had their own restrictions. Unlike underground beast fighting events, which catered to gambling enthusiasts without imposing level requirements, these battles attracted a rough crowd. Before the match, participants were required to sign agreements absolving responsibility for their creature's fates during combat. In legitimate competitions, referees intervened when a creature was incapacitated, with medical teams on standby to provide care. The underground fights, however, concluded only when one beastmaster conceded. These events drew individuals with ruthless dispositions or those merely seeking quick financial gain, along with thrill seekers. Clearly, such venues were unsuitable for a middle school student like Qiao Sang. Her fiery hound was still too young, and she was reluctant to expose it to such brutal competitions. Initially, she had planned to focus on training its speed and stamina after the entrance exam, ensuring that foundational skills were solid before honing its mastery of special techniques. While her unique advantage could enable her hound to gain experience points through battle, without adequate physical conditioning, it would be unable to unleash its full fighting potential. To achieve rapid improvement, she could not afford to take a gradual approach. Only through battle could she swiftly enhance her hound's combat abilities. Qiao Sang sought battles that were measured and controlled, not deadly encounters. Beyond formal beast competitions and underground fights, various training halls, clubs, and exchange meetings provided opportunities for creature battles. However, the training halls operated on a semester basis, focusing on teaching specific techniques, and it was not currently the registration period. Clubs merely sought profits, which Qiao Sang lacked. Exchange meetings were exclusive to those who had gained recognition by participating in official competitions and were invited with invitations. Most individuals engaged in casual practice battles with acquaintances, yet none of Qiao Sang's friends had awakened their potential, let alone participated in beast battles. In summation, she found it astonishing that there were no suitable venues for her fiery hound to engage in proper combat within Hangang City. Was she expected to randomly approach someone on the street and request a battle? The risks of encountering a D-rank or higher beastmaster were too great to contemplate. As she paced thoughtfully along the street, Qiao Sang reflected on her situation. 5 minutes later, she cradled her fiery hound and began her walk home. Upon arriving, she changed out of her school uniform into casual attire and scribbled a few words on a piece of paper, tearing it off before tucking it into her pocket along with a roll of tape. She then slung her backpack over her shoulder and set out once more. At the entrance of South River Park, adjacent to Hong Kong's 37th Beast High School, a vendor called out, "Classmate, would you like some barbecue?" Checking the time, Qiao Sang noted it was 4:27 p.m., about an hour until school let out. "I'll take 10 skewers of lamb," she replied, approaching the stall. "Would you like them spicy?" The vendor inquired, her smile broadening at the prospect of business. "No, thank you." Qiao Sang shook her head. "Are you a student here?" "I feel like I haven't seen you around," the vendor continued, her hands busy with the grilling. "No, I'm just waiting for someone," Qiao Sang replied. "I thought so. A girl as pretty as you would certainly be memorable," the vendor remarked, eliciting a polite smile from Qiao Sang. Accustomed to compliments since childhood, she had grown numb to the flattery over the years. 5 minutes later, Qiao Sang received her lamb skewers, offering one to her eagerly drooling fiery hound. "Yar!" The hound yelped joyfully, snatching the skewer with its paws and eagerly devouring it. "What is the name of this creature? I haven't seen one like it around here," the vendor asked, her gaze fixed on the fiery hound. A chasm existed between beastmasters and ordinary people, dividing their worlds. The circumstances faced after 9 years of compulsory education were starkly different. Yet, despite the elevated status of beastmasters in society, ordinary people were stratified as well. Some wielded power. Others did not. Some were wealthy, while many were not. Some ran small businesses, while others worked for them. Such distinctions were often determined by birth. For those not endowed with privilege from the outset, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to access information about extraordinary creatures after the 9 years of compulsory education. Even with widespread dissemination of information, ordinary people lacked the time and energy to delve into it, as merely making ends meet was a significant struggle. Before her stood a woman who evidently belonged to the lower echelons of society. Her creature, known as Fire-Toothed Dog, was introduced by Qiao Sang. The creature responded to its master's introduction with a timely bark. The woman smiled and remarked, "It looks quite obedient. My son is also in middle school. When he graduates, I shall buy him one of these." Qiao Sang hesitated, contemplating her words. Truth be told, she was not entirely mistaken, aside from being a tad mischievous. Her fire-toothed dog was indeed quite well behaved. The creature glanced up at Qiao Sang, who offered another skewer of lamb to it. Fire-toothed dog happily accepted the offering. Of the 10 skewers of lamb, the distribution was 7 for the dog and 3 for Qiao Sang. She settled onto a nearby lounge chair, positioned perfectly to observe the entrance of the 37th Beastmaster High School, ensuring that any students passing by from Nanha Park would catch sight of her. She placed her backpack down and affixed a piece of paper with tape onto it, which read, "Beast Battles, Seeking Defeat." There was a small line at the bottom stating, 50 alliance coins per match. This was an idea Qiao Sang had pondered for quite some time. If one were to consider where F-grade Beastmasters were most prevalent, it would undoubtedly be at high school beast training institutions. Cultivating a mid-level beast requires at least 12 years of dedication, and most first and second-year students were still in possession of elementary beasts. The mention of 50 alliance coins was purely for amusement. She did not expect anyone to engage in battle over such a trifling amount. Qiao Sang merely hoped to attract some attention for newly minted beastmasters. This would serve as entertainment, and surely someone would be inclined to challenge her. As for why she chose the 37th Beastmaster High School, it was simply the closest institution outside her neighborhood. She changed into her school uniform in hopes of avoiding acquaintances. After all, standing outside another school with a sign proclaiming her desire for defeat was rather embarrassing. Embracing her fire-toothed dog, she sat quietly in the lounge chair. Although school had yet to be dismissed, there were still a few individuals lingering in Nanha Park. As they passed by, they couldn't help but glance at Qiao Sang. The content of her backpack seemed rather incongruous with the image of the young girl. "Yeah," Fire-Toothed Dog barked, showing its teeth as it noticed the attention. Well, with the presence of this creature, the image certainly matched. Chapter 16, Intuition. At 5:30 p.m., the 37th Beastmaster High School dismissed its students. By 5:33 p.m., clusters of students, 2s and 3s, emerged from the school gates. "Are we battling here?" a slightly deep voice inquired. After nearly an hour of reading, Qiao Sang finally received her first inquiry. She looked up to see a robust young man standing before her, a thick black snake coiling around his waist and rising to reveal its triangular head. It was a long-tailed snake, the evolved form of the short-tailed snake. Qiao Sang observed for a moment and then retrieved a pen from her backpack, quietly adding a few words to her paper. "For elementary beasts only." The tall boy clicked his tongue and, without further ado, turned to leave. With one inquiry came another, and soon a cheerful boy approached. He scratched his head, looking somewhat sheepish. "If I win, can I exchange it for your contact information instead of money?" Qiao Sang readily agreed. After all, it was for the best. Her entire fortune amounted to 532 alliance coins, barely enough to lose a few rounds, and she needed to save some for her journey home. Standing beside the boy was a spiky-haired friend, wearing an expression of eager anticipation. "Let us battle over there," the spiky-haired one suggested, pointing towards a white poplar tree in Nana Park. They were currently at the park's entrance, where throngs of students were milling about, making it an unsuitable venue for a battle. Qiao Sang nodded in agreement as they made their way to the tree, which was somewhat secluded, with no one in sight for about 20 meters. "I'll act as the referee," the spiky-haired boy volunteered, and Qiao Sang had no objections. The boy made a summoning gesture, and beneath a white star formation, a round, brown little dove, approximately 80 centimeters tall, appeared on the ground. A typical little dove stands around 60 centimeters. This one was evidently well-trained. "Jiang Lu, is it all right if the girl attacks first?" the spiky-haired referee asked. Different competitions have varying rules. Some dictate who attacks first, while others are more lenient. "Sure," Jiang Lu replied, shrugging. The referee selected Qiao Sang to go first. And without hesitation, she commanded, "Fire-toothed dog, use spark." "Yeah." Fire-toothed dog leaped from Qiao Sang's arms, its gaze sharpening. It opened its mouth and released a fireball the size of an infant's fist. Reacting to the sudden attack, Jiang Lu issued no commands. The little dove maintained its composure, dodging to the side just before the spark could strike. While the little dove was known for its slow speed, this one demonstrated quick reflexes, evading the attack with minimal movement, suggesting it had undergone targeted training. As Qiao Sang analyzed the situation, she continued issuing commands. "Charge." Fire-toothed dog propelled itself forward. "Use howl," Jiang Lu commanded. The little dove flapped its small wings, taking to the air. Fire-toothed dog, lacking training, was slow in its attack, and by the time it charged, the dove was already airborne. Dove. Howl is a rather ordinary skill that cannot inflict direct damage in battle. It merely serves to momentarily distract the opponent. To Qiao Sang, the sound was merely grating, but it momentarily slowed Fire-toothed dog's pace. "Airstrike," Jiang Lu quickly ordered. Airstrike is a specialized skill for flying creatures, akin to a ground creature's charge. The difference lies in that charge relies solely on the creature's physical strength, while airstrike utilizes air currents to generate an impact far exceeding a typical attack. The little dove's wings folded back as the surrounding air rushed towards Fire-toothed dog with a howling sound. Seeing the attack approaching, Fire-toothed dog instinctively sought to evade. "Stay put," Qiao Sang commanded. Being struck by an airstrike would inflict considerable damage, but Fire-toothed dog, upon hearing Qiao Sang's order, managed to control its body and comply. "This is absurd." The spiky-haired referee stared at the scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. Both Qiao Sang's command and Fire-toothed dog's response seemed utterly astonishing. Regardless of the command, how could a fire-type creature be so obedient? If it were the second or third contracted beast, that would be one thing, but this was clearly a novice Beastmaster's first pet. Among 1,000 rookie Beastmasters, one would be hard-pressed to find a fire-type creature, and in their school of over 3,000 students, only one had dared to contract a fire-type beast as their first. Fire-type creatures are notoriously temperamental and difficult to train. How is it possible to have a fire-type obey and stand still to take hits? If they weren't in the midst of a battle, the spiky-haired boy would have rushed over to seek advice from this remarkable girl. "Now, jump." Qiao Sang calmly assessed the situation and commanded just as the little dove was about to collide with Fire-toothed dog. Without hesitation, Fire-toothed dog leaped at Qiao Sang's command. Jiang Lu stood frozen, astonished at the sight. How did Fire-toothed dog manage to jump onto the little dove's back? Firefang, attack its wings. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was unprepared, Qiao Sang issued her next command. Fire-toothed dog bared its teeth, flames engulfing them as it fiercely bit down on the little dove's right wing. "Dove!" The chubby pigeon emitted a heart-wrenching wail, and after that piercing cry, its body fell heavily to the ground. The Firefang dog leaped off the chubby pigeon, turning its gaze toward Qiao Sang with an unmistakable glimmer of excitement in its eyes. "Finally, a spark," Qiao Sang stated calmly. The Firefang dog quickly turned back. Under the assault of sparks the size of an infant's fist, the chubby pigeon whimpered and lost consciousness. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Approximately 5 seconds later, the classmate with the hedgehog hairstyle awkwardly inquired, "What is your name, fierce girl?" "I am Qiao Sang," she replied. "Qiao Sang is the victor." The hedgehog-headed student announced the final outcome. Jiang Lu silently retracted the chubby pigeon into the Beastmaster's codex. "How did you determine the timing for the Firefang dog to leap onto the chubby pigeon's back?" Jiang Lu approached, his expression complex. The girl before him appeared younger than he, yet her combat awareness was remarkably acute. In the midst of an aerial strike, calculating the jump timing was far from straightforward. If the chubby pigeon approached too swiftly, the Firefang dog would never make it in time. One would need to account for the speed at which the chubby pigeon charged. Additionally, if the Firefang dog hesitated for even half a second, it would certainly fail to mount the chubby pigeon. All of this hinged upon trust and command between the Beastmaster and their beast. It was instinct, Qiao Sang answered earnestly. Jiang Lu. Hedgehog Head. Chapter 17. Did you not know? The two remained silent for a considerable time. Qiao Sang stood quietly to the side, not uttering a word. Hedgehog Head exchanged glances with Jiang Lu. What is wrong with your eyes? Jiang Lu inquired curiously. Hedgehog Head, so foolish. He stifled the impulse to facepalm, managing to choke out a single word. Money. Realizing. Jiang Lu hastily fished out 50 alliance coins from his pocket and handed them over. Hedgehog Head, no wonder you're single. Can't you add me on contact and transfer the money later? Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Qiao Sang said with a smile as she accepted the coins. During the peak dismissal time, there was only a limited window, and she needed to capitalize on it to gather more people. Wait, how about you battle me as well? Hedgehog Head intercepted Qiao Sang. I want to ask for money. Just share your secrets on nurturing the Firefang dog. Qiao Sang shook her head. I have no secrets. Impossible. If there were no secrets, how come the Firefang dog is so obedient? Hedgehog Head said, disbelief etched on his face. The methods of nurturing beasts are not secrets. Universities offer specialized courses on beast cultivation. Graduates of such disciplines are referred to as nurturers, and like beastmasters, they must undergo grading, ranging from F rank up to SSS rank. Some individuals, upon forming contracts with beasts, specifically seek out nurturers to devise a series of nurturing strategies. Yet, many possess their own unique methods of beast mastery and are reluctant to share. Take, for instance, the Wei family in Jiang City, who, by offering favored foods to fairy-type extraordinary creatures, have managed to entice the elusive beings to willingly become their pets. Such delicacies are naturally coveted. If the recipe were patented or sold, it would yield immense profits. However, the Wei family restricts it solely for their kin. As a result, nearly every member of the Wei family has acquired a fairy-type pet, earning them the title of the fairy clan after over 300 years of development. Hedgehog Head believed Qiao Sang was simply unwilling to divulge information. He recalled the high school senior, one of the only 2 students to contract a fire-type beast, who had attempted to let his fire-armored mouse be petted by a junior, only for the creature to unleash a flame in response. The individual suffered no harm, but his hair was singed, leading him to sport a shaved head, which he still covers with a hat daily. Unlike this Firefang dog, which could remain obedient and still in such circumstances. But I am its beastmaster. It obeying me is quite normal, I assentee it? Qiao Sang questioned in confusion. Yar. The Firefang dog nodded in agreement with its master's statement. Hedgehog Head, observing the Firefang dog's demeanor, found himself uncertain. Could it be that this Firefang dog was inherently docile? May I pet it? Hedgehog Head asked. Qintong, don't be impulsive, Jiang Lu cautioned. The reason the senior became bald was common knowledge throughout the school, and he feared Qintong would become the second bald student. It's fine, go ahead. Qiao Sang replied nonchalantly. Back at the pet base, prior to forming a contract, the Firefang dog had also been willing to let her pet it. Qintong, feeling tempted, crouched down to observe the Firefang dog, extending his hand. Yar. The Firefang dog displayed its sharp teeth in a friendly manner. Qintong immediately withdrew his hand, fearing a bite from the creature at any moment. Let us just battle. I don't need any secrets. Just tell me how you typically nurture the Firefang dog, Qintong said as he stood up. All right, Qiao Sang agreed. Though the Firefang dog had only been with her for about 3 to 4 days, she certainly had some insights on nurturing. Seeing the two come to a decision, Jiang Lu stepped forward, declaring, I shall officiate this match. Qiao Sang nodded in agreement. Qintong summoned forth his extraordinary creature. Qiao Sang gazed at the creature before her in silence. A brown, worm-type pet, roughly the size of a 10-centimeter-long dog-tail grass, writhed on the ground. It was, surprisingly, a cotton bug. Typically, cotton bugs are green, with brown specimens being rare. This inexpensive and common beast is often disregarded by discerning beastmasters. However, it possesses diverse evolutionary forms, with 5 distinct attribute evolutions already documented, including its evolutionary form, the snow butterfly, which is a rare ice-type beast, significantly enhancing the cotton bug's value. Yet, this value hinges upon its evolutionary forms. Qiao Sang had read that aside from spinning silk and charging, cotton bugs cannot learn other skills. Was this not akin to handing her money? You go first, Qiao Sang suggested, fearing that the Firefang dog might conclude the battle with a single spark. Qintong, well aware of her thoughts, noted that whenever he brought out his cotton bug, his opponents would always allow him to strike first. This perception of contempt and disregard, which he frequently experienced during battles, had proven advantageous for him. Typically, a cotton bug evolves in 35 months, but his had been delayed for nearly a year, all to establish a solid foundation for its perfect evolution. With this robust groundwork, his cotton bug was no ordinary specimen. He had even earned a commendable 39th place in the recent first-year Beastmaster combat competition due to the exceptional resilience of his cotton bug's silk-spinning abilities. Cotton bug, show her your strength, Qintong shouted, raising one hand dramatically. J.E. The cotton bug called out, unleashing a brilliant white silk thread that sped toward the Firefang dog. So swift was its advance that the Firefang dog was ensnared before it could even take a step, struggling to break free. The Firefang dog found itself unable to escape. Qiao Sang furrowed her brow. It seemed that speed training for the Firefang dog needed to be prioritized. Deliver the final blow. Qintong continued to shout. The cotton bug's body radiated a faint white glow, its 10-centimeter form not writhing, but instead hurtling through the air. Its speed surpassed that of the Firefang dog's previous charge. Qiao Sang gauged the distance and, 3 seconds later, issued her command, Firefang. A dazzling flame instantaneously obliterated the white silk, accurately biting into the oncoming cotton bug. J.E. The cotton bug cried out in anguish. 2 seconds later, its eyes rolled back, and it lost consciousness. Cotton bug. Qintong rushed over to cradle the fallen creature. After confirming that the cotton bug had merely fainted, he returned it to the Beastmaster's codex. Why? Qintong raised his head, gazing at Qiao Sang with reddened eyes. What? Qiao Sang retorted. She was perplexed. Was it not entirely normal for the Firefang dog to have triumphed over the cotton bug? Why was he reacting so dramatically? Why was it so easily able to counter the cotton bug's silk spinning? Qintong fixed his gaze on Qiao Sang, his inquiry laced with reluctance. His cotton moth silk threads are incredibly resilient. Once ensnared, it is nearly impossible for the opponent to escape. Even those of considerable strength will find it a laborious endeavor. How could it be so frivolous as it is now? Oh, Qiao Sang pondered. Does Qintong know that fire is effective against insect types? Qintong remarked. Perhaps you have yet to battle a fire-type beast? Qiao Sang felt a surge of understanding. Qintong exclaimed. Chapter 18, Proficiency. Type advantages are common knowledge. And Qintong was certainly aware of them. However, it was true that he had never fought against a fire-type beast in their entire school. Only 2 brave souls dared to contract a fire-type beast as their first. Both of them were in their second year, leaving none from their current cohort. Is the type suppression that formidable? Qintong felt disheartened. He was so lost in thought that he did not notice when the other party departed after he had paid. Until Zhang Lu patted his shoulder. Why didn't you ask for her contact information before transferring the payment? That way, you could have shared her contact with me. Qintong retorted, get lost. After Qiao Sang engaged in her third duel, her mother's call came through. Why haven't you returned home yet? Qiao Sang glanced at the time. It was 6:17 p.m. The school dismissal time at Wenxing Middle School is precisely 5 p.m., and since her home is close to the school, she could make it back in just over 10 minutes by bus. Even if she dawdled, arriving by 5:30 p.m. would be feasible. I took Firefang dog for training, Qiao Sang replied. There was a brief silence on the other end before her mother said, come back early. Dinner has gone cold. I understand, Qiao Sang replied, hanging up and tearing off the paper stuck to her backpack. She was dissatisfied with today's results. During the peak dismissal time, there was only a limited window, and by the time she finished her 3 battles, most of the crowd had dispersed. The efficiency was too slow. Qiao Sang felt that waiting around at other schools was not a viable method either. She contemplated and then focused her consciousness into the beast manual. Name, Firefang dog. Attribute, fire. Level, beginner, 115-1000. Skills, bite, novice 74-100. Charge, proficient 138-500. Firefang, novice 51-100. Spark, novice 51-100. Points 55. All skill values had increased to some extent, but why was this point total not a multiple of 3? Could it be that points gained from defeating different beasts vary? Today, she had battled 3. The chubby dove, the cotton moth, and the white sand fox, all beginner-level beasts. The only distinction was that the cotton moth was defeated in a single strike, while the others had engaged in several rounds of combat. Was the cotton moth the one that lowered her points? As Qiao Sang gazed at the data before her, a thought struck her. Firefang dog, use Firefang. Qiao Sang suddenly instructed. Though Firefang dog did not grasp her intent, it obediently unleashed Firefang. Without a target, the skill was quickly retracted. Qiao Sang checked the beast manual once more. Name, Firefang Dog. Attribute, Fire. Level, Beginner, 115-1000. Skills, Bite, Novice 73-100. Charge, Proficient 135-500. Firefang, Novice 61-100. Spark, Novice 31-100. Points 55. The value following Firefang had increased. Does this imply that self-training can indeed enhance skill proficiency without needing a target? She had initially misunderstood. Skill proficiency is cultivated through practice and does not necessarily require a target to improve. However, if releasing a skill could consistently raise proficiency, then wouldn't every beast's skills reach an extraordinary level? Qiao Sang was uncertain about other skill proficiency circumstances, but hers appeared to increase with each release. To validate her hypothesis, Qiao Sang had Firefang Dog unleash Firefang once more. Sure enough, the value for Firefang rose from 6 to 7. Qiao Sang fell silent for a moment, her consciousness exiting the beast manual as she commanded Firefang Dog to release the skill 100 times to see. Firefang Dog nodded eagerly, ready to comply. Yet reality proved to be harsh. After the 4th release of Firefang, it became lethargic. The skill's value halted at 10. Skill usage requires energy and stamina, and it was evident that currently, Firefang Dog could only utilize Firefang a few times. Having already fought 3 consecutive battles, its energy and stamina had considerably diminished. After assessing, Qiao Sang concluded that under optimal conditions, executing Firefang 10 times in succession should be feasible. If she released it 10 times in the morning and another 10 in the evening, wouldn't Firefang's proficiency reach mastery in just 5 days? Could a beast's skill progress from novice to mastery in such a short time? Qiao Sang reflected on her limited knowledge of beast training. No, even for low-tier skills. Daily practice typically requires nearly a month to advance from novice to mastery, with the next stage, proficiency, multiplying the power several times, needing at least 6 months. Firefang, being a mid-tier skill, would require 5 to 7 months to ascend from novice to mastery. Yet Firefang Dog could achieve this in 5 days. This was undoubtedly the power of a golden finger. With such a boon, how could she fear not securing first place in the special recruitment at Shengshui High School? By that time, if all her skills reached mastery, what could they possibly use to compete against her? When that time comes, the bark of Firefang Dog jolted Qiao Sang from her reverie. Regaining her composure, she noticed several onlookers casting curious glances her way, prompting her to instinctively adjust her expression. The muscles at her mouth twitched slightly, yielding a twinge of soreness. Only then did Qiao Sang realize that she had been smiling foolishly. Ahem, let us head home, she declared, picking up Firefang Dog. Arf! Firefang Dog pointed its small paw towards a nearby barbecue stall. Qiao Sang glanced over and realized she was indeed hungry. After all, how could she resist the enticing aroma of cumin wafting through the air? No, dinner is already prepared at home. She turned her head away, resisting temptation. Our Firefang Dog lifted its moist eyes to gaze at Qiao Sang. This little creature was surprisingly affectionate. All right, just 2 skewers, Qiao Sang conceded. Firefang Dog nodded gleefully. Upon reaching the barbecue stall, the auntie running it recognized Qiao Sang. Hey, you haven't gone home yet. Indeed, Qiao Sang replied, inhaling the savory aroma of the barbecue. Auntie, I'll have 20 lamb skewers. Ultimately, Qiao Sang consumed 5 skewers while Firefang Dog devoured 15. On the way back, Qiao Sang earnestly instructed, make sure to act as if you're still hungry during dinner and finish your meal, all right? Arf, Firefang Dog agreed, then promptly let out a contented burp. Qiao Sang. She reassured herself that the bus ride back from the nearby station of the 37th Beast High School would take over half an hour, by which time it should be digested. Although beasts can consume human food, to grow properly and receive adequate nutrition, they must eat specially prepared energy-rich foods. The food for their family's beasts was all prepared by her mother, requiring considerable time. If Firefang Dog ended up too full from lamb skewers to eat her mother's cooking, Qiao Sang shook her head, unwilling to dwell on it. If she took the subway, she could reach home in just over 10 minutes, but for the sake of Firefang Dog, Qiao Sang opted for the bus. On the 66 bus, perhaps due to exhaustion or being well fed, Firefang Dog unusually lay quietly at the window, observing the scenery outside. Chapter 19, Ghost Types. The bus continued its smooth journey, while the sun gradually descended, casting a golden hue over the towering buildings, which slowly faded. Jiyang Station, passengers disembarking. Please take your belongings and exit from the rear door, echoed the voice of the electronic announcement system. The bus at this stop suddenly became crowded. with not only all the seats occupied but also 5 or 6 individuals standing. After the bus resumed its journey for another 3 minutes, the fire-toothed dog unexpectedly turned its head and barked at a passenger beside it. Seated next to Qiao Sang was a female student donned in the uniform of the 37th Beastmaster High School, who boarded the bus at the same station as Qiao Sang. The girl glanced at the fire-toothed dog, but said nothing, merely shifting slightly away. Qiao Sang turned the fire-toothed dog towards her and inquired, "What's wrong?" The fire-toothed dog looked at the girl. "Yar?" It tilted its head, appearing equally perplexed. "You know this might frighten others, right?" Qiao Sang gently patted the fire-toothed dog's head. "Yar." The fire-toothed dog responded succinctly and redirected its gaze to the scenery outside the window. The girl, witnessing this, offered a friendly smile to Qiao Sang and reassured, "I'm fine." Qiao Sang noticed the increased distance of over 10 centimeters between them and was about to say something when the fire-toothed dog turned back, baring its sharp teeth at the girl with a fierce demeanor. The girl was startled and instinctively considered rising from her seat. "Can you please put that fire-toothed dog away? It's scaring others, and you'll be responsible if something happens." A male voice interjected discontentedly. The speaker stood beside the girl, a man with a square face clad in a gray vest. "Indeed, this fire-toothed dog is clearly not well trained," added a nearby aunt. "Everyone on this bus is feeling uneasy. Please take it away." Another voice chimed in. Hearing the collective concerns, the girl turned her gaze to Qiao Sang, hoping she would stow the fire-toothed dog. Qiao Sang frowned, but chose to ignore them. Although her bond with the fire-toothed dog was still fresh, she understood its nature well. It was a good creature. Moreover, this was not the first time the fire-toothed dog had ridden the bus without incident. "What's the matter?" Qiao Sang asked, facing the fire-toothed dog. "Yar." The fire-toothed dog, feeling proud, turned its head away, believing that its beast master might scold it for the words of the surrounding passengers. "Fire-toothed dog." Qiao Sang gently turned its head back, holding it firmly so it had no choice but to meet her gaze. The fire-toothed dog's eyes were both defiant and aggrieved. Staring into its eyes, Qiao Sang earnestly said, "I believe in you, and you must trust me as well. If something is troubling you, you can always tell me. You know I understand your meaning." Upon hearing her words, the fire-toothed dog became instantly animated. "Yar, yar, 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 yar," the fire-toothed dog exclaimed, gesturing with its tiny paws. Qiao Sang confirmed. "Are you saying something suddenly appeared on her that then disappeared?" "Yar." The fire-toothed dog nodded vigorously. "Did that sudden appearance frighten you?" Qiao Sang stroked its head. "Yar." The fire-toothed dog buried its head against Qiao Sang, whimpering in distress. The girl sitting beside them observed their interaction, taken aback. So, the fire-toothed dog had such a personality? It was rather endearing. Perhaps she should consider contracting a fire-type pet for her second contract position. "It's all right now. It's all right," Qiao Sang reassured before turning to the girl and saying, "You heard all that?" The girl snapped back to reality, uncertainly asking, "Are you saying something suddenly appeared on me?" Qiao Sang nodded. But before the girl could finish her thought, a voice interrupted her. Listen to her rambling. She's just making excuses for not wanting to stow her fire-toothed dog. "I warn you, you better put that fire-toothed dog away, or if someone gets hurt, I will hold you accountable." The square-faced man beside the girl spoke harshly. "Yes, please put it away. It will be too late if someone gets injured," echoed the nearby aunt. "Stow it away. Everyone is uneasy," another person added. "I don't believe this girl seems the type to lie. It can't be some wild ghost-type extraordinary being on this bus, can it?" A different voice emerged. The bus was suddenly enveloped in silence. When it comes to extraordinary beings, nothing is more bizarre than ghost types. Any supernatural incident involving ghost-type beings becomes plausible. Mysterious disappearances or sudden chills and blackouts are trivial matters. Ghost-type extraordinary beings are unpredictable and eccentric. For instance, there are possessing ghosts. They enjoy inhabiting various individuals, leaving the possessed aware yet unable to control their own bodies, forced to watch helplessly as they engage in bizarre antics. Jumping, dancing, or diving is one thing, but encountering a possessing ghost that favors public nudity would indeed be a stroke of bad luck. The police, who harbor both affection and resentment toward possessing ghosts, are particularly affected. These entities not only possess the living but also have a penchant for animating the dead. 2 years ago, in Guang City, corpses appeared mysteriously at the police station's entrance at irregular intervals. After investigation, they uncovered bodies that had been deceased for a day, a year, or even a decade, including one particularly notorious case involving a missing school beauty, Lu Baiqian, who had vanished 3 years prior. Surveillance footage revealed the possessing ghost controlling the corpse to the police station entrance. Initially unaware, it was only upon the ghost's emergence alongside the corpse, revealing its short stature, that they realized what they were dealing with. While the police appreciated how possessing ghosts could inexplicably aid in locating missing persons, they also resented the fact that the ghosts would drag in recently deceased bodies, effectively contaminating active crime scenes. Then there are the guiding lights, which appear beside lost individuals, pointing them in the right direction but require a certain amount of their life energy as a trade-off. It sounds like a ghost-type extraordinary being that understands exchanges. But not quite. A woman from Nankou City left a bar late at night, called a taxi, and stood waiting on the roadside, perhaps swaying from walking or dazed from drinking. The guiding light misjudged her as lost. Before the taxi could arrive, it forcefully escorted her home and siphoned her energy, leaving her to wake up the next day thinking she had been drained by someone. The myriad of ghost-type extraordinary beings is almost too numerous to recount. It's fortunate to encounter one that merely enjoys pranks. However, if one were to cross paths with a malicious wild ghost-type extraordinary being, one might not live to tell the tale. Fear gripped everyone aboard bus number 66. Chapter 20. The bus door swung open. The vehicle tilted slightly. The driver feigned calmness while driving, though the sweat trickling down his forehead betrayed him. How long until the next stop? A voice broke the silence. About 5 more minutes. Someone replied. The bus fell quiet once more. Can you let the fire-toothed dog sniff your scent? Perhaps it can detect where that thing is. Qiao Sang suddenly suggested amidst the stillness. Before the girl could respond, the square-faced man beside her scoffed. Even if there is a wild ghost-type extraordinary being on the bus, do you really want to search for it while the bus is moving? What if you provoke it and something happens? Can you take responsibility? Yes. Let us wait until we reach the next stop to discuss this. This matter requires contacting the inspection department for resolution. We shouldn't complicate things, another voice concurred. Right. What's the number for the inspection department? I'll call. I think it's 669. That's the control department. The passengers on the bus engaged in a back-and-forth discussion. It's not a ghost type, Qiao Sang stated. How do you know it's not? Someone questioned. You're the one who claimed there was a disturbance and now you assert it's not. Are you toying with us? The square-faced man shouted. Qiao Sang turned to look at him, smiling. Sir, I feel like you've been targeting me from the very beginning. The square-faced man widened his eyes and yelled. I'm only 24. Sir, your voice is a bit loud, Qiao Sang remarked, digging in her ears. The man with the square face glared menacingly at Qiao Sang. His expression twisted with malice. If it weren't for the fire-biting dog standing protectively in front of her, he likely would have struck her in the next moment. Why isn't it a ghost type? A female student inquired at that moment. That lady's pet is a magnetic rat. If there were ghost-type extraordinary creatures nearby, its tail would be arcing like lightning. But now it is hanging straight down, Qiao Sang explained, gesturing toward the pet perched on the shoulder of the woman beside her. The female student paused, recollecting that this detail indeed held merit. The magnetic rat is sensitive to magnetic fields and can detect unusual magnetic disturbances. The distinctive magnetic field of ghost-type extraordinary creatures would unconsciously stimulate the rat's temporal lobe, causing its tail to twitch in an electric manner. However, associating such obscure content from textbooks with reality had not crossed her mind. Yes, my magnetic rat does behave that way. The woman beside her nodded in realization. The female student, encouraged by this confirmation, said, Go ahead and sniff. Qiao Sang nodded at the fire-biting dog, which obediently approached the female student to sniff her. Qiao Sang noticed the square-faced man's facial muscles instantly tense up. The fire-biting dog sniffed the air several times before barking at the man. What are you barking at? You mutt. The square-faced man snarled. Bark. The fire-biting dog bristled, its limbs tensed, revealing sharp fangs, clearly provoked by the man before it. The man flinched, yet stubbornly held his ground. He glanced at the girl holding the fire-biting dog, hoping she would control her pet, only to find her expressionless gaze fixed upon him. Cold and intimidating, even more so than the fire-biting dog. Qiao Sang felt remarkably composed at that moment, slowly stroking the dog's back in an attempt to calm its agitation. She knew she couldn't strike first. The Alliance had clear regulations prohibiting beast tamers from using their pets to attack ordinary citizens. Even if an attack were warranted, it couldn't be so overt, especially with so many witnesses present. This man was clearly suspicious. Previously, when she mentioned that the fire-biting dog sensed something, it was he who reacted most vigorously. The dog had also detected a similar scent on him as it had on the female student. However, it was impossible for him to have conjured something that appeared and vanished on others. In a public bus, petty actions are typically motivated by greed or desire. That entity must have rendered the fire-biting dog oblivious, and the female student had not sensed anything either. If it had physically touched them, there would certainly have been a reaction. Not motivated by desire, then it must be greed. Have you lost anything? Qiao Sang turned to the female student and asked. The girl hesitated for a moment, then began to check her bag and pockets. After 2 seconds, she exclaimed, "Oh no, my phone is missing." Indeed, Qiao Sang thought to herself. The other passengers on the bus began to check their belongings as well. My phone is gone too. My wallet is missing. The necklace I bought for my girlfriend is also gone. Where are my height-increasing insoles? My pet's shasha fruit, no? Upon this inspection, a third of the passengers on the bus discovered their belongings had vanished. Qiao Sang keenly noted that those reporting missing items were concentrated in the middle of the bus. She looked at the square-faced man, further solidifying her suspicions. Upon noticing her gaze, the man's expression darkened to an extreme, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "My phone is missing too." Qiao Sang, "Oh dear, I said we should be together." Just then, a loud ringtone erupted from the square-faced man. The crowd's eyes turned toward him. The man awkwardly chuckled. "Oh, it was still with me. I just couldn't find it." Qiao Sang asked, "You are a beast tamer, aren't you?" The square-faced man's expression soured as he struggled to find a response. "He is. He wears the insignia of a beast tamer." The female student excitedly exclaimed. Registered beast tamers in the Alliance are issued corresponding badges. An F-level beast tamer, for instance, bears a white background with the emblem of the Beast Tamer Alliance and an F designation. Some prefer to wear them, while others, typically lower-ranked tamers, do not. The square-faced man bore a striking gray E-level beast tamer badge on his chest, indicating he possessed at least 2 intermediate pets. "Would you mind showing us your pets?" Qiao Sang inquired kindly. The square-faced man wanted to refuse, but the attention of the bus's occupants was firmly fixed on him. "Show us your pets." "Yes. What are you afraid of? Weren't you just boasting? Do you possess some unspeakable creature?" The man's face grew increasingly grim, his already contorted features tightening further, and the sweat on his back clung his gray tank top to his skin. Just as he was at a loss, the announcement echoed, passengers wishing to disembark. "Please take your belongings and exit from the rear door." The electronic display chimed. The doors opened. Chapter 21, 8-Tentacle Coral. I've reached my stop. I can't be bothered to argue with you all, the square-faced man declared as he turned to leave. The young man standing beside him carried a plastic bag. The square-faced man shoved past him in haste toward the rear door. Qiao Sang observed that his hand brushed against the young man's shoulder, without touching any other part of him, yet the plastic bag emitted a rustling sound. "Fire-biting dog, use a spark on his waist," Qiao Sang commanded directly. The fire-biting dog was poised for action, its irritation at the human evident. Had it not been for its tamer's restraint, it would have unleashed its full repertoire of skills upon him. Now, with a command, it gathered its energy and released it in a powerful burst. What usually appeared as a spark the size of an infant's fist now expanded to the size of an adult's hand. Bang! A piercing scream echoed throughout the bus. The passengers were startled, and those just boarding the bus retreated back to the platform in fright. "Driver, close the doors," Qiao Sang called out to the bus driver. The driver, taken aback by the scene in the rearview mirror, paused for a moment. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long white hydra with 8 tentacles materialized inside the bus. And as it appeared, a multitude of items fell from its tentacles. "Driver, close the doors," Qiao Sang urged again as she saw the driver still frozen. Oh. The driver finally responded, hurriedly pressing the button to close the doors. Once the doors were secured, Qiao Sang's attention returned to the startling sight before her. What on earth is this? Although she had diligently studied during this period, she still struggled to identify the extraordinary creature before her. Turning to the female student, she asked, "What is this?" "It's my phone," Qiao Sang. "And mine. My shasha fruit. The necklace I bought for my girlfriend is here. My height-increasing insoles." Passengers excitedly claimed their belongings one by one. The square-faced man glared darkly at the unfolding scene. Everything had happened too abruptly. The injury to his 8-tentacle coral had prevented him from exiting the bus promptly, and now the doors were shut, with the stolen goods spilling out. "It's all this woman's fault," he thought bitterly, casting a resentful glance at the girl with the fire-biting dog. Had it not been for that dog and the girl, he would not have bungled this attempt. Now, it was too late. The entire bus was watching him. If he attempted to flee, he would have to damage the bus, undoubtedly endangering the passengers inside. He was well aware of the distinction between theft and assault against citizens. The former might result in a mere fine and a couple of months' imprisonment, while the latter could lead to sentences ranging from several years to decades. Now, he could only remain quietly in place, waiting for the police to arrive and apprehend him. Observing the disheartened expression of the man with the square face, Qiao Sang stowed away her extraordinary creature, the name of which she had yet to learn, adopting a posture of resignation. "Quick, hold him down. Don't let him escape," Qiao Sang shouted. With a swift punch, the square-faced man instinctively retreated 2 steps. Sensing his retreat, the crowd surged forward, overpowering him and pinning him to the ground. "Who dares to hit people?" someone exclaimed. This incited immediate outrage. How could he still act so brazenly after being caught stealing? In an instant, fists and feet were unleashed upon him. "Why didn't he do it?" the square-faced man roared. Unfortunately, his protests fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the cacophony of blows. Qiao Sang contributed 18 kicks before tiring and sitting down on the sidelines. After an indeterminate amount of time, the crowd dispersed. The man lay on the ground like a dead pig, battered and bruised, with claw marks on his face that bore no explanation. His square face had transformed into something resembling a bun, rendering his true appearance unrecognizable. The fire-toothed dog squeezed through the throng, its eyes glistening with moisture as it blinked at Qiao Sang. The two shared a knowing glance, and smiles broke across their faces. Someone had called the police, and the squad car arrived swiftly. The three officers struggled to confirm the identity of the man, whose features were now unrecognizable, but fortunately, he still bore the Beastmaster's insignia on his chest. The police scanned the badge, verifying his identity. "Who discovered him stealing?" one officer inquired. "It was her," a female student exclaimed, raising Qiao Sang's hand. The surrounding passengers nodded in agreement. The questioning officer approached Qiao Sang gently, saying, "We need you to come with us to the police station to make a statement." Qiao Sang hesitated. "My mom is waiting for me to come home for dinner." The officer smiled. "It will be quick. This is a commendable act of bravery. Just call your mother. She won't be upset." Qiao Sang shook her head in refusal. "The people on the bus are all witnesses. Let them speak. I really need to go home first." The officer continued, "This man, Chun Jianwei, is a habitual offender. We have been searching for him for quite some time. Since you have identified him, you may claim the reward of 50,000 alliance coins." Qiao Sang was taken aback and replied earnestly, "This is a commendable act of bravery. My mother won't blame me. I must go make a statement. Let us hurry." The officer, just as Qiao Sang was about to board the police car, the female student caught her arm, saying, "My name is Bai Yumiao. May I add you as a friend?" Qiao Sang nodded and took out her phone to add her. By the time Qiao Sang returned home, it was already 8:48 p.m. Fortunately, she had called ahead to inform the police to explain her whereabouts to her mother, so she was greeted at home by her mother's gentle inquiries. "You must be tired coming home so late. Come eat. I just reheated dinner." Qiao Sang was famished. The 5 skewers of lamb she had consumed hours earlier were hardly filling. She sat at the dining table and began to eat voraciously. "The fire-toothed dog must be hungry too. Here, I specially prepared a nutritious dinner for you," her mother said, presenting a plate of specially made energy food to the fire-toothed dog with a smile. Qiao Sang felt her meal lose its appeal as she watched with concern. The fire-toothed dog, oblivious to her gaze, called out excitedly and began to devour the energy meal. Qiao Sang sighed in relief. Thankfully, her fears did not materialize. After she finished eating, she noticed the fire-toothed dog had already polished off the energy meal and was wagging its tail, waiting for her. Qiao Sang was somewhat astonished. Had the fire-toothed dog's appetite increased? She did not dwell on it further, instead cradling the fire-toothed dog as she entered her room and opened her computer to research the extraordinary creature from the bus, which remained nameless. As she did not know its name, she could only search based on its physical characteristics. Does anyone know what the extraordinary creature with 8 white tentacles that can also become invisible is? There were millions of extraordinary creatures in the world, many sharing similar traits. After a thorough search lasting several minutes, Qiao Sang finally found the answer she sought. 8-tubed coral. Chapter 22, Training Plan. 8-tubed coral. A water-type pet beast is the evolved form of the hidden coral worm. Its invisibility is not a skill, but rather an inherent characteristic. Upon contact with an object, it can adjust the nanocrystals on its skin's surface to alter its color, achieving the effect of invisibility. Qiao Sang gazed at the introduction of 8-tubed coral, feeling a bit speechless. Could this not be likened to a chameleon? Yet, the Beastmaster world truly lived up to its name. The chameleons of her previous life could not boast such exaggerated abilities. On the bus, the 8-tubed coral had remained attached to the square-faced man's upper body, while the other 8 tentacles had hovered in midair. Despite the close proximity of so many people on the bus, none had noticed it. With this thought, Qiao Sang searched for more information regarding 8-tubed coral. After browsing for 5 minutes, confusion flickered in her eyes. There was none. The information available did not explain why the aura of 8-tubed coral had vanished so suddenly. Initially, on the bus, she had briefly thought it was the square-faced man who had recalled his pet beast into the Beastmaster's tome. However, recalling a pet beast into the tome would produce a faint glow around the creature. If that were the case, everyone on the bus would have seen it, clearly. The 8-tubed coral had not been recalled. This was why she had paid special attention when the square-faced man attempted to exit the bus. If the aura had not truly disappeared, why had the fire-toothed dog suddenly been unable to detect it? The square-faced man was positioned just 2 seats away from her, making it implausible for the fire-toothed dog not to have sensed it at such close quarters. Yet the fire-toothed dog had stated that the aura had appeared and disappeared abruptly. If the 8-tubed coral had remained on the square-faced man, its aura had been present the entire time. How could it be said to have appeared suddenly? Was it possible that the fire-toothed dog's sense of smell was not as keen? Was it only upon closer inspection that it had noticed? Achoo! The fire-toothed dog suddenly sneezed. Qiao Sang pondered for a long time without reaching a conclusion, so she decided to post her query directly on the forum. This was when the value of the forum became apparent. It wasn't long before someone provided her with an answer. Isn't it just breath concealment? How could that be? Breath concealment doesn't just appear and disappear. At least a minute must pass in between. Could it be that its breath concealment ability is rather weak? I think you make an excellent point. When my extreme bull was first training, its breath only vanished for 2 seconds. Online teaching for breath concealment. No need for 99.98. Just 998. Just 998. Don't fall for it. The poster above is a scammer. Qiao Sang suddenly understood. Indeed, these unreasonable phenomena could only be attributed to a skill. Breath concealment was a skill that, aside from specific circumstances, was virtually unused in daily life, which explained why she had not thought of it. If the fire-toothed dog possessed a skill like Sandstorm, capable of obscuring vision in conjunction with breath concealment, it would undoubtedly be a formidable combination. Unfortunately, it did not. As it stood, there was no need for the fire-toothed dog to learn this skill. Qiao Sang shut her computer and turned her gaze towards the fire-toothed dog. She had not forgotten the task she intended to accomplish that evening. Fire-toothed dog. Use Firefang as many times as you can. The fire-toothed dog, though uncertain of its master's intentions, obediently nodded. 3 minutes later, the fire-toothed dog lay on the ground, panting heavily. Qiao Sang calculated that it had executed the move a total of 13 times, more than she had anticipated. However, this could also be attributed to the fact that it had just consumed an energy meal. Just as Qiao Sang was about to enter the Beastmaster's tome to check, the fire-toothed dog weakly called out to her, "Yar." Qiao Sang immediately understood, rising to her feet and heading to the kitchen to extract 2 red fruits from the refrigerator, which she then juiced and poured into a bowl. After consuming the previous 6 red fruits, her mother had purchased an additional 6. However, this time Qiao Sang was careful, allowing Huoyagu to indulge in just 1 every 2 days. A single red fruit cost 700 alliance coins, and indulging daily was simply unsustainable. Today, feeling generous, Qiao Sang couldn't resist taking out 2. With a substantial sum of 50,000 alliance coins at her disposal, a little extravagance was not out of the question. Huoyagu cradled the bowl with its front paws, eagerly slurping the juice, and after finishing, it let out a satisfied bark. Watching Huoyagu's joyful demeanor, Qiao Sang couldn't help but stroke its head. Although Huoyagu appeared cheerful, its body was already weary, and it soon laid down on the ground, drifting into slumber. Qiao Sang gently lifted it onto the bed and covered it with a blanket before returning to her desk. She knew that training without a plan was inefficient, so she resolved to draft a training schedule. First, she would rise at 6 in the morning for a run to enhance stamina and speed. Huoyagu's speed was lacking, and this was an area that required significant focus. Otherwise, it would be vulnerable to precise hits from others while failing to land blows in return. Beyond speed training, the remainder of the time would be dedicated to skill development. Currently, Huoyagu had mastered 4 skills: Bite, Charge, Firefang, and Spark, but apart from Charge, the others were still at an introductory level. Qiao Sang decided not to pursue further practice on the Bite skill, as Firefang was a more powerful intermediate skill. Charge was at an expert level, but Huoyagu needed over 300 points to reach the next stage. If she wanted to achieve this before the special training at Sacred Water Middle School, Huoyagu would need to perform Charge around 40 times daily. Training speed, along with releasing Firefang and Spark, followed by 40 charges daily, was clearly unfeasible for Huoyagu, who was less than a month old. After some contemplation, Qiao Sang revised the 40 to 10. For the next 9 days, she would focus on speed training and elevate Firefang and Spark to expert levels. Enduring hardship is the path to becoming the strongest of beasts. With a satisfied smile, Qiao Sang looked at her training plan. All initial plans are filled with noble aspirations. The following morning, "Why haven't you left for school yet?" her mother inquired with a stern expression. Qiao Sang glanced at the time, 7:54 a.m., realizing she had overslept. The morning running plan had been thwarted in its infancy. "Mom, why are you still here?" Qiao Sang retorted. She hadn't yet figured out how to explain her absence from school to her mother. If she were an academic prodigy, it would be simple to say she wanted to self-study and train Huoyago at home in these final days. However, in her mother's eyes, she was merely an underachiever. Who could expect an underachiever to continue studying effectively outside of school? Qiao Sang had no intention of hiding this from her mother forever. She simply wished to wait until the special training at Sacred Water Middle School was completed. Typically, her mother left for work before her, but today was an exception. A miscalculation. Today we have a guest who will be here all day. We're leaving in the afternoon. It's still early. And you? How can you still be sleeping so late with only a few days left? Class starts at 8:10, and look at the time. Her mother expressed her discontent. I'll leave right away, Qiao Sang promised, grabbing a piece of bread to chew on, putting on her shoes, picking up Huoyago, and swiftly opening and closing the door was all done in one smooth motion. Outside, Qiao Sang let out a sigh. It seemed today would have to be spent outside. Chapter 23. Let us see which one you like. Approximately 6 kilometers from Qingqingjiyuan lies Chagui Park, beneath the lush sycamore trees. A slender figure sat cross-legged in the shade, engrossed in a book. Huoyago had completely lost track of how many laps it had run around the park. Every time it returned, exhausted, to its Beastmaster, it would see the trusting gaze of Qiao Sang encouraging it to keep going, making it feel capable and eager to continue. When it finally regained its awareness, it realized it had already been running again. Qiao Sang closed her book and shook her head at the sight of Huoyago moving at a snail's pace in the distance. Huoyago was struggling. It had barely completed 10 laps before becoming fatigued. The morning run was insufficient to train Huoyago's speed. It mainly served to enhance its stamina and allowed Qiao Sang to gauge Huoyago's physical limits. When Huoyago finally managed to reach Qiao Sang again, the morning run came to an end. Qiao Sang presented Huoyago with a bottle of Qiyuan milk, which was a drink meant for pets and was considered a reputable brand known for slightly replenishing their stamina. She had purchased it from a breakfast shop specializing in pet food. Such pet-related items were often overpriced. Yet Qiyuan milk had remained at a steady price of 98 alliance coins for decades. Huoyago extended its weary paw to grasp the milk and eagerly drank, draining the bottle in just a few sips. Huoyago cast a longing glance at Qiao Sang. Taken aback, Qiao Sang realized she had only bought one bottle. Unable to resist Huoyago's pleading gaze, she handed over the bowl of tofu pudding she had casually purchased for herself for 3 alliance coins. Huoyago stared at the remaining spoonful of pudding in silence for a moment. Its eyes glistened with reproach. All right, I'll buy you more later, Qiao Sang reassured. One must never let their pets suffer. If she couldn't even satisfy Huoyago's appetite, how could she expect it to train effectively? Now, she was a person with 50,000 alliance coins. What was a little Qiyuan milk? Buy it. 15 minutes later, Qiao Sang was lost in thought, carrying a large bag of Qiyuan milk. Surely, this 50,000 alliance coins should last her for a while. After Huoyago drank 3 bottles, there were still 7 bottles left in the bag. After consuming 4 bottles, Huoyago finally perked up, though its limbs remained weak, causing it to wobble while attempting to walk. Noticing this, Qiao Sang refrained from commencing skill training immediately. Let us go buy something nice, she said to Huoyago with a smile. Huoyago's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by the prospect of a delightful surprise. Vile Square, the largest shopping center in the Tongxinu district, was a premium commercial complex combining leisure, shopping, dining, and entertainment. Upon arrival, Qiao Sang was approached by a striking young man with blue wolf-tail hair. Beautiful lady, would you be interested in learning how to enhance your pet's charm? Come visit our dreamy beast styling studio. We have a professional team of pet stylists, and our chief stylist has even designed looks for the renowned Luo Gang's purple demon vine. Thank you, but I'm not interested, Qiao Sang politely declined. Please, don't be so hasty in your refusal. Take a look at my Qinghua butterfly, the young man insisted, stepping aside to reveal a magnificent Qinghua butterfly with blue-purple hues and green-veined wings. The butterfly elegantly twirled in the air, scattering scales that shimmered like jewels in the sunlight. It's quite beautiful. Qiao Sang was momentarily captivated by the enchanting creature before her. The young man, pleased to see her entranced by his pet's allure, seized the opportunity to continue. What do you think? The blue and purple are stunning, right? Our stylist tailored this look based on the butterfly's preferences. Your Huoyago has a lovely color but lacks personality. Why not let us design a unique style for it at our studio? Huoyago barked in discontent at the young man, clearly offended by the suggestion that it lacked character. As the pet industry evolved, numerous professions emerged to cater to pets, and pet stylists were among them. In this world, countless companion beasts exist, each variety distinct yet sharing similarities within their species, primarily differing in height and build. With the advancement of information, the phenomenon of rare-colored companion beasts has emerged before the public eye. Without the dissemination of information, one might traverse a lifetime without ever encountering such extraordinary creatures. Rarity begets value. Although a rare-colored companion beast may not rival the worth of a dragon-type beast, its selling price is competitive with that of fairy-type beasts. Should one chance upon an exceptionally rare breed, the price could soar to over 100-fold. Thus, the profession of companion beast stylist came into being. The absence of rare-colored companions is no obstacle, they can be dyed. While this notion sounds appealing, virtually no professional beast tamers engaged in competitions would choose to alter their companion's color. The rationale is straightforward: dye fades. A companion beast sustaining injuries during a match, losing a tuft of fur or a patch of skin, renders the entire aesthetic endeavor futile. Nevertheless, some renowned beast tamers cannot resist the allure of rare colors. Recently, contestant Lin Ruochu showcased a gold-and-silver frost centipede in a nationally broadcasted University Super League match, only to face a water-type opponent, the Impact Bubble Tortoise. In the first round, given that ice-type beasts hold a significant advantage over water types, the outcome was disheartening, under a barrage of high-pressure water jets. The golden hue of the silver frost centipede faded substantially, leaving it in a pitiful state that adversely affected Lin Ruochu's mindset and performance, culminating in a loss for the entire match. Qiao Sang, indeed entranced by the Qinghua butterfly, would not resort to dyeing her fire-toothed dog merely for aesthetic appeal. The vibrant crimson of the fire-toothed dog is a sight to behold. Such a lack of discernment is truly unfortunate. No, Qiao Sang reiterated firmly. The youth with the wolf-tail hairstyle, recognizing her resolute stance, wasted no further time and approached a passing young woman instead. Miss, would you be interested in learning how to enhance your companion beast's charm? Join us at Dreamy Beasts. Qiao Sang led her fire-toothed dog to a pet accessory retail store on the 3rd floor, following the directional signs to her desired products. Come, fire-toothed dog. Let us see which you prefer, she smiled at her companion. The fire-toothed dog curiously examined the displayed items, which included strung beads and a variety of bracelets in different styles and colors. Yap! The fire-toothed dog pointed with its paw at a string of blue beads. Qiao Sang lifted the beads, only to find her hand involuntarily sinking by 50 centimeters. Perhaps a bracelet would be better. This could strain your cervical spine, she remarked, glancing at the fire-toothed dog's neck. The fire-toothed dog responded with confusion. Chapter 24, A Meeting of Hearts. Weighted training was Qiao Sang's idea to enhance her fire-toothed dog's speed. Speed improvement relies on both explosive power and frequency. If the dog could maintain its typical speed while encumbered, removing the weights later would undoubtedly elevate its speed to a significant degree. However, appropriate weighting is essential for effective training. Excessive weight could burden the dog's physique. Qiao Sang recalled reading in a fitness magazine in her past life that the optimal initial weight range should be around 80 of one's body weight. Weighing in at 19 kilograms, the fire-toothed dog's chosen weighted beads were approximately 25 kilograms. As Qiao Sang set the beads down and prepared to examine weight rings, a store clerk approached. May I assist you with your purchase? I would be happy to recommend something, the clerk offered. Qiao Sang did not decline, stating, I wish to buy weighted equipment for my fire-toothed dog. The clerk smiled. In that case, you will want a gravity necklace. The latest OM8 model from Yongchuan Group can be adjusted according to your companion's pressure tolerance, suitable for both novice and advanced beasts. Your fire-toothed dog could utilize it for at least 5 years. How high-tech? Qiao Sang became intrigued and inquired about the price. The clerk, sensing a potential sale, replied, 350,000 Alliance coins, but if you sign up for our store membership, you can enjoy a 5 discount. That's enough to buy 3 fire-toothed dogs. Qiao Sang thought silently, casting a glance at her fire-toothed dog, who looked back at her in bewilderment. Never mind, I will opt for a gravity ring, she decided. The clerk maintained her enthusiastic demeanor and picked up a black gravity ring from the shelf, saying, if your fire-toothed dog is just beginning to use gravity rings, I recommend this 10 kilograms version. The black complements your dog beautifully. Isn't that too heavy? Qiao Sang asked. Not at all. Your fire-toothed dog can comfortably handle half its body weight in activity. Many combat-type beasts can manage weights several times their own, the clerk assured. Understanding dawned on Qiao Sang. In this era of beast taming, she should not apply the scientific principles of her past life. With the clerk's persuasion, Qiao Sang ultimately purchased 3 gravity rings, 10 kilograms, 15 kilograms, and 20 kilograms, spending a total of 500 Alliance coins. She then took her fire-toothed dog to a leisure chair in the center of the mall, retrieving the 10 kilograms gravity ring to place it on its right foreleg. This gravity ring, measuring between 3 centimeters and 15 centimeters, featured an adjustable buckle, allowing for size modifications while distributing the force evenly across its body, alleviating concerns of concentrated weight on the foreleg. How does that feel? Qiao Sang inquired. The fire-toothed dog stared blankly at the virtual screen above the mall's center, failing to respond. Following the fire-toothed dog's gaze, Qiao Sang noted that the screen, which had previously displayed advertisements, was now broadcasting the most grandiose event of the Alliance, the Global Interstellar Alliance Beastmaster Cup, or simply, the Interstellar Cup. This prestigious competition is only accessible to the elite beast tamers selected from 4 planets, occurring once every 3 years. With over 7 billion residents on Blue Star alone, and an aggregate population of more than 38 billion across the other 3 planets, identifying the finest beast tamers from this vast pool is no trivial endeavor. First, one must secure 2 national championship titles within a year to earn governmental support for participation in the World Asia Beastmaster Alliance tournament. The top 6 national competitors from this tournament must then qualify for the Global World Alliance Beastmaster competition. Ultimately, only those who rank in the top 6 of the Global World Alliance can compete in the final Interstellar Cup. The screen displayed the preliminaries of the Interstellar Cup, featuring an elegant man clad in a white trench coat standing beside a giant gray-black toad, approximately 60 meters in height. The toad's demeanor was solemn as it fixed its gaze ahead, adorned with tailored black sunglasses that exuded an aura of both coolness and mystery. The audience, accommodating 300,000 spectators, erupted into deafening cheers, chanting the names of Linya and the giant toad in waves that resonated throughout the venue. As Qiao Sang watched the scene unfold on the screen, her blood surged with excitement, igniting her passion as a beast tamer. Is not the greatest aspiration of a beast tamer to participate in the Interstellar Cup at least once in their lifetime? Turning to her fire-toothed dog, still enraptured by the screen, she felt a profound connection. Qiao Sang turned the fire-toothed dog's face towards her, solemnly declaring, "Fire-toothed dog, trust me. One day, we too shall stand on that stage." The fire-toothed dog, utterly bewildered, listened intently to its master's words. That stage? Which stage? As Qiao Sang adjusted the fire-toothed dog's focus, it instinctively raised its paw to indicate the screen, only to realize it had a new accessory on its paw. Yap! The fire-toothed dog, oblivious to the significance of the moment, excitedly pointed at the screen, barking joyfully. Qiao Sang asked, "Are you saying you want to buy sunglasses?" The fire-toothed dog eagerly nodded. "You were just watching sunglasses, not the competition?" Yap! The fire-toothed dog tilted its head in confusion. "What competition?" Qiao Sang sighed. "To hell with telepathy. Tigui Park." A fiery spark erupted. The Firefang dog, adorned with black triangular sunglasses, exuberantly engaged in skill training. Qiao Sang observed from the sidelines. The sunglasses appeared to function as an unusual switch. Ever since donning them, the Firefang dog had been in an extraordinarily elevated mood. It had released sparks continuously for 21 times, yet its spirit remained remarkably vibrant. Qiao Sang couldn't help but ponder how it felt akin to being on a high. 20 minutes later, the effect wore off. The Firefang dog collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise again. Fortunately, there was still ample Qiyuan milk purchased in the morning. As the Firefang dog drank it, Qiao Sang's awareness drifted into the Beast Codex. Name, Firefang dog. Attribute, Fire. Level, Beginner, 121-1000. Skills, Bite, Entry 74100. Charge, Expert 138500. Firefang, Entry 41100. Spark, Entry 32100. Points 55. This time, the Firefang dog had unleashed 18 Firefangs along with 26 sparks. Gazing at the Firefang dog, Qiao Sang's eyes sparkled as she inquired, "What style of sunglasses do you prefer?" "Yeah." The Firefang dog emitted a weak yet excited cry. Ultimately, at the Firefang dog's behest, Qiao Sang ordered 6 different pairs of sunglasses online, one for each day of the week, ensuring a unique look every day. At 15:32 in the afternoon, the Firefang dog recovered. This time, Qiao Sang refrained from allowing it to overexert itself. After 4 Firefangs and 8 sparks, she called for a halt. The data in the Beast Codex had also changed. Name, Firefang dog. Attribute, Fire. Level, Beginner, 121-1000. Skills, Bite, Entry 74100. Charge, Expert 138500. Firefang, Entry 45100. Spark, Entry 40100. Points 55. Firefang dog. We shall now embark on weight training. Qiao Sang declared. Chapter 25, A Good Meal. Let us first jog 2 laps to warm up, she continued. The Firefang dog adapted fairly quickly to the weight ring. Walking posed no significant challenge. However, the training effect was not particularly evident with such weight-laden walking. Yeah. The Firefang dog nodded in agreement with Qiao Sang's plan. This time, Qiao Sang chose to run alongside the Firefang dog. Encouraged by her, the Firefang dog laboriously completed 2 laps, its face filled with despair as it looked at Qiao Sang. Is this what you call warming up? Qiao Sang gasped for breath. After 2 laps, she too felt somewhat depleted. It seemed she needed to get in shape. Once her breathing steadied, she checked the recorded time on her phone. During the morning run, the Firefang dog had averaged about 18 minutes per lap. Now, with the weight ring, the first lap took 29 minutes and 3 seconds, while the second lap took 38 minutes and 42 seconds. Qiao Sang noted these times in her phone's memo, preparing to compare them later. The warm-up concluded, she instructed the Firefang dog to perform 10 charges against the tree. They arrived beneath the sycamore tree where she had read earlier that morning. Yeah. The Firefang dog plopped down, weakly calling out. Don't you wish to grow stronger? Qiao Sang asked. Having spent several days with the Firefang dog, she understood its strong personality and commendable willpower, despite having battled only 4 times. It had always charged fearlessly to the forefront, unafraid of injury. Grow stronger? The Firefang dog slowly rose, its gaze becoming resolute. Wasn't that the very purpose of their contract, to become stronger and seek out more opponents? Qiao Sang was pleased with the change in its expression, recalling the first time she had encountered the Firefang dog. At that moment, it had been relentlessly slamming into the trunk, its eyes exuding the same tenacity as now. Reflecting on it now felt as if a long time had passed. Perhaps in this training, you might finally master the skill you've longed to practice. Qiao Sang suggested with a smile. Yeah? The Firefang dog looked at its Beastmaster, confusion written all over its face. The skill you wanted to practice when we first met at the pet base, Qiao Sang clarified. Yeah? The Firefang dog appeared even more perplexed. When had it ever expressed a desire to learn a skill? Why were you slamming into the tree if you didn't want to learn a skill? Were you perhaps practicing charge? Qiao Sang too was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. A charge required a running start from at least 5 meters away, and she recalled the Firefang dog had been striking the tree from less than a meter away. The Firefang dog reminisced about its first encounter with its Beastmaster. What had it been doing then? It had been trying to knock down the fruits from the tree. Yeah. The Firefang dog gestured animatedly to explain. Qiao Sang fell silent for a moment before concluding the conversation. Let us begin training. With thoughts of becoming stronger, the Firefang dog committed itself to the training with fervor. Charge required the buildup of force through all 4 limbs, culminating in an explosive impact to form the skill. However, with the weight ring, the Firefang dog's speed was noticeably diminished, and the resultant power was insufficient to truly qualify as a charge. After exerting itself with 6 consecutive strikes, it finally executed its first genuine charge of the day on the 7th attempt. Yeah. It looked at its Beastmaster with excitement, only to find her lost in thought. Qiao Sang was still processing the recent revelation. She found her Firefang dog rather endearing. It had been so determinately slamming into the tree merely to knock down the fruits. Was the food at the pet base not filling? With such a small frame, how could it possibly knock anything down? It would have been better to practice charge against the tree. After all that effort, no fruits had fallen. And now it had a headache. Why couldn't it climb trees? Yeah. The Firefang dog's calls jolted Qiao Sang back to reality. I'm fine, she assured. Yeah. The Firefang dog nodded, momentarily forgetting its earlier intent to call out to its Beastmaster, and resumed training. At 17:53, the training concluded. The Firefang dog lay exhausted on the ground, and Qiao Sang gently lifted it, exclaiming, "You are the finest Firefang dog I have ever encountered." Though she had seen few Firefang dogs, it did not hinder her from showering praise upon it. Despite having no strength left, it had gritted its teeth and persevered to complete the 10th charge. After an afternoon of relentless impacts, it had certainly accumulated 100 strikes. Yeah. The Firefang dog nestled in Qiao Sang's embrace, feeling an unusual shyness. I'll treat you to a good meal, Qiao Sang said with a smile. At Nianguaguan, the Firefang dog gazed in astonishment at the array of food before them. Fruit platters, fruit salads, fruit noodles, fruit ice cream, fruit cakes, fruit jellies, fruit pies, and juices. All manner of dishes made entirely from fruits filled the table. Gurgle. The Firefang dog's stomach rumbled as it stared in awe. Go ahead and eat, Qiao Sang gently urged. Without hesitation, the Firefang dog seized a piece of fruit cake with its paws and devoured it ravenously. Qiao Sang found the scene exceptionally heartwarming. However, this beautiful moment came at a cost. 1/5 of her assets, accompanied by a scolding from her mother. 3 days later, bang! A fireball, roughly the size of an adult's fist, erupted with intense heat, shattering a distant rock and creating a sizable crater. Name, Firefang Dog. Attribute, Fire. Level, Beginner, 127-1000. Skills, Bite, Entry 74100. Charge, Expert 168500. Firefang, Expert 116500. Spark, Expert 135500. Points 55. In merely 4 days, the Firefang of the Firehound achieved a level of proficiency that would undoubtedly stir a tempest of astonishment among those who learned of it. While the spark is noteworthy, as there are indeed exceptionally gifted creatures capable of mastering low-tier skills in a short span, the Firefang is another matter entirely. It is a bona fide mid-tier skill. Typically, one would require an average of 6 months to elevate a mid-tier skill from novice to mastery. Yet the Firehound accomplished this remarkable feat in a mere 4 days. At this moment, the Firehound, adorned with the newly acquired dark green triangular sunglasses, was diligently engaged in skill release training. The striking combination of red and green enhanced the creature's appeal, drawing the attention of numerous children frolicking in the park, though they hesitated to approach due to the flames encircling the Firehound. Over the past few days of rigorous training, the Firehound had become adept enough to perform without the guidance of Qiao Sang. Beneath a parasol of a phoenix tree, Qiao Sang observed with a book in hand. Ever since the Firehound's spark and Firefang reached mastery, she harbored no concerns regarding the upcoming special examination for creature battles at Sacred Water Middle School. All her peers were novices in creature contracts. None possessed a companion capable of mastering mid-tier skills like the Firehound. The creature's speed had also been steadily improving. Just yesterday, it completed a lap while wearing a weighted ring in 22 minutes and 7 seconds, nearly 7 minutes faster than on the first day. While the creature battles in 5 days seemed manageable, Qiao Sang still felt uncertain about the high-stakes examination in 12 days. Chapter 26. Requesting leave at 3:23 p.m. The Firehound approached Qiao Sang after finishing its weight training. It had adapted well to the training regimen, exhibiting a notable increase in stamina, allowing it to stand upright even at the conclusion of the session. Qiao Sang produced a bottle of Qiyuan milk from her bag and offered it to the creature. The current training load necessitated that the Firehound consume 8 to 9 bottles of Qiyuan milk daily. Watching it gulp down 3 bottles in quick succession, Qiao Sang felt a pang of economic anxiety. Her funds were dwindling rapidly. Within a week, she had dwindled to around 30,000 alliance coins. And she suspected that by the end of the day, her assets would start with it too. She needed to devise a way to earn more money. Though she had considered asking her mother for help, witnessing her mother's daily grind, leaving early, returning late, and preparing meals as well as energy rations for the creatures, made it difficult for her to broach the subject. Nevertheless, her focus remained on the impending examination, and financial matters could wait. Once the Firehound finished its Qiyuan milk, Qiao Sang took it along on bus number 28. At New Sea Bookstore, the bustling crowd was predominantly composed of students, as it was a day off. Qiao Sang perused the junior high section on the 2nd floor, aiming to purchase a set of mock examination papers for preparation. Just as she was descending after making her selections, a voice called out to her. "Hey, beautiful knight, heroine," the one with the Firehound. Turning around, Qiao Sang noticed that she was the only one in the bookstore accompanied by a Firehound. A girl with a bun hairstyle and airy bangs was striding towards her. "Why have you been ignoring me?" the girl complained. Qiao Sang found her somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite place where she had seen her before. The Firehound barked, evidently recognizing her. "Oh, it's you. I didn't notice at first," Qiao Sang replied calmly. "I recognized you immediately, especially with that Firehound by your side. It's quite conspicuous," the girl laughed. Qiao Sang blinked, encouraging her to continue. "I haven't had the chance to thank you for the bus incident. I sent you a message, but you never replied," the girl continued. Qiao Sang recalled the day she received 50,000 alliance coins and remembered the girl seated next to her on the bus, Bai Yumiao. "I haven't been checking my messages much lately," Qiao Sang explained. She had been engrossed in training the Firehound and studying, so her phone had been neglected. "The heroine is impressive. You can resist the urge to check your phone. I, however, cannot," Bai Yumiao admired. Noticing the materials in Qiao Sang's hand, she inquired curiously, "Why are you buying mock examination papers? Isn't the exam coming up soon?" "Isn't it obvious?" Qiao Sang replied. Bai Yumiao's realization dawned. Her voice, previously restrained, now resounded through the quiet bookstore, drawing the attention of nearby readers. She hastily covered her mouth and, with disbelief, whispered, "You're still in junior high? Don't I look like it?" Qiao Sang replied, feeling a bit vexed. Did she appear older than she was? No, I simply didn't expect it. Bai Yuniao quickly shook her head. Admittedly, Qiao Sang did seem younger, but it had not crossed her mind to associate her with a junior high student. Who would have thought that someone capable of thwarting a thief and contracting a firehound was still in school? The fact that an ungraduated junior high student could contract a creature indicated she was an exceptionally gifted individual. Such talent was unheard of in their school. It made sense that she would dare to contract a fire-type creature and train the firehound to be so obedient. Why are you still taking the exam? A genius like you should be directly admitted, Bai Yuniao asked. Do you have misconceptions about geniuses? Qiao Sang replied helplessly. No genius would be anxious about passing the minimum score for an exam. Bai Yuniao assumed she was being modest and asked, which school are you aiming for? Sacred Water Middle School, Qiao Sang answered. Bai Yuniao regarded her with an expression that suggested she expected as much. Qiao Sang couldn't be bothered to explain the extent of her academic struggles and, valuing her time, bid farewell, saying, I need to head home to work on practice papers. As she turned to leave, Bai Yuniao grasped her arm, feigning indignation. Genius, you haven't told me your name yet. Qiao Sang remained silent. On the bus ride home, the firehound gazed out at the scenery as usual, while Qiao Sang pulled out her phone to save Bai Yuniao's contact information. Upon opening the messaging app, she was startled to see a red 99 in the corner. She opened it to find a flurry of messages from classmates who rarely contacted her, all inquiring about her well-being. Given the extended absence before the exam, they assumed something serious must have occurred. Touched, Qiao Sang replied to each one, assuring them she was fine. After expressing her gratitude, she noticed a message from her mother dated 2 hours prior. What time is the special admission for Hangang number 6 Beastmaster Middle School? I called the teacher to request leave for you. Panic surged through Qiao Sang as she quickly dialed her mother. Mom, did you call the teacher? Qiao Sang asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. I did. Mom, actually, Yet she abandoned her initial thought. Actually what? Her mother pressed. I want to apply to Sacred Water Middle School. Qiao Sang swiftly changed her stance. After a brief silence, her mother inquired. Are the special admission times for the two schools conflicting? No, Hangang number 6 is on June 9th, and Sacred Water is on June 10th, just a day apart. Qiao Sang replied. Then it's settled. You can go to both, her mother concluded. Yi Xiangting had initially overlooked the special admission date for Sacred Water Middle School because she had been preoccupied. That day, she could no longer tolerate her daughter's school and the woman's demeanor, which led her to impulsively suggest applying to Sacred Water Middle School. However, after a couple of days of reflection, she recognized that her daughter would likely not pass the entrance exam, and thus refrained from bringing it up again. However, it is evident that my daughter still holds a lingering desire for the special admission at Shengshui High School, a matter she brought up herself. Yi Xiangting can only feel relieved that the special admission date for Hangang's 6th Beastmaster School precedes that of Shengshui High School. Otherwise, should the latter South examination take place first, it could negatively affect her daughter's mindset for the following day's examination at Hangang's 6th Beastmaster School. Mom, there's no need to call. I've already requested leave from my homeroom teacher for the special admission day, Qiao Sang advised. Oh, understood, Yi Xiangting replied. Having already made the call, she had no intention of making another. If not for her daughter, she would prefer to avoid interactions with these teachers altogether. Chapter 27. Interstellar Betting Network. After hanging up, Qiao Sang promptly sought out her old teacher's number and dialed it. She certainly did not wish for her teacher to return her mother's missed call later. The call went unanswered. Qiao Sang continued dialing, and after 5 consecutive tries, the line transitioned from unanswered to the number you have dialed is out of service. With no other option, Qiao Sang sent a text message and resigned herself to the situation. The fiery hound maintained its posture, gazing out the window. Following its line of sight, Qiao Sang spotted a massive advertisement blimp, approximately 30 by 19 meters, slowly traversing the sky hundreds of meters above. Such blimps are commonly seen by pedestrians, typically displaying news and sports highlights of the moment. Currently, the television screen on the blimp prominently featured an interview about the Interstellar Cup. What are your thoughts on your upcoming opponent? One reporter inquired. Bodlai is an exceptional beastmaster, known for his diverse tactical combinations. Particularly notable was his impressive performance against the 22nd ranked opponent, where his Earthhound and Hydra Dragon executed a breathtaking maneuver. Turn the misfortune again. I trust you all witnessed it. Responded Linya, the man Qiao Sang had seen in the mall, adorned with a colossal toad. This marks your 3rd Interstellar Cup, having reached the top 10 in the previous 2. Are you confident in achieving a better result this time? The reporter continued. All contestants are top-tier beastmasters. I cannot claim to have confidence, Linya replied with a smile, surprising the reporters. However, I will strive to do my best, he added. Another reporter asked. On the Interstellar Betting Network, your odds stand at 189 compared to Bodlai's 123. What is your perspective on the fact that your odds are higher than Bodlai's? Everyone should bet wisely, Linya responded amicably. Qiao Sang stared at the interview on the blimp-S screen for a moment before lowering her head to search for the Interstellar Betting Network on her phone. The Interstellar Betting Network is the official betting site of the Alliance, while various other websites also allow bets on Interstellar Cup matches. However, in terms of safety and credibility, the Interstellar Betting Network stands unrivaled. Without hesitation, Qiao Sang placed a bet of 5,000 Alliance coins on Bodlai. Although Linya represented Blue Star and was the sole Dragon Kingdom participant in the Interstellar Cup, Bodlai's odds were lower than Linya's. Such odds are derived from meticulous calculations by betting companies, and barring any unforeseen developments, they reflect the probabilities of victory or defeat. Qiao Sang chose to trust the data provided by the betting company. In addition to the match between Linya and Bodlai, she also wagered an additional 5,000 Alliance coins on another nearby match, again based on the winning probabilities. After placing her bets, Qiao Sang felt invigorated. Sensing that she might have earned a bit of profit, time swiftly passed to June 9th. At 8:50 a.m., Hangang's 6th Beastmaster School, the fiery hound was alert, prancing around with a lively gait, unaffected by the 10 kilograms weight ring on its right foreleg. In contrast, Qiao Sang walked with a slight unsteadiness towards the designated location. The dark circles under her eyes starkly contrasting with her fair complexion, clearly indicating a night of poor sleep. Unable to suppress a yawn, she recalled that due to the time difference, she had stayed up until 3 in the morning to watch the match between Linya and Bodlai. Sacrificing a bit of sleep for the sake of her finances seemed trivial. However, she ended up staying awake until morning. The early hours had been spent watching the match, while after 3, she found herself unable to sleep out of frustration. Linya had lost. Her 5,000 Alliance coins were gone. What a farce. The data and odds provided by the betting company were utterly unreliable. Indeed, gambling can lead to ruin. Now Qiao Sang could only hope that the other match would help her recoup her losses. Otherwise, she would have to forego a few bottles of the Qi Yuan milk she purchased daily. Firehound, I'm so sorry. The fiery hound was filled with curiosity about its new surroundings, looking around without any inkling that its beloved Qi Yuan milk might be at risk. At the admissions office of the 6th Beastmaster School, the door was ajar, and one could hear numerous conversations within. Qiao Sang knocked on the door. Come in. A deep voice called from inside. She pushed the door open. Instantly, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned towards Qiao Sang and the fiery hound at her side. Inside the office sat 4 men and 2 women, all appearing to be over 30. Qiao Sang felt a bit bewildered. Wasn't he today the special admission day? Why were there no peers her age in sight? Moreover, why were they all staring at her? It felt rather odd. Hello, I'm here for the special admission, Qiao Sang stated to the nearest middle-aged man. You must be Qiao Sang. I am the vice principal of this school, Chen Xingtang said warmly, displaying a broad smile that revealed all 8 of his teeth, making an effort to appear amiable. Little did he know the effort he exerted to suppress his excitement. This student was the first to apply as an independently awakened special admission candidate since the establishment of Hangang's 6th Beastmaster School. Independently awakened Beastmasters possess inherent advantages in beast mastery, enabling them to expand their cerebral domains more swiftly. Such talents number only about 40 in the entire Zhejiang province each year, and once discovered, they are typically either recommended or specially admitted to the top Beastmaster high schools, leaving no opportunity for schools like theirs. Yet this year, such a talent had chosen to apply to their institution. This thrilled him, and he had eagerly awaited the arrival of Qiao Sang. As he assessed Qiao Sang, his satisfaction grew. Not only was she attractive, but she also dared to contract with a fire-type beast for her first companion, truly audacious. Moreover, she had chosen to apply to their school. What discernment! So you are the vice principal, Qiao Sang noted, sensing the peculiar atmosphere surrounding her. She quickly presented her information card along with her certificate of independent awakening. Although she had already registered online, the formalities still needed to be completed in person, including a verification of her information and a reassessment of her cerebral development to avoid any oversights. Qiao Sang maintained a calm demeanor regarding the special admission process at Hangang's 6th Beastmaster School. She was confident of passing. However, her heart belonged to Xingshui High School, and her visit here was merely to secure a backup option. Have you eaten breakfast? Chen Xingtang inquired with a smile, not rushing to verify the information. If you haven't, our school cafeteria offers a splendid breakfast, and we can take you to enjoy it, a kind female teacher wearing glasses suggested. Chen Xingtang cast a pleased glance at her. The female teacher seated by the window appeared slightly envious. Such perceptiveness. No wonder she became the head of the department at such a young age. I have eaten, Qiao Sang replied. The teachers at this school seemed quite amiable. Chun Xingtang casually examined the certificate of independent awakening, primarily to assess the level of cerebral development. Upon looking, he felt a slight tension. Cerebral development, 59, with significant fluctuations, cannot be determined, requires stabilization for reconfirmation. Chapter 28, Baseball Training Facility. The potential of the human brain is boundless, housing nearly 100 million neurons that embody both mystery and fragility. Prior to the awakening of the Beastmaster Codex, the brain domain is invariably referred to as being in a dormant state. Upon awakening the Codex, it transitions into an awakened state. Intelligence quotient alone does not signify the degree of brain domain development. The percentage of brain domain development is only calculated from the moment of awakening the Codex. A typical Beastmaster, upon awakening through magnetic wave stimulation, typically possesses a brain domain development level of around 2, while one who achieves autonomous awakening has a development level around 5. Naturally, more development is preferable, provided it remains stable. Throughout history, numerous researchers have conducted experiments related to brain domain development, and the unanimous conclusion drawn is that stability is paramount. Instability may lead to catastrophic collapse of the brain domain. Although Qiao Sang had previously recorded and uploaded her autonomous awakening proof to the admissions backend at that time, everyone was so enraptured by the excitement of having an autonomously awakened special recruit applying to their school that they overlooked the finer details. Nevertheless, Chun Xingtang glanced at the fire-toothed dog and reasoned that if this child was capable of successfully contracting a beast, her brain domain issues should not be significant. After a moment's contemplation, he uneasily inquired, "Did the person who conducted your brain domain assessment mention anything?" Qiao Sang nodded. "She said my brain domain fluctuations are considerable and advised me to rest more and consume more dried fruits. That should be fine then. If the fluctuations were too severe, you would need to be monitored in the hospital." Chun Xingtang exhaled with relief, as he certainly did not wish for the only applicant from their school who had autonomously awakened to encounter any problems. At that moment, the male teacher sitting across from Chun Xingtang casually remarked, "You seem to have dark circles under your eyes. Did you not rest well?" Qiao Sang, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I stayed up all night." Chun Xingtang admonished earnestly, "Even though the midterms are approaching, you must take proper rest. You cannot sacrifice your sleep for studying." Feeling a twinge of guilt for having lost 5,000 alliance coins due to her all-nighter, Qiao Sang silently nodded. Observing her obedient demeanor, Chun Xingtang's thoughts once again turned to her brain domain. If all was well, once stabilized, this child's brain domain fluctuation threshold could reach as high as 9. She would be just a step away from a second awakening of the Beastmaster Codex. Though it was unlikely, as typically such fluctuations stabilize at either the lowest or slightly above values. Chun Xingtang ceased his musings, returning the information card and proof of autonomous awakening to Qiao Sang, and then turned to introduce the only bald male teacher present. "This is Teacher Zhao, who is responsible for your brain domain assessment." "Hello, Teacher Zhao," Qiao Sang greeted. Teacher Zhao nodded at Qiao Sang in acknowledgement. Despite his appearance, Teacher Zhao was indeed a legitimate expert in brain domains, Chun Xingtang remarked with a smile. Indeed, it seems that experts in any field are often lacking in hair. In the assessment room, having gained experience from the first assessment, Qiao Sang was far more relaxed during the second. She no longer let her mind wander at the sight of Teacher Zhao's subtle expressions. With Qiao Sang's cooperation, the assessment concluded swiftly. Upon exiting, the fire-toothed dog's eyes lit up, and it joyfully leapt at Qiao Sang, nearly causing her to stumble. Since the fire-toothed dog donned its weighted ring, Qiao Sang had seldom held it, and the dog was aware of its increased weight, only staying in her arms for about 10 seconds before jumping down. "You two share a wonderful bond," Chun Xingtang remarked, unable to contain himself. This was the first time he had witnessed such a well-behaved fire-type beast so devoted to its owner. "Indeed," Qiao Sang replied with a smile. All the teachers who had been in the office earlier had gathered, waiting neatly outside the assessment room for Qiao Sang's return. The grand display for a mere assessment made Qiao Sang increasingly anxious. Teacher Zhao presented the assessment results to Chun Xingtang, stating seriously, "There are no issues. It simply has not stabilized yet." Chun Xingtang examined the results, which aligned with those of the proof of autonomous awakening. Special recruits who achieve autonomous awakening are granted reductions in scores for their midterms based on their brain domain development levels, with each school having different criteria for such students. In their institution, a special recruit with a brain domain development of 5 is granted a 100-point reduction on the minimum score for the Hong Kong midterms, while a level of 6 allows for a reduction of 200 points. However, since Qiao Sang's brain domain was still fluctuating and lacked a stable percentage, this posed a bit of a dilemma. Nonetheless, it was not a significant problem. Chen Shengtang had already made a decision. He smiled at Qiao Sang, saying, "Since your brain domain has not yet stabilized, we will assign you a middle value for your score reduction." Logically, a fluctuation stabilizing at 5 or 6 would be expected. Yet Chen Shengtang decisively assigned her a brain domain level of 7. The surrounding teachers were not surprised by this pronouncement. This was the first autonomously awakened Beastmaster to apply to their school, and whether there was a 100-point reduction or a 100-point increase was inconsequential. What mattered was the school's stance. The doors to Hong Kong's 6th Beastmaster High School were wide open for her. Qiao Sang naturally understood the implications. Ordinary Beastmaster high schools rarely articulated score reductions for special recruits with autonomous awakenings above 5, as it is exceedingly rare for a province to produce a student with a brain domain of 7 or higher in a span of 5 years. Even if such a student existed, they would undoubtedly not apply to a regular Beastmaster high school. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not moved. This indicated that she could potentially score 300 points below the minimum threshold, practically confirming her admission. "Thank you." Qiao Sang expressed her gratitude. After bidding farewell to Hong Kong's 6th Beastmaster High School, the time was only 10:32. Unlike the previous days, Qiao Sang did not take her fire-toothed dog to Chawai Park for training. Instead, she headed to the 3rd floor of Vili Square, to the baseball training hall. After paying for 2 hours, Qiao Sang entered the mechanical training room with her fire-toothed dog. This baseball training hall was designed specifically for human practice. Yet Qiao Sang believed it would be ideal for training the dog's neural reaction speed. The mechanical training room, merely a dozen square meters, was empty except for 2 automatic baseball pitching machines. "Fire-toothed dog, try to dodge the balls as they come out, and I will stay by your side. If you get tired, just let me know," Qiao Sang instructed. Although the fire-toothed dog was unsure where the balls would come from, it obediently nodded. The pitching machines had 6 settings, with speeds increasing from 1 to 6. The weighted ring on the dog's right foreleg remained on. As Qiao Sang approached the pitching machine and set it to the 1st gear, both machines activated, launching balls at a slow speed. Qiao Sang skillfully dodged a ball and then sat down in a corner. In Chapter 29, You Must Be S-Class, the fire-toothed dog was unprepared for the sudden ball, only reacting as it neared. Fortunately, the ball at the 1st gear was not fast. The dog lifted its left foreleg and left hind leg, allowing the ball to slip smoothly underneath it. Both pitching machines simultaneously launched balls, their barrels occasionally rotating to change direction. After dodging for about a minute, the fire-toothed dog became increasingly accustomed to the ball trajectories, its expression growing more relaxed and playful. As it began to dodge with subtle movements just before the ball would make contact, Qiao Sang observed this with satisfaction, recognizing that such evasive maneuvers required a certain level of reaction capability and evasion skill. However, Qiao Sang's intention for bringing the fire-toothed dog today was not merely to practice evasion techniques. Seeing that the dog had no issues with the 1st gear, she stood up and adjusted the pitching machines to the 2nd gear. The speed of the 1st gear was approximately 3 meters per second, while the 2nd gear reached 5 meters per second. With the room's short distance of just a few meters, the fire-toothed dog would need to dodge balls coming from 2 different directions approximately every 3 seconds. At the 2nd gear speed, the Firefang dog appeared less agile. Just as it evaded one ball, another was launched directly at it. With such a rapid succession of projectiles, it was inevitable that the Firefang dog was struck a few times. The baseballs were categorized into hard and soft varieties. The ones used for indoor training were soft, crafted from rubber and hollow, causing no pain upon impact. After approximately a minute, the Firefang dog had been hit 5 times. At this moment, Qiao Sang pressed the red button beside her, halting the automatic pitching machine. "Yeah?" The Firefang dog tilted its head in confusion, gazing at its trainer. "Why have we stopped? I'm not finished playing yet." Qiao Sang approached, squatting down to unfasten the weighted ring on its right front limb, smiling as she remarked, "We're not here just for fun. I'm here to assess the results of your training over the past few days and to determine your speed limits." "Yeah." Upon hearing this, the Firefang dog sprang up, using its hind legs to support itself, and patted its chest with its recently freed right front leg. It was eager to showcase its prowess to its trainer. Observing its spirited demeanor, Qiao Sang couldn't help but ruffle its fur, encouraging, "Go for it." The Firefang dog felt a surge of enthusiasm. It rushed to Qiao Sang's backpack, rummaging through it for 7 pairs of sunglasses. After a moment's hesitation, It selected a pair of dark green triangular shades and donned them. Yeah. Returning to its original position, the Firefang dog nodded solemnly at Qiao Sang, recognizing its determination. She understood that the Firefang dog was ready to unleash its full potential. Give it your all. Qiao Sang encouraged once more before adjusting the automatic pitching machine to the second gear mode. The Firefang dog, now free of its weighted restraint, transformed into a whirlwind of energy, its speed vastly exceeding its previous performance. The balls launched at the second gear speed posed no threat, and it effortlessly dodged them. 2 minutes later, Qiao Sang elevated the machine to the third gear mode, doubling the speed of the projectiles to 10 ms. At this velocity, the Firefang dog remarkably evaded every single ball. Although Qiao Sang had a fair understanding of the Firefang dog's improvements, witnessing its progress firsthand filled her with immense satisfaction. 2 minutes later, she further increased the pitcher's speed to the fourth gear. The velocity surged from 10 ms to 20 ms. Caught off guard, the Firefang dog was struck by the first ball, swiftly followed by the second and third. It seemed that its neural reaction speed had a limit of just over 10 meters per second. After assessing the situation, Qiao Sang contemplated shutting down the pitching machine. Yeah. The Firefang dog protested urgently. Don't stop. I can handle it. Taken aback, Qiao Sang had anticipated that the Firefang dog would still be aware of her actions amidst the relentless barrage of balls. Since the Firefang dog was eager to continue, she decided not to intervene. Knowing its temperament, she feared that denying it the chance to try again would lead to discontent. The Firefang dog refocused on the balls, realizing that it had merely been unprepared for the sudden increase in speed. After days of training, how could it succumb so easily to these projectiles? Qiao Sang was amazed to see the Firefang dog, which had initially struggled, soon finding its rhythm. From consistently being hit at the start, it progressed to being struck once for every 3 balls, and finally, only 1 out of 10 balls managed to hit it. The improvement was astounding. Qiao Sang couldn't help but marvel at her Firefang dog, recognizing its remarkable dedication and potential. After 30 minutes, the Firefang dog had reached a level where it was struck only once for every average of 45 balls. As the Firefang dog showed no signs of fatigue, Qiao Sang chose not to halt the machine. Her original intention was merely to test its speed today without overly exhausting its body. After all, if training continued as usual, it would surely experience soreness by tomorrow, hindering optimal performance. Tomorrow was June 10th, the date of the special recruitment exam at Sacred Water High School, and Qiao Sang hoped to ensure the Firefang dog had adequate rest, with testing being merely a formality. However, the Firefang dog was no longer just testing its speed, it was in full training mode. If this continued, its state for tomorrow would undoubtedly suffer. Qiao Sang hesitated, contemplating whether to call a stop to the training. Just then, another identical Firefang dog inexplicably appeared to the left. Qiao Sang stood frozen, rubbing her eyes to confirm she wasn't imagining things. Such an unnatural occurrence could only be attributed to a skill. She quickly accessed the Beastmaster Codex. Name, Firefang dog. Attribute, Fire. Level, Beginner, 133-1000. Skills, Bite, Entry 74100. Charge, Proficient 198500. Firefang, Proficient 188500. Spark, Proficient 232500. Shadow Clone, Entry 2100. Points 55. Over the past few days of training, all aspects except for Bite had shown some improvement. Qiao Sang reviewed this data each night. Now, she was astonished to see the newly acquired skill, Shadow Clone, which had not been present the previous night. This revelation left her stunned. Shadow Clone was a mid-tier skill, equivalent in rank to Firefang. Remarkably, it had taken merely about 10 days since the Firefang dog learned Spark to grasp another skill, and a mid-tier one at that. Typically, acquiring a skill is a lengthy process requiring appropriate guidance and training. Many novice beastmasters, unsure how to train their desired moves, would send their pets to specialized training institutions. Such institutions were exceedingly popular in contemporary society. Often, teaching a single skill could ensure their longevity. Of course, this was contingent upon it being a mid-tier skill or higher. Qiao Sang pressed the stop button, her gaze ablaze with admiration for the Firefang dog. Yeah? The Firefang dog, puzzled by the cessation of the balls, looked questioningly at its trainer. Why have we stopped? Qiao Sang gestured toward the left, exclaiming, Firefang dog. If your talent could be ranked, you would undoubtedly be in S tier. Yeah. The Firefang dog let out a shy yelp, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Why was it being praised so excessively? It felt quite sudden. In the next moment, the Firefang dog realized something and turned its head to the left. Yeah. The Firefang dog emitted a terrified cry, sprinting toward Qiao Sang at a speed surpassing that of its previous dodging attempts, leaping into her embrace. Chapter 30, arriving too early. Nestled in its trainer's arms, the Firefang dog felt a sense of security and, gathering its courage, turned to glance in the direction it had just come from. Yeah. Upon seeing, the Firefang dog's fur stood on end. It had vanished. Realizing what the Firefang dog was thinking, Qiao Sang felt somewhat exasperated. How could one be afraid of their own shadow clone? However, the Firefang dog might not yet comprehend that it was, in fact, its own clone. Studies indicate that many pets can learn skills without realizing it. Some develop their abilities through time and gradual practice, while others are triggered by external stimuli that suddenly awaken their latent energy. Just a few days ago, a competition in the Lianbo region sparked a minor civil dispute over a pet unexpectedly learning a skill and releasing it. Mr. Wang from U City attended the match with his leaf seed, seated at row 21, seat 16 in Area B. Perhaps due to the thrilling nature of the competition, the leaf seed became so excited that it unconsciously learned the sleep powder skill and released it, resulting in several spectators in rows 20, 21, and 22 falling asleep and missing the entire event. Mr. Wang was only willing to reimburse their ticket costs, but some had traveled from distant regions and demanded compensation for their emotional distress, travel expenses, and lodging fees. Naturally, Mr. Wang refused, leading to a standoff that made the news. The Firefang dog belonged to the category of pets that unconsciously learn new skills due to external influences. Currently, the Firefang dog is in a state of fright, resulting in an imbalance of energy within its body, causing the shadow clone it had just learned to create to vanish. However, the Firefang dog mistakenly believes this to be a supernatural occurrence, as it still bears the lingering impression of the horror movie it recently watched. Yaya, 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 yaya. The Firefang dog persistently gesticulates towards the direction from which its shadow clone disappeared, signaling to Qiao Sang. That was your own shadow clone, Qiao Sang explains, exasperated. Yeah? The Firefang dog's movements abruptly halt, its jet black eyes reflecting confusion. Congratulations, you've learned a new skill, Qiao Sang remarks with a smile. The Firefang dog understands. It pauses for a moment, then begins to sense and regulate the energy within itself. Suddenly, a Firefang dog identical to itself materializes beside its Beastmaster. Even its fur, which had been disheveled from dodging the ball moments ago, remains unchanged. Yeah, the Firefang dog is thrilled, leaping from Qiao Sang's arms to circle around its shadow clone, inspecting it eagerly. With the acquisition of a new skill, the Firefang dog forgets about practicing dodging the ball, and Qiao Sang, naturally, refrains from bringing it up. As they exit the baseball training facility, Qiao Sang feels a tinge of regret when passing by the pet care center. Were it not for the recent loss of 5,000 league coins, he would have certainly taken the Firefang dog inside for some relaxation. Upon returning home, Qiao Sang opens his computer to search for a streamer renowned for their pet massage techniques. He randomly clicks on a live stream and calls for the Firefang dog, mimicking the massage techniques demonstrated in the broadcast. Though we can't afford the pet care center, we can certainly do it ourselves. He exclaims, "Is this comfortable?" Qiao Sang gently inquires. Yeah. The Firefang dog responds begrudgingly. It lies on its side, its head perfectly aligned with the live stream. On the screen, a tall man is massaging a rugged wild boar, which occasionally emits contented grunts. Watching the live broadcast while feeling Qiao Sang's massage, the Firefang dog senses something amiss. The following morning, at 6:10 a.m., Qiao Sang appears in the living room with dark circles under her eyes, glancing around to see her mother still asleep in her room. Indeed, it is rather early. Last night marked the day of another Interstellar Cup match she had wagered on. Recalling her insomnia from the previous night due to the match's outcome, she decided to refrain from watching last night's game to avoid further distress affecting her mood for today's special admission exam at Holy Water High School. Unfortunately, this only led her to be more restless. Thoughts of how the Interstellar Cup match fared and the upcoming special admission exam plagued her mind, and she ultimately succumbed to sleep at 2 a.m. With her mind racing from last night's worries, she woke up naturally before her alarm even went off. Drowsily, Qiao Sang prepares breakfast, while the Firefang dog cheerfully wags its tail, eagerly awaiting its meal. This little creature seems quite spirited, a testament to the effectiveness of her hard-earned massage from yesterday. After finishing breakfast, Qiao Sang leaves a portion for her mother and sets off for the subway station. Holy Water High School is located in the Badian district of Hangang City, quite a distance from her area. If she were to take the bus, she would need to transfer at 4 or 5 stops, but the subway's Line 2 offers a direct route. At Holy Water High School, a few scattered individuals occupy the benches beside the outdoor area. Have Qinwen and Luo Qian arrived yet? Inquires a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle and a prominent belly. While a man's midlife paunch often evokes an impression of greasiness, this man's composed demeanor, accentuated by his refined features, suggests he may have been quite handsome in his youth. Not yet. I've already called to urge them. They said they were stuck in traffic, replies a woman in professional attire nearby. Nonsense. They were clearly out partying at some bar until the early hours. He even posted about it on social media, showing no signs of a teacher's demeanor. Zheng Pinghua scoffs. Isn't at your school that recruited him? Retorts another man, leisurely perusing a stack of papers. Sun Boyi, don't you dare lecture me. You voted in favor as well? Zheng Pinghua responds, visibly irritated. You only got me to vote that way because you begged for my support with a water gel bead, Sun Boyi replies coolly. You. Zheng Pinghua is left speechless by anger. All right, let us not dwell on that. What promising candidates do we have for this special admission? The slick-haired man interjects to steer the conversation back on track. The truly exceptional candidates have already been granted direct admission, Zheng Pinghua retorts, still fuming. Believe it or not, there is indeed one. Sun Boyi's gaze fixates on a particular line on the paper. You know Lu Lianya from Taiden Junior High? He made headlines over half a year ago. Is he the one who awakened on his own shortly after entering the third year of junior high? Qinwen asks. Yes, that's him, Sun Boyi affirms. Typically, children awaken their abilities around the age of 15, yet Lu Lianya awakened at just 14, shortly after starting junior high. Had the previous year's entrance exams not concluded and the enrollment quotas already filled, he might have been able to leap directly into a high school for beast tamers. Why wasn't he granted direct admission? Qinwen inquires further. It seems he didn't attend school much after his awakening, causing his academic grades to suffer. Sun Boyi explains. Qinwen nods in understanding. It's likely he contracted a beast and found the monotony of studying unbearable. If that's the case, he truly is a remarkable candidate. Having contracted a beast for over 6 months, his strength must surely surpass that of his peers. Outside Holy Water High School, Qiao Sang sits by the flower bed, lost in thought. She arrived far too early. The gates remain shut. Chapter 31, Trapped by him. Most students at Holy Water High School reside on campus, while a few living off campus enter through the south gate. Those like Qiao Sang, who are external candidates, must use the north gate. The large gates stand firmly closed, and the security guard has yet to arrive for duty. For the nth time, Qiao Sang checks the time, 8:52 a.m. Only 28 minutes remain until the 9:20 a.m. assembly for the special admission exam. Aside from Qiao Sang and the Firefang dog at the expansive north gate, there is not a soul in sight. Unable to resist her fatigue, Qiao Sang stifles a yawn. Had she known, she would have rested a bit longer instead of arriving so early. At 8:58 a.m., 8 dark shapes appear on the horizon, drawing closer and stirring up the dust below. Qiao Sang forces her heavy eyelids open. 8 black-beaked sparrows, each roughly 2 meters in size, descend upon the north gate, their beaks and feathers as black as night, complemented by a pair of strikingly curled tails, making them easily identifiable. From the flock, 6 men and 2 women, all appearing to be around her age, disembark. Hello, the total is 8,000 league coins, announces one of the men from atop a black-beaked sparrow. We signed up for the group rate. A girl with a bob haircut and a red headband interjects anxiously. The man glances at his companions for confirmation. They nod, affirming, yes, we registered for the group rate. That comes to 7,222 league coins, the man states. Could you offer a better discount? We might call you again later, the tallest of the 6 boys suggests. Let us settle this payment first. The man does not provide a direct answer. With the conversation reaching this point, it is only natural that they would proceed with the payment. Once the transaction is complete, the tallest boy presses, wait, how much of a discount can we get if we call you again? None, the man replies. What? The tallest boy is taken aback. No discount, the man reiterates. While this group engages in their conversation and transaction, Qiao Sang has already brought the Firefang dog into Holy Water High School. At 9 a.m., the security guard finally emerges from the school to open the gate, arriving just on time. Following the directions provided on Holy Water High School's official website, Qiao Sang makes her way to field number 3. In the venue, there were only 4 teachers, who appeared to regard this special admission competition with a certain nonchalance, especially when compared to Hangang number 6 Beast Tamer High School. Teacher, I am here for the examination, Qiao Sang asserted as she approached. Identification card, Sun Boyi succinctly instructed. Qiao Sang retrieved her identification card and handed it over. Qiao Sang, from Wenqing Junior High? Sun Boyi inquired while confirming the information against the card. Yes, Qiao Sang replied. Sun Boyi marked a check next to her name on the paper and instructed her to take a seat nearby, stating that they would commence once everyone had arrived. He returned her identification card. As Qiao Sang settled into her spot, Qinwen remarked with interest, "This girl has actually contracted a fire-toothed dog. Those who awaken autonomously often hold themselves in high regard. Isn't it common for their first contracts to be with less manageable beasts?" The student Lu Yu, who was granted admission to our school, contracted a small G-long Zheng Pinghua, dismissed her observation. Qinwen rolled her eyes discreetly. How can that be compared? The temperament of a small G-long is undoubtedly superior to that of a fire-toothed dog. The only reason few can contract it is due to its exorbitant price. Being a dragon-type beast, one relies on courage to contract a fire-toothed dog, while the other employs financial means to contract a small G-long. How can they be equated? However, Zheng Pinghua was not one to engage in discussions lightly, and she was disinclined to argue further. Moments later, several individuals who had just dismounted from a Wu Zuike outside the north gate entered the venue, queuing to verify their identities. The first to finish the verification was a girl with a bobbed hairstyle wearing a headband, who surveyed her surroundings before sitting next to Qiao Sang, casually saying, "You're also here for the exam. Why didn't you come with us?" She subtly glanced at the fire-toothed dog beside Qiao Sang. A formidable rival, Qiao Sang thought, bewildered. "Why would I come with you? Do I know you?" The bobbed girl looked taken aback. "Did you not see the messages in the group?" Qiao Sang remained even more perplexed. "What group? What messages?" "The group for all special admission students linked below the official website of Shengshui High School," the bobbed girl explained. "We had agreed on a time to meet at the intersection of Ojia Street to come together, didn't we?" Qiao Sang paused, then replied, "I didn't join." The bobbed girl responded, "But that's strange. There are 9 special admission students in the group. If it's not you, then who else could it be?" She appeared confused. Initially, someone in the group had remarked that experts always appear last, and as a result, everyone began to echo the sentiment that they would all arrive last. Liang, the tallest among the boys, later proposed that they gather together and arrive just before the exam. All members of the group had awakened autonomously. With 5 spots available for special admission to Shengshui High School, it made sense to establish connections in advance. Thus, they all agreed to Li Yang's proposal. With only 1 minute remaining until 9:20, and with this girl adding up to the 9 individuals present, it seemed everyone should have arrived. Was there to be a total of 10 special admissions this time? Just as the bobbed girl was about to speak, a chilling cry echoed from behind them. Turning around, they beheld a 4-legged, long-tailed creature, predominantly blue with gray-black wings, soaring 3 to 4 meters above ground. A Jia eagle, a high-level beast. Zheng Pinghua furrowed his brow at the sight of the Jia eagle. Shengshui High School strictly prohibited the entry of external beasts. Just as he contemplated intervening, a figure leaped down from the eagle's back. "Dad, you go ahead," the boy said, waving his hand as he landed. The man atop the Jia eagle nodded, and the creature soared away. "Teacher, I'm not late, am I?" the boy inquired as he approached the teachers. "Lu Liang, yeah, right? You're the last one. And you timed it just right. Had you waited another 2 seconds, you would have been tardy," Zheng Pinghua retorted. Lu Liangye smiled silently, his gaze drifting towards the other candidates. "How's it going? Experts always come last," the others exclaimed in unison. "Damn it, he tricked us." Sun Boyi clapped his hands to gather everyone. "Now that everyone is here, we shall commence the examination. You all know the rules, but I will reiterate. There are 10 of you, paired into groups of 2. The 5 victors will rest first, while the remaining 5 will compete to determine one winner, who will join the original 5 victors, resulting in a total of 6 individuals. These 6 will be divided into 3 groups, with the winners receiving the top 3 placements, while the 3 losers will compete to eliminate one, leaving the final 5 to secure special admission to Shengshui High School. Understood, they all murmured. In essence, it was a game of chance. If one were to face a formidable opponent in the initial pairing, one could only consider oneself unfortunate. After all, among the 5 who would lose initially, 4 would be eliminated. To ensure fairness, we will draw lots to determine pairings. There are 2 cards numbered 15, and those who draw matching numbers will automatically form a team, Qinwen announced, producing a wooden box. Before long, everyone had drawn their lots. "We will begin with number 1. Who has drawn number 1? Qinwen inquired. "I have." Lu Liangye raised an eyebrow, revealing his slip of paper. "Who was the other number 1? Qinwen continued. At that moment, a delicate white hand was raised beside them. "I am. It's Qiao Sang." Chapter 32, My Apologies. In the stands, positioned closest to the venue, the remaining 8 candidates sat in a row. A handsome boy among them posed a question. "Who do you think will win?" "The girl, her beast is a fire-toothed dog," Zheng Yining interjected. She had observed closely when she attempted to engage with Qiao Sang earlier. noting that the fire-toothed dog and the girl seemed to share a harmonious bond, quite unlike the stereotype of novice beast tamers who contract fire-type beasts as if they were acquiring a lineage. It seemed she would have no trouble commanding the fire-toothed dog in battle. Not necessarily. Do you know who that Lu Liangye is? Liang chimed in. The braggart. The idiot who said experts are always the last to arrive. Last September, he awakened autonomously and was reported by Hangang City News. Had the entrance exams not concluded, he would likely be a freshman at Litong Beast Tamer High School by now, Liang elaborated. Then how has he ended up participating in the special admissions for Shengshui High School? The handsome boy asked, astonished. It's not that he looks down on Shengshui High School. It's just that Litong Beast Tamer High School is the only one in Zhejiang Province that surpasses Shengshui High School. After all, who would willingly choose second place when first is within reach? Moreover, even if he chose Shengshui High School, it should have been through a recommendation. Why is he participating in the special admission? Doesn't that imply that one of the 5 spots is undoubtedly his? Who knows? Liang shrugged. Who can fathom how that pretentious Lu Liangye thinks? Zhang Yining listened to the conversation, glancing at Qiao Sang on the field with a hint of sympathy. Though she possessed a fire-toothed dog, her opponent was undoubtedly the most likely contender for first place, and encountering him in the first round was sheer misfortune. On the field, Qiao Sang retrieved a pair of dark green triangular sunglasses from her backpack and adorned the fire-toothed dog with them. This was its favorite color and style. After days of training, the purpose had been to prepare for this very examination. Such an important duel warranted her full commitment from the outset, unveiling her secret weapon. Yar. The fire-toothed dog donned the dark green triangular sunglasses. Lifting its head and striking a cool pose, its demeanor immediately transformed. The battle rules are one-on-one. Release your respective beasts and engage in combat upon my command. The side that falls or loses the ability to continue will forfeit their right to compete, Sun Boy declared. This format, which does not stipulate who attacks first, is a popular contemporary method of competition, emphasizing surprise and testing the beast tamers on whether they choose to observe or take the initiative. To face me in the first match, I'm afraid I must apologize in advance. Lu Liangye expressed his apologies, yet his demeanor and tone conveyed an entirely different sentiment. Qiao Sang remarked, this individual is quite infuriating. As he delivered his pre-match speech, an ethereal creature, predominantly a soft blue hue, materialized within the white star formation. Its mouth was yellow, adorned with a white collar around its neck, and it possessed a pair of forelimbs and tail fins at both ends. Lacking hind legs, it supported itself upright on its tail. The creature, a water type, was identified as a water circle shad. The girl was certainly at a disadvantage. Not only was her strength questionable, but her type was also at a disadvantage. Do you have confidence in facing the water circle shad? Someone queried. Mine is ground type, which is also countered. Oh dear, I hope I don't face him in the next round. Several candidates in the stands fervently debated the match. Zhang Yining sighed, offering sympathy toward the girl in the arena. What unfortunate luck. At that moment, Sun Boy issued the command to commence battle. Confuse it and take it down immediately. Qiao Sang commanded, and in the next instant, the Firefang dog dashed forward with impressive speed. Sun Boy mentally assessed, not bad. Take it down immediately? How? Lu Liangye chuckled at the absurdity, genuinely laughing aloud. Huh. Use water gun to keep it at bay. The basic water gun had a range of only about 2 meters, while the water circle shad's water gun reached an impressive 5 meters, clearly demonstrating a mastery level. The Firefang dog nimbly evaded the attack. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the Firefang dog doubled in appearance. The water circle shad was momentarily bewildered, unsure of which target to aim at. The 2 Firefang dogs swiftly surrounded the water circle shad, bearing their flame-ensconced fangs. Envelop yourself in the water, Lu Liangye commanded nonchalantly. Is that fire too intense? Liang, possessing a modicum of knowledge, questioned. Is it? My vision is poor. The handsome boy squinted to scrutinize the scene. Liang observed as the Firefang dog, with its flame-clad fangs, clamped down on the water circle, which did not dissipate as it normally would. In the blink of an eye, the barrier shattered, and the fangs viciously sank into the water circle shad's head. Circle! Circle! The water circle shad emitted a pained cry. How can this be? Water circle shad. Lu Liangye lost his composure, his expression fraught with confusion as he called out to the water circle shad. He couldn't fathom how the water circle, which had evidently reached mastery level, was so easily overpowered by the fire-type Firefang dog. Meanwhile, it is indeed a mastery-level Firefang, Qinwen remarked. The Firefang dog is impressive. It seems to have trained prior to its contract, Zheng Pingwu mused. This Firefang dog has been around for less than 2 months. The previously silent man with slicked back hair stated. Impossible. Zheng Ping's face twisted in disbelief. Do you doubt the vice principal's words? Qin Wen shot him a glance. Zheng Pingwa fell silent, taken aback. Vice Principal Liu Yao had been sought after by their school. He was not only an A-grade Beastmaster, but also a senior researcher who had received the Tongyu Award, employed at the Princeton Advanced Research Institute. He would never have deigned to join a Beastmaster high school had the principal not relentlessly pursued him for weeks, leveraging their childhood friendship. If he claimed that the Firefang dog had been around for less than 2 months, then it was undoubtedly true. Zheng Pingwa regarded the scene, observing the Firefang dog, which had released the water circle shad and now exuded an air of pride, though its green-tinted sunglasses obscured its eyes. Its raised head and puffed chest conveyed a sense of triumph. Has this Firefang dog truly been around for less than 2 months? The water circle shad lay unconscious on the ground. As Sun Boyi announced the result, Qiao Sang approached Lu Lianya, stating, "My apologies." Lu Lianya gasped in surprise. Qiao Sang cradled the Firefang dog as she took a seat in the stands. Before training, she had the audacity to bring the Firefang dog to challenge high school students at the entrance of the Beastmaster High School, achieving 3 victories without a single loss. Now, with the Firefang dog's prowess vastly improved and her opponent being a junior high student who had recently contracted their beast and had yet to participate in the midterm exam, defeat was simply not an option. Winning was the expected outcome. As Qiao Sang settled down, she stifled a yawn. The surrounding candidates gazed at her with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Clearly, her yawn was a sign of having stayed up late preparing for today's examination. Her victory was exceedingly decisive. Chapter 33. Until next time. She is truly a master. Many wished to approach her, yet felt hesitant due to her gender. Liang, did that Lu Lianya really awaken more than half a year ago? Surely, you must be mistaken, the handsome boy questioned. Perhaps there's another with the same name. Liang mused uncertainly. He had first learned of Lu Lianya when his mother thrust a newspaper in front of him, lamenting for days about how wonderful it would be if Lu Lianya were her son, before finally letting the matter rest after about 10 days. If this were indeed the Lu Lianya from the papers, how could she have lost so miserably? Reflecting back, he noted that this Lu Lianya appeared slightly taller, darker, and perhaps not as attractive as in the newspaper. At that moment, the Lu Lianya in question anxiously gazed at the water circle shad, asking, "Teacher, is my water circle shad all right?" "It's fine. It will recover swiftly," Qin Wen reassured him. From Qiao Sang's perspective, the only female teacher on the scene approached the water circle shad, forming a seal with her hands as an orange-yellow star formation illuminated the ground. This was the hallmark of a C-grade Beastmaster. Of course, it was also possible that the contract had reached the level of a C-grade Beastmaster but had yet to pass the Alliance's assessment. Within the orange-yellow star formation, a 3-meter-long white creature manifested. Its head was shaped like a droplet of water, disproportionately small compared to its body, with tiny eyes and a mouth stretching to its ears, and a tongue half its height dangling out. It approached the water circle shad and began to lick it from head to tail with its long, thick tongue. Yet that was not all. After finishing, it flipped the water circle shad over and repeated the process. Quite disgusting. Qiao Sang shook herself awake from her drowsiness. This creature, known as a tongue drip, possessed a tongue that secreted a mucilage capable of rapidly healing external wounds. If she ever aspired to become a doctor, contracting a tongue drip would certainly be a wise choice. Under the dual ministrations of the tongue drip, the water circle shad regained its footing, bouncing twice on its tail, evidently recovering its vigor. Had it not appeared as though it had just been pulled from the water, one might not have realized it had suffered any prior distress. Qiao Sang instinctively tightened her embrace around the Firefang dog. Fang. The Firefang dog turned its head toward Qiao Sang. "It's nothing. Just relieved that you're unscathed," Qiao Sang replied. Fang. The Firefang dog's moist eyes glimmered with gratitude. "In the upcoming battles, please ensure you remain unharmed," Qiao Sang urged earnestly. Fang. The Firefang dog nodded in promise. With its Beastmaster so concerned for its well-being, it would not disappoint her. Observing the Firefang dog's touched expression, Qiao Sang held back a final thought she had not voiced. If it were to sustain an injury, she would refrain from holding it. The 10 candidates were divided into 5 groups for matches, with 4 more battles yet to unfold. Qiao Sang surveyed the arena, realizing that each contender could potentially be her next opponent, prompting her to remain vigilant. Despite her confidence in the Firefang dog, underestimating her adversaries would be a grave misstep. Otherwise, she would not have allowed the Firefang dog to don sunglasses the moment she entered the arena. The second group featured 2 boys, both having summoned their creatures. One possessed a short-tailed snake, while the other had a sand marmot, both typical choices for novice Beastmasters. "Hey, who do you think will win?" A girl's voice chimed in from the left. Qiao Sang turned to see the previously vacant spot now occupied by a girl with a bob hairstyle, who had spoken to her before the match. Barring any surprises. It should be the short-tailed snake, Qiao Sang replied. Surprises like you? Zheng Yining teased. The short-tailed snake's innate restraint towards the sand prairie dog is akin to the water circle carp's elemental superiority over the Firefang dog. Yet, the Firefang dog emerged victorious, and in a manner akin to a crushing triumph. Is this not a surprise? I am called Qiao Sang. As Qiao Sang introduced herself, she sought a different appellation. Very well, Qiao De Lao. Zheng Yining nodded in agreement. Qiao Sang replied, Qiao De Lao, I am Zheng Yining. Zheng Yining continued, indeed. The outcome of the match did not yield any surprises, just as Qiao Sang had predicted. The moment the sand prairie dog emerged from its burrow, the short-tailed snake's venomous fangs struck true, rendering the creature unconscious. The third match featured Zheng Yining against a male competitor. Zheng Yining's companion beast was a long-eared cat. Its back and tail a soft pink, while its underbelly boasted a creamy hue. Its elongated ears, reminiscent of antennas, stood erect, and its gem-green eyes lazily squinted, nearly melting Qiao Sang's already scarce girlish heart. The boy's companion beast was a sky-soaring pig, its gray-white body plump and adorned with a pair of matching wings, embodying both terrestrial and aerial attributes. Firefang dog, who do you think will win? Qiao Sang inquired. The Firefang dog, initially watching the match with ease, perked up, scrutinizing the two combatants that had already begun their duel. After careful consideration, it chose the seemingly larger and flying sky-soaring pig. 16 minutes later, the sky-soaring pig lay incapacitated. Arg! The Firefang dog lamented, vexed at its misjudgment. Although the sky-soaring pig appeared stronger, it possessed a glaring weakness. Its stamina was lacking, and its speed was sluggish. By merely wearing it down over time, it would falter. Observe how the long-eared cat initially evaded its attacks, only to strike when the sky-soaring pig was exhausted. Qiao Sang analyzed to the Firefang dog. The Firefang dog listened with wide eyes, enlightened. The victors of the fourth and fifth matches were two boys, their companion beasts being a chubby dove and a tracking bee, respectively. Reflecting on the matches she had just witnessed, Qiao Sang considered the opponents she might soon encounter. Concluding they posed little threat, she quickly shook her head, reminding herself to avoid underestimating others. Out of the 5 who had lost, 1 more would be determined. The duration of the matches was not as prolonged as Qiao Sang had anticipated. Rather, the competition concluded swiftly and unilaterally in the 5-1 elimination round. The victor was Lu Liangye. At this point, Liang no longer doubted that this Lu Liangye was indeed the same one spoken of by his mother. His teamwork and techniques completely overwhelmed the other 4, revealing none of the signs of the earlier one-sided defeat. It seemed the issue lay with that female competitor. Liang cast a glance towards the nonchalantly approaching girl, silently praying, please do not let me encounter her first. I still aspire to place in the top 3. Just as Qiao Sang arrived on the field, Lu Liangye approached and boldly declared, next time we meet, I will not lose. Qiao Sang responded in kind. Let us hope so. Lu Liangye thought. She regards me with disdain, yet I have no proof. The draw was conducted similarly to the previous occasion, with 10 individuals divided into 5 groups according to matching numbers. After drawing her lot, Qiao Sang glanced at it. Number 1. A fortuitous number. Who is number 1? Qin Wen inquired. I am, came the reply from Lu Liangye. And I, added Qiao Sang. All eyes turned towards them. Lu Liangye exclaimed in surprise, what? Though I said next time, it was unnecessary to meet this quickly. Chapter 34, Rallying Support. In the same venue, on the same day, discussing the same individual. Yet the dialogue was entirely distinct. How long do you think he can endure? The pronoun used was ambiguous, yet those nearby understood to whom it referred. 3 minutes, perhaps. I reckon 2 minutes. With the experience from the first encounter, it should at least be 5 minutes. Is there no possibility of victory? One candidate, previously defeated by Lu Liangye, inquired. You're still here? The one who predicted 5 minutes turned in astonishment. I am waiting for you to finish before challenging the only crow left. With Sun Boyi announcing the commencement of the battle, Lu Liangye's expression grew serious as he swiftly issued commands. The water circle carp raised its forelimbs slightly, and dozens of translucent, bubble-like spheres materialized in the air, forming a dense barrier between it and the Firefang dog. The bubbles reflected blue and red afterimages. What is wrong with this Firefang dog? Gasps arose from the stands. In truth, the Firefang dog had initiated the assault, charging forth with remarkable speed before the bubbles even manifested. The bubbles subsequently enveloped the Firefang dog. Fire is averse to water. Some fire-type beasts might go an entire year without bathing simply due to their disdain for water. Yet, the The Firefang dog advanced resolutely into the midst of the bubbles without the slightest hesitation. It moved with incredible speed, executing deft maneuvers. And not a single bubble managed to brush against its fur. Qiao Sang was not surprised. During this period, the Firefang dog's speed and explosive power had significantly improved. Under the conditions of a 4-tier mode baseball pitching machine, the balls could scarcely touch it, let alone these slow-moving bubbles suspended in the air. The sheer number of bubbles was inconsequential. They were merely stationary obstacles. The water circle carp continued to manipulate the energy output with its forelimbs. The bubbles obscuring not only the Firefang dog's form, but also part of the water circle carp's line of sight. Quick dodge. The urgent command from the Beastmaster suddenly rang in the air. Just as the water circle carp intended to comply and evade, it was struck by a powerful force that sent it flying backward. Circle. The water circle carp flew through the air, bewildered and in pain. How had it ended up outside? The final blow, Qiao Sang intoned, articulating the first words of this battle. A searing flame coalesced into a fist-sized form, mercilessly descending upon the still wailing water circle carp. After struggling for 2 seconds, the water circle carp fell silent. Water circle carp. Lu Lianya dashed towards his companion beast, panic-stricken upon seeing it unresponsive. Teacher, teacher. Qin approached the water circle carp calmly and reassured. It is fine, a lick will suffice. After summoning a healing creature, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Did you all just witness that? Lu Lianya fell in under 2 minutes. That Firefang dog is incredible. No, it's that Beastmaster. She didn't even issue commands at the start, and the Firefang dog attacked on its own. Typically, novice Beastmasters like them would follow the opponent's commands for subsequent actions during battles. For instance, if the opponent called for a spark, they would know to prepare for defense, evasion, or to launch a counterattack. Yet, this girl initially issued no commands. The Firefang dog executed a charge skill, and the subsequent coordination and outcome clearly indicated that the Firefang dog was not acting against her orders, but rather with her tacit approval. Such scenarios are typically observed only in high-caliber competitions. Experienced Beastmasters often conduct pre-match research on their opponent's companion beasts, devising a series of strategic combinations to render their opponents unable to predict their actions during the match. This is also a significant reason why many large competitions do not specify who attacks first, as it adds an element of excitement. Some advanced Beastmasters do not formulate strategies based on prior research, but instead trust their companion beasts to act freely, only issuing commands in critical moments or unexpected situations. However, both scenarios are actions taken only by high-level Beastmasters. Yet here stood a novice girl. What is her name? Lu Yao inquired. Qiao Sang, from Wenqing Junior High. Sun Boyi replied, glancing at the candidate data in his hands. I recall that Wenqing Junior High had a student who was directly admitted to our school this year. Zheng Pingwa remarked. There exists a young lady named Dai Shu Shu, whose parents are both ordinary individuals, leaving a profound impression on me, Sun Boyi remarked. Ordinary individuals. In this day and age, is it truly possible for a child of ordinary lineage to attain self-awakening? What is the extent of her cerebral development? Zheng Pingwa expressed astonishment. 5, Sun Boyi replied. This child possesses potential. If her results in the entrance examination are satisfactory, we should allow her into the elite class, Lu Yao suggested. That may not be prudent. Even if she is a self-awakened beast master born of ordinary parents, her cerebral capacity is merely 5. Our elite class was established to rival Li Tan, and we must consider various factors, including the quality of her contracted beast and her personal combat abilities, Zheng Pingwa began, only to falter as he noticed Sun Boyi's incredulous gaze. What? Did I say something incorrect? Zheng Pingwa shot him a disgruntled glare. Sun Boyi replied languidly. The vice principal stated that if her examination results are satisfactory, do you genuinely believe that someone granted special admission would still require to take the entrance exam? Zheng Pingwa. Oh, so you're referring to that girl named Qiao Sang. Regardless of whether her fire-toothed dog or her own combat performance, it seems she poses no issue for entering the elite class. Yet, being looked down upon is quite irksome. At this moment, the focal point of the discussion, Qiao Sang, was retrieving some Qi Yuan milk for her fire-toothed dog from her backpack. After 2 rounds of combat, she had secured one of the 5 special admission slots at Shengshui High School. However, her goal was not just any slot, but the coveted first position. The 2nd and 5th places would need to score at least 50 points above the minimum passing score, while the 1st place only required meeting that minimum. She was acutely aware of the disparity. 50 points. How many questions would she have to tackle to elevate her score? And now, she was just a step away from that 50 points. The fire-toothed dog, sporting triangular sunglasses, lounged in its seat, holding the milk with its paws, thoroughly enjoying the moment. The second round of combat had just commenced, featuring the little chubby dove against the long-eared cat. Yeah, 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 yeah. The fire-toothed dog perked up, switching to a position where one paw held the milk while the other paw waved in encouragement. After a few calls, it took a sip of milk before continuing to cheer. Its cheers were directed at the little chubby dove. The chubby dove at home had a good relationship with it. Whenever the fire-toothed dog finished its meal, it would push its energy meal towards the chubby dove. As a fellow member of the chubby dove family, the fire-toothed dog naturally had to rally for its support. Yeah, 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 yeah. 10 minutes later, under the enthusiastic encouragement of the fire-toothed dog, the little chubby dove was defeated. Chapter 35. Remember to be gentle. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog let out a disgruntled bark, leaning back into its seat and taking a hearty sip of milk to soothe its wounded pride. Once it finished, Qiao Sang, with keen insight, handed it another bottle while offering consolation. It's all right. Soon we'll face the long-eared cat, and you can avenge the little chubby dove then. Although the long-eared cat was quite adorable, almost tugging at her heartstrings, Qiao Sang remained resolute. After all, the thought of 50 points steeled her resolve. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog perked up at her words, sitting up straight and nodding vigorously. It could do it. The third match was crisp and decisive, though the outcome surprised Qiao Sang. The Zhongtai bee, possessing both poison and flying attributes, had venomous stingers in both its mouth and tail. However, the mouth stinger required close contact to inject its venom, while the tail stinger could be released from a distance. Logically, given the Zhongtai bee's speed, it should have been able to strike the short-tailed snake from a distance with its tail stinger. Yet, it chose to use its mouth stinger instead. The venom within the short-tailed snake was far more potent than that of the Zhongtai bee's mouth stinger, and as the stinger penetrated, the short-tailed snake remained unharmed while the Zhongtai bee succumbed to unconsciousness. One could say the Zhongtai bee was rather foolish, yet it had merely followed the command of its Beastmaster. The term poison stinger was the command issued by the Zhongtai Beastmaster. Qiao Sang felt utterly exasperated. The mouth stinger was also a poison stinger, and the tail stinger was a poison stinger as well. Yet, the command issued lacked clarity, revealing it to be an inexperienced Beastmaster. After the round of 6-3 concluded, they proceeded to a competition where 3 from the losing team would be eliminated while 1 advanced. Perhaps having lost so swiftly in the previous round, Qiao Sang felt that Lu Liangye was carrying personal emotions in his command. When the opponent was clearly exhausted, he could have finished the match with a powerful skill like water gun, but instead opted for a water bubble to obscure their vision before sending the water circle cat crashing forward. Qiao Sang did not understand. With the opponents already on the ground, what was the point of obscuring their vision? Moreover, the water circle cat lacked legs and only had a tail, so where was the explosive power on land? That last impact was hardly a collision, rather just a bump. Besides Lu Liangye, another boy named Hu Qing also made it into the top 5. Ultimately, the first place would be determined from the winners of the 6-3 matches. Qiao Sang, Zheng Yining, Liang, the 3 of you will take turns battling. The first to win 2 matches will be the special admissions first place, Sun Boy announced. Qin Wen produced a familiar wooden box, from which only 2 paper slips bore numbers. Those drawing empty slips would have to wait for their turn. Qiao Sang was fortunate not to draw a blank slip. Upon revealing her paper, it bore the number 1. Drawing 3 ones consecutively felt like a divine sign that she was destined for first place. Qiao Sang was brimming with determination, while Zheng Yining, drawing another 1, displayed a rather lackadaisical attitude. Her usual score hovered around 560, without special admission. She would have no chance of entering Shengshui High School based solely on her academic performance. Now, with a special admission slot secured, she need not strive for first place to ensure her entrance. Qiao, remember to be gentle, Zheng Yining chuckled. After all, I can't win, so I might as well show some humility before the match to maintain my dignity. Qiao Sang glanced at her fire-toothed dog, which was stretching its limbs, and replied, I will do my best. Nearby, Lu Liangye, overhearing their conversation, expressed his discontent. He approached Qiao Sang, his face contorted as if in discomfort, stating, I believe you can win, but do not underestimate your opponent. You must launch a full-scale attack from the outset to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. He had suffered a crushing defeat against Qiao Sang, barely lasting 2 rounds. If she were to let up against Zheng Yining, how could he preserve his own reputation? Qiao Sang looked at his awkward yet slightly proud demeanor and replied with a smile, Thank you for the reminder. I understand. Zheng Yining. The 2 took their positions. The long-eared cat elegantly licked its paw, while the fire-toothed dog fixed its gaze upon the long-eared cat, its hind legs restlessly digging into the ground, as though prepared to pounce at any moment. This posture seemed familiar to Qiao Sang. She recalled that it resembled the stance of the thunderhorn rhinoceros, which had startled the fire-toothed dog into learning its fire spark while watching television for the first time. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Sun Boyi issued the command to commence battle. Qiao Sang swiftly adjusted her stance and commanded, "Charge." The fire-toothed dog was poised to spring into action, and Qiao Sang chose to adhere to its instinct. It seemed that her pre-match attempts to bond and feign weakness had indeed yielded results. Zheng Yining was pleased with Qiao Sang's directive. A direct charge was unlikely to succeed, and it was evident that Qiao Sang was being lenient. How would she respond if she were to issue aggressive commands like she had against Lu Liangye? "Dodge," Zheng Yining commanded. Dodge was a masterful tactic. Irrespective of the opponent's skill, as long as it was not a lock-on or large-area attack, simply calling for a dodge was seldom erroneous. This was something Zheng Yining had learned from television dramas. The long-eared cat elegantly sidestepped 2 paces, only to be elegantly sent flying by the impact. It could not evade. The fire-toothed dog seems to have gained considerable speed compared to before. Zheng Pinghua expressed his surprise. Perhaps it hadn't exerted its full strength in the prior rounds. Qinwen replied. Lu Yao remained silent, observing the battle intently. Long ears. Zheng Yining cried out in alarm at her long-eared cat's plight. The long-eared cat is a common type of pet beast, distinguished in the realm of beginner beasts by its exquisite appearance and agility. In an open space, the long-eared cat, surprisingly unscathed, was suddenly struck with a forceful impact. Though somewhat disheveled, the long-eared cat rose with an air of elegance. In the next moment, bang! Before it could regain its balance, it was sent flying once again. Long ears. Qiao Sang watched the scene unfold with a twinge of sympathy. The fire-toothed dog charged at the long-eared cat as soon as it stood, repeatedly colliding with it 4 or 5 times, reminiscent of a bullfight from a past life. With the long-eared cat serving as the red cloth. "I concede," Zheng Yining called out after the long-eared cat fell for the 5th time. "I declare the victor to be Qiao Sang," Sun Boyi announced. Little Fat Pigeon and its Beastmaster had yet to depart. Upon hearing the result, the fire-toothed dog joyfully bounded over to Little Fat Pigeon, eager to celebrate, only for Little Fat Pigeon to be startled and flap its wings, taking refuge on its Beastmaster's shoulder. That fellow was rather frightening. The fire-toothed dog felt disheartened, its budding friendship shattered. It approached Qiao Sang. "Yar." Qiao Sang squatted down to embrace it. The fire-toothed dog nuzzled against her. It was comforting to be with its own Beastmaster. This fire-toothed dog possesses considerable potential. When you return home, give it 3 vitality grasses, 2 pounds of soothing powder, 7 tails of fire nitro, and 6 tails of red honey for a bath daily for half a month. You may see remarkable results, a deep voice interjected nearby. Qiao Sang turned to see one of the 4 teachers. "This is the vice principal of our Holy Water Middle School. He is an A-class Beastmaster, and you can trust his words," Zheng Pinghua introduced. Chapter 36. Who could possibly fail? Breeder. A fascinating profession said to discern how long a pet beast has gone without defecating by the frequency of its cries. Once one becomes a breeder, even at an F rank, as long as they are registered with a breeding association in a given area, a substantial sum of breeding funds will be deposited into their personal account each year. This truly embodies the essence of earning while lying down. If 1 in 100 Beastmasters might become a breeder, then among 10,000 breeders, it is rare to find even one A-class breeder. Qiao Sang's eyes sparkled. This was her first encounter with an A-class breeder. "Good day, Vice Principal," Qiao Sang greeted, turning the fire-toothed dog to face Lu Yao. "Fire-toothed dog, come, say hello to the Vice Principal." "Yar." The fire-toothed dog politely barked. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Yao's eyes. Before he could respond, Qiao Sang curiously asked, "Vice Principal, do you know how long it has been since my fire-toothed dog last did its business?" Lu Yao haha. Zheng Pinghua couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter, only quieting under Lu Yao's scrutinizing gaze. The notion that breeders can discern how long a pet has gone without relieving itself from their cries is a recent internet joke. In a dating reality show, the 3rd male contestant, characterized by his somber demeanor and unremarkable appearance, along with his unpopular ghost-type pet, languished in isolation for 8 days without being chosen by any female contestant. However, on the 9th day, the 2nd female contestant's swift-horned deer, after consuming the 1st male contestant's nutritional meal, was afflicted with severe abdominal pain and began to wail. As everyone blamed the 1st male contestant, the often overlooked 3rd male contestant spoke up. "It hasn't relieved itself in over 20 days. It's blocked. Just give it a clearing fruit, and it will be fine." The 2nd female contestant was taken aback, realizing her swift-horned deer had indeed not solved its physiological issue for 23 days. After consuming the clearing fruit, the deer soon regained its vitality. When she inquired how he knew the exact duration, the third male contestant replied, by the frequency of its cries. This revelation astonished everyone. Could such a thing be discerned? The third male contestant suddenly became the most sought-after male contestant, surrounded daily by female contestants eager to hear the cries of their pets. As a quintessential researcher, Lu Yao had never watched such a dating show. He glanced at the fire-toothed dog and replied helplessly, I don't know. While Lu Yao, the old scholar, was oblivious to the jest. Zheng Pinghua had watched the dating show with his wife. It's not about discerning cries. The third male contestant had his ghost-type pet eavesdrop on the girls' conversations. Qiao Sang had only heard of the joke and was unaware of the show's details, leading her to feel somewhat disappointed, yet she did not express it. Instead, she posed another question. What effects will bathing the fire-toothed dog in those for half a month have? Lu Yao explained, if I am not mistaken. The fire-toothed dog is approaching a critical state, akin to a skill awakening, likely related to a speed-enhancing ability. The vitality grass and soothing powder are herbs that can invigorate fire energy, and a half-month bath could potentially expedite its breakthrough. Qiao Sang was astonished. In just a matter of days, the fire-toothed dog had already mastered both the spark and shadow clone skills. And now another one. This was a prodigious fire-toothed dog. Excitedly glancing at the fire-toothed dog, Qiao Sang said, Come, fire-toothed dog, let us thank the vice principal. Guidance from an A-class breeder is not something just anyone can receive. Yar. The fire-toothed dog barked decisively. Although it did not comprehend terms like critical point, vitality grass, or premonition, expressing gratitude as directed by its beastmaster was always correct. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the long-eared cat. Qiao Sang was startled. Turning to see the long-eared cat curled up, its front paws shielding its face, tears streaming down its cheeks in a display of profound agony. The fire-toothed dog also noticed the state of the long-eared cat. Could it be that it had been brought to tears by its actions? In this moment, Qiao Sang and the fire-toothed dog shared the same thought. Feeling a pang of guilt, Qiao Sang approached Zheng Yining and timidly inquired, what happened to the long-eared cat? Zheng Yining turned to her, offering a bitter smile. It has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Upon waking, it discovered itself being licked by the tung-tung and has reacted this way. Qiao Sang, she could understand. The fire-toothed dog sighed in relief. It was not responsible for this. Teacher, in its current state, the long-eared cat may not be able to continue to battle, Zheng Yining remarked to Sun Boyi nearby. Do you wish to forfeit? Sun Boyi asked. I would like to forfeit, Zheng Yining replied. Having already secured one of the 5 special admission spots, there was no need to continue competing. Moreover, with Qiao Sang present, she felt she could not attain first place, believing Qiao Sang would triumph over Liang. Very well. Sun Boyi nodded in agreement. Thus the final match would be between Qiao Sang and Liang. Originally, after Qiao Sang's match with Zheng Yining, it was to be the loser, Zheng Yining, facing Liang. Now, with Zheng Yining's concession, Qiao Sang would directly confront Liang. Liang, he too contemplated forfeiting. His goal of securing a top 3 position in this special admission had been achieved. This girl named Qiao Sang and her fire-toothed dog were exceedingly formidable. Even Lu Lianye was no match for her. He doubted his ability to win, yet to forfeit without even trying felt cowardly. Li Yang's pet was a short-tailed snake, with venomous spines, fangs, and blood. Qiao Sang assessed the situation, formulating a strategy in her mind. As the battle commenced, the fire-toothed dog immediately split into 2, circling the short-tailed snake at a distance of around 5 meters, creating the illusion of a single phantom. As the illusion formed, sparks erupted continuously. The short-tailed snake, disoriented by the constant movement of the 2 fire-toothed dogs, was struck by several flames in a moment of dizziness, effectively defeated without having had the chance to react. Li Yang was filled with regret. Had he known the outcome would be so disastrous, he should have found an excuse to forfeit. This was no rookie Beastmaster level, surely. Even high school students enrolled in Beastmaster school could not perform any better. Lu Lianye watched from the sidelines, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In comparison, his own situation did not seem so dire after all. Qiao Sang emerged victorious. Sun Bo, having announced the results, summoned the top 5 contestants. The results of this examination would be posted on the official website of Holy Water High School in 2 days. On the day the middle school entrance exam results were released, the students were to bring their score reports to the school. Should their scores fall short of the required standards, they would be replaced by other specially recruited students in order of merit. The candidates who had been eliminated in the first round and remained were now filled with excitement. Did this not imply that they still had hope? Yet, in the next moment, their spirits dampened. As long as they passed the special recruitment exam, it sufficed to score just 50 points above the minimum in the entrance exam. With such a low threshold, Who could possibly fail? Sigh. Chapter 37, Medical Mishap. A sense of urgency washed over Qiao Sang, as the elation of securing first place in the special recruitment faded significantly. At this moment, Zheng Yining spoke up. Qiao, do you want to celebrate together later? I know a delightful new snack shop on Rongchang Street, and their signature dish, the griddle yuntue, is made by Mishu. Qiao Sang was taken aback. Was it true that Mishu was the chef behind the griddle yuntue? Was this permissible? While it was not unheard of to use extraordinary beings as ingredients, such practices were typically conducted covertly, not brazenly advertised as signature dishes. Besides, wasn't Mishu made entirely of magnets? Could it even be consumed? Zheng Yining paused, realizing that Mishu was merely the chef at the snack shop and that Qiao Sang might have misunderstood. Qiao Sang looked up at the sky, awkwardly chuckling. Huh? The weather seems lovely today. We should head home early. Zheng Yining, did I misunderstand the thoughts of this esteemed person? Declining Zheng Yining and Li Yang's invitation to join them in playing the crow's tongue game, Qiao Sang immediately pulled out her phone once she parted ways with them. In preparation for the exam, she had opted to turn off her phone upon entering Holy Water High School. Upon turning it back on, 2 missed calls from her mother appeared on the screen. Qiao Sang hesitated before calling back. She took a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly as she opened the interstellar betting network. She had won. In the next moment, her beloved Fire-Toothed dog heard its master's excited voice. Yeah. Fire-Toothed dog wagged its tail in joy, mirroring its owner's elation. Qiao Sang calculated her gains. She had lost 5,000 alliance coins in her previous wager on Podalai, but this time, after deducting her initial stake, she had won 1,200 alliance coins, leaving her with a total loss of 3,800. It was better not to dwell on the losses. Qiao Sang, seeking to distract herself, called her mother back. Her mother did not inquire about the exam, but merely asked when she would return. Since her mother did not ask, Qiao Sang refrained from mentioning it, considering that her middle school entrance exam results were still uncertain, and she wished to avoid any premature elation. That evening, at her desk, Qiao Sang reviewed the answers to several practice papers she had just completed, which were from last year's middle school entrance exam in Hanwen City. Hanwen City and Hangang City both belonged to Zhujiangxi Province. Aside from a few differing emphases, the papers were largely similar. After completing her review, Qiao Sang sighed. Though she had made considerable progress, she still had many mistakes, and with only a week left until the entrance exam, it seemed she would need to return to school tomorrow, as consulting others about her erroneous answers would be more efficient. Yaya. The sounds of Fire-Toothed dog and the fat pigeon squabbling filled the living room. Listening to the commotion, Qiao Sang smiled. Those 2 little creatures were getting along splendidly. Half an hour later, having corrected all her mistakes, Qiao Sang opened a shopping website. She remembered the vice principal mentioning 3 vitality herbs, 2 pounds of sure powder, 7 tails of fire nitrate, and 6 tails of red honey. Vitality herb. Qiao Sang typed in the 3 words. Soon, the purchasing page for vitality herb popped up. Qiao Sang was taken aback. 3,888. Undeterred, she scrolled down several pages, only to find the same price listed everywhere. Was there truly no price variance for this item? She then selected the option to view prices from low to high, and at the very top of the page, the words 38 alliance coins loomed large. With such a stark difference in price, could she dare to purchase it? Qiao Sang wrestled with her thoughts, but, despite her reservations, clicked on the link. Upon reading the reviews, she was met with a barrage of negative feedback. Has the merchant's conscience been devoured by dogs? Is this even vitality herb? I fed it to my cotton bunny, and it suffered for a week, losing weight. Image. This is certainly not vitality herb. It must be some common weed. Fake. 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 Negative review. Negative review. Negative review. Negative review. Negative review. I bought a genuine vitality herb for comparison. Surprisingly, the imitation looks quite similar. Image. It was indeed counterfeit. Qiao Sang then searched for sure powder, fire nitrate, and red honey. Sure powder was 2,600. Fire nitrate was 6,889, and the cheapest red honey was 1,999 per pound. This meant that a single bath for Fire-Toothed dog would cost over 10,000 alliance coins. Quietly, Qiao Sang closed her computer. In truth, the middle school entrance exam was of greater importance at present. She would set aside concerns about Fire-Toothed dog for now, especially since Fire-Toothed dog despised water and bathing. At 10:32 p.m., Fire-Toothed dog had played itself into exhaustion and fallen asleep. Habitually, Qiao Sang entered the Beastmaster manual before bed. Name, Fire-Toothed dog. Attribute, fire. Level, beginner, 136,1000. Skills, bite, novice 74,100. Charge, proficient 204-500, Firefang, proficient 188-500, Spark, proficient 256-500, Shadow Clone, novice 51-100. Points, 109. Last time, Firetooth Dog gained 55 points from 3 battles at the 37th Beastmaster High School, yet this time, after 4 battles, it only gained 54 points. The points awarded were evidently determined by the strength of the opposing beast. With this hypothesis in mind, Qiao Sang succumbed to sleep, feeling utterly drained from the day's exertions. The following day, at Wencheng Middle School, when Qiao Sang appeared in class 37 with her backpack, the class erupted with excitement. Wow, Qiao Sang, you actually came back. Where have you been all this time? Hey, how can you speak like that? What if she had family matters? What do you mean by family matters? It could be a relative. Everyone expressed how much they missed her. Without her, the teacher had only been scolding me and Fang Sisi. The speaker was Guolinza, who had been perpetually ranked second to last in the class, while the student in last place had essentially been given up on by the teacher. Once the students had voiced their sentiments and dispersed, Fang Sisi solemnly remarked, "Qiao Sang, you've changed." Qiao Sang was taken aback. "How have I changed? You used to let me know whenever you had a good excuse to take leave, but now you've learned to sneak off without telling me," Fang Sisi lamented. Qiao Sang replied, "I'll include you next time." Fang Sisi shook her head. "What next time? There are hardly any days left at school. If I take leave, my mom would probably break my legs. By the way," Fang Sisi leaned closer, lowering her voice, "I need to tell you something, but you mustn't tell anyone." Seeing the earnestness in her expression, Qiao Sang nodded. "Go on. Last week, our homeroom teacher suddenly went for a hair transplant, and it was hilarious. The anesthesia got switched with a hair loss treatment." Fang Sisi could hardly contain her laughter. Qiao Sang was momentarily speechless. How could that mistake happen? The colors of the two substances are completely different, right? The anesthetic was administered by Ji Yin, the skin department's chief physician's contracted beast, who is still not very familiar with these things, Fang Sisi explained. Qiao Sang inquired, "How do you know this? Don't you remember? My mom is a nurse there. She attended the parent-teacher conference and met our homeroom teacher," Fang Sisi replied. Qiao Sang's expression turned strange. Could it be that her previous comments about the teacher's wig had prompted him to seek a hair transplant? No wonder he had stopped answering calls and switched off his phone. This medical mishap seemed rather serious. To understand the significance of hair to middle-aged men, especially those who resort to wearing wigs, is to grasp the essence of their identity. Honestly, how many people have you confided in about this? Qiao Sang queried, casting a skeptical glance at Fang Sisi. Fang Sisi paused momentarily, counting on her fingers. LV Xia, Chunzhan, Wu Huanjuan, Guolinza, Xie Jiai, Chunyu. "Oh," Qiao Sang exclaimed. "It seems our little circle is well informed." She was at a loss for words. "Isn't it better to share joy than to suffer alone?" Fang Sisi remarked with a cheerful smile. Unable to stifle her laughter, Qiao Sang chuckled heartily. "You do make a valid point." Fang Sisi joined in the laughter, finding humor in the situation despite having shared it with many others. After a spell of giggling, Qiao Sang inquired, "Why doesn't Lao Ban simply purchase a bottle of tuber melanosporum gel?" Tuber melanosporum gel is extracted from the tuber melanosporum itself. Each night, as the tuber melanosporum closes its shell, a small amount of gel seeps out when the shell is opened in the morning. This gel is reputed to have remarkable effects on hair growth, far surpassing the time and effort required for hair transplantation. A bottle of tuber melanosporum gel costs as much as Lao Ban's 6-month salary. Surely, a direct hair transplant would be more economical, Fang Sisi commented. Indeed, in these times, anything related to extraordinary biological phenomena tends to be exorbitantly priced. While hair may be the lifeblood of a middle-aged man, Lao Ban has a family to support and cannot afford to splurge on such luxuries for himself. This realization led Qiao Sang to feel a tinge of sympathy for Lao Ban. The teacher of the third period class on beast companions and nature, Ji Laoshi, had a penchant for posing questions, particularly to those students who struggled academically. In the past, Qiao Sang had often found herself called upon, but during her recent absence, that pressure had shifted to her peers who ranked closely to her. Ji Laoshi was explaining the correct answer to the second fill-in-the-blank question on the exam paper, adjusting her glasses as she spoke. Now, who knows what the evolved form of the round-spotted bud is in the Liao West region? Some beasts have fixed evolutionary forms, while others, like the round-spotted bud, can evolve into different forms depending on the materials and environments they encounter. Currently, it is known to have 4 distinct evolutionary forms based on different environments. The students below were all hunched over their papers, avoiding eye contact with Ji Laoshi. Qiao Sang, who did not have the paper, leaned sideways to peer at Fang Sisi's. Ji Laoshi's gaze landed on Qiao Sang. Fang Sisi, and Guolinza's corner, prompting Guolinza to grow anxious. He had recently been called upon to answer questions multiple times. His wandering eyes caught sight of Qiao Sang sitting to his left. "Qiao Sang, you don't have a paper, right? You can use mine," Guolinza whispered, tapping her shoulder. "You've been talking about the exam for over 10 minutes. You think I can just use it now?" Qiao Sang attempted to decline, but as she lifted her gaze, her eyes met Ji Laoshir's. "Qiao Sang, why don't you go ahead and answer?" Ji Laoshir prompted. "Guolinza, you cunning strategist," Qiao Sang retorted. "Ice powder bud." She stood to respond. Ji Laoshir, pleased with her answer, then asked, "What about in the Shilu region?" "Grass powder bud," Qiao Sang replied. "Excellent. Take your seat." Ji Laoshir nodded approvingly. "Lastly, does anyone know where the water powder bud evolves?" As Qiao Sang turned back to her seat, she snatched Guolinza's exam paper with a grin, declaring, "I shan't be polite." Guolinza, taken aback, attempted to press down on the paper but failed, causing quite a ruckus. "Guolinza, stand up and answer," Ji Laoshir called. Before long, the bell signaling break rang. "Qiao Sang, the homeroom teacher is calling for you," said Ma Xiao, the class monitor. The inevitable had arrived. Qiao Sang set down her books, approaching the office with a mood starkly different from before. "You've taken so many days off. Please fill out this leave form," Lao Ban said, retrieving a form from his drawer and placing it on the desk. Qiao Sang's eyes involuntarily darted to Lao Ban's head. The wig again. She wondered what lay beneath it. "Qiao Sang," Lao Ban called her name, his tone slightly ominous. Quickly, she seized the pen and filled out the form. "Is your mother all right?" he inquired. Qiao Sang hesitated for a moment before responding. "She's fine now." Once the leave form was completed, Lao Ban presented her with a notebook. "You've fallen behind in your revision. These are notes from my previous student who scored 632 on the entrance exam. Review them thoroughly." Given that the exam's full score was 650, a score of 632 was indeed commendable. After a moment's silence, Qiao Sang accepted it, recognizing it as precisely what she needed. "Thank you, teacher." Lao Ban waved her off, signaling she could leave. Qiao Sang felt a myriad of emotions. Despite Lao Ban's shortcomings, who among us is without flaws? At least he was unwavering in his dedication to his students. Even though her predicament had inadvertently caused him to lose his precious hair, he was not taking his frustration out on her. Feeling a surge of gratitude, she asked, "Teacher, how is your hair holding up?" Lao Ban's expression froze, and he stood there, stunned. After a moment, he took a deep breath and asked, "Do you really believe your mother would let her illness prevent you from attending school for so long?" That afternoon, upon returning home from school, Qiao Sang resolved to be forthright with her mother. Some truths, when spoken from her lips, carry a weight far different than when uttered by Lao Ban. To her surprise, upon arriving home, her mother had yet to return. "Fire-toothed dog, you clean here, and I'll clean there." Qiao Sang handed a damp cloth to Fire-toothed dog, pointing to the right side of the living room. She had devised a plan. When her mother returned to find the house spotless, the floors mopped, and dinner prepared, any lingering anger would surely dissipate. "Yeah," Fire-toothed dog responded cheerfully, eagerly stepping on the cloth. With its right paw on the cloth and a vigorous push with its left, it glided forward, making it seem as though it were engaging in a delightful game rather than a chore. What a good child, Qiao Sang thought, filled with pride as she began mopping the left side of the living room. As the evening light poured through the glass, casting a soft orange glow on the floor and illuminating both the girl and her companion, everything felt serene and beautiful. However, suddenly, a loud crash shattered the tranquility. Qiao Sang looked up to see shards of porcelain scattered around Fire-toothed dog. Her heart sank, without a moment to lose. She dropped the mop and rushed to Fire-toothed dog, picking it up with concern. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," Fire-toothed dog barked, wagging its tail to indicate it was unscathed, pointing at the shards on the floor. Yeah, Fire-toothed dog explained, appearing somewhat guilty as its ears drooped. The broken vase was inconsequential. As long as it was unharmed, that was what truly mattered. After comforting Fire-toothed dog, Qiao Sang's gaze returned to the shards. She recalled that this vase was a souvenir from her mother's trip to Lianbois, and she believed there was a signature of a certain Beastmaster that her mother admired etched on the bottom. Just then, the door swung open. Turning to face her mother, Qiao Sang's mind echoed with 4 words, "My life is over." Chapter 39. The last day as the evening light bathed the room in a soft orange hue, illuminating both the girl and Fire-toothed dog. Everything felt so tranquil and beautiful. "You really need to be more careful. Now look at us, both in trouble," Qiao Sang lamented, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender against the wall. Fire-toothed dog mirrored her pose beside her. Yeah. The ever-changing nature of my family's Beastmaster is truly striking. Just moments ago, She declared that as long as the creature was unharmed, all would be well. You both remained silent. After her reprimand, my mother turned, her face awash with heartache as she began to gather the shards of blue porcelain scattered across the floor. Mom, let me help you, Qiao Sang offered, attempting to showcase her obedient side. However, her mother coldly retorted, stand still and do not move. Qiao Sang sighed inwardly, pondering how she might share the reasons for her absence from school recently. It seemed ill-timed to unveil the truth today. Surely, the old teacher wouldn't choose this moment to make a phone call. Her mother carefully picked up the fragments from the base of the bottle. Noticing that the signed piece had shattered into 3 parts, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. Unable to bear seeing her mother in such distress, Qiao Sang exclaimed, Mom, it's just a signature. When I next encounter Wang Dao, I will ask him for another. She recalled that her mother was an admirer of the Beastmaster Wang Dao, having seen him on television with a female Beastmaster named Luo Tang during a show featuring their relationship while watching with her fire-clawed dog. Yet, her mother appeared unaffected by this, continuing to eat, drink, and cheer with excitement whenever Wang Dao showcased his prized creature, the armored sharp bear. Qiao Sang speculated that her mother was likely a fan of his career. With reddened eyes, her mother shot a glare at her and shouted, What do you mean, Wang Dao? This is a signature from the sharp bear. It's a limited edition. There will be no more. It has already evolved into the armored sharp bear. Qiao Sang fell silent, deciding it best to remain quiet. She viewed her mother as a resilient woman. Even after losing the rare signature, she still called Qiao Sang and the fire-clawed dog to dinner, albeit with a less than pleasant demeanor. That evening, while Qiao Sang worked on her assignments, the fire-clawed dog, accompanied by the plump pigeon, trained downstairs in their community. This was the dog's own request. After several days of training, the fire-clawed dog had noticeably improved and was unwilling to halt its progress. Qiao Sang was, of course, pleased to see the dog's dedication. But reading outside at night was ill-advised, so she allowed the plump pigeon to keep the fire-clawed dog company. With the plump pigeon, a figure of authority, present, she felt reassured. Before departing, she equipped the fire-clawed dog with a 15 kilograms weight ring, as the previous 10 kilograms ring no longer posed a challenge. Days passed in this manner, and soon it was June 15th, the last day at Wencheng Middle School before the high-stakes entrance exam. In class 37, the students were seizing their final opportunity to bond. After today, the next meeting would be to announce their exam results. Once they departed Wencheng Middle School, only those who attended the same high school would have the chance to meet again, even if they were currently good friends. Qiao Sang, have you decided which school you will attend? Fang Cici inquired. Sheng Shui Middle School, Qiao Sang replied candidly. Ha ha ha, you're so humorous. Fang Cici laughed heartily. Why don't we all aim for Haomu Beastmaster School? It would be good to look out for each other. A classmate seated in front of Fang Cici suggested. Haomu Beastmaster School was a private institution where entrance exam results were inconsequential. As long as the money was right, anyone could enroll. How much is the tuition for a semester? Fang Cici asked, intrigued. If they could all attend the same high school, she certainly wished to join. Although she was aware that Haomu Beastmaster School was expensive, the exact amount eluded her. 500,000, the girl in front replied, raising her hand. Fang Cici glanced at her hand, then turned away. Qiao Sang, what were we just discussing? You said I was humorous, Qiao Sang responded. The girl in front interjected, but before Fang Cici could continue, a boy from the other side of the classroom exclaimed. What? Your dad actually shipped you a Laosi. This outburst drew envious glances from the entire class, including Qiao Sang. Laosi was a superpower-type creature. Its mere presence was enough to evoke envy. However, it was not a creature native to Hua country. Each region had its exclusive creatures, such as the fire-clawed dog, plump pigeon, and desert-tailed fox, all unique to the Yuhua region where Qiao Sang lived. While creatures from other regions could be found in Yuhua, they were rare, and many Beastmasters would contract creatures from different regions upon their awakening during the Beastmaster ceremony, though most remained within the borders of Hua country. The mere fact that such a superpower creature had been airlifted from another country made Qiao Sang surmise that this was likely the only one among this year's candidates in Hangang City. My dad insisted on sending it to me. I told him I didn't want it, but he went ahead anyway. There's nothing I can do about it, said Qin Shou. Truly, such a spoiled brat. Qiao Sang clenched her fists, yet she had to admit that having wealth was advantageous. With money, one could contract rare and powerful creatures and have a continuous supply of resources at their disposal. Conversely, without money, one was limited to contracting suitable creatures within a narrow scope, unable to secure the necessary resources for future nurturing. Thus, in today's society, powerful beastmasters often came from affluent backgrounds, while grassroots beastmasters found it exceedingly difficult to rise. Fortunately, she possessed a golden finger. After all, the awakening of the brain domain had yet to occur. If she failed at that moment, the embarrassment would be monumental. Do you think that is possible? Fang Cc countered, raising an eyebrow. Impossible. If the second best in the school can't awaken, then the one at the bottom of the class has no hope either. Qin Lin chose not to respond further. The final lesson of the day was taught by their homeroom teacher. Qiao Sang gazed at him with a tinge of reluctance. He had been so considerate, not once calling her mother to inform her of her absence, and such a commendable homeroom teacher was hard to come by. He passionately delivered his farewell speech. Students, the day after tomorrow, June 17th, marks our entrance exam, while June 20th is the day we awaken our brain domains. You are about to experience your first pivotal moment in life, concluding 3 years of middle school and stepping into a higher institution for further education. The dedication, diligence, and resilience you have cultivated over these 3 years have shaped who you are today. I believe every one of you is filled with ambition. Qiao Sang quietly echoed. Filled with ambition. Fang Cc, taken aback, asked, how did you know what the teacher was going to say next? Qiao Sang paused before answering, I guessed. The teacher's parting words were typical of what educators often say, easily found online, and Qiao Sang decided to give him some face. I am confident that in a few days, everyone will use their remarkable results to conclude their middle school journey perfectly. Finally, I wish you all to sail smoothly, heading towards your ideal high school, and realize your dreams in June. Thunderous applause erupted from the class, and Qiao Sang joined in fervently. In that moment, she didn't care about the cliches. The atmosphere was genuine, and her excitement was real. Chapter 40, The Watchful Eye. On June 17th, Qiao Sang arrived at Mingpei Middle School early in the morning, accompanied by her mother. The distribution of examination venues for the entrance exam was organized by district, and candidates from each school were randomly assigned to various testing sites. Qiao Sang found herself assigned to Class 17 of Mingpei Middle School. Did you bring your admission ticket? Yes. Did you bring your pens and other supplies? Yes. During the exam, tackle the questions you can answer first, and leave the rest for last, understood? Understood. You may go in now. I'll be here to pick you up when you finish, her mother gently instructed. This was the first time her mother had shown such tenderness since losing the Sharp Bear signature, and Qiao Sang felt somewhat unaccustomed. Mom, her mother, increasingly gentle, replied. What is it? It's not time yet. I can't go in. Qiao Sang lamented. If possible, she wished to change the habit of arriving excessively early everywhere. Her mother remarked, a class doesn't only have 2 supervising teachers. There are also 2 creatures. Qiao Sang quietly took her seat in the 5th row, 6th seat. A violet-blue rodent-like creature was gently tapping its antennae against the bodies of the exam candidates. Its blue antennae, approximately 7 to 8 centimeters in length, protruded from its forehead in an antenna-like fashion. Qiao Sang, having made slight progress as a student with previously mediocre grades, recognized this creature as the Ziwa mouse, an electric-type beast. The Ziwa mouse utilized its forehead antennae to detect the presence of electronic devices nearby. As it continued its probing, upon reaching the student seated in the 3rd row, 3rd seat, its antennae suddenly emitted a surge of violet electricity. Ah! The student involuntarily exclaimed, losing grip on the pen in their right hand, which clattered to the desk. The current was mild, merely causing a tingling sensation in the student's hand without further repercussions. Wawa, the Ziwa mouse called out, pointing at the 3rd row student. Produce it. The female teacher, who had been seated at the podium, rose and approached the Ziwa mouse. The student turned pale, pressing their lips tightly together, refraining from movement. I shall repeat myself. Produce it, the teacher insisted. Under the watchful gaze of the surrounding crowd and the teacher's piercing stare, the student reluctantly parted their hair and retrieved a button cell-sized electronic device from within. This device was unremarkable. It merely transmitted information regarding multiple choice answers over a distance via consciousness, while it could not assist with fill-in-the-blank or essay questions. Only psychic-type creatures possessed such transmission capabilities, indicating that the student had an accomplice with another psychic-type creature capable of viewing the exam paper. Naturally, this accomplice could not be the student themselves. Your score in this subject will be nullified, the teacher declared mercilessly as she confiscated the device along with the student's exam paper. After the student had left, distraught and in tears, the teacher raised her voice. If anyone possesses any electronic devices, now is the time to present them. Do not harbor any false hopes. Should the Ziwa mouse discover your devices, your scores will be rendered void. Silence enveloped the room. Fortunately, the Ziwa mouse continued its probing without further incident. Another creature resembling an eye split into 5 or 6 floating duplicates, each observing the exam room from various angles. This creature was known as the monitoring eye, whose split bodies transmitted the visuals they captured back to the main entity, thus providing comprehensive surveillance of the examination environment, essential for proctoring. The monitoring eye was a common sight not only during middle school exams, but also during the college entrance examinations, where its more powerful variants could produce up to 10 offshoots. Qiao Sang was diligently answering her exam questions when one of the monitoring eyes hovered near her writing hand, causing her hand to tremble involuntarily. The eye, adorned with spiral-patterned pupils, shifted angles incessantly, alternately fixating on the exam paper and her face. After 5 seconds of scrutiny without any unusual occurrences, it departed. Qiao Sang mused that this examination tested not only knowledge but also psychological resilience. Who wouldn't be startled by a hovering eyeball-like creature while attempting to concentrate on their answers? All the ideas she had just conjured were stifled. Thankfully, after 2 days of enduring this testing environment, Qiao Sang had grown numb to the stress. Even if 2 monitoring eyes appeared simultaneously at either side, she could remain composed and complete her exam. On June 19th, the final day of the cultural examination, after finishing her last subject, Qiao Sang returned home and collapsed onto her bed, pulling the covers over her head to sleep. Her mind had been in a constant state of tension during this period, and now that the exams were over, she longed for a deep slumber. To her surprise, she awoke at 7:02 p.m. Upon regaining consciousness, she felt significantly clearer-headed than usual. Such clarity was unprecedented after waking from sleep. Sitting up against the headboard, she gazed out the window. The sky had turned pitch dark, yet the moonlight and city lights cast a faint glow. The room was shrouded in darkness, and the faint light seeping through the crack of the door indicated that the living room was also dim, creating an eerie silence, without her fiery hound by her side. Feeling an inexplicable sense of desolation, Qiao Sang rose and peered out the window to the community below. At that moment, the area was bustling with people, children playing, adults strolling in pairs, and elderly folks seeking respite in the evening air. Yet, Qiao Sang immediately recognized 3 familiar figures: her mother, her fiery hound, and the chubby pigeon. After quietly observing for 3 minutes, hunger struck her. She recalled that she had made plans to dine with Fang Sisi and others before she fell asleep. Yeah, the fiery hound spotted Qiao Sang first, joyfully bounding into her embrace. With the added weight of a 15 kilograms weighted ring, Qiao Sang felt the pull but managed to catch it securely. "Mom, I'm heading out for a bit," Qiao Sang announced. "All right," her mother nodded in response. Since Qiao Sang had already informed her mother about dining with Fang Sisi, there were no further inquiries. 20 minutes later, Qiao Sang arrived at the hot pot restaurant, cradling her fiery hound. "Whoa, your fiery hound!" 2 voices exclaimed simultaneously from table 27. Alongside Fang Sisi, her companion Lucia awaited her arrival. The scheduled meeting time was 7 o'clock, and though they were now over half an hour late, the 2 seemed to have forgotten to question her, as their attention was solely focused on the fiery hound. "You actually contracted a fiery hound," Lucia exclaimed in astonishment. "Qiao Sang, how could you keep this from us until now?" Fang Sisi added, eyeing the seemingly docile fiery hound, hesitant to reach out. This was her first encounter so close to a fire-type creature. As Qiao Sang savored the hot pot, she inquired, "Sia, it seems you were aware of my awakening from the very beginning?" Normally, one would expect a classmate yet to awaken to ask how they came to be holding a fiery hound, rather than directly exclaiming about the contract. Fang Sisi fell silent in an instant. Lucia, however, cast a glance at Fang Sisi and promptly divulged, "Fang Sisi told me about it 2 weeks ago." As expected, Qiao Sang was not surprised. She should have anticipated it. As for the matter concerning their homeroom teacher's hair, Fang Sisi had already shared it with their circle, and trusting her to keep secrets was akin to depending on the fiery hound to climb a tree. "I only mentioned it to Lucia," Fang Sisi quickly added. Qiao Sang regarded her with skepticism. "And my parents? It's nothing worth keeping secret." "Haha, I knew it. Such news should be shared with everyone. If it weren't for Lucia stopping me, suggesting I wait for you to return to school to see if you wanted to announce it, I would have already posted it in the class group." Fang Sisi chuckled, relaxing. "Thank you, Lucia." Unlike Fang Sisi, Lucia was not a slacker. She consistently ranked within the top 15 in class. The reason she got along with Fang Sisi was due to their shared interest in coordinators. Coordinators are professionals who utilize the skills of their creatures to showcase their charm. Unlike beast tamers, whose goal is to participate in league battles, coordinators emphasize the beauty and flamboyance of their creatures rather than practical combat. Thus, most coordinators struggle to pass the beast tamer level assessments to ascend to higher ranks. For them, aesthetics reign supreme, and they seek to contract aesthetically pleasing creatures. Why did you put such an ugly hand ring on your fiery hound? Lucia's focus remained on the creature. She was both surprised and unsurprised to learn that Qiao Sang had dared to contract the temperamental fire type. The surprise lay in her audacity, while the lack of surprise stemmed from the hound's adorable appearance, with its flame-like fur drawing attention. Its evolved form, the blazing hound, was even more striking. As Lucia gazed at the fiery hound, she, like Fang Sisi, longed to touch it yet hesitated. Before Qiao Sang could respond, the fiery hound barked, "Yeah? Its training gear is not ugly." Lucia leaned back slightly, asking, "Are you certain you can handle the fiery hound? Just look at it. It seems fierce." Fang Sisi interjected, "But the fire-toothed dog is truly stunning. Just look at its eyes and fur. Don't you want to pet it?" "I do." Lucia's eyes sparkled with excitement. The two of them gazed at Qiao Sang with longing in their eyes. Qiao Sang turned her attention to the fire-toothed dog, silently inquiring with her gaze. The fire-toothed dog understood its master's intention. Rough. It turned towards Fang Sisi and barked once, then lowered its head. With such a gesture, Fang Sisi naturally understood that the fire-toothed dog consented to her touch, and she eagerly extended her hand. "Wow, the texture is remarkable." Lucia watched with envy, and as she reached out to pet it as well, the fire-toothed dog suddenly turned its head away in a haughty refusal. Rough. It hadn't forgotten that this person had just called it an ugly training tool and said it was fierce. Lucia sheepishly withdrew her hand and casually changed the subject. "I was just discussing with Sisi about which pet to contract after the awakening of our brain domains tomorrow. I'm thinking of contracting a desert-tailed fox. Sisi hasn't made up her mind yet. Do you have any suggestions, Qiao Sang?" Before Qiao Sang could reply, Fang Sisi declared, "I've decided. The fire-toothed dog is perfect." Lucia. Qiao Sang. The fire-toothed dog puffed out its chest, feeling quite pleased with the compliment. Qiao Sang cautioned, "Don't act impulsively. Think it through." Fang Sisi replied earnestly, "I'm not being impulsive. Just look at your fire-toothed dog. It's both obedient and adorable, and the key is that it feels so good to touch. I want one too." The fire-toothed dog straightened its posture even more. Qiao Sang. What could she possibly say? Could she claim that the fire-toothed dog was disobedient, unlovable, or unpleasant to touch? The fire-toothed dog would surely hold a grudge against her. Besides, Fang Sisi was speaking the truth. However, Qiao Sang recalled the other fire-toothed dog she had seen at the Hangang pet base and thought that a visit from Fang Sisi would undoubtedly change her mind. After finishing their hot pot meal and exchanging a few words wishing each other success for tomorrow's awakening, Qiao Sang bid farewell to Fang Sisi and Lucia. Tomorrow was the day the school organized a unified stimulation of brain domain awakenings for the students. As a self-awakener, Qiao Sang naturally did not need to participate in the group activity. Upon returning home and placing the fire-toothed dog on the floor, Qiao Sang suddenly realized that she had been holding it the entire way. Notably, the fire-toothed dog was still wearing a 15 kilograms weight ring on its right leg. When it had worn a 10 kilograms weight ring before, she felt it was somewhat heavy after just a few minutes of holding it. Now, with the 15 kilograms weight ring, she had carried it for at least half an hour without feeling any burden at all. Could it be that her strength had increased dramatically? That seemed impossible. She hadn't exercised at all recently. After finishing the high school entrance examination, she had also felt no difference while holding the fire-toothed dog. Could it be that within those few hours, she had transformed into a strong woman? Entering the living room, Qiao Sang, amidst the bewildered expression of the plump pigeon, stretched out her arms to embrace it. She exerted a little force but couldn't lift it. After trying again with more effort, she still couldn't lift it. Finally, using all her strength, her face flushed red, yet the plump pigeon remained utterly unmoved. Qiao Sang reached a conclusion. It seemed she hadn't suddenly become super strong. Rather, her strength had indeed increased significantly. With the plump pigeon looking perplexed, Qiao Sang returned to her room. She was a bit confused, unable to comprehend why her strength had suddenly surged until, as she was about to sleep, she opened the Beastmaster's codex as usual and became even more bewildered. What the heck? The quiet room suddenly resonated with the essence of traditional culture. Qiao Sang was astonished. The Beastmaster's codex had transformed into 2 pages. In addition to the page that detailed her contract with the fire-toothed dog, there was now an additional blank contract space. After her mind momentarily short-circuited, she exited the codex and immediately summoned the sleeping fire-toothed dog back into it. The next moment, a gray star array illuminated the bed, and the fire-toothed dog appeared lying on its side, drooling in the formation. Gray. 2 pages. Had her Beastmaster's codex awakened again? Qiao Sang's heart raced with excitement. Could she truly be the legendary prodigy? The development of brain domains had been a subject of research from ancient times to the present. And aside from the inherent meditation practice, there had been no safe methods to promote the development of brain domains. Meditation was a course in Beastmaster High School. Before awakening one's brain domain, meditation was futile, and most students used magnetic wave stimulation to awaken their brain domains, requiring a period of recovery before they could begin meditating. Thus, meditation typically commenced during high school, and Qiao Sang had not yet meditated. Yet her brain domain had genuinely strengthened. Even though the detection report indicated a maximum brain wave fluctuation value of only 9, she had directly developed it to 10. This was nearly impossible under normal circumstances. As she gazed at the drooling fire-toothed dog, Qiao Sang suddenly understood. Indeed, prodigies often possessed extraordinary traits. However, even with the awakening of her Beastmaster's codex, she had no immediate plans to contract a new pet. The fire-toothed dog had not been with her for long, and she intended to nurture it properly during this summer while also earning some money. After all, she currently lacked the ability to give the fire-toothed dog a bath. If she were to contract a second one, it would likely be challenging to raise both. Nevertheless, an idea began to form in Qiao Sang's mind. She could start raising a second pet from an egg. This way, when it hatched, the fire-toothed dog would have grown as well, and by then, she might have earned enough money. Most importantly, if the second pet saw her as soon as it was born, would there be any need to worry about it being disobedient? Chapter 42. High School Entrance Examination Results. For her second pet, Qiao Sang was particularly inclined towards those of the plant or water types that could learn healing skills. A team with a healer significantly increases its safety margin, providing the confidence to venture deeper into areas inhabited by extraordinary creatures. However, such pets with healing abilities were mostly pre-reserved by medical institutions, making it challenging for ordinary beastmasters to book them in the market. Qiao Sang was not in a rush. This was merely her current thought. The issue of pet eggs could be set aside for now. Nurturing the fire-toothed dog was her priority. Accepting the reality of her Beastmaster's codex awakening, Qiao Sang finally understood why her strength had increased so dramatically. The enhancement of the Beastmaster's codex within a Beastmaster's brain domain, along with the evolution of their pets, could indeed have a reciprocal effect on themselves. Judging by the timeline, her brain domain must have changed during her sleep after returning from the entrance examination. After analyzing this, Qiao Sang's mood settled, and she glanced at the sleeping fire-toothed dog, taking a few tissues from the bedside table to wipe its drool. Within just 5 days of her experience in the Beastmaster Society, the results of the entrance examination were released, an efficiency that was double that of the Educational Bureau in her previous life. Candidates could directly check their scores on their mobile phones by entering their examination numbers into the Hangang Education Admissions Examination's official account. As soon as the news broke, every student who had just completed the exam quickly retrieved their admission tickets and phones. Qing Chung Jia Yuan. Building C, Room 606. Qiao Sang stared at the score displayed on her phone, rendered speechless for 3 seconds. Her mother, unable to contain herself, urged, "How much did you score?" Today was the day the results were announced, and Yi Xiangting had specifically taken off work to be home. "Mom, there's something I need to tell you." "Please don't get too excited," Qiao Sang said earnestly. "I'm not excited. Just tell me," her mother replied loudly. "I got into Shengshui Middle School." Qiao Sang beamed. "Huh." Yi Xiangting was momentarily stunned. "I said I got into Shengshui Middle School," Qiao Sang reiterated. "Shengshui Middle School," her mother murmured, repeating the name as she gazed at her daughter, looking somewhat dazed, and asked, "What score did you get?" "Rough, rough, rough." The fire-toothed dog in Qiao Sang's arms chimed in, looking at the phone. Qiao Sang chuckled as she petted the fire-toothed dog and said, 359 points. "Thanks to the fire-toothed dog, I was first in the special recruitment for Shengshui Middle School. So I only needed to meet the minimum score for the entrance exam to get in. Had it not been for her first-place finish in the last special admissions exam, Qiao Sang would have needed to achieve a score exceeding the minimum threshold by 50 points. "Yeah." The fire-toothed dog let out an embarrassed yip. The Education Bureau had announced last night that this year's minimum passing score for the entrance examination was 329 points, a decrease of 3 points from the previous year. Qiao Sang's score surpassed the minimum by a commendable 30 points. She had secured the top position in the special admissions at Shengshui High School with a score of 359. Yi Xiangting was somewhat dizzy from the weighty news and snatched her daughter's phone to take a closer look. The numbers, though simple, required her to glance at them 4 or 5 times before she could fully comprehend. Indeed, it was 359 points. After waiting for a considerable time for her mother to commend her, Qiao Sang watched as her mother swiftly tossed the phone back to her and proceeded to dial her own phone. "Mom, what are you doing?" Qiao Sang inquired. "I'm sharing this good news with your grandparents," her mother replied excitedly. Qiao Sang recognized that it was indeed a moment worth sharing with her grandparents to bring them joy. 18 minutes later. Mom, didn't you just finish telling Grandpa and Grandma? Who are you calling now? Your uncle, her mother responded. 25 minutes later. Second sister-in-law. How has Li Chuan been lately? Just wanted to chat. 36 minutes later. Brother-in-law, is my sister nearby? No worries. I just wanted to mention that my daughter recently completed her entrance examination and did reasonably well. She barely passed the minimum threshold, but she got into Shengshui High School. Are you familiar with it? An hour later, her mother was still on the phone. Mom, I'm heading to school, Qiao Sang announced, cradling Yaya in her arms. The report cards were being distributed today, and the time had already been announced in the group chat, urging students to come by. Your daughter is nowhere near as accomplished as your Jiajia. I heard your Jiajia is always among the top 3 in her class. While my daughter barely scrapes by, getting into Shengshui High School, her mother waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she could leave. Qiao Sang, Class 37 of Wenqing Middle School. A gathering of academic underachievers. How did you do? Are you my friend? What's wrong? We boys have 3 rules for friendship. We don't ask about grades, backgrounds, or parents, especially not grades, Guolin stated earnestly. I'm not your friend, I'm your deskmate. So what was your score? Fang Sisi retorted. Guolin. He was reluctant to answer, but his gaze landed on Qiao Sang, who had just entered with Yaya. Whoa, the fire-toothed dog. Qiao Sang. You're quite bold, Guolin exclaimed. At present, students whose mental domains had successfully awakened had already contracted their pet beasts. And Qiao Sang confidently brought Yaya into the school. She believed that since everyone was now contracting pet beasts, she wouldn't attract too much attention. Yet she underestimated the allure of fire-type creatures. From the moment she entered the school gates, 9 out of 10 people turned to gaze at the fire-toothed dog in her arms. The one who didn't was a nearsighted student without glasses. You're not doing too badly yourself with that contracted short-tailed snake, Qiao Sang remarked, eyeing the snake coiled atop Guolin's head. Though the short-tailed snake was one of the choices for novice beastmasters, its popularity was the lowest among the 5 recommended pet beasts for newcomers due to its poisonous nature. Generally, those who contracted it were the bolder, budding beastmasters. Well, it can't be compared to yours, Guolin sincerely replied. While the short-tailed snake was gentle as long as its master was cautious, the fire-toothed dog could be unpredictable and could turn on its own master if not handled properly. Qiao Sang smiled and remained silent. Just as she settled down, she noticed Fang Sisi attempting to take a seat beside her. What's wrong? Qiao Sang asked, puzzled. Nothing, Fang Sisi stammered. Yaya recognized Fang Sisi and greeted her amicably. Fang Sisi paused for a moment, then slowly shifted her seat back. Observing Yaya's well-behaved demeanor in Qiao Sang's embrace, Fang Sisi sighed deeply. I've come to realize that it's not the fire-toothed dog that's well-behaved, but rather your fire-toothed dog. Qiao Sang glanced at the cotton bug Fang Sisi was holding, quickly deducing the situation and stifling a smile. She asked, what happened? Didn't you say last time you were going to contract a fire-toothed dog? How did it turn into a cotton bug? Fang Sisi shot a resentful look at Qiao Sang and replied, when I first entered the fire-toothed dog base, I nearly lost my hair. I finally found a calm one to contract, but the moment I touched its head, a spark shot out, ruining my new dress. After a brief moment of silence, Qiao Sang responded, perhaps you just didn't find the right fire-toothed dog. Fang Sisi lamented, it was calm enough. It was the only one sleeping among all the fire-toothed dogs. Qiao Sang, Chapter 43. She had forgotten about this matter. Then how did you end up deciding to contract the cotton bug? Qiao Sang inquired. I want to evolve it into a biwa butterfly. It's super pretty, Fang Sisi said, pulling out her phone to search for pictures of the biwa butterfly to show Qiao Sang. I know, but to evolve into a biwa butterfly, you need to take it to the Beiluan region, right? Qiao Sang remarked. The Beiluan region was quite far from their Yuhua region. The cotton bug was known to have 5 possible evolutionary forms, and the biwa butterfly required a specific environment to evolve, which the Beiluan region provided. No need. I've consulted a breeder. It just needs to stay in an environment of -40 degrees for an hour. I'll hire an ice-type pet beast to create the environment, Fang Sisi explained. Seeing that Fang Sisi had thought this through, Qiao Sang nodded and asked the obligatory question after the exams. How did you do this time? Fang Sisi shrugged, responding helplessly, 304 points. It's only enough for a vocational high school. Before Qiao Sang could figure out how to console her, Fang Sisi countered. What about you? 359 points, Qiao Sang replied. Are you serious? Fang Sisi's eyes widened. I'll show you the report card when it comes out, Qiao Sang smiled. Before Fang Sisi could say anything further, the classroom erupted in commotion. It turned out that Qin Shou had entered with his Laosi. When Qiao Sang entered with Yaya, everyone chose to observe from a distance. as it was well known that fire-type pet beasts had rather volatile temperaments, making it unwise to approach too closely. However, they were unfamiliar with Laosie's temperament. They only knew it was a rare foreign pet, enough to send them into a frenzy. Qiao Sang looked over to see Qin Shou surrounded by a tightly packed group of classmates. Not even he could be seen through the throng. Even Guilin, who had previously been making snide remarks, rushed over. "Shou Gu, let me see." This excitement lasted for more than 10 minutes, and it was only when the homeroom teacher arrived that everyone settled down and returned to their seats. It was then that Qiao Sang finally got a good look at Laosie, standing approximately 80 centimeters tall. It sported two bull-like horns atop its head and had light red eyes adorned with fin-like markings, resembling eyeshadow, and it appeared to be trembling slightly in Qin Shou's embrace, as if it had just been startled by the crowd. The homeroom teacher began distributing the report cards. "Whereas Xiejiai?" Qiao Sang asked. Xiejiai was Fang Cc's deskmate, who had previously hoped to have everyone take the entrance exam for Haomu Beastmaster School together. Fang Cc glanced at the empty seat in front of her and quietly replied, "You didn't know because you weren't here the day of the mental domain awakening." But Xiejiai's awakening failed. Qiao Sang was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. Each year, only 73 of students successfully awaken their mental domains during the entrance examination, leaving 27 unable to do so. It wouldn't be surprising if a few students in their class failed to awaken. Given that both of Xiejiai's parents were beastmasters, her chances of awakening should have been relatively high, so this failure would likely be a significant blow to her. Yet reality can be capricious. For instance, Dai Shu, a child of ordinary parents, managed to awaken successfully, while Xiejiai, a child of beastmasters, failed to do so. Before long, the homeroom teacher called out Qiao Sang's name. As she approached to collect her report card, she exerted herself, yet surprisingly failed to pull it towards her. Qiao Sang lifted her gaze, perplexed, towards the old teacher. There he stood, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum, his wig bouncing with his laughter. He then positioned her to face her classmates and announced loudly, "I have an exciting piece of news to share. Our classmate Qiao Sang has diligently studied and, against all odds, has been accepted into Shengshui High School." Upon hearing this, the entire class was taken aback. Diligent study? Wasn't he that the same Qiao Sang who typically slept through classes, barely passed her exams, and had recently been absent from school? They had never held any expectations for her. And Shengshui High School, the institution that consistently ranked third from the bottom in their district? Qiao Sang. Qingqing Jiyuan. Upon returning home, Qiao Sang felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Her mother was humming a tune in her own room. Qiao Sang pushed open the door to find the bed and floor strewn with an array of clothes, bags, and shoes. "You're back. Just in time. Come help me choose a dress," her mother said cheerfully. "Mom, is there something going on?" Qiao Sang momentarily forgot her purpose as she surveyed the chaotic scene. "Nonsense. Now that you've been accepted into Shengshui High, I've invited a few people to celebrate with a banquet at Yujing Hotel the day after tomorrow. You tell me which dress looks best," her mother explained. Qiao Sang, "Mom, this seems excessive." "Excessive? It's a rare occasion to celebrate. Of course we must have a feast. Oh, and I'll even hang a banner. What do you think it should say?" her mother inquired while trying on clothes in front of the mirror. With resignation, Qiao Sang sensed she already had the answer, but still sought confirmation. "Did you tell my homeroom teacher about my acceptance into Shengshui High?" "Of course. I had to call to express my gratitude for how he raised your grades in the final stretch, and I've invited him to the banquet as well," her mother admitted. What could Qiao Sang say? As long as her mother was happy, that was what mattered. However, the efficiency was astonishing. It felt as if every acquaintance had already been notified. In the ensuing time, Qiao Sang assisted her mother in selecting outfits, and after much deliberation, they finally settled on a dress that matched the color of her pet, the fire-toothed dog. In the afternoon, while her mother went for a beauty treatment, Qiao Sang took her report card and rode the subway to Shengshui High to confirm her enrollment. Thus, her acceptance into Shengshui High was officially secured. June 26th. Yujing Hotel. Qiao Sang, "Come here, this is your Aunt Ping Ping, who used to carry you when you were little," her mother called, donning a red dress and elegantly styled hair. "Hello, Aunt," Qiao Sang greeted politely. Her appearance was no different from usual, but the fire-toothed dog in her arms had been dressed up. Its fiery fur was meticulously groomed. A gentlemanly black bow tie adorned its neck, and it sported matching black triangular sunglasses, exuding an impressive charm. "You've grown so much," Qiao Sang, Aunt Ping Ping remarked, her gaze lingering on the fire-toothed dog. Before they could converse further, her mother had already whisked Qiao Sang away to another table occupied by familiar faces. "Hello, teacher," Qiao Sang greeted with a smile. "Ah, Qiao Sang, I knew from the moment I saw you that you were destined for academic success. Out of all the students I've taught, you were the only one who awakened your potential on your own. You certainly disappointed me by gaining admission to the best high school in Hangang. The homeroom teacher beamed as he stood up. Before Qiao Sang could respond, her mother interjected, "It's all thanks to your guidance, teacher. Just the other day, she scored 0 on a test. If you hadn't persisted in teaching her, how could she have possibly improved so much for the entrance exam?" "Nonsense. It's her own hard work that led to her success," the teacher replied modestly. "Come now, don't be so humble. If you hadn't kept a close watch on her, how would she have made it this far? Let us not flatter too much. She has been absent for nearly 2 weeks. How could I monitor her studies during that time?" Suddenly, the conversation fell silent. After a few seconds, her mother turned to Qiao Sang and asked, "2 weeks absent?" Qiao Sang. Oh no, she had completely forgotten about that. Chapter 44. Enjoying a fine meal. I've been busy training the fire-toothed dog. Otherwise, how could I have achieved first place in the special admissions? Qiao Sang chuckled awkwardly, discreetly patting the fire-toothed dog. Now that she had graduated, explaining to her homeroom teacher was no longer crucial. What mattered most was clarifying things to her mother. The fire-toothed dog nodded earnestly, responding in perfect agreement. Before her mother could speak, the teacher chimed in. "Achieving first place in the special admissions is indeed remarkable." He glanced at Qiao Sang and then addressed her mother. "How have you been feeling?" Qiao Sang's mom. Qiao Sang stiffened. The teacher was definitely doing this on purpose. Her mother shot Qiao Sang a knowing glance before turning back with a smile. "I'm doing quite well. Mom, Aunt is calling for me. I'll be right over." Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Sang quickly excused herself and slipped away. "Aunt, did you call for me?" Qiao Sang sighed in relief as she joined the adjacent table, mostly occupied by her mother's relatives. Her mother had 3 brothers and 1 sister. Aside from her third uncle, Qiao Sang's other uncles and aunt had moved to different provinces for work. Her third uncle remained in Qitong Town, over 90 kilometers from Hangang City. Qitong Town was Qiao Sang's hometown, the place where her mother was born. Her third uncle had spent his entire life there, not for any other reason but to care for her grandparents, and his wife had stayed by his side. They had 2 children, the elder of whom was already in college, yet they had never had the chance to travel together. To Qiao Sang, her relatives on her mother's side felt closer to her, especially her third uncle's family, as they lived in the same province and often visited during holidays. "Qiao Sang, would you like to come visit during the summer? Your grandparents miss you terribly, if not for their health issues this time. They would have insisted on coming to see you." Her third aunt smiled warmly. "Sure, I'll come in mid-July," Qiao Sang replied, promptly providing a specific date. In truth, she had intended to spend her summer in her hometown regardless. Qiao Sang lived on the 6th floor, and training the fire-toothed dog in their apartment complex was rather inconvenient. Being a fire-type pet, it could easily damage the community's greenery if it accidentally breathed fire. Qitong Town, however, was different. The house behind her family's home had a large yard. A bus ride to the nearby Tanan Township led to a small forest, making it an ideal training spot. Qiao Sang calculated the time. In a few days, on June 30th, an F-level beast tamer competition would be held in Hangang City, and she could compete before heading back to her hometown. For Qiao Sang, the competition was not merely a contest, but a blatant opportunity to earn points. "All right. We look forward to your arrival," her third aunt said with a smile, her gaze shifting to the fire-toothed dog. "Is this your contracted pet? It's adorable." As she reached out to pet it, the fire-toothed dog comfortably squinted its eyes. Seeing this, Qiao Sang felt relieved. Sometimes, it truly was a mystery whether a pet would take to someone. Once the banquet concluded, her mother accompanied her third aunt and the others shopping, while Qiao Sang returned home first. Daring not to call upon the fire-toothed dog for assistance, she diligently cleaned the house from top to bottom on her own. Once the home appeared spotless, her anxious heart began to ease slightly. With the entrance exams completed and her acceptance into Shengshui High secured, what was done was done. Even if she had secretly taken nearly 2 weeks off from school, witnessing the pristine state of her home upon returning should quell any reprimands from her mother. Qiao Sang took the fire-toothed dog downstairs to the community area, intending to resume their speed training as usual. Tooth. The fiery hound shook its head in discontent. After all the effort it took to groom itself so handsomely, wouldn't all that be ruined by a mere training session followed by a sweat? "It's hard to believe you still care about your appearance," Qiao Sang chuckled as she crouched down to pat the fiery hound. Typically, the hound eagerly sought training, but this time, in a bid to preserve its stylish look, it was reluctant. Naturally, Qiao Sang did not press the matter. "Let us go treat you to something delicious," Qiao Sang said, lifting the fiery hound into her arms. "Huh?" the hound questioned, puzzled. "Haven't we just eaten? More food." It turned its head thoughtfully. Well, I suppose I could make an exception. Without resistance, the fiery hound followed Qiao Sang to a local eatery. Boss, I'd like 3 orders of the super spicy grilled wings. Coming right up. Qiao Sang found a vacant seat, still cradling the fiery hound in her arms. Is 3 enough? The hound blinked its glistening eyes. That will suffice. Qiao Sang replied with a smile, continuing, once we finish eating, you can try to release sparks by concentrating your energy into a single point before releasing it. Her purpose for this outing was not merely to indulge in food, but rather to test her hypotheses regarding skill development. With her unique abilities, Qiao Sang didn't need to worry about her skill proficiency stagnating, and she had been contemplating how to teach the fiery hound new skills lately. Unfortunately, she lacked the funds to pursue the herbal baths suggested by the vice principal of the Holy Water Middle School. The conventional pathways, such as specialized institutions for skill learning, were also beyond her financial reach, and there were no elders nearby who had contracted fire-type Pokemon to guide her. Thus, the development of this new skill relied solely on her own conjectures. While numerous skills were available for beginner fire-type Pokemon, the fiery hound only knew Firefang and Spark. Qiao Sang had previously instructed the hound to attempt releasing sparks while compressing its energy. However, aside from a slight increase in power, there was no significant difference. A spark remained just that, a spark. This led Qiao Sang to consider the super spicy grilled wings. The spicy oil drizzled over them was not ordinary. It was derived from the flower seeds of the plant-type Pokemon, Peppervine. Even non-fire-type Pokemon could potentially breathe fire after consuming such a dish. Imagine how much energy a genuine fire-type Pokemon would mobilize after ingesting it. The results of condensing and releasing energy afterward would surely yield different effects. Though the fiery hound did not fully comprehend Qiao Sang's intentions, it found the notion of condensing energy to release a spark to be a trivial task, one that required no effort whatsoever, since it wouldn't affect its appearance. The hound readily nodded in agreement. Before long, the super spicy grilled wings were served. The wings, coated in red oil, were crispy on the outside and tender within, exuding an irresistible aroma. The hound's appetite was instantly piqued, and it eagerly reached out with its paws to grab a skewer. Qiao Sang swiftly snatched all 3 skewers. Huh. The hound looked perplexed. Aren't we eating? We'll eat outside, Qiao Sang explained. How can you practice compressing and releasing your skills if we eat here? If a fire were to erupt uncontrollably, we might find ourselves stuck washing dishes for a while. Chapter 45. Meteor Shower. Qiao Sang led the fiery hound to a nearby alley. The hound sensed something amiss, yet the tantalizing aroma of the super spicy grilled wings dulled its instincts. Without further thought, the hound accepted the grilled wing Qiao Sang offered and took a large bite. The meat was succulent and delicious. Its eyes lit up, ready to savor another bite. When suddenly, yow! A pitiful cry echoed through the deserted alley. Passers-by at the entrance paused to glance inside, fearing they had stumbled upon an incident of cruelty towards a Pokemon. Upon peering further, they saw a girl standing quietly nearby while the fiery hound unleashed flames frantically against the wall. It appeared to be a fire-type Pokemon in a state of unprovoked frenzy. The onlookers quickly concluded the situation and, not wishing to attract the attention of a fire-type Pokemon, continued on their way as though they hadn't seen a thing. Calm down, hound. Compress, and then try to spray, Qiao Sang urged from the sidelines. Yow! The hound's eyes glistened with genuine tears. It was overwhelmed. Compress? What compressing? All it knew was that it was about to be overwhelmed by the spice. Heat surged within its belly, the fiery sensation filling its nostrils and throat. Yow! The hound instinctively spewed flames, desperately seeking relief for its throat and stomach. Qiao Sang could clearly see that the hound's sparks were beginning to shift from a spherical to a cylindrical form. She quickly took out her phone and recorded the spectacle. Once the hound grew weary and collapsed onto the ground, Qiao Sang retrieved a bottle of Qiao milk from her bag, opened it, and offered it to the hound. The hound eagerly grasped the bottle with both paws, gulping it down voraciously until the bottom was visible in no time. With tear-streaked eyes, it gazed pitifully at Qiao Sang. Qiao Sang understood its silent plea. No, I only brought 4 bottles of milk. I need to save some for later, she refused. Recently, her finances had dwindled significantly, consumption without income. The Qiao milk needed after each training session had to be reduced by nearly half. Why can't I drink now? The hound blinked its confused eyes, not comprehending until Qiao Sang presented another skewer of wings before it. Yow! The hound immediately retreated to the corner of the wall, shaking its head vigorously. It swore never to eat that again. It was the cause of its current plight. Qiao Sang approached the hound, crouching down to show it the video she had just recorded. Look, doesn't the fire you released just now seem different from your usual sparks? The hound watched the footage of itself, utterly bewildered by the spiciness. Its fur stood on end, tears and snot streaming down its face, far from the dashing reflection it had admired in the mirror that morning. Yow! The hound covered its eyes with its paws, refusing to acknowledge that the disheveled creature in the video was, in fact, itself. Realizing the hound's concerns about its appearance, Qiao Sang paused momentarily. She had completely overlooked that aspect. It seemed she would have to employ another tactic. Qiao Sang picked up her phone and searched for videos of other fire-type Pokemon battles, specifically adding the keywords cool and handsome. Without previewing them, she clicked on a recently popular video and placed it in front of the hound. Take a look. The hound cautiously peeked through a gap in its paws and, seeing that it wasn't the embarrassing video of itself, lowered its guard. In the video, a fierce fire lion with a magnificent mane of fiery red fur let out a thunderous roar, forcefully striking the ground with its forepaw. An egg-sized flame formed above its head, pulsating with terrifying energy. The flames soared higher and higher, eventually exploding like fireworks, with sparks cascading down, a breathtaking sight. The fiery hound became entranced by the visuals, and before long, the ground-shaking explosions of the falling sparks shattered the beautiful scene. As the dust settled, the aftermath revealed a desolate wasteland, pockmarked with craters. The opponent lay charred, their original form unrecognizable. The stunning visuals had transformed into a terrifying spectacle. The hound remained transfixed by the video. Qiao Sang, having finished watching, was momentarily stunned. While she intended for the hound to see impressive fire skills, she hadn't meant for it to witness such advanced techniques. She had hoped to showcase skills like flame bursts or fireballs, skills that even beginner Pokemon could learn. The meteor shower released by the fire lion was a high-level skill, far beyond what the fiery hound could master at this stage. Qiao Sang considered switching to another video, but noticed the hound was still absorbed in the previous footage. A spark of inspiration struck her, and she temptingly asked, "Would you like to learn that?" The fiery canine's eyes suddenly gleamed with anticipation as it lifted its head, gazing longingly at its esteemed Beastmaster. "I was right." Qiao Sang silently applauded her own cleverness. "Actually, my intention was to help you grasp a new skill. Did you not notice that the sparks I just conjured were different from before? This roasted wing is the key to unlocking the energy within you. If you heed my guidance and practice diligently, you will undoubtedly master the meteor shower technique demonstrated in the video." Qiao Sang coaxed. Mastering the meteor shower seems implausible. Perhaps acquiring a few lower-tier fire skills is still within reach. Yap. The fiery canine solemnly nodded in response to its Beastmaster's words, completely oblivious to its own comical appearance in the video or the taste of the roasted wing. Its singular focus was to learn this awe-inspiring skill. Wait until you finish the roasted wing. Refrain from haphazardly spewing fire. Concentrate on gathering and compressing the energy before unleashing it, Qiao Sang urged, seizing the moment. Yap. The fiery canine responded with determination, hefting the very morsel it vowed never to consume again. It shut its eyes, held its breath, and with unwavering resolve, took a bite of the roasted wing. Yap. A familiar sensation surged forth. Compress. Qiao Sang reminded from the sidelines. The fiery canine resisted the immediate urge to unleash flames, patiently attuning itself to the energy coursing within, compressing it as much as possible. Once it felt the compression reach its zenith, the fiery canine could no longer contain itself and released the gathered flames. Unlike the usual sparks or the previously columnar flames, a searing torrent of fire erupted in a swirling motion. Before Qiao Sang could comprehend the nature of this skill, a resounding crash echoed in her ears as rubble fell to the ground. The wall had collapsed. Qiao Sang found herself momentarily blinded. Locking eyes with an elderly man leaning on a cane across the way, the fiery canine surveyed its fiery output with satisfaction, momentarily forgetting its need for milk to quell the spiciness, and eagerly turned to its Beastmaster, awaiting praise. Before it could admire its creation any longer, it was lifted into the air. Its Beastmaster was carrying it as they hastily retreated. Yap. The fiery canine was bewildered. Wasn't he the objective to learn a new skill? Why were they running? Qiao Sang was in a state of panic. Did the old man see her? Surely he did. He must have remembered her striking appearance. Chapter 46. Exhausted in body and spirit. Qiao Sang sprinted 2 blocks before finally halting. The fiery canine looked up at its Beastmaster with confusion. "We shall change our training location," Qiao Sang panted. 5 kilometers away lay an open pet training ground. Qiao Sang accessed her panel. Name, Fiery Canine. Attribute, Fire. Level, Beginner, 152-1000. Skills, Bite, Entry Level 74100. Charge, Proficient 334500. Firefang, Minor Mastery 539-2000. Spark, Minor Mastery 659, 2000, Shadow Clone, entry level 42100, Flame Vortex, entry level 1100. Points, 109. The Fiery Canine's panel was markedly different from earlier. Both Firefang and Spark had reached the stage of minor mastery. It is worth noting that even a low-tier skill like Spark takes considerable time, nearly half a year, to advance from proficiency to minor mastery. Yet, the Fiery Canine had achieved this in merely 2 weeks. As for Firefang, enhancing its proficiency is not something one accomplishes overnight. Typically, it requires at least a year to progress from proficiency to minor mastery. But the Fiery Canine had done so in less than half a month, an achievement that usually takes others an entire year. Qiao Sang's gaze lingered on the newly emerged data. Flame Vortex, entry level 1100. This was absent the previous night. Indeed, a new skill had manifested. Qiao Sang felt a surge of excitement. The Fiery Canine was fundamentally different from other pets. Other creatures, upon learning a new skill, might not consistently execute it flawlessly. However, once the Fiery Canine learned a skill and successfully released it once, it could be relied upon for subsequent attempts. Skills like Firefang and Shadow Clone operated in this manner. Evidently, her strategy of having it consume the super spicy roasted wings had proven wise. Qiao Sang affirmed her thoughts and exited the Beastmaster manual. Fiery Canine, unleash 5 flame vortexes, she instructed. Yap, the Fiery Canine tilted its head in confusion. The technique you just learned after eating the roasted wing, Qiao Sang clarified. The Fiery Canine understood, recalling the tumultuous sensation within. It opened its mouth, and a searing vortex of flame materialized in the expansive training area. In no time, 5 flame vortexes were successfully unleashed. Yap! The Fiery Canine wagged its tail, its eyes shining brightly as it gazed at its Beastmaster. Excellent, Qiao Sang praised, feigning ignorance of the Fiery Canine's intentions. You must be tired. Let us head home. Today's skill development experiment had been remarkably successful, achieving a 100 success rate with Flame Vortex. It was imperative to return home swiftly to explore avenues for generating income. As she turned to leave, her right foot suddenly sank. Looking down, she realized the Fiery Canine was tugging at her pant leg. Yap! Yap! The Fiery Canine, seeing its Beastmaster pause, quickly released its grip and gestured with its paws. It did not want to return. It had yet to master the meteor shower. Qiao Sang sighed. What to do with such a dedicated pet? She squatted down to explain. You've just learned a new skill, which is already impressive. Progress takes time. We can practice the meteor shower next time. She needed to coax the Fiery Canine away, for even if they remained here practicing until dawn, there would be no progress with the meteor shower. As a high-tier skill, if it could be mastered so swiftly, would it even be considered high-tier? The classification of meteor shower as a high-tier skill implied its formidable power and complexity. Yap! The Fiery Canine took a step back, shaking its head. It was determined to practice the meteor shower. Its Beastmaster was lacking ambition, satisfied with merely learning a small skill after such brief training. This simply would not do. It aspired to be the unrivaled Fiery Canine. Qiao Sang, feeling helpless, extended the now cool roasted wing toward the Fiery Canine. What could she do when her pet was so resolute? Of course, she could only accompany it. The Fiery Canine stiffened momentarily, then begrudgingly took a bite of the roasted wing. The next moment, yap! Ching ching jun. 7:30 p.m. The Fiery Canine lay weakly on the sofa, appearing utterly listless. Coo! The chubby dove approached with concern, nuzzling against it. Is the Fiery Canine all right? Its mother inquired. It's fine. It's just exhausted in body and spirit, Qiao Sang responded. Fine, her mother exclaimed. Qiao Sang sat cross-legged, watching television. The Fiery Canine had consumed an astonishing 6 super spicy roasted wings in its fervent attempt to master the meteor shower, leaving only 3 bottles of special milk remaining. Although the Fiery Canine had resisted the heat, its fervent releases of flame far outpaced its replenishment. Unable to afford more special milk, Qiao Sang could only purchase 7 or 8 bottles of water for it. Yet, after a grueling afternoon, the Fiery Canine's throat was raw from the spice, and it had shown no signs of progress toward learning the meteor shower. While the meteor shower remained elusive, the proficiency of Flame Vortex had increased by 45 points. The Fiery Canine had thus become rather dejected. Qiao Sang, watching from the sidelines, felt powerless. The Fiery Canine was obstinate. Preventing it from practicing would be futile. It needed to try on its own to realize its limitations. All she could do as its Beastmaster was to refrain from interfering. The room was tidily arranged. And it was now time for you to discuss taking a 2-week leave, the mother remarked. Qiao Sang, suddenly jolted from her reverie, cautiously replied. Did I not mention that I am training my fire-toothed dog? How else can I secure the top spot for the special admission at Holy Water High School? Isn't that right, Tooth? The fire-toothed dog responded with a muted sound. The mother cast a faint glance at Qiao Sang, then rose to fetch a glass of water, gently offering it to the fire-toothed dog, saying, "Drink some water first." Qiao Sang felt a twinge of unease. Her mother's gaze seemed to imply she was reproaching her for not treating the fire-toothed dog well. Fortunately, her mother did not pursue the matter further, likely due to Qiao Sang's tidiness and her acceptance into Holy Water High. Qiao Sang let out a sigh of relief. An advertisement was currently airing on television, announcing the registration dates and competition venue for F-grade beast tamers in Hongang City, set for June 30th. As the screen displayed the rewards for the top 3 positions, Qiao Sang leaned forward in anticipation. The third prize was a Moonlight motorcycle, the latest BD 7800 model, along with 50,000 Alliance coins. The second prize included a Water Evolution Stone and 100,000 Alliance coins. The first prize was a random pet egg plus 200,000 Alliance coins. Qiao Sang's breath quickened. The first prize seemed tailor-made for her. Both the pet egg and the Alliance coins were precisely what she needed at this moment. Before Qiao Sang could memorize the registration website, her mother had already changed the channel with the remote. "Mom!" Qiao Sang exclaimed involuntarily. She stared at the television, wishing her mother would switch back, but her voice faltered. On the screen, a woman in a professional suit was delivering news. At 1:23 p.m. this afternoon, an incident of malicious destruction of a building wall occurred on Jiangyi Street. Chapter 47, The Suction Ghost Treasure. As the news anchor spoke, corresponding surveillance footage appeared in the upper left corner. The footage, distant from the alley entrance, captured a figure that appeared somewhat blurry upon closer inspection. However, it was still evident that it was a girl accompanied by a red pet. The mother squinted at the television and inquired, "Doesn't that person resemble you a bit?" Qiao Sang feigned composure, responding, "Perhaps attractive people all look somewhat alike." The fire-toothed dog, having finished its water, raised its gaze to the broadcast. "Yaya, yaya," it exclaimed, pointing at the television in astonishment. "How did it end up on TV?" Noticing this, the mother asked, "What is the fire-toothed dog saying?" Qiao Sang replied, "It says the person on the television is handsome." "Yaya, yaya, ya," the fire-toothed dog fervently clarified in its raspy voice, insisting it meant that it and its beast tamer appeared on television. The mother looked over, and Qiao Sang translated, "It says I was right." Upon returning to her room, Qiao Sang counted her remaining funds, 4,663 Alliance coins. Ever since winning money from her second bet on the Interstellar betting network, she had withdrawn all her winnings, fearing she might impulsively gamble again. This amount should suffice to reconstruct a wall. Qiao Sang calculated that only the middle portion of the wall, which the fire-toothed dog had damaged, needed repair. With this thought in mind, she naturally set aside 1,000 Alliance coins from the 4,663. After estimating the compensation amount, Qiao Sang took out paper and pen, spending over half an hour writing an apology letter of around 500 words. She placed both the letter and 3,500 Alliance coins into an envelope and summoned a delivery service via her phone. DD Express is a quick and efficient local delivery service. Whether for meals or items, they ensure rapid delivery. Unlike professional couriers from her past life, those who can register with DD Express are typically beast tamers enjoying their spare time. Some beast tamers seize the opportunity to earn extra income by taking on delivery jobs during their free hours. Of course, these deliveries are usually made by pets, without requiring the beast tamer's personal involvement. If luck permits, and they encounter a beast tamer with a superpower-type pet, the items can be delivered accurately within 10 seconds. 2 minutes later. "Yeah, what happened?" Qiao Sang was startled. The fire-toothed dog trembled, pointing at the windowsill. Following its gaze, Qiao Sang saw a ball-sized black pet outside the window, its dark red eyes fixed intently upon her. Upon noticing Qiao Sang's gaze, it grinned, revealing a pair of snow-white fangs. Then, to her astonishment, a hand with only 2 fingers sprouted from its featureless body to tap on the window. Steadying herself, Qiao Sang realized it was a suction ghost treasure. As a ghost-type pet, its sudden appearance was rather frightening, but the fire-toothed dog seemed to be overreacting. Logically, it should not be so timid. Qiao Sang opened the window. "Yeah." The fire-toothed dog darted to the bedside, peeking out cautiously at the suction ghost treasure. The suction ghost treasure floated in, grinning to reveal its fangs once more, then reached into its own body and retrieved a mobile phone. After a few simple operations, Qiao Sang's phone displayed a notification indicating that the DD Express courier had arrived. Qiao Sang handed over the envelope and 150 Alliance coins. DD Express requires users to set a service fee. If the recipient agrees, they will accept the job. Qiao Sang had set hers at 150 alliance coins. The destination was the street office on Jiangyi Street, not very far from her home. After receiving the envelope and coins, the suction ghost treasure stuffed them into its body. With another polite display of its fangs, it floated away. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog waited until the suction ghost treasure departed before revealing itself, bombarding its beast tamer with frantic questions. How could such a terrifying creature appear here? Qiao Sang pondered the fire-toothed dog's words. She recalled that the suction ghost treasure was indeed a character from the ghost movie she had shown to the fire-toothed dog. So it had remembered? The fire-toothed dog seemed to lack courage. How would it face other ghost-type pets in the future? Perhaps she should encourage it to watch more ghost films, or even take it to a haunted house for some exposure. The fire-toothed dog inexplicably felt a chill and shivered slightly. The following morning, Qiao Sang awoke to the sounds of the fire-toothed dog's calls. Yaya. The fire-toothed dog was energetic and lively, showing no signs of the weakness or fear it had displayed the previous night. Qiao Sang turned over and said, "Let me sleep a little longer. After finally finishing the high school entrance exams, what is the point of life if I can't sleep in?" Yaya. Seeing that her beast tamer was still asleep, the fire-toothed dog directly tugged the blanket off her. After a series of antics, Qiao Sang found herself deprived of the chance to enjoy the meaning of life. It was once again at the open training ground for pets. The fire-toothed dog, having devoured an incredibly spicy grilled wing, was practicing its fire breathing. Qiao Sang watched nervously from the side, the morning's irritation from being awakened dissipating completely. Her pet had risen early for training and even woke her up, enduring the torturous spiciness to master the fire rain she had casually mentioned. This filled Qiao Sang, as a beast tamer, with a sense of shame. She momentarily found herself at a loss for what to do. The fire-toothed dog seemed determined to master the fire rain, yet it was nearly impossible for a novice pet to learn advanced skills. Acquiring new skills was not like mastering proficiency. She lacked any extraordinary advantage. Everything depended on their own efforts. The fire-toothed dog had nearly exhausted its energy and, panting, approached its beast tamer. Qiao Sang timely offered a bottle of Qi source milk. Today, only 3 bottles of Qiyuan milk were purchased, and after compensating with 500 union coins, her assets dwindled to a mere 1,013 union coins. After indulging in the super spicy roasted wings and Qiyuan milk, she was left with only 689 union coins. At this rate, her funds would be depleted in just 2 days. Qiao Sang could only pin her hopes on the upcoming Baixin competition, scheduled for June 30th, which only F-level beast tamers could register for. Last night, she had already signed up on her computer, but upon reviewing the registration criteria and rules, she held little hope of securing first place. The Baixin competition allowed any F-level beast tamer to participate, indicating that even if a tamer's cerebral domain had awakened twice and both their pets had evolved into intermediate beasts, they could still meet the registration requirements without having taken the Alliance's assessment for E-level tamers. This meant that a newly awakened graduate could merely show up, adding little more than a spectacle to the competition. While Qiao Sang had no illusions about claiming the top spot, she was determined to secure a position in the top 10. After all, beyond the 10th place, one could not even dream of obtaining evolution stones or a single union coin. Chapter 48, Baixin Competition. Yeah. The bark of the fire-toothed dog jolted Qiao Sang from her reverie. Looking down, she realized that an entire bottle of Qiyuan milk had been consumed. The fire-toothed dog gazed at its tamer with longing, eager for another bottle. Qiao Sang handed over the prepared water. With her meager possessions reduced to 3 digits, it was essential to mix water with milk. Otherwise, her assets might vanish before the Baixin competition even commenced. The fire-toothed dog showed no objections, gulping down the water and munching on the super spicy roasted wings before turning back to its training. Qiao Sang felt a twinge of complexity in her emotions. The fire-toothed dog seemed genuinely eager to master the meteor shower technique. Gazing at the fire-toothed dog, which was continuously spewing flames, Qiao Sang took out her phone to search for training institutions in Hangang City that offered lessons on the meteor shower technique. Soon, her phone displayed several institutions providing skill training. One of them was just 3 streets away from her current location. Qiao Sang clicked on it. One-on-one nanny-style tutoring. One of the most renowned fire-type beast skill training institutions in the country, boasting a training team of nearly 500, including 1 A-level beast tamer, 12 B-level beast tamers, and 122 C-level beast tamers, successfully training over 20,000 skills annually. The description seemed excessively exaggerated. If it were truly one of the most renowned institutions in the nation, there should have been an extra 0 following the 20,000 successful trainings. However, if they indeed had an A-level beast tamer among their trainers. The institution's capabilities could not be underestimated. Qiao Sang inquired about the price for training the meteor shower technique. When the price was sent to her, her head spun from the numerous zeros. Units of 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000 flashed before her eyes. Unable to bear the thought any longer, she quickly closed the page and stowed her phone away. It seemed best to let the fire-toothed dog continue training on its own, without seeking external training. June 30th. Early that morning, Qiao Sang boarded the 63 bus to the Beast Arena located in Shikyuan. The entrance was already teeming with people, most of whom appeared to be around her age. A few journalists, equipped with microphones, were randomly interviewing attendees. Clutching the fire-toothed dog, Qiao Sang took a roundabout route to queue at entrance 2, wary of being spotted by any sharp-eyed reporters. After all, the fire-toothed dog, sporting sunglasses, stood out among the sea of novice beast tamers. The sunglasses were not the fire-toothed dog's own choice, but rather a thoughtful gesture from Qiao Sang. After several days of training without any progress on the meteor shower technique, the fire-toothed dog had seemingly lost some confidence and become more taciturn, prompting Qiao Sang to adorn it with sunglasses. Although still quiet, the fire-toothed dog appeared more spirited with the shades on. After waiting for over 20 minutes in line, Qiao Sang confirmed her name and collected her contestant badge before heading to row 11 in Zone D of the arena. Qiao Sang. A person in seat 5 of row 11 waved their arms and called out. Qiao Sang sat down beside Fang Sisi and asked, "Besides you, how many others from our class came?" Last night, Fang Sisi had chatted with Qiao Sang via her phone and discovered that they had all registered for the Baixin competition on June 30th, leading to this encounter. Not many, probably just 4 or 5. The timing of the Baixin competition coincides with several matches of the Star Cup, and everyone is reluctant to miss the live broadcasts. Fang Sisi replied, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the fire-toothed dog. It was her first time seeing the fire-toothed dog wearing sunglasses. It looked so cool, Fang Sisi thought, expressing her admiration aloud. If the fire-toothed dog had heard such praise before, it would have proudly strutted and barked in delight. However, now it merely puffed out its chest without making a sound. The fire-toothed dog wished to vocalize its pride, but was hindered by a sore throat from indulging too much in the super spicy roasted wings. Your cotton moth is thriving. It looks much larger than last time, Qiao Sang complimented. In truth, she wanted to say it had gained weight. In just 5 short days, the cotton moth had become noticeably rounder. Yet, this species of insect-type beast had a short evolution cycle. As long as it was well fed and rested, it would develop significantly faster than other beasts. Such changes were visibly apparent. Hearing the compliment, the cotton moth shyly turned its back to Qiao Sang. Is it really bigger? I didn't notice at all, Fang Sisi remarked, picking up the cotton moth to weigh it in her hands, realizing it felt significantly heavier. The cotton moth expressed the same sentiment, but felt somewhat uncomfortable hearing its tamer's words. After around 20 minutes of casual chatter, the surrounding seats gradually filled up. With the loud bang of fireworks, the Baixin competition officially commenced. What number are you? Fang Sisi asked. Number 123, and you? Qiao Sang replied. Number 11, Fang Sisi answered. Qiao Sang, aren't you supposed to head to the waiting room? I think it will be your turn soon. Unable to restrain herself, Qiao Sang pointed out. The preliminary battles of the Baixin competition were not decided randomly, but directly matched according to their numbers. 1 against 2, 3 against 4, and so forth. That can't be. There are still 5 groups ahead. I'll go back when the 5th group starts. I want to watch more matches, Fang Sisi insisted. Although Qiao Sang found this reasoning somewhat flawed, she refrained from further comment. Fang Sisi had a point. After the host finished introducing the competition, it would indeed take considerable time to get through several more rounds. 16 minutes later. Oh my goodness, that was so fast. Qiao Sang, I can't chat any longer. I have to hurry, Fang Sisi exclaimed, scooping up the cotton moth and dashing away. By the time she reached the aisle, she was racing towards the backstage area. The hostess' introduction alone had consumed about 10 minutes of the 16-minute interval. The remaining time saw matches concluding almost every minute. The F-level beast tamers only possessed primary beasts, and with limited strategies, most matches concluded within 3 rounds, typically ending as soon as one was attacked first. Qiao Sang had initially expected her turn might come in the afternoon or the next day, but it now seemed certain she would be called soon. Contestant number 11. Fang Sisi. Contestant number 11. Fang Sisi. The host called out Fang Sisi's name twice, but she did not appear. As the host prepared to declare contestant number 12 the winner, a voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Let us welcome contestant number 11, Fang Sisi, making a spectacular entrance. Since the inception of the Baixin competition, The host has consistently introduced the competitors with a formal tone, but it was the first time that the word gorgeous was added to the introduction of a contestant. This sparked a moment of heightened anticipation among the audience. 3 seconds later, Fang Cici appeared on the stage, panting, accompanied by the plump cotton caterpillar, struggling to move beside her. Chapter 49, The Taste of Money. Was this perhaps a relative of the investors? The crowd quickly dismissed that notion. The investors, known for their wealth, would unlikely have relatives tied solely to a cotton caterpillar. Qiao Sang felt relieved. Whether this was her first battle remained uncertain, yet it was undoubtedly the inaugural formal competition for Fang Cici and the cotton caterpillar. As long as no mishaps occurred, this could be considered a promising beginning. Huiyagu, who do you think will emerge victorious? Qiao Sang inquired. Contestant No. 12's beast was a sand marmot, proficient in self-defense and evasion. Conversely, the cotton caterpillar, synonymous with weakness, was generally ranked at the bottom among primary beasts prior to its evolution. Unless an unexpected turn of events occurred, it was improbable for Fang Cici to secure a victory. Qiao Sang's question to Huiyagu was merely to encourage it to observe the unfolding situation and develop the capacity to gauge the competitor's abilities. Ya! Huiyagu pointed in Fang Cici's direction and barked. Qiao Sang exclaimed, Is Huiyagu's vision really that poor? Why? Unable to restrain her curiosity, Qiao Sang pressed on. Ya, Huiyagu explained in its slightly hoarse voice. This person just complimented me on my looks. Qiao Sang let out a sigh of relief. Grateful it wasn't a matter of poor eyesight. Contestant number 12, Zhang Shuo, was 16 years old and had a year of experience in beast mastery, while his opponent, Fang Cici, had only recently become a beastmaster. Sha Duo, what do you foresee for the match? A middle-aged commentator with a slicked-back hairstyle inquired of a handsome young man beside him. Standard commentary for beast competitions is typically divided into primary and secondary roles. The primary commentator usually possesses keen eyesight and eloquence, fervently reporting the match as progress. In contrast, the secondary commentator is often a guest invited by the organizers, tasked with analyzing strategies from a professional standpoint to help the audience grasp the competition's intricacies. This time, the guest invited to the Baixing competition was the relatively popular Sha Duo, who had recently captivated audiences at a major competition in the Yuhua region with his charming appearance and unwavering spirit until the last moment. Although he ultimately fell short at the top 24, his popularity surpassed that of some top 10 contestants. I believe, Sha Duo began, but before he could finish, the match concluded. It seems I need not elaborate. At the outset, the sand marmot burrowed underground, and the cotton caterpillar stood dazedly in place, only to be ambushed by the marmot as it emerged from the earth. Qiao Sang withdrew her phone from the recording and glanced at the time, 21 seconds. This was hardly surprising. Fang Cici returned to her seat with the cotton caterpillar, letting out a long sigh. I lost so miserably. Qiao Sang nodded in agreement. It was indeed quite disheartening. Huiyagu remained silent, but nodded a few times in agreement. Fang Cici lamented, As a good friend, shouldn't you comfort me? However, given the cotton caterpillar's inherent disadvantages at this stage, Qiao Sang reassured her, once you cultivate it into a Baxiu butterfly, it should pose no threat to you. Fang Cici glanced at the round cotton caterpillar, which served as a meager form of consolation. She hadn't anticipated advancing far in the competition. She merely sought to experience the excitement and broaden her horizons. Soon, Fang Cici adjusted her mindset, pointing at the match in Group 7 and laughing. That shaggy turtle looks so foolish, just standing there motionless to be hit. Qiao Sang retorted. Has she forgotten that the cotton caterpillar was also defeated while standing still? The match lacked any significant spectacle. Most of the audience consisted of contestants' friends and family, and as eliminations progressed, the stands gradually emptied. However, soon enough, the spectators who had wandered off returned upon hearing discussions. Heavens, it's a little dragon. Which young master is here to play? Did the host not mention? His name is Lu Yu. Which Lu family in Hangang is wealthy enough besides the Lu group? They must have invested in the competition for their young master. The battles of F-level beast masters failed to attract them, but the presence of an unevolved dragon-type beast lured them back. Qiao Sang fixated on the little dragon on the stage, marveling at this being for the first time in reality. The scales, the claws, the dragon horns. Each detail exuded an unmistakable scent of wealth. As anticipated, the match concluded without surprise, with the little dragon securing victory by a substantial margin. It was no wonder that dragons were widely regarded as the most formidable type. Their defensive and offensive capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary beasts. Fortunately, their rarity and slow developmental pace meant they did not leave ordinary beast masters with no chance. Contestant number 67, Lu Yu, had just delivered an impressive victory. Marking him as a seed contestant in this competition, the commentator praised. Qiao Sang agreed with the latter part of the statement, yet found the former to be rather inflated. Although the little dragon was indeed a dragon-type beast, it was still a primary beast. It was evident that it had not undergone extensive training. After 2 rounds of using its ultimate move, it ultimately triumphed with a powerful dragon claw attack. Compared to the earlier matches, it was exciting, but not particularly memorable. Putting her phone down, Qiao Sang reviewed the recently recorded video. If the subsequent matches followed suit with victories, there was a high probability they would become rivals. An essential part of being a competent Beastmaster involved analyzing opponents and formulating strategies. Qiao Sang, please send me the video you just recorded. I was too focused on the match to film, Fang Cici suddenly requested. Do you also like the little dragon? Qiao Sang asked. There was reason behind her inquiry. Over 30 matches had transpired, yet Fang Cici had shown no inclination to record any videos. What? The little dragon is too ugly. I don't like it. Did you not notice the adorable apricot mushroom from earlier? It was so cute, especially when it fell to the ground after being defeated and let out that little cry. It was too precious. You must show me again, Fang Cici exclaimed with excitement. Qiao Sang realized she had forgotten that Fang Cici was a connoisseur of appearances. After several more matches, the first F-level Beastmaster with an intermediate beast, contestant number 99, Guaichi, finally emerged. This was a truly overwhelming battle. Guaichi's poison butterfly flapped its wings, releasing toxic powder that rendered the opposing white sand fox incapacitated. Qiao Sang, while reviewing the recorded video, made notes in her memo. What do you think of the poison butterfly? Fang Cici chimed in. Qiao Sang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Fang Cici to engage her in discussion. After contemplating, she replied earnestly, Fire type is strong against bug type, but not poison type. Fortunately, the toxicity of the poison butterfly is relatively mild. Huiyagu can decompose the toxin with its high temperature. However, in this match, the poison butterfly only utilized its toxic powder without employing any other skills. I believe that if confronted, it is best to strike first and maintain control of the pace. Fang Cici remarked, I wasn't inquiring about that. I was asking how you perceive the appearance of the poison butterfly. Qiao Sang responded, it looks quite nice, but the Boschweb butterfly is more aesthetically pleasing. Both the Boschweb butterfly and the poison butterfly evolved from the cotton caterpillar, making comparisons between them inevitable. The poison butterfly boasts vibrant colors and vividly patterned wings, clearly indicating its toxic nature. In contrast, the Boschweb butterfly has wings that resemble transparent silk, evoking a sense of purity and elegance. Fang Cici glanced at the cotton caterpillar, envisioning the image of the Boschweb butterfly. Indeed, the Boschweb butterfly was the more attractive of the two. Unbeknownst to the cotton moth, its own Beastmaster was captivated by the mesmerizing beauty butterfly on the field, nearly altering its evolutionary form. The competition continued to unfold efficiently. Let us now welcome contestant number 105, Pan Jeju. I shall go prepare in the waiting area, said Qiao Sang. Given this pace, it should be her turn in about 10 minutes. Yes, go ahead. I will ensure to capture the magnificent display of the Firefang dog, Fang Cici nodded. Upon hearing this, the Firefang dog hastily adjusted its sunglasses with its paw. Qiao Sang arrived at the backstage waiting room and did not have to wait long before a staff member wearing a headset called her name, directing her to the competition arena. Now, let us welcome contestant 123, Qiao Sang. As Qiao Sang stepped into the arena from the corridor and took her position, she felt a momentary daze. The sensation of standing in the center of the arena as a contestant was markedly different from viewing it from the audience's perspective. The Firefang dog also appeared dazed. Why were so many eyes fixated on it? It silently puffed out its chest, attempting to stand a bit taller. To the astonishment of the spectators, Qiao Sang's companion was indeed a Firefang dog. It is quite rare for a 15-year-old novice Beastmaster to contract a fire-type beast as their first companion. What do you think, Sha Duo? Inquired the middle-aged commentator, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. Indeed, Qiao Sang's choice is quite audacious. I, at 15, would not dare to engage with a fire-type beast, Sha Duo jested about himself. It seems contestant Sun Jie is in a precarious position. I wonder what his beast is, remarked the commentator, observing the situation on the field. Most F-grade Beastmasters, who typically possess only a single primary beast, carry their companions with them to showcase their identity as Beastmasters. However, some prefer to keep their beasts in the Beast Codex to maintain an air of mystery. Contestant number 124, Sun Jie, evidently belonged to the latter category, as he had yet to summon his beast after being present for quite some time, adding to the intrigue. Please have both contestants summon their respective beasts. The referee reminded when contestant 124 did not respond. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Jie summoned his beast. A familiar figure appeared before Qiao Sang. It was a cotton moth. The delicate Qiao Sang, with her slender frame, had a Firefang dog as her companion, while the tall Sun Jie, towering at around 180 centimeters, had contracted a cotton moth. This pairing delivered a striking visual impact to the audience. It appeared that there was no suspense in Qiao Sang's match. As the commentator's voice faded, the Firefang dog unleashed a fiery vortex, swiftly concluding the match. Sun Jie was simply unfortunate. Had he not faced Qiao Sang, he might have had a fighting chance. The commentator made an effort to salvage Sun Jie's dignity. The bi-exine competition not only attracted live spectators, but also garnered attention from online viewers. Isn't this just bullying the weak? Why are there so many people contracting cotton moths? Because they are inexpensive. I need the link to those Firefang dog sunglasses within a second. Link request 1. Link request 10001. Link request 10002. Upon returning to her seat, the Firefang dog eagerly sought a video from Fang Cici. It was keen to see its splendid display from the match. Although Fang Cici could not comprehend the Firefang dog's words, she understood its body language. She awkwardly chuckled. Haha, I just happened to receive a phone call. In truth, when she began recording, she had spotted the apricot mushroom species she adored passing by and could not resist turning the camera towards it. By the time she returned the lens to the arena, the match had already concluded. The Firefang dog's wagging tail came to an abrupt halt. The sunglasses concealed its disappointed gaze, but Qiao Sang still sensed something amiss. If you want to watch, we can view it at home later. The competition platform has replays, Qiao Sang reassured. The Firefang dog's tail immediately resumed its enthusiastic wagging. Fang Cici looked on with admiration. It was no wonder that Qiao Sang, being the first to dare contract a fire-type beast, had such a firm grasp on her Firefang dog. Although the matches among F-grade Beastmasters were rather dull and lacked highlights, Qiao Sang stayed in the arena, observing the entire day. She was accustomed to being thoroughly prepared for any situation. At 7:20 p.m., Qiao Sang reviewed the notes on her phone. She had recorded a total of 21 Beastmasters. Aside from contestant number 67, who possessed a mini dragon, all others were F-grade Beastmasters with intermediate beasts. Most novice Beastmasters around Qiao Sang's age typically participated in a day-long tour of the competition. Among the recent graduates of Class 37, apart from Qiao Sang, the other 4 participants had been eliminated. Qiao Sang, you must hold your ground. You're the last one left in our class. If you encounter someone named Zhao Hai, remember to avenge me. Despite having graduated, the class group had not disbanded, and the eliminated classmates tagged Qiao Sang one by one. However, Qiao Sang had yet to appear in the group. She was busy strategizing with her Firefang dog against their opponents. After thoroughly analyzing the 21 Beastmasters listed in her notes and reviewing the recorded videos, Qiao Sang searched for the replay of today's matches and handed the phone to the Firefang dog. The bi-exine competition may not have been a large-scale event, but during this period when middle school graduates were transitioning, it still maintained a certain level of popularity. Each noteworthy contestant had their match segments edited and highlighted, and the segment Qiao Sang shared with the Firefang dog was its own. The barrage of comments filled more than half of the screen. Arg! The Firefang dog barked anxiously. Qiao Sang quickly turned off the comments, allowing the Firefang dog to watch the video to its satisfaction. Once the video concluded, it barked again, prompting Qiao Sang to replay it. After Qiao Sang had replayed it 3 times, the Firefang dog ceased its barks, with the video ending once more. The Firefang dog tapped the screen with its paw. It had learned how to replay the video simply by observing its Beastmaster's actions. The following day, at the entrance of the Pet Beast Arena in the Shoka Garden, Qiao Sang was immediately blocked upon her arrival. Contestant Qiao Sang, I am a reporter from the Rue Exine Times. May I take a few minutes of your time for an interview? In every competition held in various locations, there were always a few contestants who became the subject of discussion. Following yesterday's live stream, Qiao Sang had undoubtedly become one of those talked-about contestants. This was not solely due to her clean and decisive performance, but rather because, as a novice Beastmaster, she had the audacity to contract a fire-type beast as her first companion. I'm sorry, I have to go inside for the competition, Qiao Sang declined. Everyone was awestruck by your courage in contracting a fire-type beast and the impressive entrance of your Firefang dog. We hope you won't refuse, Qiao Sang. The reporter from Rue Exine Times said sincerely. Is that so? The Firefang dog seemed to agree. Just then, someone shouted, it's contestant Lu Yu. The once earnest reporter and his team disappeared from before Qiao Sang, rushing toward the direction of Lu Yu. Qiao Sang. Firefang dog. Chapter 51. Did we win? The number of F-grade Beastmasters eligible to compete was abundant, and the preliminary matches from the previous day had yet to conclude. However, only around 60 contestants remained, and the preliminary rounds could be completed within an hour at most. Qiao Sang arrived at row 9 in Zone C. Bai Yuniao had also registered for this by XIN competition and successfully passed the preliminary round. The two, having both advanced, arranged to meet. Qiao Genius, I've inquired. Those who pass the preliminary round will be randomly grouped on the big screen, and the pairs that emerge will form a team. Bai Yuniao pointed to the screen above the arena. Ever since learning Qiao Sang's name, Bai Yuniao had referred to her as Qiao Genius Online. Qiao Sang nodded. Such random matchups by the system were quite common in various competitions. Why are you dressed so beautifully today? Qiao Sang inquired. To be precise, it was rather grand. Bai Yuniao sat gracefully in her seat, her hair and makeup impeccable. Adorned in a little black dress complemented by a pair of vibrant high heels. A perfect ensemble for an evening gala. Isn't this just to look good on camera? I watched the replay from yesterday online, and it was simply mortifying. It captured me in such an unflattering light that not even a third of my beauty was showcased. Bai Yuniao lamented. Indeed, the unfiltered lens of a live broadcast can sometimes resemble a truth-revealing mirror. She continued, moreover, with half the contestants absent today, I believe there is a high probability I'll be interviewed. Interview. Qiao Sang recalled the earlier incident, her heart sinking, and she fell silent. Within the arena, she unexpectedly spotted someone familiar among the participants of Group 9, Dai Shushu. Had she not encountered her here, Qiao Sang might have nearly forgotten about her. Dai Shushu's pet was not one of the 5 common choices for a novice beastmaster, but rather a water mantis shrimp. Not all aquatic creatures are amphibious extraordinary beings. Even those that can traverse land often struggle to unleash their full potential. Due to spatial constraints, few beastmasters are willing to assign their first contract to a water-type creature. Qiao Sang couldn't help but observe closely. Undeniably, she still regarded Dai Shushu as a rival in her heart. 56 seconds later, contestant Chen Chung emerged victorious. Qiao Sang was momentarily stunned. This outcome was entirely unexpected. She hadn't even begun to analyze the combat capabilities of Dai Shushu and the water mantis shrimp before the match concluded. The opponent's pet, the little fat dove, had managed to incapacitate the water mantis shrimp with 2 consecutive strikes, rendering the match exceedingly ordinary. Was Dai Shushu truly this inept? Qiao Sang felt a bit disoriented. Why had she ever considered Dai Shushu a formidable opponent? She struggled to recall. At that time, they had both awakened independently, the only difference being their cultural scores. Cultural scores indeed. Dai Shushu remained a formidable contender. Just like yesterday, the pace of the competition was remarkably efficient. Within less than an hour, the list of all participants who advanced from the preliminaries was logged into the system. The large screen above the arena showcased the contestants' photographs in a chaotic frenzy. 6 seconds later, the images stabilized. All the teams had been arranged, and Qiao Sang spotted her opponent within the lineup. The person in the photograph had small, mung bean-sized eyes and a slightly receding hairline, bearing a face that appeared older than his actual age. Xie Jianin. Qiao Sang recognized him immediately as one of the 21 beastmasters she had noted in her memo. Her luck seemed fortuitous. Her diligent research had not been in vain. The competition for the top 64 soon commenced. The skill level of those who progressed through the preliminaries was slightly higher than that of those eliminated, thus extending the match duration from a mere minute to 2 or 3 minutes to determine a victor. In your opinion, who has the advantage in the battle between contestant Qiao Sang and contestant Xie Jianin? The middle-aged commentator, with a slicked-back hairstyle, posed the question to Shadow. On the arena floor, Qiao Sang and Xie Jianin had each taken their positions. As a member of the third group, Qiao Sang had retreated to the backstage as soon as the first group's match commenced. Indeed, her turn came swiftly. Xie Jianin had been an F-rank beastmaster for 3 years, and in terms of experience and strength, he seemed to possess a greater likelihood of success than Qiao Sang. What a shame that so many contenders have to face an opponent possessing an intermediate-level creature, Shadow remarked. I recall Xie Jianin's pet is a long-tailed snake. It pains me to think that such a lovely young lady might lose to such an unsightly man. After all, he is merely 18, a boy. The audience buzzed with discussions, their sentiments largely in favor of Qiao Sang. Although the emphasis was now on strength, among F-rank beastmasters, there was still support for the more aesthetically pleasing contestant. Moreover, Qiao Sang's contracted fire-toothed dog remained fresh in their memory, as it was the only fire-type creature to make an appearance among the beastmasters competing in the 100 new competition. As the referee issued the command to deploy their pets, a gray star array illuminated before Xie Jianin. The fire-toothed dog concentrated energy within, preparing for action. The previous night, it had conferred with its Beastmaster for an extended period, strategizing for various potential opponents and matchups. Now, it merely awaited the appearance of that dark-hued adversary. From within the gray star array emerged a creature entirely crimson, with an oval-shaped head and a long, black stripe extending from its crown to the tip of its tail. Why isn't it that dark creature? The fire-toothed dog pondered, bewildered. Why did it differ from what its master had described? Qiao Sang gazed at the opponent's pet in disbelief. A fire chain snake, a primary fire-type creature. After dedicating considerable time to studying the intermediate long-tailed snake, he had chosen to face her with a mere primary fire-type creature, knowing she possessed only a fire-toothed dog. He had sent out a creature of the same attribute. This was clearly an indication of his disregard for the fire-toothed dog. Xie Jianin indeed underestimated the fire-toothed dog. To be precise, he underestimated Qiao Sang. Having contracted his fire chain snake for 2 months. As a beastmaster with 2 pets, he planned to rotate them during the competition. A junior high school graduate, just having contracted a pet. He could easily handle her with either of his creatures. As the referee announced the start, Qiao Sang promptly issued commands based on their prearranged strategy. Simultaneously, Xie Jianin commanded a fiery blast. The fire-toothed dog, with energy already brewing within, launched its skill even more swiftly than the fire chain snake. Outside the arena. That's a spark at the minor achievement stage. The commentator exclaimed. Just as the fire chain snake was about to unleash its fiery attack, barely 10 centimeters from its mouth. The fire-toothed dog's spark surged forward, colliding with the fiery blast. The two forces clashed with a resounding explosion. In the heart of the explosion, the fire chain snake was struck with tremendous force. The fire-toothed dog disregarded the fallen fire chain snake and instantly created 5 shadow clones to surround its opponent. Following the strategy devised with its master the previous day, it aimed to confuse the opponent with 3 shadow clones while the real one and another clone prepared to launch the next assault. Contestant Qiao Sang wins. The referee announced. 1. The fire-toothed dog's clones, which had not yet completed their encirclement, halted in unison. I won. Chapter 52. No dressing up in vain. 1 move. It only took 1 move. The middle-aged commentator exclaimed. What do you think of this match, Shadow? Winning with a single move at this level of competition isn't particularly remarkable. The duration was too short, and the atmosphere lacked intensity. The audience couldn't discern any professional nuances. This is where the commentators and guests come into play, Shadow analyzed. Listening intently, the middle-aged commentator held a differing perspective. While attack speed was undeniably crucial, he believed the decisive factor lay in that spark. It was a spark at the minor achievement stage. Had that spark only been at the entry level, its power would have been insufficient to daze the fire chain snake. He recalled that Qiao Sang was noted as a recent junior high school graduate. The host continued with the proceedings, introducing the names of the contestants in the 4th group. While the audience remained abuzz with discussions about the recent match, what was Xie Jianin thinking? Why deploy the fire chain snake when he has the long-tailed snake at his disposal? Perhaps he believed he could win even with just the fire chain snake. It feels like throwing away a life in a game. Was there some sort of unspoken agreement? The fire-toothed dog is inherently formidable. Thus, its victory is hardly surprising. If it were to engage in a fixed match, it would at least need to feign a few moves. The rapid defeat is simply implausible. Moreover, in this era, the significance of small-scale competitions is negligible, especially when larger events attract substantial viewership, with various media outlets and online platforms vying to cover them. Events accessible only to A-class Beastmasters can garner audiences in the hundreds of millions. Any Beastmaster who has graced such prestigious competitions can amass a legion of fans, leading to a meteoric rise in their market value. Not to mention, achieving a notable rank in such competitions is where one might encounter instances of match fixing. Whether influenced by capitalists orchestrating from behind the scenes or aspiring Beastmasters seeking instant fame, manipulative tactics are often employed. In contrast, the bi-Xian competition, which relies on the participants' acquaintances to boost viewership, renders match-fixing utterly pointless. At this moment, Qiao Sang, cradling her fire-toothed dog, had just taken a seat. Qiao genius. You look so dashing. I barely registered your win. Bai Yumiao exclaimed. To be honest, I didn't quite process it either, Qiao Sang replied. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog nodded in agreement. Haha. The look of bewilderment on fire-toothed dog's face when it realized it had won was absolutely hilarious. Too bad I didn't record it. You can watch it online later and turn it into a meme. Bai Yumiao continued with a chuckle. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog, feeling agitated, could hardly contain itself. Wasn't the online footage supposed to showcase its impressive performance? Why was its expression deemed humorous? Qiao Sang was equally intrigued. During the battle, Fire-Toothed Dog had its back to her, so she hadn't seen its expression. However, given that the platform was currently live-streaming, she would have to wait until the morning's matches concluded to watch the replay. The competition proceeded efficiently. When it came time for the 20th group of competitors to enter the arena, Bai Yunyao pulled a compact mirror from her crossbody bag to check her appearance. She then retrieved a comb to tidy her bangs. Qiao Sang could not help but comment, "You even brought a comb." Bai Yunyao replied earnestly, "As a refined beastmaster, one must always be conscious of their image when in front of the camera." Qiao Sang thought to herself, "It's the first time I've heard refined used to describe a beastmaster. That term seems more fitting for a coordinator. After all, coordinators not only focus on their beast's appearance, but also manage their own." She believed Bai Yunyao possessed the potential to be a coordinator. Bai Yunyao was the 25th contestant, but her opponent was not listed in Qiao Sang's notes. "Fire-Toothed Dog, who do you think will win?" Qiao Sang inquired as usual. "Yeah." Fire-Toothed Dog pointed at the small, chubby dove in the air, a creature it had come to adore. Qiao Sang felt that this time, Fire-Toothed Dog had made a fair judgment. Bai Yunyao hadn't flattered it, so it was likely that it chose the creature it deemed most capable of winning. Bai Yunyao's beast was a sparkling vine, approximately 90 centimeters tall, with a small, round, teal body and pupil-less, golden eyes the size of beans. It sported a 5-centimeter vine-like tendril atop its head, giving it a somewhat adorably silly appearance. On the field, both sides had been sparring for 2 minutes, expending some energy. The chubby dove's flight height had slightly decreased. With a vigorous shake of its head, the sparkling vine unleashed several leaf blades towards the airborne chubby dove. The dove flapped its wings in a panic, desperately dodging, just as it thought it was safe after the wave of leaf blades. 2 vines emerged from the sparkling vine's fingertips, ensnaring it firmly. In the next moment, the dove's perspective flipped 180 degrees. Dove, under the control of the vines. The chubby dove plummeted headfirst onto the arena floor. "The contestant Bai Yunyao is victorious," the judge announced. Fire-Toothed Dog covered its eyes, unable to bear the sight. Qiao Sang observed her Fire-Toothed Dog's reaction and thought, "Isn't this a bit of a jinx? How did I look out there?" Bai Yunyao asked eagerly upon returning to her seat. "You look quite good," Qiao Sang replied. Bai Yunyao's hairstyle was a meticulous bun, perfectly secured. It wouldn't come undone unless she engaged in vigorous activity. Satisfied with the compliment, Bai Yunyao took out her mirror and comb once more to fix her bangs. As the morning matches concluded, participants and spectators gradually exited the venue. At the arena's entrance, Bai Yunyao pointed nervously at a reporter holding a microphone nearby. "What should I do? I'm feeling a bit anxious. What if they interview me when we pass by? What should I say?" Qiao Sang suggested, "Well, it depends on their questions. Typically, they ask why you entered the competition and your thoughts on it." Bai Yunyao nodded and inquired, "How do I look right now?" "Beautiful." Qiao Sang praised. "Oh no, they're looking over at us." "Ah, they're coming this way," Bai Yunyao exclaimed excitedly. "Calm down and maintain your composure," Qiao Sang advised. "You're right. It seems they are indeed approaching us," Bai Yunyao whispered, bubbling with excitement. Qiao Sang glanced over. The reporter with the microphone was indeed heading in their direction. It seemed Bai Yunyao's intuition was correct. Without any pretense, the reporter and his team soon stood before them. "Contestant Qiao Sang, I'm a reporter from the Hangang aggregation platform. I'd like to conduct an interview regarding your Fire-Toothed Dog and the competition. If you have a moment?" Qiao Sang fell silent, gazing at the microphone placed before her. Bai Yunyao gasped. "Contestant Qiao Sang?" The reporter repeated. "Go ahead and ask." Qiao Sang finally responded, while Bai Yunyao's expression fell. "May I ask why you chose to participate in the Biexine competition?" The reporter gestured for the camera to be ready before posing the question. "Because of someone," Qiao Sang replied. "Oh, who might that be?" The reporter's eyes brightened. "As a competent journalist, one must possess a keen sense for news," from Qiao Sang's response. The reporter could already envision a headline. "Fire-type prodigy Qiao Sang enters Biexine competition for this reason. Bai Yunyao, my friend and also my rival," Qiao Sang said, pulling Bai Yunyao closer to her side. The camera naturally adjusted to capture both of them. "Qiao Genius, I love you." The afternoon would feature the rounds leading to the top 64. Qiao Sang traveled to the open beast training ground she frequently visited, rather than heading to the competition site. 2 days prior, due to depleted funds, training for Fire-Toothed Dog had come to a halt. Without the replenishing effects of the extraordinary source milk, both speed training and skill release training could only be maintained for a couple of hours before energy was exhausted, and recovery took most of the day. Fortunately, today was July 1st, the day her allowance was issued. Early in the morning, her mother transferred her 5,000 Alliance coins. Since contracting Fire-Toothed Dog, Her monthly allowance had quintupled. Although 5,000 Alliance coins was merely a drop in the bucket for nurturing a beast, it was a godsend for Qiao Sang, who had just run out of money. After several days of consuming the super spicy roasted wings, Fire-Toothed Dog finally heeded Qiao Sang's advice and resumed its regular training. 4 hours later. Name, Fire-Toothed Dog. Attribute, Fire. Level, Beginner, 156-1000. Skills, Bite, Entry 74100. Charge, Expert 344500. Firefang, Minor Achievement 563-2000. Spark, Minor Achievement 697-2000. Shadow Clone, Entry 62100. Flame Vortex, Entry 92100. Points, 141. After 2 days of self-training with the roasted wings, the flames Fire-Toothed Dog expelled were predominantly from the Flame Vortex, resulting in a rapid increase in the associated value. Due to having faced off twice, the score at the bottom has increased by 32 points. This time, it is indeed divisible, suggesting that the levels of the battling beasts are relatively comparable. After finishing training, Qiao Sang returned home and immediately watched the afternoon's Baixing tournament replay on her phone. After a while, she felt that something was amiss. 5 minutes later, Qiao Sang realized, why were there so few bullet comments? Typically, although the viewership may not be high, the barrage of comments would usually cover half the screen. Yet today it barely registered a handful. After a while, a bullet comment floated by. Brothers, you hold the fort while I take my leave. The match of Yashin is about to begin. Yashin. In Longhua, only one person is referred to in such a manner, and that is Linya, who has represented Longhua at the Interstellar Cup 3 times. Qiao Sang hurriedly switched off her phone and went to the living room to turn on the television. There was no need to change the channel. Once the Interstellar Cup events commenced, nearly every station was broadcasting it. On the screen, a bird-like beast with orange feathers, adorned with a purple crown, sporting a short black beak, and 3 protruding column-like structures on its back, hovered in the air, panting heavily. It was enveloped in a terrifying storm of lightning, creating an ominous magnetic field. Even through the screen, one could sense the formidable power it exuded. Qiao Sang instantly recognized it as the Emperor-level beast, Purple Crown Electric Falcon. As Yashin's companion, details about its contract and evolution were thoroughly dissected, and even its emotional history was scrutinized. Just the day after it was discarded, it dominated the headlines of various news outlets, leaving no room for privacy whatsoever. Floating several hundred meters away from the Purple Crown Electric Falcon was a humanoid white beast. It is worth noting that extraordinary beings typically grow larger as they evolve. An Emperor-level beast like the Purple Crown Electric Falcon nears a colossal size of nearly 100 meters. In contrast, the white beast before it was not only roughly human-sized, but also comparable in stature to an adult male. Such a rarity is indeed remarkable. The disparity between the two beasts was stark. The white creature was scarcely the size of a single claw of the Purple Crown Electric Falcon. The screen displayed the humanoid beast lifting its claw-like hand, and the arena was suddenly shrouded in darkness, causing its white form to vanish. Qiao Sang was taken aback and quickly took out her phone to search for information, as the data on beasts participating in the Interstellar Cup is readily available online. It didn't take long for her to discover the details of the white beast, named Arshabais. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished. This humanoid white beast was actually of the evil type. Shouldn't evil types be black? Why was it white? However, Qiao Sang dared not dwell on her confusion for long, as she was a self-proclaimed underachiever. Fire-Toothed Dog, come here, she called out. Yeah? Fire-Toothed Dog ambled over leisurely after slurping some milk in the kitchen. Who do you think will win between these two? Qiao Sang inquired, gesturing towards the television. The two beasts on screen had already begun their battle. Arshabais darted through the darkness, its white silhouette occasionally visible. Unable to resist, Qiao Sang quipped. If you were a normal black evil type, it would be so much better. Hiding in the dark, even if there were shadows, others wouldn't see you. Meanwhile, the Purple Crown Electric Falcon let out a thunderous cry as terrifying lightning struck down from the heavens, resembling a fiery serpent of electricity, racing chaotically through the dark environment conjured by Arshabais. The thunderous booms were truly frightening. Fire-Toothed Dog focused intently for a moment before making a judgment. Yeah. It pointed seriously at the Purple Crown Electric Falcon adorned with the purple crown. A sudden feeling of unease washed over Qiao Sang. Could it be that Yashin was going to lose? After 3 to 4 minutes of fierce clashes between the two beasts, the energy of the lightning began to wane, and the white form still flickered within the darkness. As he dodged, after watching for so long, Qiao Sang finally heard Lin Ya's command. Suddenly, a black hole appeared above the Purple Crown Electric Falcon, from which a white claw shot out, clutching a swirling sphere of evil energy. In the next moment, this energy violently struck the head of the Purple Crown Electric Falcon. Purple-y, heavens, what did I just see? Exclaimed the commentator. Arshabais suddenly appeared above the Purple Crown Electric Falcon. Two Arshabais. Was the one in the black mist a fake? As the Purple Crown Electric Falcon plummeted from the sky, the original black mist dissipated, leaving no trace of the white shadow. From within the black hole emerged a figure, none other than Arshabais itself. Let us congratulate Klika on winning this match. He becomes the second participant to enter the top 10 of this year's Interstellar Cup. As the commentator's words echoed, Qiao Sang turned to look at Fire-Toothed Dog, which wore an innocent expression. An immature idea suddenly flashed through her mind. Perhaps she could use Fire-Toothed Dog to predict the outcomes of matches and then place bets on the Interstellar Cup. Chapter 54, The Third Beast. Once this thought emerged, it became increasingly uncontrollable. Qiao Sang promptly searched for the upcoming match list of the Interstellar Cup on her phone. Paisel vs. Chun-Mo. Each match in the Interstellar Cup follows a 6v6 format. The 99 Beastmasters eligible to participate are all S-rank trainers possessing 7 beasts, leaving the lineup unknown before each match. Among the 7 beasts, one will invariably be left out, complicating matters for spectators wishing to analyze lineups and attributes before placing bets. Qiao Sang, however, was unperturbed. She directly searched for posters of Paisel and Chun-Mo alongside their respective beasts and placed them in front of Fire-Toothed Dog. Who do you think is stronger and will win? Fire-Toothed Dog scrutinized the images seriously. This morning, it had predicted the victory of a plump dove, only to see it lose. Just now, it had pointed to the large bird, which also lost. Rarely did its trainer trust it with such a question, and this time it was determined not to betray that trust and prove itself. Yeah. After much contemplation, Fire-Toothed Dog pointed at the more robust-looking Paisel. Qiao Sang nodded, and then she logged onto the Interstellar Betting Network to place a bet of 1,000 Alliance coins on Chun-Mo. On July 2nd, the screen above the arena displayed the allocation of photos for the Baixin tournament's 64 to 32 strong contestants. In the middle position of row 9 in Zone C, Qiao Sang was surprised to see Bai Yunmiao releasing her golden tendril. It's rare to see you bring out the golden tendril, she remarked. She had encountered Bai Yunmiao a few times, each time finding her alone. After the match yesterday, she had immediately put the golden tendril away. I was interviewed yesterday, and when I got home to watch the video, my little Jean saw that I had tea brought it along. So today it insisted on coming out to accept an interview, Bai Yunmiao explained helplessly. Qiao Sang glanced at the golden tendril, which sported a pink bow tied to its solitary tendril, clearly dressed for the occasion. Don't talk about me. What's up with your Fire-Toothed Dog? It looks expressionless. Did you upset it? Bai Yunmiao leaned closer and whispered. The reputation of fire-type beasts among novice trainers was still quite formidable, even though Fire-Toothed Dog had appeared docile. A slight hint of displeasure would still strike fear into Bai Yunmiao. No, it's just that you mentioned yesterday that its expressions are amusing, Qiao Sang clarified. After watching its match video, it realized that managing its expressions is important, so it came here with a poker face. It'll be fine once the match is over. Yeah. Fire-Toothed Dog coolly nodded. So cool, Bai Yunmiao sighed. Fire-Toothed Dog restrained the corners of its mouth from lifting, tilting its head at a 45-degree angle. Qiao Sang. After the first match commenced, Qiao Sang surveyed her surroundings and asked, why are there so many fewer people today? Did you watch Yashin's match yesterday? Bai Yunmiao countered without directly answering. I only caught the last match, Qiao Sang replied. Isn't Yashin defeated? In the previous 2-star cups, he made it to the top 10, yet this time he has fallen outside that bracket. I suppose most people are still grappling with the loss and lack the mood to come, Bai Yunmiao remarked. Qiao Sang nodded in understanding. As the sole contestant from the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star, all hopes were pinned on Linya. The disappointment from this defeat surely eclipsed that of the national football team's failure to qualify for the World Cup by 1,000-fold. Not to mention, at that time, the citizens had little faith in the national team, and their losses were met with heart-wrenching anguish and frustration. Yet now, the Dragon Kingdom harbored high hopes for Linya. Guoyiqi's previous match had ended in an effortless victory, but this time he found himself in dire straits. The middle-aged commentator's voice, slightly hoarse, delivered a colorless narration. His demeanor was worlds apart from yesterday's vibrancy. In the audience, parents attending to watch their children's matches engaged in conversation. How much did you lose yesterday? 20,000. How about you? 100,000. Then how come you still have the heart to watch the match today? I'm not in great shape. Staying at home would risk my wife finding out. The inquirer glanced at the man's bloodshot eyes and nodded in understanding. 20,000 is no small sum. Does your wife know? Haha, She lost 150,000 and cried all night. Let us change the subject. Which match is your child in? The bloodshot-eyed man turned to his child, asking, Son, which group are you in? Dad, I've already finished my match. The atmosphere of today as competition felt somewhat gloomy. Both the audience and the commentators lacked enthusiasm, yet Qiao Sang continued to diligently record the events. After yesterday's matches, only 17 of the original 21 Beastmasters remained on her memo. Qiao Sang deleted the eliminated contestants one by one, and just as it was almost her turn, another name was crossed off. The 100 new contest had not treated the competitors with intermediate pets as seed players to be kept until the end. Instead, it randomly shuffled the order, inevitably leading to early encounters between two intermediate pet holders. In the 11th match, Qiao Sang took the stage. Her opponent was Jin Qingxi, one of the remaining contestants. Your fire-toothed dog possesses decent strength. However, encountering me is your misfortune. I won't deploy my newly contracted pet like that fool Xie Jianin. He taunted. But don't worry, I won't make your defeat too embarrassing. Qiao Sang remained silent. Don't you have anything to say to me? Jin Qingxi inquired, unable to contain himself. Then I thank you in advance, Qiao Sang replied. It wasn't gratitude for his assurance of a non-embarrassing defeat, but rather for his choice to summon his first contracted pet. Finally, the strategies she had studied for so long were about to be put into practice. Jin Qingxi felt a bit sheepish. He hadn't expected his taunts to be met with such politeness. Perhaps it would be better to let her have her way. The next moment, he summoned his pet, the desert fox. As the referee signaled to start, the fire-toothed dog split into two and charged forward simultaneously. Dust storm. Noticing that Qiao Sang had not commanded her fire-toothed dog, Jin Qingxi initiated his attack, momentarily flustered. Qiao Sang smiled. She had been waiting for this very move. The two indistinguishable fire-toothed dogs dashed into the dust cloud. Jin Qingxi was taken aback. Who would voluntarily enter the opponent's skill? Although the dust storm couldn't deal decisive damage, the dust would surely diminish the fire-toothed dog's condition if it entered its nostrils and fur. This was the perfect opportunity for a follow-up attack. Jin Qingxi momentarily forgot his earlier intention to give her a chance. Use quicksand. The desert fox called out, its tail gradually glowing with earthy light. The dust-laden field began to swirl and collapse into quicksand. Amidst the commotion, two red figures struggled to rise. Suddenly, a third fire-toothed dog appeared behind the desert fox. Jin Qingxi. When did this one come in? As the commentator's voice resonated, the fire-toothed dog, enveloped in flames, sank its fangs into the desert fox's neck. The fire-toothed dog had previously battled the desert fox and was well aware of its weak points. During their last encounter, although it had struck at the vital area, the disparity in strength necessitated an additional blow from the nearby pigeon before it succumbed. But this time, the commentator leaped to his feet, exclaiming, I can't believe my eyes. That's a minor realm fire-tooth. His commentary took on a richly emotional hue. While mid-tier skills at the minor realm were not rare, seeing them employed by a newly graduated pet master was extraordinary. The fire-toothed dog utilized the cover of the dust storm to create a second clone. While its true form swiftly maneuvered behind the desert fox, this was not the level of a novice beastmaster. The entire arena fell into a momentary silence as they witnessed the desert fox fall, and the referee announced the results. Jin Qingxi, standing at the center of the field, could not see what had transpired. However, the audience surrounding the arena had a clear view. The fire-toothed dog, concealed by the dust, had sprung forth a third time, positioning itself behind the desert fox at the perfect moment. How spectacular! It felt eerily familiar, as if they had seen this match before. Now that you mention it, I feel the same. Doesn't this resemble Yashin's last match yesterday? Oh my god, it truly does. The crowd collectively recalled the heart-wrenching battle from the day before. While the fights were worlds apart, the tactic of feigned weakness and a surprise attack mirrored that of the elusive Arceus. The audience, in unison, focused intently on the center of the arena. Qiao Sang single-handedly ignited the atmosphere. Next, let us welcome the match continued. Qiao Sang took a seat, cradling her stoic fire-toothed dog. Qiao genius, your fire-toothed dog is just too impressive. Also, how did it seem like you understood your opponent's strategy so well? Bai Yunniao expressed in admiration. The fire-toothed dog maintained a serious facade. I didn't fully decipher it. I just did a bit of prior research, Qiao Sang replied. She had watched 2 of Jin Qingxi's matches. He was an aggressive player, keen to exploit any openings. She simply needed to feign a vulnerability, and he would fixate on it. Had it not been for the inspiration from Yashin's match yesterday, she would have prepared an alternative strategy. Of course, that plan hinged on the desert fox utilizing the dust storm skill, which was likely, given that Jin Qingxi had commanded it in his previous 2 matches. The outcome turned out rather smoothly. Qiao genius, Did the commentator really say that Fire-Toothed Dog was at the minor realm? Bai Yunmiao asked. Indeed. Qiao Sang affirmed with a nod. Bai Yunmiao gazed at the Fire-Toothed Dog in shock. The Fire-Toothed Dog, expressionless, tilted its head slightly upward, ready to receive praise. However, Bai Yunmiao changed the topic. Wait, my next opponent is Qin Xian. Do you have any good advice for me? Qiao Sang pondered for 3 seconds before replying. None. Qin Xian isn't on my memo list, so I'm unaware of her pets. Bai Yunmiao felt a tinge of disappointment. Yesterday, Sigenting managed to defeat Little Fat Pigeon using a reverse attribute. You should have confidence in your own abilities. Qiao Sang reassured her. The reason I didn't research Qin Xian is that she doesn't possess an intermediate pet. As long as her pet hasn't evolved into an intermediate one before the match, with your strength, you have a good chance of winning. You're right. Bai Yunmiao was instantly uplifted. 20 minutes later, Bai Yunmiao meticulously adjusted her air bangs in front of the mirror, while Sajin Tung stretched out her petite hand to reposition the pink bow atop her head. With everything set, Qiao Sang shouted words of encouragement to her. The Firefang Dog also barked in support. After returning a confident fist gesture to Qiao Sang with her elbow bent, Bai Yunmiao stepped into the arena with unwavering confidence. Both Bai Yunmiao and Sajin Tung were brimming with fighting spirit. Please summon your respective beasts. In the next moment, a white star array illuminated in front of Qin Xian. A beast, approximately 2 meters in height, adorned with a brown shell and 2 short tails, manifested on the ground. Qin Xian's beast, the deep-furred tortoise, had astonishingly evolved into a double-tailed land tortoise overnight, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Qin Xian. The commentator provided a real-time update on the unfolding events. Bai Yunmiao stood frozen in place, recalling the words of Qiao Tiankai, who had just told her that as long as her beast had not evolved to an intermediate level before the match, she had a good chance of victory. Not evolved to an intermediate. Evolved to an intermediate. Intermediate. Qiao Sang, gazing at the expressionless Firefang Dog in her arms, fell into contemplation. Could bad luck be contagious? The minuscule probability of encountering such an evolution before the match was astonishing. While feeling sympathy for Bai Yunmiao, Qiao Sang took out her phone to start recording. If nothing unexpected happened, Qin Xian could potentially become her opponent. With a sudden ground fissure, Sajin Tung predictably lost the ability to fight. Although the deep-furred tortoise was countered by Sajin Tung, the disparity between intermediate and primary beasts was glaringly apparent. Victories achieved by surpassing levels, like Qiao Sang's, were indeed rare. Bai Yunmiao returned to her seat in dejection. Sajin Tung was evidently already stored in the Beastmaster Codex. Qiao Sang couldn't help but offer some consolation. Actually, you could let Sajin Tung out. Reporters also interview those who have been eliminated for their thoughts. Bai Yunmiao replied, there's no need for that. I don't want that interview. That evening, the Firefang Dog contentedly watched itself on the video on the phone. It looked quite handsome, with a cool expression. Everything was just as it desired. The Firefang Dog rolled happily on the bed. After admiring itself several times, it took the phone in its paws and carried it to the living room, placing it before its Beastmaster, eager to share. Yar. The Firefang Dog tugged at Qiao Sang's pant leg. Understanding its intent, Qiao Sang looked down. Due to Yagami's loss in the match, few were in the mood to watch the Bai Xian competition that day, resulting in only a line or two of comments on the phone. The sparse comments did not affect the Firefang Dog's viewing experience, so it did not request its Beastmaster to turn off the comments. As Qiao Sang glanced over, she caught sight of the comments. The Firefang Dog is terrifying. It looks fierce. The Firefang Dog is so handsome, winning by surpassing levels so beautifully. Qiao Sang is truly brave. I was there at the time. I didn't dare to look too closely as I passed by, afraid it might suddenly attack me. Yar? Noticing that his Beastmaster had been staring in silence for a while, the Firefang Dog called out again. Qiao Sang lifted her head, patted the Firefang Dog's head, and smiled. Wonderful. Everyone is praising how handsome you are and how beautifully you won. Yar. The Firefang Dog felt a bit shy, then happily rolled on the sofa. Chapter 56. The Mighty Pig. Qiao Sang did not wish for external opinions to dampen the Firefang Dog's spirits. As long as the Firefang Dog felt happy, that was enough. Qiao Sang's gaze returned to the television, where 2 large beasts were fiercely battling. The score was 54, reaching the match point. Tonight's Interstellar Cup match was crucial to her financial situation, and Qiao Sang had been keenly watching from the beginning. At this moment, the first to reach match point was Chun Mo. As Peisol's beast, the virtual fire dragon, was overpowering Chun Mo's double-headed gear dragon, Qiao Sang couldn't help but feel anxious. She swiftly embraced the Firefang Dog, which had been admiring itself on the phone again. Quick, cheer for that virtual fire dragon. Yar? The Firefang Dog tilted its head. The beast of the Beastmaster you chose yesterday, Qiao Sang clarified. Yar. The Firefang dog understood and raised its paw. Yar. 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 Over 20 minutes later, Qiao Sang watched with satisfaction as the double-headed gear dragon staged a comeback to win the match. The following day, in their usual spot in Zone C, Qiao Sang spotted by Yun Miao, who had returned to her daily appearance. Don't tell me you came all this way just to watch my match, Qiao Sang teased, approaching her while cradling the Firefang dog. Haha, I specifically came to see you, Bai Yunmiao replied with a smile. Qiao Sang paused for a moment. The Bai Xian competition was held in Shoka Park, located on the outskirts. Although it was a nearby suburb, it still took considerable time to travel from the city center. Generally, those who lost were reluctant to return and waste time. That was precisely how Fang Sisi had felt. It was surprising that Bai Yunmiao, whom she had known for only a short time, was willing to spend her time watching her compete. Qiao Sang felt a surge of emotion and was about to say something when Bai Yunmiao interjected. Actually, my parents had a quarrel, and I didn't want to stay home. So I came here. Qiao Sang. What's going on with your parents? Qiao Sang inquired. They were chatting this morning. And somehow it turned into a discussion about my future, Bai Yunmiao explained. My mom wants me to pursue a career as a coordinator, while my dad wants me to become a professional beastmaster, and they ended up arguing. Qiao Sang responded. It ultimately depends on your own wishes. Bai Yunmiao sighed. I haven't figured it out yet. I'm only entering my senior year, and I still have a year before college. I haven't even started thinking about this. The uncertainty regarding future plans is a dilemma faced by many high school students. In the past life, high school students only needed to focus on their grades and choose their majors based on their scores after the college entrance examination. However, in this world of beastmasters, early planning is essential. Isn't your Sajin tongue about to evolve? Qiao Sang asked. Yes, Bai Yunmiao sighed. Qiao Sang understood. No wonder her parents argued about this issue. Sajin tongue has two evolutionary forms. One is called the withered vine, which possesses strong combat power and may learn skills that inflict damage while also allowing for self-recovery. However, its surface is covered in wrinkled skin resembling that of a toad. If she intended to use the withered vine to become a coordinator for competitions, it would likely be eliminated in the first round of preliminaries due to its appearance. After all, coordinators base their battles on the appearance and elegance of their beasts. The withered vine was evidently disqualified in that regard. Its other evolution, the sweet binding vine, emits a captivating fragrance, adorned with pink leaves that resemble a grass skirt, making it quite appealing. However, its attack power is extremely weak, making it unrealistic to pass the league's assessments and become a higher-level beastmaster with it. She could only contract a second, more powerful beast and cultivate it into an intermediate beast to participate in the assessments. This would inevitably slow her progress compared to others in becoming an E-level beastmaster. The time and effort invested in an F-level beastmaster are undoubtedly focused on the first contracted beast. If you can't decide, you could actually ask Sajin Ting for its opinion, Qiao Sang suggested. She felt that Sajin Tung would likely prefer to evolve into the sweet binding vine, as indicated by its fondness for beauty when wearing the pink bow. Bai Yunmiao paused, realizing, you're right. After several days of competition, only 32 contestants remained. The audience seats grew increasingly sparse. However, to maintain excitement, the organizers had invited numerous guests and media representatives. In the guest section, a question arose. Which contestants have stood out in this competition? One of the newly invited guests inquired. There's a certain Ho Yuxiang, aged 17, with 2 intermediate pets, a Baxi butterfly and a Kongsu siphon. At 17, specializing in ice and psychic abilities, he must be from Li Tan Beastmaster High School. Which other school has a 17-year-old student as formidable as this? Another guest interjected, and there's a Lu Yu from Holy Water High School, who has contracted a little siphon dragon. Suddenly, silence enveloped the guest area. None of those present had ever contracted a dragon-type pet. Today, Qiao Sang's opponent was not listed in her notes. However, one could infer that any beast master capable of battling with an initial level pet up to this point possessed a certain level of skill. Could you please take it easy? A girl in a hat blushed as she spoke. Qiao Sang was momentarily taken aback. It was her first encounter with someone so bashful during a competition. All right, Qiao Sang replied. The girl smiled gratefully and subsequently summoned her pet. An entirely snow-white creature, boasting well-defined biceps and a turned-up nose, manifested on the ground. Huh. The snow-white creature flexed its arms, showcasing its developed muscles. Qiao Sang, how astonishing, it is a mighty pig. This hardly aligns with its beastmaster's image. Unbeknownst to her, the fire-toothed dog in front of her, wearing sunglasses and provocatively grinning at the mighty pig, was also incongruous with its own image. The two beastmasters stood in quiet anticipation, while their pets locked eyes, engaging in an intense stare-down. As the referee signaled the start of the match, both the girl in the hat and Qiao Sang issued a command to charge. The fire-toothed dog and the mighty pig, having already exchanged 1,000 glances, were ready to explode into action. At the simultaneous command of their respective masters, they charged at one another with full force. The energy radiating from both sides was palpable. The two pets collided mercilessly, neither retreating an inch. In the next moment, the mighty pig was sent flying. The fire-toothed dog stood its ground, its expression cold, as it lifted a paw to adjust its triangular sunglasses. The mighty pig has lost its ability to fight. Qiao Sang is the victor, the referee declared. Piggy! The girl in the hat cried, rushing towards the mighty pig with a quavering voice. Qiao Sang inexplicably felt a pang of guilt towards her. She had clearly requested a softer approach. Little did she expect the mighty pig to be so fragile. The fire-toothed dog's experience in powerful charges was indeed substantial, as it practiced daily by slamming into trees while wearing weighted rings. Thus, it was only natural for it to knock out an initial-level pet. However, considering the opponent's strengths and power, this outcome felt a tad unusual. Chapter 57, No. In the guest area, one remarked, "This fire-toothed dog possesses extraordinary strength. Not only strength, but in terms of speed, reaction, and techniques. It is clearly in a different league compared to other novice Beastmasters pets." A guest who had witnessed a match a few days prior added, "Just yesterday, this Qiao Sang defeated a Moe fox using her fire-toothed dog in an underlevel match." "Oh, is she a new student from Litan?" Another guest questioned. "I'm not certain. The materials don't specify. The information for participants in the 100 New tournament is self-reported online by the contestants. Aside from the Beastmaster identity, which cannot be fabricated, other experiences are often embellished, and those verifying the information typically do not conduct thorough investigations. Most individuals would enhance their profiles, some even including their elementary school class leadership roles. The intent is simple, to have the commentator say more when introducing them. It is quite rare to find someone like Qiao Sang, who provided no information other than her identity as a Beastmaster. After watching the morning matches, Qiao Sang chose not to continue in the afternoon. After returning home and having dinner, she boarded bus 59 with her fire-toothed dog. The dog's strength had surpassed all expectations. As an exemplary Beastmaster, one must constantly have a comprehensive understanding of their pet's condition to maximize and enhance its potential. Songchong Street, Pet Gym. Having declined the receptionist's offer to purchase a membership, Qiao Sang paid for an hour's session and headed straight to the second floor. Upon entering, she immediately felt a wave of heat. Pets were exercising at nearly every machine. Most of the attendees were combat-type pets, with only a few of other attributes mixed in. Not all pets were accompanied by their Beastmasters. The higher the level of a Beastmaster, the more pets they contracted, and thus, they could not constantly accompany each pet during training. At such times, the pet's self-discipline becomes crucial. For instance, 3 power crabs lounging by the wall mirror were evidently lacking in initiative, not a single drop of sweat on them, indicating they had yet to commence their workout. Qiao Sang approached a strength testing machine with her fire-toothed dog. The gym's standard strength tester could only measure the pet's power in a regular state. Techniques, such as fire punch and ice punch, could not be assessed without a more advanced device. In front of the strength tester stood a gravity monkey, delivering a powerful punch to the target. Instantly, a number appeared on the virtual screen above the target, 369 kilograms. The gravity monkey frowned upon seeing the number. As it turned to prepare for another test, it noticed someone watching from behind. Immediately, the gravity monkey straightened its back, placed its left hand in front of its face, and clenched its right fist, muscles subtly flexing. In the next moment, a fist imbued with a gust of wind struck the tester. 433 kilograms. A number significantly higher than the previous one appeared on the virtual screen. The gravity monkey, satisfied, turned to hand a business card to the human who had been watching intently. Heavy, heavy. Qiao Sang took the card and noticed the gravity monkey's selfie in the top left corner, with the words Intermediate Fitness Coach printed behind it. Fire-toothed dog. Quickly explain that we are just here to queue, Qiao Sang instructed. The fire-toothed dog nodded and turned to communicate with the gravity monkey. Yeah, 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 heavy, heavy, yeah, heavy. The gravity monkey understood, turned back to Qiao Sang with a friendly smile, and then reached out to reclaim the business card from her hand. Although the gravity monkey had been a bit stingy in taking the card back, it kindly offered a place for them to train. Let us begin, Qiao Sang said. Yeah, the fire-toothed dog responded, then stood before the strength tester, mimicking the gravity monkey's stance as it swung its paw into a fist towards the target. 13 kilograms. Qiao Sang stared at the number on the virtual screen in silence for a moment. Something seemed amiss. The fire-toothed dog's training had primarily focused on speed and skills, with little emphasis on raw strength. Thus, a power output of merely 13 kilograms was to be expected. However, Qiao Sang quickly realized the issue. She approached a nearby muscular man, evidently a fitness enthusiast, and inquired whether it was possible for the fire-toothed dog to test its charge on the machine. The muscular man glanced at the fire-toothed dog, which was only about 60 centimeters tall, and replied, "Sure." At that moment, a fellow named Lu Ganyan, positioned by another strength tester, overheard the conversation and, with a spark in his eyes, promptly retreated several dozen steps to gather momentum for a charge. The muscular man's eye twitched as he shouted, "You can't. Others can't break it, but you will." Qiao Sang acknowledged the validity of his statement. Yet the fire-toothed dog was displeased. It retreated a dozen meters from the strength tester. Due to the nature of the pet gym, the space was several times larger than that of a regular gym. Even with the fire-toothed dog retreating a significant distance, it would not disrupt the training of other pets. The fire-toothed dog felt underestimated. It had never been belittled since birth. It was determined to prove that it could break this machine. 4 seconds later, Qiao Sang beamed at the virtual screen displaying the number, 128 kilograms. She was considerably taller than she had imagined. The fire-toothed dog's powerful charge was at a proficient level, yet its strength exceeded that of an ordinary beginner-level pet of the same tier. Though she found it perplexing, the purpose of testing the fire-toothed dog's strength was fulfilled. "Let us depart," she said. As Qiao Sang crouched down, intending to lift the fire-toothed dog, it retreated 2 steps, shaking its head. "No way. I haven't broken this object yet. How can I leave?" Qiao Sang assumed the fire-toothed dog had not completed enough tests and wished to try a few more times. The fire-toothed dog had always been diligent and held high expectations for itself, despite her being preoccupied with studying for the entrance exam and not supervising it. The dog had conscientiously trained itself every day downstairs in their community. Reflecting on this, Qiao Sang reassured, "You can continue training. Just let me know when you wish to leave." She was prepared to wait. The fire-toothed dog nodded solemnly. In its eyes, underestimating itself was tantamount to underestimating its master. It was determined to strive for its master. The fire-toothed dog gathered its energy, feeling the vigor within it surge in tandem with its resolve. With unwavering determination, it charged forcefully at the strength-testing device. 20 minutes later, Qiao Sang was astonished to observe that the fire-toothed dog's power was increasing exponentially. It began at 128 kilograms, then escalated to 146 kilograms, and later to 159 kilograms, ultimately reaching an extraordinary 298 kilograms. Yet, the proficiency of its charge remained at the same adept level, and the power of its skills should not have been incrementally rising. With the depletion of energy and stamina, the fire-toothed dog should have been growing increasingly fatigued. Once again, it readied itself. Suddenly, Qiao Sang recalled a conversation with the vice principal of Shengshui Middle School, who had mentioned that the fire-toothed dog was nearing a critical state, akin to a sign of skill awakening. Realization dawned upon her. Could it be? At that moment, the fire-toothed dog felt its internal energy boiling over. A blazing flame suddenly enveloped its entire being, wrapping it from head to tail. The fire-toothed dog had a premonition. This time, it would succeed. In a daze, it seemed to hear its master's anguished cry. No. Chapter 58, The First Group Battle List. Clang. The strength-testing device shattered into pieces, and the specially designed pressure-resistant target was pierced by flames, emanating a charred aroma. The fire-toothed dog gazed contentedly at the results before it. Turning to share its triumph with its master, it found her standing there, expression frozen, as if struck by lightning. "Yeah?" The fire-toothed dog rushed over, worried. Could its master have suddenly become dazed? Qiao Sang stood in shock for quite some time before accepting the reality. If heaven granted her another chance, she vowed she would never step foot into any pet gym with the fire-toothed dog. No, not even a step into any pet gym. Under the gaze of all present in the pet gym, Qiao Sang trembled as she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Mom." An hour later, under her mother's guidance, Qiao Sang exited the pet gym. "This has happened 3 times in 1 month," her mother remarked. Qiao Sang understood what her mother was referring to, once with the television, once with the porcelain vase, and once with the strength-testing device. What her mother did not know was that there had been another incident involving the wall of an alley. "It's all my fault," Qiao Sang confessed. The television had been broken while she was watching it with the fire-toothed dog. The porcelain vase had been damaged when she had the dog clean, and the strength-testing device was a result of her urging the fire-toothed dog to test its strength. And as for the alley incident, of course, it's your fault, her mother replied, casting a somber glance. "This money will be deducted from your allowance each month, 2,000 until it's paid off." Qiao Sang's mind raced. Her mother had just compensated 34,000 alliance coins. At 2,000 a month, that meant over a year and 5 months of deductions. What a tragic fate. At 7:30 p.m., Qiao Sang diligently studied the remaining competitors in the by-exine competition. After today's events, the top 16 had been determined. If she won tomorrow, she would secure a place in the top 8. Although the rewards for 4th to 10th place were not as lavish as those for the top 3, they still offered a unified prize of 30,000 alliance coins, which would perfectly compensate for her losses today. She scrutinized the list she had just compiled. Among the top 16, only 4, including herself, possessed beginner-level pets, while the other 12 competitors had already advanced to intermediate-level pets. Among these, 3 possessed 2 intermediate pets each. A total of 15 intermediate pets, as long as she did not encounter any of them. Qiao Sang was engrossed in her analysis for over an hour. Yeah. At that moment, the fire-toothed dog barked beside her. Looking down, she saw 3 pairs of sunglasses in yellow, purple, and green arranged on the ground. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog glanced between its master and the sunglasses, its expression one of distress. Let us go with this one. Qiao Sang pointed to the purple sunglasses. Over the past few days of competition, the fire-toothed dog had been switching between different sunglasses daily, and it seemed to have developed a slight case of decision fatigue. Relying on Qiao Sang to make the choice each time, the fire-toothed dog picked up the sunglasses chosen by its master and turned to check its reflection in a nearby mirror. Amused by the dog's antics, Qiao Sang suddenly recalled something and focused on the Beastmaster Codex. She had been so preoccupied with thoughts of her lost money that she had forgotten to check what skill the fire-toothed dog had awakened. Name, fire-toothed dog. Attribute, fire. Level, beginner, 160-1000. Skills, bite, novice 74-100. Charge, proficient 466-500. Firefang, minor success 609-2000. Spark, minor success 745-2000. Shadow clone, novice 72-100. Flame vortex, proficient 118-500. Fiery charge, novice 11-100. Points, 220. In the past 2 days, the fire-toothed dog had not ceased training, resulting in slight increases across all its stats. The flame vortex skill had advanced from novice to proficient. The points had surged by 80 since defeating the desert tail fox, with an additional 14 accrued from defeating the strength pig. The points gained from defeating the desert tail fox on 2 separate occasions varied. Qiao Sang speculated that it was due to the first victory being a joint effort with the fat pigeon, even though the final blow had been dealt by the fire-toothed dog, leading to only a portion of the points being awarded. The points from defeating the strength pig also differed from previous encounters with beginner-level pets, likely due to differences in strength. Qiao Sang's gaze shifted to the final skill slot. To her astonishment, it was the fiery charge. This skill was among the more challenging intermediate skills to learn. If one sought specialized training, it would likely cost 6 figures to begin. Had she only had the funds to purchase materials for the fire-toothed dog's baths, which cost over 10,000 alliance coins each time, a half-month's worth would amount to nearly 160,000 alliance coins. Stunned, Qiao Sang contemplated, when calculating like this. It seems I've made a profit. The following day, at the Croc Garden Pet Arena, Qiao Sang saw Bai Yunmiao in her usual spot. What's wrong? Did your parents argue again? Qiao Sang asked, approaching her with the fire-toothed dog. Qiao Tiankai, you're so clever. Bai Yunmiao admired. What caused the quarrel this time? Qiao Sang inquired. It's still about yesterday. I asked the golden vine for its opinion. It wanted to evolve into sweet bonvine, so I told my parents. My dad said it was because of my mom that I made that decision, and then they started arguing, Bai Yunmiao explained. Such a genuine depiction of married life, Qiao Sang remarked. She had yet to devise a means of consolation when Bai Yunmiao exclaimed in surprise, Qiao Tiankai. Why do I sense that you are rather different from a couple of days ago? Qiao Sang paused momentarily, inquiring, in what way am I different? Your expression has changed. A few days ago, you exuded an air of calm mastery, but today, you seem to be radiating joy, Bai Yunmiao remarked, leaning in with a smile. Have you encountered some fortunate event? You've noticed that, have you? Qiao Sang replied with a hint of resignation. What is it? Bai Yunmiao asked with an inquisitive look. Yesterday, the fire-toothed dog caused damage to a force measurement device. Qiao Sang hesitated. Bai Yunmiao's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the fire-toothed dog, which sported sunglasses. Truly, as a fire-type beast, only someone like Qiao Tiankai could tolerate such a temperament. I certainly could not. Subsequently, Qiao Sang continued, and then it learned the skill flame charge. Wow. Bai Yunmiao's eyes widened instantly. Could I possibly have 1,000 of such fire-type beasts? The 16-8 competition, due to the fewer participants and ample time, did not display all the contestants' groupings directly on the large screen as before. Instead, the screen revealed the contestants for each group sequentially after they had completed their matches. Contestants did not need to queue backstage in advance, as there would be performances by Beast performers during the intervals to entertain the audience. With the sound of fireworks, the Beast performer took the stage to warm up the crowd. Once the announcer and guests concluded their opening statements, photographs continuously scrolled across the large screen above the Beast arena. After 5 seconds, a set of images appeared on the screen. The first group of matchups was unveiled. Contestants included Lu Yu, who represented strength with his formidable Zai, and Qiao Sang, who boldly contracted a fire-type fire-toothed dog as her beast. The announcer introduced them with fervor. Chapter 59, Thick Skin. One was Lu Yu, who drew immediate attention upon his entrance, his background, and Zai consistently sparking lively discussions during the competition. The other was Qiao Sang, the sole contestant daring enough to contract a fire-type beast. The rhythm of her battles alongside the performance of her fire-toothed dog had also garnered significant attention. As these two appeared, the barrage of comments on the platform surged. Exciting. Exciting. This grouping seems predetermined. The competition knows what we want to see. Fire-toothed dog sunglasses have changed again. Please provide a link. Upon observation, I believe Lu Yu will emerge victorious. Upon observation, I concur with the previous comment. Although both contestants commanded attention, the support for Lu Yu and Zai clearly overshadowed that for Qiao Sang and her fire-toothed dog. The two had taken their positions, while the sparse audience cheered, predominantly calling out the names of Lu Yu and Zai. Qiao Sang was not one to boast before a match, and Lu Yu was equally aloof, resulting in a silence between them until the referee called for the start. Dig. The first command came from Lu Yu. Zai, a dual attribute beast of ground and dragon types, executed the fundamental skill of digging with ease. Upon completion of Lu Yu's command, Zai began clawing at the ground, burrowing below the surface. Due to insufficient proficiency, this process was not instantaneous. Had the fire-toothed dog been swift enough, it could have interrupted Zai digging. Yet, Qiao Sang refrained from issuing a command. It appeared Lu Yu aimed for a close-range resolution, leaving one to wonder how Qiao Sang would respond. Once Zai completed its digging, Qiao Sang finally commanded, Shadow Clone. The fire-toothed dog immediately split into 5, forming a straight line. The ground remained still, the audience holding their breath, fearful of missing the moment of confrontation. Lu Yu furrowed his brow. 5 is a bit excessive. His original plan was to dig and attack before swiftly finishing the opponent while they were still reeling. However, the initial rhythm had been disrupted. Yet this was the allure of the competition. If everything unfolded as he envisioned, what would be the thrill? Now, as Lu Yu's words fell, the fire-toothed dog, positioned in the center, swiftly retreated a step. Lu Yu's eyes brightened, exclaiming, "In the center." At that moment, a Zai burst forth from the ground, colliding forcefully with the fire-toothed dog. Lu Yu's initial command had merely been a ruse, intended to draw out the true form of the fire-toothed dog. What a cunning strategy. A smirk crept onto Lu Yu's lips, though the sequence deviated slightly from his expectations. The outcome remained impeccably flawless. He lifted his right hand, prepared to issue the final command, Dragon. The last syllable caught in his throat as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The fire-toothed dog that had been hurled to the ground had inexplicably vanished. Was this truly a clone? Realizing he had been deceived, Lu Yu opened his mouth to speak, but it was too late. Flame Vortex. Seizing the moment of his opponent's surprise, Qiao Sang issued an attack command. The remaining 4 fire-toothed dogs opened their mouths simultaneously, unleashing 4 spiraling torrents of searing flames upon Zai. It howled in agony. This is incredible. Qiao Sang has demonstrated remarkable cunning, completely misleading Lu Yu. The announcer exclaimed with excitement. Yet this was merely the beginning. Observing Zai condition, Qiao Sang discerned the truth. The adoration for dragon-type beasts was not unwarranted. Their offensive speed and defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. Zai ground-type attribute effectively countered the fire-type. The impact of the shadow clones was insufficient to match the strength of the original fire-toothed dog. The 3 illusory flames combined with the 1 real flame vortex were unlikely to breach Zai defenses to deliver a fatal blow. Fang of Fire. Qiao Sang declared next. The Fang of Fire had reached a minor mastery stage, currently representing the fire-toothed dog's most potent attack skill. Given Zai present state, this should suffice. Dig. Lu Yu urged urgently. In its prime, Zai would have been halted by the fire-toothed dog, let alone in its current condition. Zai, gritting its teeth against the pain, extended its claws towards the ground. Simultaneously, The four fiery fangs latched onto Xiaojilong, biting into its left limb, right limb, left shoulder, and head. Xiaojilong! It cried out in distress. Accompanied by its wail, a white dragon breath erupted uncontrollably, spraying aimlessly into the surroundings. The audience was rapt with attention. Would the dragon-type beast, a symbol of invincibility among its rank, truly succumb in such a manner? 10 seconds elapsed. Xiaojilong remained standing. Meanwhile, the fire-toothed dogs clamped onto Xiaojilong's limbs began to disappear one after another with its violent struggles, leaving only one fierce-looking fire-toothed dog still firmly gripping its head. So this is the original. Lu Yu rejoiced. Never before had anyone pushed his Xiaojilong to such an extent. He was astonished to discover it could endure this level of damage. He had assumed defeat was imminent the moment the Fang of Fire made contact. Use Iron Head. Lu Yu shouted. The fire-toothed dog clung tightly to Xiaojilong's head, the energy of the Fang of Fire gradually waning. Yet, despite its swaying, Xiaojilong showed no signs of falling. The fire-toothed dog felt a wave of frustration. Previous opponents would have succumbed long ago under such pressure. This creature had remarkably thick skin. Before it could wallow in its discontent for too long, the sensation in its mouth began to shift uncomfortably. At that moment, it heard the command from its Beastmaster. Jump down. Without hesitation, the Firefang dog promptly obeyed the directive. Bang! The audience collectively gasped in astonishment as the little chameleon dragon executed its Iron Head move. The Firefang dog did not relent. However, at the crucial moment when the chameleon dragon's head struck the ground, the Firefang dog sprang away. The timing was impeccable. The chameleon dragon lifted its head, dazed, swaying its head from side to side. Why were there suddenly so many people? Its foot slipped. The sky was so blue. How it longed to sleep. The chameleon dragon lost its combat capability. The victor is contestant Qiao Sang. The referee excitedly announced the result. After serving as a referee for so long, he had become desensitized to the outcomes of these matches. Yet to win under circumstances where one did not have the advantage in attributes or species was truly impressive. Although the initial momentum of the match appeared to be in contestant Lu Yu's favor, it was, in fact, always following the rhythm set by contestant Qiao Sang. It was indeed a splendid contest. What do you think, Sha Duo? Amidst the astonishment of the audience, the commentator was the first to react and spoke. Contestant Qiao Sang possesses the qualifications to become a professional Beastmaster. I look forward to encountering her in future regional competitions, Sha Duo remarked. Upon hearing this, both the live audience and those watching the broadcast erupted in excitement. Chapter 60, Scam Call. The regional tournament, as the name suggests, is the largest event in the region. In the case of the Yuhua region alone, there are 11 provinces. Currently, they are in Hangang City, one of the 12 prefecture-level cities in the Zhebai province, which is part of these 11 provinces. To participate in the regional tournament, there are two conditions. First, the contestant must be under 40 years of age and certified by the Alliance as having reached at least C-level Beastmaster status. This does not imply that all participants in the regional tournament are C-level Beastmasters under 40. Rather, it is the minimum age and level requirement. While there is an age limit, there is also a stipulated lower limit for the Beastmaster's level. Second, one must obtain certification from the local Beastmaster Center in the provincial capital to qualify for participation. Acquiring this qualification can be rather cumbersome. Within a year, one must pass the qualification assessments in all prefecture-level cities of the province. In Zhebai province, for instance, there are 12 prefecture-level cities, and each city's local Beastmaster Center has a dedicated department for qualification assessments. The content of these assessments varies, and the judging criteria differ from examiner to examiner. If one is fortunate enough to encounter a lenient examiner, they might pass for merely catching a petty thief. Conversely, encountering a stringent examiner might require one to steal an egg from a dragon-type extraordinary creature. Anything is possible. Zhebai province is relatively manageable, with only 12 prefecture-level cities, allowing an average of 1 month to complete the assessments in each city. However, the neighboring Yangwu province boasts a staggering 18 prefecture-level cities. This translates to a mere 20 days to complete assessments in each city, which is hardly feasible for an ordinary Beastmaster. In summary, any Beastmaster who can pass the provincial assessments in all prefecture-level cities within a year is truly exceptional. Sha Duo, having recently participated in the Yuhua regional tournament and achieved a commendable ranking, boldly expressed his anticipation of encountering Qiao Sang in future regional competitions. An extraordinary recognition of her abilities. In an instant, the live stream's comments section exploded. Is Sha Duo serious? Am I about to witness the rise of a supernova? To be fair, she is indeed strong. Even if she qualifies for the regional tournament, Sha Duo will be over 40 by then. You really are harsh. But I like it. Tomorrow's headlines are set. On the guest panel, although Qiao Sang is young, her combat experience appears remarkably seasoned. Her retreat during the split was truly exceptional. Throughout the match, she hardly issued commands, clearly indicating that a strategy had been devised beforehand. Moreover, the synergy between her and the Firefang dog suggested they had not only recently formed a contract. What do you all think about inviting her for a live stream? The previously silent young female guest suddenly spoke up. A live stream? For what purpose? Perhaps now is a moment of fame, but once the next match is lost, she will be forgotten. What do you all think of the Firefang dog wearing sunglasses? The young guest inquired. Quite stylish, praised one of the guests beside her. I just opened an online store selling sunglasses. If I could invite her for a live stream at this moment, more accurately, if I could invite the Firefang dog for a live stream, what do you think? The young guest continued to ask. Everyone turned their gaze toward the Firefang dog, which was wearing purple triangular sunglasses. It seems like a good idea. The guest beside her hesitated before responding. Qiao Sang had just returned to the audience area with the Firefang dog when Bai Yunmiao excitedly retrieved a pen and a sheet of pink floral-bordered A4 paper from her crossbody bag and handed them to her, exclaiming, Qiao genius, please sign this for me. How do you have everything in that bag? Qiao Sang couldn't help but tease. Actually. The pen and paper were meant for Sha Duo, but since there was no opportunity to use them, Bai Yunmiao replied bashfully. Qiao Sang, are your parents arguing just a pretext for you to be here? Qiao Sang questioned suspiciously. How did you guess so quickly? That's why they call you Qiao genius, Bai Yunmiao said, blushing. I recently became a fan of Sha Duo and happened to hear he was a guest at the Baixin competition, so I came. Qiao Sang, so you participated in the competition just for someone else? Let's not talk about that. Qiao genius, hurry and sign for me. Since Sha Duo has said so. Your signature will surely be valuable if you participate in the regional tournament in the future. I need to get it now, Bai Yunmiao insisted, shoving the pen and paper toward her. Qiao Sang, not one to be overly coy, accepted the items and was about to start signing when she suddenly recalled something and asked, how many sheets of paper did you bring? If I sign, will there be any left when I meet Sha Duo? Bai Yunmiao paused for a moment, pulled the paper and pen back, and awkwardly laughed. I almost forgot to ask you. I only brought this one. Qiao Sang. After a day of watching matches, Qiao Sang returned home to review the footage. Dragon-type pets live up to their reputation. Had she not gained an advantage at the start, with the chameleon dragon's attack and defense, this match would have been a fierce battle. In today's match, she underestimated the chameleon dragon's defense, thinking the Firefang's attack would suffice to conclude the contest. Had the chameleon dragon not struck its head against the ground, but instead used Iron Head to throw the Firefang dog off before creating distance, they could have continued fighting. Ultimately, the Firefang dog's offensive power was still insufficient. The remaining contestants all possessed intermediate pets, and regardless of who she encountered, she held no advantage and could only rely on tactics to prevail. The 3 Beastmasters she had researched yesterday, each with 2 intermediate pets, had successfully advanced. If she faced any of them, even tactics would be hard-pressed to secure victory. Sometimes, absolute strength is something tactics cannot compensate for. If luck is on her side tomorrow and she avoids encountering one of those 3, she might still have a chance to strive for a higher ranking. Otherwise, a jostle against her calf pulled Qiao Sang from her reverie. She looked down to find the Firefang dog nudging her with its paw while holding a phone in its mouth. The phone screen was illuminated and vibrating, causing the flesh on its face to jiggle. It turned out someone was calling. Suppressing a smile, Qiao Sang took the phone to check. It was an unfamiliar number. With a swipe of her right hand, she hung up the call. The next second, the phone vibrated again. Still the same number. Without hesitation, Qiao Sang hung up once more. She wasn't in the habit of answering unknown calls. Yet just a moment after hanging up, the screen lit up again. Qiao Sang frowned, pressing the call button. Is this Miss Qiao Sang? A young woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, who are you? I am someone who has high hopes for you. Are you interested in discussing a business deal worth over 100,000? I am currently at. Qiao Sang hung up the phone with a swift motion, promptly adding the number to her blacklist. Indeed, it was a scam call. They had chosen the wrong person to deceive. After all, she had endured her fair share of life's trials in her previous life. It was inconceivable that she could be so easily duped. Meanwhile, at the large window on the 37th floor of the Yijian building, a young woman stared blankly at her phone, which had been disconnected and was no longer reachable. Where had the misstep occurred? Chapter 61. Why are you silent? On July 5th, Qiao Sang returned to her usual spot in front of the pet competition arena, where, unsurprisingly, Bai Yunmiao was also present. Considering Bai Yunmiao was there for shadow, even if her parents hadn't quarreled, she would have found another reason to attend the event. Did you bring the mirror? Qiao Sang inquired as she settled in. Of course, Bai Yunmiao replied, pulling a mirror from her bag and handing it over. Watching Qiao Sang scrutinize her reflection, she exclaimed, "Qiao genius, why the sudden concern for your appearance?" It's not that Qiao Sang had previously neglected her looks. She simply favored a ponytail. Commuting by bus to the chic garden, often sitting by the window to enjoy the breeze. Consequently, by the time she arrived at the pet competition arena, her ponytail and the hair framing her face appeared somewhat disheveled, creating a stark contrast with others who had meticulously prepared, giving the impression that she was indifferent to her image. After confirming that she looked much like her usual self in the mirror, Qiao Sang hesitated and remarked, "I don't know if it's just my vanity, but I feel as though many people are watching me today." Beside her, the fire-toothed dog. After Qiao Sang set the mirror down, took it upon itself to gaze into it with its paw, nodding in agreement as it too felt the weight of many eyes upon it. Bai Yunmiao soon understood, chuckling, "Shadow praised you so much yesterday. It's only natural for others to take notice. Several news articles have been published today. Is the celebrity effect really that pronounced?" Qiao Sang queried. "You're actually fortunate. Others merely glance at you." Last time, a newcomer who was publicly praised by Wang Dianao had their address leaked and was besieged at home, being challenged to a duel. Bai Yunmiao lamented, "That wasn't a duel. It was a relentless group assault that lasted an entire week." Qiao Sang paused, her expression serious. "I'm grateful that Shadow Isn't as famous as Wang Dianao." Bai Yunmiao added, "Only 8 contestants remain in the 100 new competition. The matches for F-rank beast tamers are brief, even with the addition of pet performance artists to extend the duration. It's impossible to determine the top 4 in just 4 matches within a day. The organizers have already released the event schedule. On the morning of July 5th, the top 4 would be decided, followed by the determination of the top 3 in the afternoon. Today marked the final day of the 100 new competition. As time passed, the number of attendees increased. Qiao Sang surveyed the packed audience surrounding the pet competition arena and sighed, "I wonder where the organizers found all these people. Yesterday, a mere quarter of the seats were filled." Bai Yunmiao turned her gaze toward her and asked, "Don't you keep up with external information?" She recalled how, upon initially adding Qiao Sang, her messages had gone unanswered, only to later discover that there existed individuals capable of resisting the urge to check their phones. "I do keep up, but I didn't check yesterday," Qiao Sang replied. Her time had been devoted to training with the fire-toothed dog and analyzing her opponents. The previous day, the official platform had announced an exhibition match featuring Gao Xiulu and Shadow, and afterwards, 5 lucky audience members would be selected for photos and autographs. Bai Yunmiao explained, and Qiao Sang instantly grasped the reason behind the influx of attendees. Gao Xiulu was also a contestant in this year's Yuhua regional competition. Although she did not make it to the top 10, her ranking was commendable. Most importantly, Shadow had previously lost to Gao Xiulu. The organizers' marketing strategy was indeed brilliant. Qiao Sang glanced toward the commentary booth, now occupied by an additional person, a woman with chestnut short hair seated beside the middle-aged commentator. It was Gao Xiulu. As the opening concluded, the chaotic images flashed on the large screen above the arena. Shortly thereafter, the first matchup appeared, Hou Yu against Yang Qi. Both were beast tamers with 2 intermediate pets and were formidable contenders for the championship. Qiao Sang focused intently on the arena. Their confrontation would undoubtedly showcase a plethora of tactics. In the earlier rounds, due to the disparity in strength, each had achieved victories with overwhelming force, leaving little room for effective analysis of their pets' capabilities. This was one of the reasons Qiao Sang felt uncertain about facing them. However, her contemplation was short-lived. Just a minute later, the referee announced the outcome. Yang Qi, who had been dominating previous opponents, found himself overwhelmed by Hou Yu. Utilizing the illusion ray, an ability unique to psychic-type pets, Hou Yu's controlling pet caused Yang Qi's Faith Wing to enter a state of confusion. Seizing the moment, he employed telekinesis to slam it to the ground, concluding the match. Qiao Sang fell into deep thought. The illusion ray was a skill exclusive to psychic-type pets that could inflict damage and had a chance of inducing confusion, though the probability was not particularly high. The rapid success against a pet of the same rank could indicate either a stroke of bad luck for Yang Qi or that the illusion ray had reached at least a minor level of mastery. The likelihood of success was largely dependent on fortune. After all, the illusion ray was not a skill that guaranteed confusion. Nevertheless, the fire-toothed dog's luck, Qiao Sang couldn't help but sigh, recalling how the fire-toothed dog seemed to predict the outcome of battles. 1 minute for the match, 30 minutes for the performance, she mused. Due to the swift conclusion of the first match, the organizers had to request the pet performance artists to extend their act. Fortunately, the artists were professionals, maintaining the lively atmosphere in the arena. The second match featured Wei Wenya against Luo Xinlin. Wei Wenya was the last of the 3 beast tamers with 2 intermediate pets. In response to Luo Xinlin's fat pigeon, she dispatched her electric cat, perfectly countering the flying-type pet. The advantage of possessing 2 intermediate pets was now vividly displayed. A beast tamer with only 1 pet lacked options, whereas one with 2 could strategically deploy a pet to exploit the opponent's weaknesses. As expected, Wei Wenya emerged victorious. Once the pet performance artist had enlivened the crowd, the matchup for the 3rd round appeared on the large screen. Chen Qian versus Qiao Sang. In the guest seating, one of the commentators remarked, "Song Yuan, your taste is commendable. This fire-toothed dog looks quite dapper in sunglasses. With so much media present, if it performs well, it could indeed drive significant traffic to your new online store." This Chen Qian's pet is a double-tailed tortoise, a level below the expected challenge. Quite difficult. Another commentator noted, Qiao Sang had experience defeating intermediate pets of a higher level, and since Chen Qian's double-tailed tortoise had only recently evolved, it should be manageable. By the way, Song Yuan, what did you say when you contacted Qiao Sang yesterday? Is the live streaming payment based on each instance or calculated from sales commissions? Song Yuan, why aren't you speaking? She indicated she preferred silence. Did she really want to confess that she had been blocked after several unsuccessful calls? The laughter that would surely follow was unbearable. In the arena, both competitors had taken their positions. As the referee called for the match to commence, a double-tailed tortoise, approximately 2 meters long, with a brown shell and 2 tails, appeared before Qiao Sang. Chapter 62, Too Obedient. The double-tailed tortoise, a ground-type pet, inherited the characteristics of the deep-furred tortoise, known for its aversion to water. Should one possess a water-type creature, it is likely that the twin-tailed tortoise would remain withdrawn within its shell, reluctant to emerge. One contender boasts formidable defensive capabilities as a twin-tailed tortoise, while the other wields exceptional offensive prowess as a Firefang dog. The question looms, which will prevail in this contest? The audience, captivated by the commentator's fervent introduction, fixated their gazes upon the arena. After half a minute, murmurs arose. What is happening with these two? Are they going to fight or not? Go, Qiao Sang. The referee had just sounded the whistle to commence the match, prompting impatience among spectators eager for a display from Gao Shulu and Sha Duo. Among the clamor, a voice stood out. Firefang dog. Go for it, Qiao Sang. Bai Yunmiao rose from her seat, her excitement palpable. She had not forgotten her earlier defeat at the hands of Chen Qian. On the battlefield, Chen Qian was the first to act, unable to contain her eagerness. The left front limb of the twin-tailed tortoise stomped forcefully onto the ground, causing a fissure to rapidly form a meter ahead. Soon, the crack expanded, sending multiple fractures toward the position of the Firefang dog. In that instant, the Firefang dog's form shimmered and split into 2. The commentator, bewildered by this display, wondered aloud about the technique employed. With over a decade of experience in commentary, he had witnessed many matches, yet few had left him so perplexed. Chen Qian, too, was at a loss. She had meticulously planned her strategy, intending for the twin-tailed tortoise to retreat into its shell upon the Firefang dog's advance. Believing its attack would be insufficient to breach the tortoise's defenses, she intended to launch her counterattack once the Firefang dog grew weary. However, her opponent was not adhering to her script. The Firefang dog's reaction to the fissures was not as she had anticipated. She fixed her gaze on the opposing side, eager to observe their response. At that moment, Qiao Sang uttered her first words upon entering the fray. No sooner had she spoken than the left Firefang dog leapt onto the back of the right Firefang dog, using it as a springboard. The right Firefang dog was instantly engulfed by the freshly collapsed ground, vanishing from sight, while the left Firefang dog soared into the air, evading the fissures. The commentator momentarily faltered, noting the impressive agility. Why not attack while the ground was still stable? What difference does this approach make? Another guest questioned. There is a reason. Song Yuan interjected, observing the arena. After using the fissure technique, the twin-tailed tortoise cannot employ any skills for approximately 10 seconds. Song Yuan, I didn't know you could speak. A guest remarked, taken aback. That's fire charge. Another guest suddenly exclaimed. On the battlefield, the Firefang dog, propelled by the scattered stones, accelerated with increasing speed. During its sprint, a fierce flame erupted from within, enveloping its entire form. Fire charge, a powerful mid-tier skill, fused special and physical attacks, with a chance to inflict a burn on the opponent. Quick, retreat into your shell. Chen Qian swiftly commanded. She was well aware of the twin-tailed tortoise's vulnerability after the fissure, but she remained unperturbed. As long as the tortoise's defenses were robust, remaining stationary while enduring attacks posed no threat. If her opponent sought to exploit that 10-second window, they would be sorely disappointed. The flames encircling the Firefang dog were modest in size and a pale orange hue, indicative of a novice's level. The twin-tailed tortoise obediently withdrew its limbs and head into its shell. Chen Qian exhaled in relief, already planning the skill to unleash once the 10 seconds elapsed. Bang! Chen Qian was taken aback as the fire charge did not collide with the twin-tailed tortoise, but instead struck the ground in front of it. The earth, already weakened by the fissure, rapidly fractured further. The impact of the fire charge caused the ground beneath the twin-tailed tortoise to collapse. Unstable, the tortoise tilted to one side, its shell resting against a stone, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. Impressive, Qiao Sang thought to herself, unable to contain her excitement. The twin-tailed tortoise was renowned for its formidable defenses, but not all areas were equally resilient. Its underbelly was a weak point. If the Firefang dog could strike there, it might breach the tortoise's defenses and inflict damage. Everything was aligning perfectly with her strategy. All that was required now was to unleash a relentless assault on the tortoise's abdomen. However, the Firefang dog hesitated, observing the tortoise's position against the stone. Its trainer had instructed it to flip the creature over and attack its belly. Yet, the tortoise was trapped, partially exposed but not entirely overturned. The Firefang dog quickly made its decision, unleashing a spark that struck the stone behind the twin-tailed tortoise. Qiao Sang's thoughts momentarily froze. The Firefang dog, satisfied with the tortoise's position, shell down, belly up, was now in the exact stance her trainer had described. Get up, Chen Qian urged, realizing the opponent's intentions. The twin-tailed tortoise responded to the command, extending its head and limbs from its shell. With a determined effort, it attempted to flip over. It did not budge. Again, it tried but remained immobile. Despair enveloped the tortoise. Its shell was too heavy to turn. The Firefang dog leapt onto the tortoise's exposed belly, unleashing a torrent of sparks and fiery whirlwinds upon it. Lupa! The twin-tailed tortoise cried out in agony. Get up! Chen Qian exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Lupa! It could not rise. Despite the Firefang dog targeting the tortoise's weakest point, it took nearly 2 minutes of continuous assault to render it unconscious. Fortunately, the Firefang dog had been diligently training its skills, and the extended barrage did not overly exhaust it. The victor is contestant Qiao Sang. The Firefang dog bounded toward its trainer, struggling to suppress its urge to smile amidst the crowd's gaze. Qiao Sang caught the exuberant creature, her expression a complex mix of emotions. The match had unfolded as she had anticipated, yet there were nuances that diverged from her expectations. For instance, had she known the twin-tailed tortoise would be unable to flip and would expose its head and limbs, why had she not targeted its head directly? Her creature was simply too obedient. Chapter 63, Semifinals. Contestant Qiao Sang, through her exceptional tactical acumen, has once again triumphed in an overwhelming victory. She becomes the third contestant to advance to the final 4 of the By-Exine tournament, the sole individual to achieve victory with a novice creature. How do our commentators perceive this match? The commentator turned to the 2 guests beside him. I stand by my previous statement. I look forward to encountering her in future regional competitions, Sha Duo remarked with a smile. The trajectory of this match was entirely unexpected. Contestant Qiao Sang performed admirably. Achieving victory against a higher tier using a counter-element strategy is something I could not accomplish in my youth. Indeed, I still cannot, Gao Shulu noted earnestly. Miss Shulu, please do not be so modest. The disparity between novice creatures and intermediate or elite creatures is indeed significant, the commentator interjected promptly. Meanwhile, Qiao Sang returned to her seat. The voice from the commentary booth was unmistakably clear as it traveled from the backstage passage to the audience. Before Bai Yunmiao could express her excitement, Qiao Sang interjected with a question. Who is more famous, Gao Shulu or Sha Duo? Bai Yunmiao paused for a moment. Although she was puzzled by Qiao's sudden inquiry, she pondered and replied, although Gao Shulu has triumphed over Sha Duo, it seems their fan bases are quite similar. Most supporters of Gao Shulu admire her prowess, while the vast majority of Sha Duo's followers are drawn to his charismatic personality. That reassures me, Qiao Sang sighed in relief. What were you worried about just now? Bai Yunmiao inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I was concerned that Gao Shulu's excessive praise of me might lead her fans to confront me, perhaps even resorting to a will battle. But since their fame is comparable to Sha Duo's, I can relax now, Qiao Sang explained. In the arena, during a break in the Beastmaster performance, several staff members summoned their beasts to restore the competition area. After each match, it was essential to ensure the venue returned to its original state, so it would not affect subsequent contests. The frequency of arena restoration required after F-grade Beastmaster matches was relatively low. The victor of the 4th match was Li Longyi, who possessed 2 beasts, although one was still at the novice stage. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would surely deploy his intermediate beast, the long-tailed snake, in the afternoon's matches. Qiao Sang glanced at the remaining 3 competitors in her notes, feeling a sense of worry. Unlike the other contestants, Hou Yuxiang and Wei Wenyao relied solely on brute strength rather than strategy to secure their victories. Each possessed 2 intermediate beasts of different attributes, showcasing only a handful of skills, making it difficult for her to conduct thorough assessments. Unlike her, whose strategies demanded considerable mental effort, she had exhausted her secret techniques. In the Beast Arena's competitor lounge, Bai Yunyao entered, carrying takeout. Xiao Genius, what are you doing? Since the afternoon's finals of the Baixin competition were approaching, most participants had opted to dine nearby rather than leave. Naturally, Qiao Sang remained as well. I'm letting my fire-toothed dog draw lots. The one it picks will determine my opponent for this afternoon, Qiao Sang stated, her gaze fixed on the dog's actions. Surely the organizers didn't instruct you to do this? Bai Yunyao couldn't help but question, doubting the improvised method involving 3 crumpled paper balls on the table without any covering. Of course not. I devised this myself. Qiao Sang replied. Bai Yunyao was taken aback. Really? But is Qiao Genius really this childish? You don't usually seem like it. The fire-toothed dog stared at the paper balls, hesitant to act. It wasn't indecisiveness. Every time it pointed at a paper ball, its Beastmaster would return it for another selection, leaving the dog bewildered as to what it had done wrong. After 30 seconds, it finally nudged one of the paper balls with its paw. Qiao Sang opened it and nearly choked in disbelief. It was Hou Yuxiang again. For the 3rd time. They say things come in threes, and the fire-toothed dog had drawn Hou Yuxiang consecutively. Was her first opponent truly destined to be him? Clearly, Hou Yuxiang was the strongest among the 3. This was incredibly unfortunate. Why let the fire-toothed dog draw instead of you? Bai Yunyao suddenly asked. Because the fire-toothed dog possesses a unique luck, it claims that those it predicts to win will usually lose, and it's remarkably accurate, Qiao Sang explained. So, doesn't that mean the one it draws won't be your opponent? Bai Yunyao countered. Qiao Sang paused, realization dawning upon her. That does make sense. At 2 p.m., in the Beast Arena, the announcer addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed spectators here, and those watching the live stream of our Baixin competition. We are about to announce the combatants for the first semi-final group. Please direct your attention to the big screen. The 4 remaining photographs flickered and then settled 6 seconds later. Staring at the groupings on the screen, Qiao Sang froze, gazing at her fire-toothed dog, which was struggling to maintain a poker face. The first group pairing was revealed, competitors Wei Wenyao and Li Longyi. Consequently, the remaining competitors, Hou Yuxiang and Qiao Sang, automatically became the second pair. Bai Yunyao cast a sympathetic glance at Qiao Sang, saying, "Don't worry, Qiao Genius. Even if you lose, you can still vie for 3rd place. At the very least, 4th place is commendable." It was apparent to anyone with discernment that Hou Yuxiang, with his formidable strength, was the most powerful of the 4. Qiao Sang forced a stiff smile. "Thank you. That does comfort me. After all this time, who wouldn't desire a higher ranking?" Had she faced Li Longyi in the semifinals, her understanding of the long-tailed snake would likely lead to victory, securing her a spot in the finals. She had never considered claiming the top position, but she had indeed imagined herself in 2nd place. After all, the prize for 2nd place was considerably more enticing than that of 3rd. Not to mention the value disparity between the alliance coins, motorcycles, and water-type evolution stones. She had even contemplated selling the water-type evolution stone on a certain website, having already estimated its selling price. In the arena, as the referee's whistle signaled the start, both competitors summoned their long-tailed snakes and fat pigeons. The match unfolded without any surprises. Fat Pigeon, as Wei Wenya's first beast, had the advantage in both coordination and skills. The abilities unleashed by Long-Tailed Snake were deftly evaded by Fat Pigeon, culminating in a decisive victory with a wind blade. It seemed her next opponent would indeed be Li Longyi. Qiao Sang was not at all surprised by the outcome. Soon, it was time for the second semifinal. Would Hou Yuxiang dominate again, or would Qiao Sang perform a miraculous upset? Who would ultimately claim the last spot in the finals? The commentator's voice resonated with excitement. Afterward, he invited the guests to share their insights. What are your thoughts? The majority of the audience had come primarily to hear from the guests, naturally prompting them to speak more. Emotionally, I hope Qiao Sang emerges victorious, but rationally, it appears Hou Yuxiang will win, Sha Duo chuckled. And you, Miss Shilu? I concur, Gao Shilu replied. The commentator remarked, what a succinct and clear answer. Now, let us focus on the arena. Chapter 64, just in time. On the field, a gray star array illuminated before Hou Yuxiang. A beast resembling a weight, yet with a softer appearance, floated within the star array. Given that his opponent only had a fire-toothed dog, Ho Yuxiang chose not to summon the slightly weaker Bait-Axe Butterfly, but instead summoned the formidable weight control beast. He regarded the poised fire-toothed dog with admiration. He had only observed the Baixing competition on its first day to gauge the competitors' levels, and he had not paid much attention afterward, except for the quarterfinals that morning. Although he hadn't seen Qiao Sang's matches, her name was familiar to him. After all, there were only a handful of standout contestants in the Baixing competition, and the media repeatedly reported on them. As the only competitor with a contracted fire-type beast, publicly acknowledged by Sha Duo as a future rival, it was hard not to notice her. The morning's match indeed lived up to the media's expectations, showcasing the concept of the weak triumphing over the strong through impeccable strategy. Strategy is vital, yet many tend to overlook that it also requires beasts of sufficient strength to execute it. In just one match, the fire-toothed dog had demonstrated Shadow Clone, Fiery Charge, Flame Vortex, and Spark, skills that required remarkable reflexes to perform, making it difficult to believe this was a beast contracted by a mere middle school graduate. Watching that match made him consider contracting a fire-toothed dog himself. The reason he dispatched the control scale absorption was not due to any belief that the fiery dog would be defeated. Rather, summoning his most formidable beast was merely an acknowledgement and respect for the opponent's strength. With everything in place, the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the battle, and both sides promptly unleashed their skills. A translucent wave of psychic energy enveloped the control scale absorption, its two short claws pointing toward the fire-toothed dog. As soon as the whistle sounded, the fire-toothed dog dashed toward the control scale absorption. In the course of its sprint, its form flickered, transforming from 1 into 2, and then from 2 into 4. All 4 fire-toothed dogs simultaneously executed a powerful charge. The psychic wave emanating from the control scale absorption momentarily faltered, leaving it uncertain about which target to focus its power on. In that brief moment of hesitation, one fire-toothed dog had already appeared before it, regaining its composure. The control scale absorption shifted its energy, teleporting to a different location just as the fire-toothed dog lunged, missing its mark. This was troublesome, Qiao Sang thought with a slight sigh. This control scale absorption could also teleport, a tactic it had not demonstrated in the previous matches. She had contemplated several strategies to defeat it. As long as a psychic-type beast could exhaust its internal energy or be struck with a faster reaction, it could be defeated. However, this control scale absorption possessed teleportation, complicating any attempt to land an attack. After all, teleportation is a skill that can be activated with a mere thought, undoubtedly faster than the fire-toothed dog. Even if she managed to close the distance to within a meter, the control scale absorption could instantly teleport elsewhere. Long-range attacks would also prove challenging. It seemed the only option was to engage in a war of attrition. The distance between them widened, leading to a stalemate. Illusory Ray. Ho Yangyu issued his command first. The short claws of the control scale absorption extended forward, unleashing beams of multicolored light from its claws. Upon striking one of the fire-toothed dogs, it vanished swiftly. It was a clone. After eliminating one clone, the illusory ray did not cease its onslaught, continuing to sweep toward the remaining 3 fire-toothed dogs. The energy of the clones could not compare to that of the original, and their speed was also inferior. Soon, 2 of the clones succumbed to the barrage of illusory rays, leaving only the original fire-toothed dog evading the attack. Just as the control scale absorption focused its power on the sole remaining fire-toothed dog, Qiao Sang called out a countermeasure, Shadow Clone. The fire-toothed dog flickered, immediately splitting into 4 once more. The control scale absorption. Ho Yangyu furrowed his brow, realizing the opponent's intentions. The illusory ray required considerable energy, especially to maintain such a sweeping attack, while the fire-toothed dog only needed to evade and create shadow clones, which demanded little energy. Even though the control scale absorption was a mid-tier beast with far more energy than the fire-toothed dog, in this unequal consumption of energy, it was likely that the control scale absorption would exhaust its energy first. Stop, Ho Yangyu stated calmly. The control scale absorption lowered its claws, and once again, they found themselves at a standstill. A swift resolution was imperative. Ho Yangyu assessed the situation on the battlefield and made a decisive judgment. Shadow Clone. With a slight stirring of energy within, 4 control scale absorptions emerged onto the field. Qiao Sang was momentarily taken aback. Such a plethora of hidden skills. None of these had been displayed in the earlier matches. The 4 control scale absorptions shimmered in unison, appearing behind the 4 fire-toothed dogs. The situation became thrilling, as it was unexpected for both sides to engage in such an exchange. Ho Yangyu had not concluded the match as swiftly as in previous encounters. What do you think the issue is? The commentator inquired, observing the unfolding scene. Before Shadow could respond, Gao Su spoke up, It is undoubtedly because Qiao Sang is formidable. The commentator. Alright, let us continue watching. Illusory Ray, Ho Yangyu immediately commanded. For beams of illusory ray simultaneously targeted the 4 fire-toothed dogs. Just when everyone thought the match was about to conclude, Qiao Sang shouted, "Shadow clone! Shadow clone!" Both the spectators present and those watching the live stream were momentarily stunned. Wasn't the shadow clone already in use? The fire-toothed dog also paused, but soon sensed the change in its internal energy. It flickered, and 4 fire-toothed dogs transformed into 8. What? The fire-toothed dog tilted its head in confusion. Why had its clones suddenly become more powerful? The audience was astounded. Had the newcomers been hiding such depths all along? In the guest area, one remarked, "I didn't expect the fire-toothed dog to have concealed its strength in the earlier matches. Indeed, I had observed the previous battles. This fire-toothed dog's fire fangs and sparks had already reached a minor mastery level, and its flame vortex was also quite proficient. I never anticipated it had also mastered Shadow Clone. This fire-toothed dog appears small, leading me to believe it is still quite young. However, it seems to be older than I thought. That shouldn't be. Normally, when a fire-toothed dog reaches 1 year old, the orange-red fur on its head should match the color of its body fur, yet this one still has orange-red short hair." A guest with breeding qualifications remarked, "Are you suggesting that a fire-toothed dog with such a variety of skills and high proficiency is still under 1 year old? Don't listen to him. He couldn't even pass the F-grade breeding qualification." The guest with breeding qualifications replied. Qiao Sang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the 8 fire-toothed dogs. Thankfully, she had managed to catch up. Chapter 65, Major Success. Just as the control scale absorption had split into 4, she swiftly added points to the Shadow Clone skill in her Beast Mastery manual. Typically, the fire-toothed dog practiced offensive skill training, and the Shadow Clone wasn't frequently utilized, resulting in its proficiency not yet reaching mastery. However, this was of little concern. The golden opportunity had arisen. Qiao Sang silently praised her cleverness. Meanwhile, Ho Yangyu remained unfazed, calmly assessing the battlefield and making his judgment. Target the one farthest from you. The audience was perplexed by his words, but the control scale absorption understood. The 4 control scale absorptions simultaneously fired illusory rays at the farthest fire-toothed dog. The targeted fire-toothed dog flickered and began to move. For beams of illusory ray approached from different angles simultaneously. Having just evaded one, another arrived at its feet, but the fire-toothed dog skillfully maneuvered away. However, under the relentless barrage, the fire-toothed dog began to struggle. Just as one illusory ray was about to strike the fire-toothed dog, another appeared, intercepting the attack before vanishing. With this turn of events, the audience had no trouble understanding. The fire-toothed dog being targeted was the original. Truly remarkable. How was it discerned? Unbeknownst to the audience, Qiao Sang had deduced the answer. The fire-toothed dog had expressed confusion over its sudden amplification of the Shadow Clone, tilting its head. Among the 8 fire-toothed dogs, only the original had performed this lively action, immediately distinguishing it from the clones. Ho Yangyu's perceptiveness was extraordinary. However, this energy-efficient skill was precisely what she desired. As long as the fire-toothed dog could evade and deplete the control scale absorption's energy, then, before Qiao Sang could contemplate the situation positively, one of the fire-toothed dogs was struck by an illusory ray and sent flying. Fire-toothed dog. Qiao Sang couldn't help but exclaim. Undeniably, her heart raced. Since contracting the fire-toothed dog, their journey had been remarkably smooth, and this was its first injury. Despite knowing this was a battle of unequal strength, Qiao Sang still felt a surge of determination to win. It was not her style, nor the fire-toothed dog's, to retreat before the final moment. Qiao Sang steadied her resolve. On the battlefield, the Firefang dog had risen to its feet, bracing itself on all fours. It nodded resolutely at its Beastmaster, conveying a steadfast determination. Qiao Sang understood that this was the Firefang dog's way of assuring her that it was unharmed and ready to continue the fight. The illusory light had merely inflicted damage without inducing confusion. Qiao Sang had regained her composure and quickly devised a counter-strategy upon surveying the situation. Mimic him. As Ho Xiangyu was a constant presence in her notes, Qiao Sang had naturally studied him. His swift teleportation rendered her initial tactics meaningless, forcing her to improvise. Without hesitation, the Firefang dog unleashed flames from all its remaining clones, including its original form, towards the 4 hovering control spirits. The number of Firefang dog clones surpassed that of the control spirits, resulting in a greater number of flame whirlpools than illusory lights. Under this unequal exchange of skills, the 4 control spirits were compelled to halt their illusory beams and alter their direction to execute their teleportation. The Firefang dog continuously repositioned itself to unleash fiery attacks. Ho Xiangyu observed the multiple Firefang dogs darting chaotically across the arena, making it impossible to discern the original. What a nuisance, he sighed, having anticipated an easy victory, yet finding himself entangled in a prolonged struggle. If time continued to slip away, the energy of the control spirits would surely dwindle. The relentless barrage of illusory lights had already depleted a significant portion of their energy. Psychic-type creatures relied on their internal energy even for defense. Without it, defeat was inevitable. Initially intending to reserve his trump card for the division competition next semester, it appeared that he would have to unleash it in this current match. Use your psychic powers to the fullest, Ho Xiangyu called out to the control spirit. Qiao Sang furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into her mind. As the control spirit, still dodging the flames through teleportation, heard the command, 3 of its clones vanished in an instant, leaving only the original hovering in the air. It swiftly teleported to evade the concentrated onslaught of flames, but what emerged was not the previous translucent psychic wave, but rather a vibrant blue psychic aura. The commentator exclaimed. This psychic power has reached its pinnacle. Shadow completed the commentator's thoughts. On the guest panel, they mused, truly a student of Li Tan High School, achieving such mastery at such a young age. Typically, it takes 4 to 5 years to elevate psychic energy to such a level, while others contract psychic-type creatures. It is commonplace to acquire a plethora of energy-boosting items to enhance their strength rapidly. This control spirit likely has little energy left, according to literature. When its energy drops to half of its peak, its hovering height will fall below 5 meters, and look, it's barely at 3 meters. A guest who had passed the breeder qualification exam expressed his opinion. Another guest shot him a glance and inquired, with all this knowledge, how is it you haven't yet passed the F-level breeder exam? The qualified guest retorted. In the arena, under the full force of the control spirit's psychic abilities, all the Firefang dogs were suspended in midair. This individual is exceptionally skilled at concealing their true capabilities. Qiao Sang observed the scene before her with a throbbing headache. Lesser psychic powers require a specific target for manipulation, while advanced powers can directly encompass a broad area, controlling multiple objects. How can they evade? Unless the creatures being controlled are inherently stronger than the one controlling them, escape is virtually impossible. The Firefang dog floated in bewilderment, unsure of how it had become airborne. This sensation is delightful. Yet, before it could savor the thrill of floating, it suddenly plummeted uncontrollably to the ground. Yo! The Firefang dog cried out in pain. With that fall, all but one of the Firefang dogs vanished, leaving only one still crouched on the ground. Will you concede? Qiao Sang sighed inwardly. With the control spirit's psychic prowess having reached its peak, victory seemed unattainable. Prolonging the battle would only exacerbate the Firefang dog's injuries. Truth be told, reaching this point was already commendable. As long as she could win against Li Longyi in the next match, a third-place finish would still be within her grasp. She desired victory, certainly. However, after realizing the lack of hope, she would not stubbornly persist. Just as Qiao Sang contemplated giving up, the Firefang dog, battered yet undeterred, stood shakily once more. Yo! The Firefang dog turned to its Beastmaster, expressing its dissatisfaction with her momentary distraction. Hurry and issue a command. It yearned to retaliate against this foe. It had never faced such humiliation before. Chapter 66. The Ferocious Fire Trait. Qiao Sang momentarily froze, taken aback by the Firefang dog's spirited reaction despite its severe injuries. It seemed she had underestimated its resilience. Since the Firefang dog had voiced its determination, she felt compelled to support it wholeheartedly. As she observed the Firefang dog swaying yet exuding confidence, Qiao Sang's resolve solidified. She wanted to win, perhaps influenced by the Firefang dog's fervor. A long-lost desire for victory ignited within her. Gone was the mindset of defeat that had plagued her before the match, replaced by a renewed fervor reminiscent of youthful exuberance. A flame of passion, unique to the young, surged within her heart. It was merely a matter of continuing the fight. If necessary, the Firefang dog could endure a few more injuries. The battling Firefang dog had no fear. Why should she, as its Beastmaster, cower? Fiery charge, Qiao Sang declared with unwavering determination. Some spectators watching from a distance noted that, in that moment, the expressions of Qiao Sang and the Firefang dog mirrored each other perfectly. The Firefang dog did not hesitate. It sprang into action. Unlike its previous fiery charges, this time it did not require a running start to unleash the energy within. As it initiated a powerful kick with its hind legs, flames erupted from its body, enveloping it entirely. From its imposing demeanor, one would hardly suspect it had just endured injuries. The control spirit, positioned not too high, found itself in the path of the charging Firefang dog, which leaped with all its might, easily reaching its altitude. Just as the control spirit had finished expending its psychic energy in a wide-ranging display, its short arms lowered, having barely caught its breath when it saw the flame-enshrouded Firefang dog barreling toward it. It froze momentarily, only to feel the surrounding temperature rise sharply. Regaining its senses, it realized the flame-wreathed Firefang dog was already upon it. Startled, the control spirit hastily teleported in another direction. Psychic energy. Before the control spirit could stabilize its form, it heard its Beastmaster's command. It quickly extended its short arms, mobilizing the scant energy it had left. Another failure. At this stage, teleportation was utterly insurmountable for creatures of this level, the commentator remarked aptly. The Firefang dog missed its target, but the flames surrounding it did not dissipate. It turned around and renewed its assault on the control spirit. However, halfway through, it found itself immobilized. By the time it comprehended the situation, it had already crashed heavily to the ground. Fiery charge. Qiao Sang issued the same command once more. The Firefang dog struggled to rise, flames once again swirling around it. The spectators began to murmur, impressed by the tenacity of this Firefang dog. Your third contracted creature is also a Firefang dog. How does it compare to this one? You mean my chubby one? Huh. This persistent assault is futile. The opponent can teleport, and their psychic power is at its peak. Isn't this a fruitless endeavor? Why should I care what others think, as long as I find it enjoyable? I'm simply worried about the Firefang dog's well-being. This is a competition, and yet, when a minor injury occurs, one acts as if the world is ending. As if playing house. On the field, the control scale Pokemon had yet to draw near when, without utilizing its teleportation ability, it directly ensnared the Firefang dog with its telekinesis. Bang! The sound of another heavy fall echoed in the arena. Qiao Sang clenched her fists, watching as the Firefang dog, battered and bruised, managed to rise once more. Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, she exclaimed with determination, "Flame charge." This left everyone in the audience perplexed. What was wrong with Qiao Sang? Hadn't she performed astutely in the earlier rounds? While Flame Charge boasted formidable attack power, what was the point if it failed to connect with the opponent? Perhaps she was resigned to defeat, opting to showcase her own spirit instead. From the commentary booth, the announcer remarked, "The Firefang dog has stood up again. It refuses to give in, even if this match is lost. The indomitable spirit of the Firefang dog will be etched in our memories." Flames once more enveloped the Firefang dog, observing the creature charge forward with sheer willpower. Some soft-hearted spectators instinctively shielded their eyes, unable to bear the impending scene. Bang! The sound of another heavy fall resonated. The viewers who had covered their eyes lowered their hands, utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? Can someone explain why it was the control scale Pokemon that fell? Yet no one around had an answer. They too were bewildered. Qiao Sang felt a surge of excitement. Her strategy was sound. Though her understanding of the psychic abilities of her Pokemon was limited, she had gleaned some insights from the unfolding situation. Initially, the control scale Pokemon had not fully mastered its telekinesis. It had only resorted to it out of necessity. She surmised that the power of telekinesis was manageable. The greater the intensity, the more energy it consumed. Therefore, to conserve its energy, the control scale Pokemon would undoubtedly regulate the strength of its telekinesis within a specific range. The Firefang dog's previous 2 flame charges were meant to create the illusion that the control scale Pokemon could restrain it with only a fraction of its telekinetic power. Of course, the Firefang dog was oblivious to her intentions, simply obeying her command to unleash its flame charge with full vigor. However, during the 3rd flame charge, she had entered the Beastmaster Codex, elevating the skill's proficiency from novice to adept. Though this was merely a transition from beginner to proficient, Flame Charge was already a powerful move among mid-tier skills. The control scale Pokemon had been blinded by the potency of the earlier attacks. Hence, the telekinetic strength unleashed during the 3rd charge would be comparable to the previous 2. As anticipated, the control scale Pokemon's telekinesis could not withstand the sudden amplification of the Flame Charge. Yap, yap. The Firefang dog barked twice. The first was in joy, the second in pain. It had completely forgotten to maintain a stoic expression, leaping with excitement before collapsing in exhaustion. Fortunately, it quickly scrambled back up. Meanwhile, though the control scale Pokemon was free of flames, it felt as though it were engulfed in fire. Scale! It cried out, rolling about in agony. Ho Yuxiang's heart sank. He recognized that the control scale Pokemon was suffering from a burning status. Flame Charge had a certain probability of inflicting this condition on its target, causing continuous damage. With its energy dwindling and defenses feeble, the control scale Pokemon was on the brink of defeat. Yet, The opponent was not faring much better. Stand up. Illusory beam. Hou Yuxiang shouted. Flame vortex. Qiao Sang echoed simultaneously. The Firefang dog had sustained grievous injuries. If the opponent still had the energy to unleash a sweeping illusory beam, evasion was likely impossible. Given the circumstances, they could only brace for impact. Enduring the relentless burning sensation, the control scale Pokemon rose, raising its small claws and gathering its remaining energy. The Firefang dog, too, strained to concentrate its power. Bang! The two energies collided, failing to cancel each other out. The illusory beam surged forward, overpowering the flame vortex and hurtling towards the Firefang dog. We've won, Hou Yuxiang thought. He was astonished that defeating a mere novice Firefang dog could evoke such exhilaration. The victor is Hou. The referee's words faltered momentarily. To everyone's astonishment, the fallen Firefang dog steadied itself once again. Unlike before, its gaze was fierce, tinged with blood, and it bore flickering orange flames. This was not flame charge. This was the blaze ability. The announcer leaped up in excitement. Hou Yuxiang nearly choked on his disbelief. What was happening with this Firefang dog? Was it truly unable to fall? Simultaneously, the control scale Pokemon, having exhausted its energy, closed its eyes and succumbed to the ground. The arena fell into silence. Chapter 67, The Fearless Optical Store. Moments later, the audience erupted in deafening cheers. How did this happen? I love you, Firefang dog. Qiao Sang. Send me that Firefang dog. You are amazing, Qiao Sang. A massive upset. The control scale Pokemon has fallen. The finalist is Qiao Sang. The announcer exclaimed. This has undoubtedly been the most spectacular match of the 100 new tournament. In the final moments, the Firefang dog even activated its blaze ability. It's a pity the control scale Pokemon went down too quickly, preventing us from witnessing the Firefang dog in blaze mode. Hou Yuxiang, he can hear you. You know. Qiao Sang stood, momentarily dazed, gazing at the battle-worn, yet more formidable Firefang dog. It seemed to sense its master's gaze, turning its head, and its fierce expression softened into two crescent moons. Then, as the flames dissipated, it closed its eyes and collapsed. Firefang dog. Qiao Sang snapped back to reality and rushed over to scoop it up. In the Pokemon Arena's medical room, a Pokemon entirely green with two antennae on its head, ending in spherical tips, clenched its claws in determination. The spherical tips of its antennae emitted a green glow, from which a fine emerald powder dispersed, settling upon the resting Firefang dog. 2 minutes later, the Firefang dog opened its moist eyes. It was unharmed, however. Having just activated its blaze ability, it would benefit from a bit more rest. Warm-ups before the next match were unnecessary, the female Pokemon doctor stated. Yap. The Firefang dog joyfully bounded toward the doctor in response. Qiao Sang, arms wide open, caught it and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Doctor, I understand. This is my duty. I watched that match. It was thrilling. Make sure to give it your all in the finals, the doctor advised. We will. Qiao Sang replied with a smile. Yap. The Firefang dog chimed in. Once reassured that the Firefang dog was well, Qiao Sang's mind wandered back to the final moments of the match. Blaze and ability. Each Pokemon possesses corresponding traits. Most traits are advantageous to the Pokemon itself, while a few may be detrimental or entirely ineffective. For instance, the moon grass will fall asleep when it rains, if encountered during a match. Deploying a Pokemon with rain-inducing abilities guarantees victory without a fight. Similarly, the 8-tube coral, which adjusts its skin's surface nanocrystals to achieve invisibility, is an auxiliary trait. In contrast, the blaze ability of the Firefang dog enhances its offensive capabilities, making it unequivocally beneficial. Once injured to a certain degree, when its stamina wanes, the blaze ability is triggered. Thus, akin to the effects of a potent elixir, the prowess and attack velocity of fire-type skills can amplify several-fold. This characteristic is undoubtedly coveted by all fire-type creatures. However, such a trait does not activate with every occurrence. For instance, the moonlight grass's tendency to slumber in the rain is a mandatory characteristic, whereas the blazing dog's flame boost ability requires adept mastery for its activation. Generally speaking, only fire-type creatures that can trigger flame boost with absolute certainty are formidable contenders, as it necessitates enduring severe injuries to practice and evoke. Although the blazing dog possesses this characteristic, Qiao Sang believes that achieving mastery will require a gradual approach. With nearly 50 minutes remaining before the finals, Qiao Sang cradled the blazing dog and decided to head toward the spectator stands to witness the creature performances. On the way from the infirmary to the audience area, the blazing dog paused upon seeing its reflection in a glass pane and promptly leapt from Qiao Sang's arms. It approached the glass, inspected itself, and then panicked. Where are my sunglasses? Qiao Sang retrieved a pair of broken red triangular sunglasses from her bag and somberly remarked, the previous match was too intense. They shattered. The blazing dog stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, before taking the damaged sunglasses with its paw and lamenting loudly, no. This cry was more mournful than when it had fallen from midair, controlled by psychic force. Out with the old, in with the new. I'll buy you a few more pairs tonight. You can choose whichever you like, Qiao Sang consoled. The blazing dog immediately paused, its eyes glistening with tears as it nodded in agreement. Just then, a voice called out from nearby. I happen to have a pair of sunglasses I can give to the blazing dog. Qiao Sang turned to see a woman, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, with flowing black hair and delicate features, approaching her with an unassuming demeanor. Hello, I'm Song Yuan. Hello, Qiao Sang replied politely. I called you yesterday, but it seems you mistook it for a nuisance call and hung up, Song Yuan said with a smile, showing no signs of embarrassment. After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Sang responded, was that the number ending in 1772? I blocked it after several attempts. That was me, Song Yuan acknowledged. I apologize. I thought it was a scam call. That's all right. It's good to be cautious. I wouldn't answer calls from strangers either, she said, but was interrupted by the ringing of Song Yuan's phone. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Go ahead, Qiao Sang replied. With keen eyes, she noticed that the number on Song Yuan's phone screen lacked any saved contact information. Hello, who is this? Song Yuan answered the call. After a minute, she hung up and asked, where were we? You mentioned that you wouldn't answer calls from strangers, Qiao Sang replied. Song Yuan's expression turned slightly awkward as she cleared her throat and explained, for those of us in small businesses, we have to answer every call. Otherwise, we might miss something crucial. Qiao Sang nodded in understanding. I reached out to you because I would like the blazing dog to endorse the sunglasses from my online store. Song Yuan candidly expressed. The way the blazing dog looks in sunglasses is precisely what I envision. We can discuss payment, if you're willing. Let us exchange contact information and have a proper conversation after the finals. Initially, she only intended for the blazing dog to do a one-time live endorsement. However, Qiao Sang and the blazing dog's performance today convinced her that this creature was undoubtedly a rising star. After a brief silence, Qiao Sang inquired, what is the name of your online store? Song Yuan promptly replied, Fearless Sunglasses. Qiao Sang pulled out her phone and searched for the store. Indeed, it existed. The legal representative's name matched, and the phone number corresponded to the one she had blocked yesterday. It seemed she was not dealing with a scammer. All right, let us discuss this in detail after the finals, Qiao Sang said, putting her phone away with a broad smile. Great. I heard you mention something to the blazing dog earlier. I just happen to have a pair of sunglasses from our store. If possible, could you have the blazing dog wear them during the finals? Song Yuan cheerfully produced a pair of sunglasses from her bag and handed them over. Qiao Sang looked at the sunglasses, falling into contemplation. The blazing dog glanced at the offered item, shaking its head in disapproval. It, too, had a sense of aesthetics. The sunglasses boasted a trendy design and eye-catching colors, exuding a sweet, charming aura. They certainly appeared to be attention-grabbing eyewear. However, they were heart-shaped and pink, which did not quite suit the blazing dog's image. After a prolonged silence, Qiao Sang politely declined, I appreciate the offer, but as you can see, the blazing dog's previous sunglasses were destroyed in the last match. If yours were to meet the same fate during the finals, it wouldn't reflect well. The blazing dog nodded vigorously, extending its paw to showcase the remnants of its shattered red sunglasses. Song Yuan chuckled. Our sunglasses are crafted from the claws of the Nixian lizard. While I cannot speak for other competitions, I assure you that they are perfectly fine for an event of this caliber. I understand your concerns, but you must trust my business acumen. Just as a delicate girl riding a motorcycle or a stoic man visiting a nightclub creates an appealing contrast, so too would the blazing dog donning these sunglasses. She argued persuasively. This reasoning was indeed compelling. Qiao Sang almost found herself swayed. However, given the blazing dog's evident reluctance, she felt it was essential to respect its wishes. If the blazing dog could wear them during the finals, even if our collaboration does not finalize, I would still offer you an additional fee starting from 5 figures. Song Yuan stated, spreading her fingers wide. That sounds quite fitting, Qiao Sang replied. Is that so? In the contestants' lounge, Wei Wenya sat on the couch, a blue duck-shaped creature performing one-handed push-ups on the floor. Father, is what you said true? Of course, the prize is personally arranged by your second uncle. Would I deceive you? A man seated beside her on the couch responded, well-groomed with slicked-back hair, dressed in a sharp black suit, his shoes gleaming with polish, exuding an air of business elite. But won't my second amp be discovered for certifying the A-grade water-type evolution stone as D-grade at the appraisal office? Wei Wenya inquired with concern. Your second aunt is an experienced appraiser. No one would suspect her. Besides, she has orchestrated this entirely on her own. With no one else involved, the man replied calmly. Could we negotiate with the organizers to exchange the prizes for first and second place? It would be so embarrassing for me to deliberately lose to a newly graduated middle schooler in front of so many people, Wei Wenya pouted. You must understand that what matters now is not the ranking or appearances, but the future growth of the Liso duck. As long as it has that water-type evolution stone, I will find a way to get you a bottle of high-purity Bihing water. Once the Liso duck evolves into a high-level creature, you will have a chance to join the school team at Yongda. Besides, the child you are competing against next has lost to Ho Xiangyu. Even if you lose, it won't be too embarrassing, the man patiently explained. I understand, Wei Wenya conceded. The conversation between father and daughter did not distract the Liso duck, which continued its one-handed push-ups uninterrupted. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally arrived at the finals of the Baixin tournament. Let us welcome the competitors who have fought their way through several days of competition, Wei Wenya and Qiao Sang. The announcer declared passionately, as the background music played. Qiao Sang entered the arena with the blazing dog. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Qiao Sang, blazing dog, Qiao Sang, blazing dog. The cheering crowd hesitated momentarily upon seeing the blazing dog. Why do its sunglasses look different than usual? On the big screen, the blazing dog sported a stern expression, adorned with a pair of pink heart-shaped sunglasses that were utterly mismatched with its fierce persona. The visual impact is striking indeed. It is no wonder that it triumphed in the preliminary battles of the scale-controlling competition. Truly unique. Firefang Hound. On the field, the Firefang Hound exerted effort to suppress the corners of its mouth from curling upwards. Its Beastmaster had not deceived it. Adorned with these sunglasses, it appeared undeniably dashing. Normally, they would not refer to themselves in such a manner. It seems that human aesthetics differ significantly from its own. As the background music ceased, Wei Wenya gracefully positioned her hands into a mudra, summoning the electric cat to the arena. Qiao Sang was somewhat taken aback. Wei Wenya had captured her attention from the very first day of competition, and she had duly noted her in her memorandum. Naturally, she was aware that Wei Wenya possessed another water-type creature, the Liso duck. To her astonishment, the opponent did not dispatch a creature that could counter her type advantage. Perhaps she deemed it unnecessary. After all, aside from its defensive capabilities, the electric cat surpassed the Firefang Hound in nearly every other aspect. With the referee's whistle, the electric cat emitted a sharp cry, its tail extending and straightening. In an instant, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck towards the position of the Firefang Hound. In response, the Firefang Hound swiftly transformed into 8 distinct forms, launching an assault from various angles against the electric cat. 2 of the Firefang Hounds racing directly forward were instantly obliterated by the lightning strike, vanishing without a trace. The remaining 6 continued their relentless assault. As they neared the electric cat, all 6 Firefang Hounds simultaneously cloaked their fangs in flames, preparing to pounce. Quick, evade! Wei Wenya commanded urgently. If caught, this round could easily be lost. She was prepared to concede, but on her own terms, not in the true sense of being vanquished. The electric cat's speed had always been its advantage. However, the Firefang Hound approached in a surrounding formation. Hearing her Beastmaster's command, the electric cat glanced around, momentarily uncertain of where to escape. After a brief hesitation, it opted to leap upwards, attempting to break free from the encirclement. The electric cat's jumping prowess was formidable, and it nearly succeeded in its escape. Alas, one Firefang Hound had leapt onto the back of another, propelling itself forcefully, its fiery fangs sinking into the electric cat's back, pulling it down to the ground. Subsequently, the remaining Firefang Hounds swiftly descended upon the electric cat, ensnaring it completely. Meow! The electric cat emitted a piercing cry of despair. Once the surrounding Firefang Hounds retreated, the electric cat lay unconscious, its eyes closed. The referee stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the finals had concluded so swiftly. Regaining his composure, he approached the electric cat to assess the situation, confirming that indeed, the match had come to an end. Victory belonged to Qiao Sang. The audience erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Was this truly the finals? It lacked the intensity of the semifinals, or even the allure of the beast performance routines. Why did the electric cat not evade? Its attack power surpassed that of the Firefang Hound. Why did it not unleash a thunderstorm to break free? Qiao Sang pondered the same question. Wei Wenya, much like Ho Xiangyu, had dominated her competition. Her performance should not have been at this level. In previous encounters, whenever she deployed the electric cat, it had effortlessly dispatched opponents with a single thunder strike or electric shock, leaving no room for follow-up. Thus, Qiao Sang found it difficult to gauge her true strength. After her battle with Ho Xiangyu, she had consistently placed Wei Wenya's abilities alongside those of Ho Xiangyu. Yet now, could it be that she had deliberately held back? In the corridor leading to the medical room of the Beast Arena, a man dressed in formal attire spoke with a serious demeanor. "Daughter, I suggested you intentionally lose. But this is rather too swift, don't you think?" Wei Wenya responded with silence. Chapter 69, The Exhibition Match. The awards ceremony was scheduled to follow the exhibition match between Sha Duo and Gao Shilu. Before Qiao Sang exited the arena, a staff member approached her, inquiring about her seat in the audience, stating that she would be invited to the stage for the awards. Unlike the conventional award presentation of her previous life, the current Beastmaster Society favored flamboyant entrances. The Beast tournament was relatively mild, with only the award presentation being a tad extravagant. However, the coordination tournament demanded that contestants devise their own unique entry styles. In contrast, the method for entering the Beast tournament was orchestrated by the organizers, allowing award recipients merely to wait quietly for their cue. Upon returning to the audience, Bai Yunmiao had yet to speak, when an enthusiastic uncle beside her exclaimed, "Child, which school do you attend? You performed splendidly, far surpassing my own inept son." As Qiao Sang prepared to reply, an aunt seated in front turned to ask, "Child, are you here alone? Did your parents not accompany you?" Another youth, also seated ahead, added, "Qiao, do you have plans for the summer? If not, come to our Longwu Junior Beast Training Institution. We can let your Firefang hound frolic freely, allowing it to unleash its true nature. I'll give you a discount." In an instant, the air was filled with voices engaging her in conversation. Qiao Sang responded to each one. She was somewhat unaccustomed to interacting with so many unfamiliar faces. In her past life, she had lived in a fast-paced urban environment where boundaries with strangers were strongly maintained, and social interactions were often cold. It was not uncommon for neighbors, even those residing in the same building, to pass each other without a greeting. Yet here, the strangers engaging her were genuinely warm and filled with goodwill. Qiao Sang understood that this was closely tied to her recent victory, but more importantly, people in her previous life often had their own agendas. Each person inhabited their own social circle, which could be so small that once outside of school, work, or home, they found themselves devoid of anyone to converse with. The absence of shared experiences left little room for dialogue. Yet now, the common bond of beast companionship had intricately woven them together. As the background music played, the commentator announced the commencement of the exhibition match between Sha Duo and Gao Shilu, prompting the surrounding spectators to refocus their attention on the arena. "Qiao, you are even more impressive than our school's recent graduates. They would likely falter in your presence," Bai Yunmiao remarked with admiration. "Please refrain from exaggerating. Those truly formidable at this stage probably did not enter the competition," Qiao Sang retorted as she removed the sunglasses from the Firefang hound's face. She had felt the awkwardness of the sunglasses on its face for quite some time. "Hey!" The Firefang hound, sensing the shift in attention, lowered its head to retrieve the sunglasses from its Beastmaster's hand, promptly redonning them. Who was so adamant about not wearing them at first? Qiao Sang mused. Given the overlap with the Interstellar Cup, it was understandable. However, even so, the competitors she faced, such as Ho Xiangyu and Wei Wenya, were from prestigious institutions, one from Litan High School and the other freshly admitted to Yongda University, while she was still quite young. What normal person would compare? Bai Yunmiao's comment was interrupted by Qiao Sang. "Look, Sha Duo has summoned the 4-point swallow," Bai Yunmiao exclaimed, her attention shifting to the arena. The red star array before Sha Duo had just dissipated. Before the Beastmaster revealed their rank insignia, the color of the star array served as a widely recognized indicator of a Beastmaster's level. The star array of an F-rank Beastmaster is white, A rank is gray, D rank is green, and C rank is orange-yellow. The red array signified a B-rank Beastmaster, thereby validating Sha Duo's ability to contract 5 creatures. Gao Shilu's star array was similarly red. Beneath her red star array, a creature approximately 3 meters in height, with a red back and gray-white abdomen, and pure white tips on its wings and tail feathers, spread its wings in the arena. Moreover, many of its feathers bore peculiar patterns, appearing not as a product of nature, but rather as if deliberately etched. Qiao Sang, with her limited knowledge, vaguely recognized that such patterns were quite valuable. Numerous professions had emerged from the realm of beast companionship, and beast engravers were among them. They possessed the remarkable ability to inscribe intricate patterns upon their beloved beasts, each capable of evoking a myriad of effects. These designs may accelerate energy condensation, enhance defensive and offensive capabilities, or even augment or suppress the reproductive abilities of the creatures. In essence, the potential outcomes are vast, albeit constrained by time and frequency. In sanctioned competitions, the engraving of such patterns on participating beasts is strictly prohibited, as this power resembles the effects of wielding external artifacts, thus not belonging to the innate nature of the creatures themselves. However, the current event is a performance match, where not only the engraving of patterns, but even the direct use of artifacts is permissible, as the objective is merely to entertain rather than to determine a victor. Nonetheless, some supporters of Shadow, such as Bai Yunmiao, express their bewilderment. Given that Gao Shulu's prowess already surpasses that of Shadow, why deploy a flame arrow fire owl adorned with patterns? Is this not a form of bullying? Perhaps the effects of the patterns do not enhance strength, Qiao Sang speculated. Your reasoning holds merit. Bai Yunmiao was promptly convinced. Their attention shifted to the fierce aerial duel between the four-way swallow and the flame arrow fire owl. Although the four-way swallow was slightly smaller, its presence was equally formidable. The two creatures exchanged numerous swift attacks, unleashing skills with seemingly boundless energy. After each confrontation, they displayed remarkable synchrony, retreating to regroup before launching themselves anew, much to the delight of the spectators. Throughout this spectacle, Shadow and Gao Shulu refrained from issuing commands. After a 10-minute bout, the four-way swallow deftly evaded an air flame attack from the flame arrow fire owl and suddenly veered toward the audience. The flame arrow fire owl, sensing the shift, pursued closely while executing a fierce wind attack. The four-way swallow, although unaware of its pursuer, instinctively evaded the danger with a swift movement of its wings. The thrill intensified, especially with both flying beasts heading toward the audience. Gasps of shock and cries for help erupted from the crowd as they ducked for cover. Fearing the impending chaos, the four-way swallow flew at a dangerously low altitude, narrowly avoiding the spectators. Fortunately, the flame arrow fire owl refrained from unleashing further attacks. The spectacle of the two creatures darting through the audience, drawing nearer with each maneuver, was more exhilarating than any roller coaster ride. Qiao Sang watched in trepidation. As the four-way swallow approached the C-section, she grasped her fire-toothed dog with one hand while pulling Bai Yunmiao down with the other. In mere moments, the four-way swallow soared above the C-section audience. Qiao Sang felt the intense rush of air swirling around her as the creature passed, whipping her ponytail in its wake. Thankfully, the four-way swallow quickly continued its flight. Qiao Sang sighed in relief, but just as she lifted her gaze, she was abruptly thrust from her seat and found herself suspended dozens of meters in the air. The fire-toothed dog yelped in excitement, while Qiao Sang was left in shock. 6 seconds later, Qiao Sang appeared pale atop the awards podium, alongside a similarly ashen-faced Wei Winya. I hereby declare the commencement of the Baixin Awards ceremony. Chapter 70. A name? Qiao Sang was still reeling from the shock, while the flame arrow fire owl coolly departed, having accomplished its task with understated grace. Meanwhile, Ho Xiangyu, still seated in Section B, stared in confusion at Qiao Sang and Wei Winya, both whisked away by the flame arrow fire owl and the four-way swallow, respectively. The awards ceremony has begun? And what of me? I am, after all, the third-place winner. Why was I not taken up as well? This is utterly unacceptable. Am I to walk up there myself? Before he could voice his grievances any further, his body suddenly lost balance, and he found himself in the air. Qiao Sang gazed at Ho Xiangyu, who was unceremoniously lifted to the stage by an imposing flying beast, his expression dazed. So this is what it feels like to watch others being carried to the stage. How utterly embarrassing. Qiao Sang resolved that if the organizers allowed her to give a speech upon winning, she would certainly voice her frustrations before this multitude. The awards began with the third-place prize, and it was soon Qiao Sang's turn. The first prize consisted of 200,000 alliance coins and a pet egg. However, what was handed to Qiao Sang was not the egg itself, but rather a voucher redeemable for a pet egg of her choice from the breeding facility. How generous of the organizers. Qiao Sang suddenly recalled that the platform had announced the first prize as a random pet egg. She had previously thought the lack of initial disclosure regarding the egg species was intended to build suspense, only to discover that she could choose her own from the breeding facility. Although the voucher allowed for the selection of an egg valued up to 500,000, it was infinitely preferable to receiving a random egg with no say in the matter. With only a handful of contract slots available for beast tamers, each decision required careful contemplation. If the selection was limited due to constraints, it was unavoidable. However, when given the choice, one naturally wished to select a favored creature. Among her second contractual candidates, Qiao Sang had a preference for water, grass, and flying-type beasts. With this financial allocation, her options would significantly expand. Qiao Sang, do you have anything to say about your first-place victory? The host inquired. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to my mother, for it is her unwavering support that enabled me to bond with my fire-toothed dog. Secondly, I must thank my steadfast companion, without whom this victory would not have been possible. Lastly, my heartfelt appreciation goes to the organizers. Once the photo session concluded, Qiao Sang caught the attention of Shadow, who had been posing nearby. Mr. Shadow, I have a friend who is a fan of yours. Qiao Sang returned to the audience. The final segment of the Baixin event involved drawing 5 lucky winners, and Bai Yunmiao was not among them. Zhou Tiankai, are you going to visit the breeding facility for your pet egg now, or wait until the next page of the Beast Tamer manual is released? Bai Yunmiao asked with a smile, showing no signs of disappointment. I plan to visit the breeding facility tomorrow, Qiao Sang replied. Bai Yunmiao began to ask another question, only to see Zhou Tiankai pull a piece of paper from her bag and hand it to her. I just got a signature from Shadow. This is for you. Bai Yunmiao stood in stunned silence for a moment, then accepted the paper, unable to believe her eyes. Moments later, she exclaimed, Zhou Tiankai, I adore you, and lunged at Qiao Sang. The fire-toothed dog, caught between them, let out a yelp. Bai Yunmiao quickly released her grip, fearful that the creature might retaliate. At a CAF near the Shoka Garden, the warm, ambient lighting cast a cozy glow on the walls, creating a serene atmosphere. A pink-hued pet beast, balancing a tray with 3 cups of coffee atop its head, approached a table where a group of female patrons sat by the glass window. With a cheerful demeanor, it set the coffees down and smiled with its elongated, upright brown eyes. Who is this? Song Yuan inquired. This is my friend, Bai Yunmiao, Qiao Sang introduced. Hello. Bai Yunmiao replied, adopting a serious expression to appear mature and composed. Qiao Sang felt a twinge of exasperation, ever since she had given away Shadow's signature. It was evident that Bai Yunmiao had elevated their friendship to new heights. Topics that were once left untouched were now freely discussed. The 2 girls took separate buses home, having parted ways after leaving the pet competition arena a few days prior. Yet, when they inadvertently started discussing a potential collaboration, Bai Yunmiao insisted on accompanying Qiao Sang, claiming that the world was treacherous, and at just 15 years old, she was easily deceived. Your friend is truly beautiful. It seems that a beauty's friends are also beauties. Song Yuan complimented. Not at all, Bai Yunmiao blushed, looking down shyly. Qiao Sang thought to herself, just a little praise, and she turns all bashful. No wonder she is so easily fooled. After some pleasantries, Song Yuan transitioned to the main topic. This is the draft of the contract I have prepared. Please take a moment to review it, and feel free to express any dissatisfaction you may have. Qiao Sang took the contract and examined it closely. 3 minutes later, she looked up and stated, I can only commit to a half-year endorsement. Why? Are you dissatisfied with the terms I offered? Song Yuan furrowed her brow. The conditions she presented were already quite favorable. After all, Qiao Sang had triumphed in the Baixin contest. Yet, the novelty of such a victory fades quickly, becoming less of a draw for customers. Future success would rely heavily on her promotional efforts. The annual endorsement fee of 600,000 was a figure she offered out of goodwill, recognizing Qiao Sang's potential and hoping to foster a positive relationship. Because the fire-toothed dog will evolve in 6 months, and the contract specifies the fire-toothed dog, not the flame-toothed dog. If the image that appears in 6 months is not that of the fire-toothed dog, I would be in breach of contract, Qiao Sang articulated with precision. The endorsement of sunglasses requires a new hot-selling product to be shot each quarter. The fire-toothed dog certainly won't be able to participate in the promotion of this product after 6 months. Song Yuan responded, evolving in 6 months? Who instilled such confidence in you? The title of champion from the Baixin contest, perhaps? This contract is for the fire-toothed dog, not the cotton moth. At that moment, Song Yuan regretted her decision to engage Qiao Sang for the endorsement. It is often the case that novice beastmasters, upon winning a few battles and achieving minor successes, lose touch with reality. It seems Qiao Sang is no exception. Fine, half a year it is. If there are no other issues, I will print the formal contract based on this draft. Song Yuan nodded. Despite harboring some prejudice against Qiao Sang, she maintained a cheerful demeanor, showing no outward signs of her reservations. However, Qiao Sang, sensitive to nuances, detected a noticeable shift in Song Yuan's tone. Yet, she dismissed it, assuming it was merely discontent over the short contract duration. Once the contract was finalized, the 3 engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, Song Yuan inquired, by the way, what is the name of the fire-toothed dog? Qiao Sang paused momentarily, hesitating. The name? Song Yuan clarified. Bai Yunmiao was asking what additional name you have given to the fire-toothed dog, though I suppose you haven't named it yet. Song Yuan continued, that won't do. We'll need a distinct name for promotional purposes. We can't keep calling it fire-toothed dog. How about the handsome tooth of Hanging? Yeah, The fire-toothed dog barked cheerfully, seemingly pleased with the name. That name is overused. My neighbor's daughter's boyfriend had a fire-toothed dog with the same name last time, Bai Yunmiao remarked. Qiao Sang fell into deep thought. Naming was something she had not considered. In this society, not all beastmasters bestowed names upon their pets. Some would give names akin to usernames, rather than proper names, simply to stand out and capture attention. Others would consult specialized masters to name their pets based on attributes, birth dates, and locations. However, many merely chose a racial name and added a reduplication, which could become awkward as the creature evolved. Take for instance the cotton moth. Many beastmasters affectionately called it Buggy, but upon evolving into the splendid forms of the Ba Shui butterfly or Ba Du butterfly, it became resentful of its original name. However, the name Buggy had become habitual over time, making it awkward to switch to butterfly later on. Consequently, some beastmasters opted to refer to their pets by their species names, acknowledging the established bond. While this was acceptable in casual contexts, once a pet became an endorser, it was essential for it to possess a unique name. Let us call it Yabao, Qiao Sang suggested. Since a name was to be chosen, it would be prudent to select one that would remain fitting even after the fire-toothed dog's evolution. Yeah, the fire-toothed dog protested, still favoring the name the handsome tooth of Hangang. Calling Iqbal signifies that you are my treasure, do you not like it? Qiao Sang feigned disappointment. The fire-toothed dog paused, quickly realizing and attempting to console its master. Yeah, I like it, let it be Yabao then. That's wonderful. Qiao Sang's forlorn expression instantly brightened. Bai Yunmiao observed this interaction with habitual acceptance, while Song Yuan remained momentarily stunned. Truly, she thought, it was no wonder that someone bold enough to contract a fire-type creature could also elicit comfort from it. What a prodigious talent. Thus, the matter of naming was settled. At Qingqing Jiyuan, Yi Xiangting returned home to find a lavish spread laid out on the table, including the highly coveted speed temptation fruit, beloved by flying-type pets. Each fruit cost 500 alliance coins, a luxury she seldom indulged in. Yi Xiangting's brow furrowed. Her first instinct was to wonder how her ex-husband had learned that their daughter had been accepted into Shengshui Middle School and had reached out to her. As she pondered, Qiao Sang emerged from her room. Mom, you're finally back. The dishes I prepared have gone cold. Yi Xiangting hesitated, taken aback. You made all of this? Yes. To celebrate my victory in the Baixin contest, Qiao Sang replied, pulling out a chair at the dining table. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog leapt onto Qiao Sang's lap from the room. First place in the Baixin contest? Yi Xiangting was once again rendered speechless. She was aware that her daughter had participated, but she had assumed it was merely for enjoyment. Had she truly won? Were all the competitors merely middle school graduates like her daughter? It seemed that even such a victory was quite impressive. I won a prize of 200,000. And I bought some speed temptation fruits for you. Fat pigeon, Qiao Sang said, pushing the fruits towards the plump pigeon. Pigeon. The plump pigeon flapped its wings excitedly. Upon seeing the fruits on the table when it returned, it had drooled in anticipation but had refrained from acting, unsure of who had purchased them. Now that it knew they were from its little master, it wasted no time in snatching one of the speed temptation fruits to enjoy. Throughout dinner, Yi Xiangting listened to her daughter's words, finding it all hard to believe. 200,000 alliance coins. And pet eggs worth under 500,000. Should she tell someone about this? At 7:22 p.m., Qiao Sang returned to her room and opened her computer, preparing to research her second pet. Habitually, she glanced at the trending topics. The hot searches were filled with news about the Star Cup. Real dark horse, felonious. Qi Xiangyu's grievance at the Star Cup. Dream Demon Spirit achieves epic feat. Blue Star Beastmasters have all been annihilated. This afternoon, 8 individuals caught smuggling from Blue Star to Tianyuan Star. Tianyuan Star was the planet hosting this year's Star Cup event. Historically, there have always been a few individuals attempting to sneak in to watch the live competition, and this year was no exception. However, this time, the smugglers were from Blue Star. She didn't need to click to know that the comments would be rife with criticism, likely chastising the smugglers for bringing shame upon Blue Star. The Star Cup was a sensitive topic. No nation could claim a participant among the Beastmasters. The sense of honor had transcended national boundaries, evolving into a rivalry between planets. Qiao Sang continued scrolling, her gaze soon fixating on a particular trending topic. Among the numerous posts concerning the Star Cup, one stood out as particularly incongruous. A-level wanted notice, the most handsome fugitive. Qiao Sang clicked to view it. She vowed it was not the allure of the words most handsome that drew her in. The man on the wanted poster is devoid of any beauty filters. His skin is a pallid white, and his deep-set eyes possess an enigmatic allure, resembling a dark abyss, as if stagnant waters. His crimson lips are tightly pressed together, exuding an unmistakable aura of detachment, yet it is undeniable that he boasts an exceptionally handsome visage. Among fugitives, he indeed embodies the epitome of attractiveness. Qiao Sang's gaze descended the page. Zhou Xian, male, 28 years old, from Zhehai Xianglin, conspired with accomplices to murder researcher Qin Yusin and steal confidential research materials. Further down, Qiao Sang's breath hitched. 5 million alliance coins. This fellow is quite the prized asset. She couldn't help but flip back to scrutinize the wanted notice once more. Given that this individual is from Zhehai Xianglin, it is plausible he might return home for a visit. Being from the same province, the chance of an encounter is not out of the question. Naturally, someone with such a bounty is exceedingly dangerous, but should she happen upon him, she could simply alert the police. That way, there could be an intelligence fee in it for her. Though the odds are akin to winning the lottery, one must still nurture dreams. After committing his appearance to memory, Qiao Sang turned her attention to trending topics before delving into research on water type, grass type, and flying type pets. In her hierarchy of preference for a second pet, grass type comes first, followed by water type, and finally flying type. Grass type pets are self-evidently desirable, aside from their slightly higher cost. Conversely, few water type pets can exert their full potential on land, but the possibility of learning healing techniques is what Qiao Sang currently seeks. The flying type pets serve merely to satiate her desire for the skies. Chapter 72. Where lies the difference? Among these three types of pets, many are priced below 500,000. However, obtaining one with inherited healing skills proves exceedingly challenging. This is not to say such pets do not exist at that price point. Rather, those that meet both criteria, affordability and healing abilities, are typically pre-reserved by insiders or official entities. Ordinary beast tamers without connections must settle for alternatives. After all, acquiring such pets significantly improves one's survival rate. Even aspiring to become a doctor or nurse becomes a more attainable goal. Grass-type pets constitute the vast majority in this category. In the face of scarcity, the price of grass-type pets has surged, inadvertently inflating the value of others lacking inherited healing techniques. For instance, Bai Yunyao's golden vine pet was bequeathed to her due to her father's lengthy tenure in a government position. Thus, despite the generally gentle disposition of grass-type pets, few recommend them for novice beast tamers. Acquiring a pet with inherited healing capabilities is virtually impossible. Qiao Sang shifted her focus to pets that might learn healing skills postnatally. Numerous pets can indeed learn healing abilities later on. However, narrowing down to those with significant potential and high evolutionary ceilings considerably reduces the options. After 2 hours of diligent research, Qiao Sang finally identified 3 candidates: cherry cotton, water lantern crocodile, and soft bird, provided they possess adequate aptitude and receive specialized training. Both cherry cotton and water lantern crocodile have a high likelihood of mastering 1 or 2 healing techniques. Soft bird, with its cotton-like softness, evolves into the white swift, which retains its supple physique and boasts commendable speed among its airborne counterparts. The experience of riding it is truly unparalleled. Most importantly, all 3 pets are priced between 480,000 and 500,000 alliance coins. The pet egg exchange voucher from Baixing contest is a one-time use only. Regardless of whether the pet egg's value is 100,000 or 500,000, the process remains the same. Therefore, it stands to reason to opt for the more expensive choice. Once her decision was made, Qiao Sang closed her computer, refreshed herself, and reclined on her bed with her hands clasped behind her head. Gazing at the chandelier above and listening to the playful sounds of her fire-toothed dog and the plump pigeon in the living room, her thoughts began to wander, contemplating her upcoming plans. Tomorrow she would purchase a pet egg, the day after she would officially sign the endorsement contract. And she had arranged with her aunt to visit her hometown for a spell mid-month. Today was merely July 5th. Song Yuan had mentioned that filming would commence on the day the contract was signed, making it imperative to promote swiftly while the Baixing contest's excitement lingered. Thus, it occurred to her that by July 8th, she might find herself with little to do, perhaps even making an early trip home. The playful noises in the living room soon subsided, and the door to her room creaked open. Upon seeing that her beast tamer was still awake, the fire-toothed dog joyfully bounded onto the bed. It nestled against her, finding a comfortable spot to settle in for sleep. A few moments later, the fire-toothed dog suddenly remembered something, its eyes widening as it hopped off the bed to securely close the door before returning to find its cozy position once more. Qiao Sang felt a swell of warmth seeing this. Her months of diligent training had not been in vain. How obedient the fire-toothed dog had become compared to when they first met. The 3 types of pets she had chosen all possessed gentle temperaments, ensuring harmonious interactions once they hatched. The more she pondered, the more promising the future appeared. Before bed, she routinely perused the Beast Tamer Compendium. Upon doing so, she found herself in a state of shock. Name: Fire-Toothed Dog. Type: Fire. Level: Beginner, 192-1000. First trait: Fierce Fire. Level: D, 1500. Status: Difficult to use. Description: When status falls below 14, potential can be unleashed, doubling fire-type skill and speed. Skills: Bite, Beginner 74100. Charge, Mastery 483500. Firefang, Minor Completion 6452000. Spark, Minor Completion 7862000. Shadow Clone, Mastery 3500. Fire Vortex, Mastery 164500. Fiery Charge, Beginner 9100. Points, 454. My goodness. The level points of the Fire-Toothed Dog had increased by 1 or 2 daily, but how did it suddenly gain 30 points since yesterday? Moreover, its traits had also manifested. The details appeared far more comprehensive than those of the skills. It also seemed possible to directly augment them with points, akin to skills. Qiao Sang scrutinized the markedly different data from yesterday, her heartbeat quickening. She recalled that after defeating the little Long, her points had surged by 60, from 220 to 280. This further solidified her belief that the system allocates points based on the strength of the opponent. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why the beginner pet, Little Long, had only a 20-point difference from the intermediate pet, Mo Fox. Yet today, during the semifinals against the skill-controlled Qiao, she had gained 25 and 91 points respectively in Shadow Clone and Fiery Charge. Logically, her remaining points should tally to 164. Based on the 80 points typically awarded for defeating each intermediate pet, the total should be 404. However, she now found herself with 454 points. This implies that one of the intermediate pets she defeated today must have yielded significantly more than 80 points. Most likely, it was the skill-controlled Qiao. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The most crucial point is that the point changes across all the data differ from the past. Traditionally, after the Fire-Toothed Dog executed a skill, the corresponding skill points would increase by 1. Following the match with Little Long, the Fire-Toothed Dog had indeed trained as usual, resulting in a slight increase in data. Yet today, after the Fire-Toothed Dog triumphed against 3 intermediate pets consecutively, she had celebrated by returning early to prepare dinner, foregoing its usual training. Yet the displayed data did not align with the frequency of skills released during the match. Rather, it had inexplicably surged. No, that can't be right. The data for the skills Spark, Flame Charge, and Shadow Clone continues to accumulate according to the usual patterns. The issue lies with the skills Body Slam, Fire Fang, and Fire Whirl. What distinguishes these particular abilities? Qiao Sang endeavored to recall the events of today as competition. 3 minutes later, she covered her mouth just in time. The Firefang dog had fallen asleep, nearly waking it with her noise. However, perhaps it would be better to rouse it. It wasn't too late. She could still descend to confirm her suspicions. If her conjectures were accurate, the efficiency of skill training would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, thereby reducing the time required. This would afford her more opportunities to engage in other pursuits. Bathed in the soft glow of light, Qiao Sang gazed at the drooling, slumbering Firefang dog. Ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to wake it. Habitually, she reached for a tissue on her bedside table to wipe away the drool. Never mind, let it sleep. It would be just as well to awaken it early tomorrow. There was no need to rush this moment. The following morning, the Firefang dog anxiously observed Qiao Sang from the edge of the bed. Its trainer was exceptionally slothful. Should it awaken her? It was already hungry. An hour later, unable to withstand its hunger any longer, it leapt onto the bed and nudged the blanket with its mouth. Yap! The Firefang dog attempted to rouse its trainer. Just let me sleep a little longer, Qiao Sang murmured, still groggy. Upon hearing this, the Firefang dog hesitated for a moment before covering its trainer with the blanket once more. 40 minutes later, the Firefang dog jumped back onto the bed, tugging at the blanket again. Yap! Yap! Just a bit longer, please. At the dining table, the Firefang dog finished the last bite of its energy meal, contentedly patting its belly with its paw. Since the start of the holidays, Qiao Sang had taken the time to learn from her mother how to prepare 2 different flavors of energy meals. They were the simplest of recipes. As long as the proportions of the ingredients were correct, all that was needed was to chop, mix, and add a touch of energy gel to complete the dish. It resembled the preparation of a salad. Each time Qiao Sang made a meal, the Firefang dog dutifully consumed half of it, having finished its energy meal this time. It was evident that it had been quite starved. Yaba, a girl's appearance is important. You mustn't jump up indiscriminately in the future, understood? Qiao Sang said earnestly. The Firefang dog tilted its head, blinking its moist eyes in response. Yap, Qiao Sang interpreted its expression, explaining, Yaba is your name. I just gave it to you yesterday. Have you forgotten? Yap. The Firefang dog remembered and promptly responded with a cheerful bark. Qiao Sang reflected on the feeling of having her face squished that morning and felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, seeing the Firefang dog's obedient demeanor, she reassured herself. Thankfully, it was a Firefang dog she had contracted, with its soft body. Had it been a Tyranitar, she might have been left disfigured. At 9:45 a.m., in a shaded area beneath the Qingqing Jiyuan residential complex, Qiao Sang instructed, first, use Shadow Clone, then have all the clones employ Firefang. She had pondered this for half a day and concluded that the issue likely stemmed from the Shadow Clone ability. All data followed a traceable pattern. Firstly, the Firefang dog's level had increased by 30 points in a single day, which posed no issues. The fact that the Firefang dog could gain levels by consuming red glutinous fruit was evidence of this. In a properly nurtured environment, the Firefang dog would also grow. Even without consuming red glutinous fruit, the Firefang dog's level would still increase by 1 or 2 points daily. Given this, it was no surprise that after facing off against the control scale in a fierce battle yesterday, the Firefang dog had triggered its abilities for the first time. That competition had contributed to its growth. However, the data for the other skills, Body Slam, Firefang, and Firewhirl, differed from the norm. The distinction lay in the fact that the Firefang dog Shadow Clone had utilized these skills. If her hypothesis was correct, it implied that as long as the Shadow Clone used the skills, the experience points accrued upon the clone's disappearance would equate to those gained from the main body executing the skills. During the recent competitions, the Firefang dog Shadow Clone had indeed used skills. However, she had not promptly checked the data in the Beastmaster Codex after each match, but had waited until the Firefang dog completed its training before reviewing the statistics at night. This had led her to mistakenly assume that all changes in data were solely due to training. The Firefang dog nodded and immediately complied with her instructions. With a total of 7 Shadow Clones, along with the main body, all Firefang dogs unleashed Firefang in unison. Qiao Sang accessed the Beastmaster Codex. Firefang, minor success 653-2000. Although she had anticipated that her deductions were correct, witnessing the previously recorded value of 645 transform into 653 still prompted Qiao Sang to exclaim in exhilaration. A nearby 4 or 5-year-old boy, who had come specifically to observe the Firefang dog, was startled and ran to his mother in tears. The boy's mother, seated on a long bench in the community, observed from a distance, mistakenly believing her child had been frightened by the Firefang dog. I told you that fire-type beasts are terrifying. Let's see if you dare to run over uninvited again. The Firefang dog twitched its nose, suddenly feeling a bit itchy. At 2:45 p.m., Qiao Sang and the Firefang dog took the subway to the Hangang Beast Base. In each district of Hangang City, there are specialized bases for nurturing beasts, and numerous individuals selling beast eggs. However, the most successful and popular remains the Hangang Beast Base. The prize vouchers for beast eggs from the Baixing competition also belong to this base. The last time she visited, it was early, and she happened to arrive just as they opened, encountering few people. Yet, this time, upon entering, Qiao Sang immediately sensed a difference from her previous visit. The reception hall wasn't overly crowded, but most of the attendees were engaged in conversation in pairs. Qiao Sang glanced around. In each group, there was a staff member in professional attire attending to them. Just as she contemplated approaching the service area for inquiries, a woman in her 20s, clad in professional garb, approached her. Hello, may I ask if you have an appointment? The staff member greeted her with a warm smile, not at all treating Qiao Sang like a mere child. Working in the largest beast base in Hangang City, one would expect her to possess a keen sense of perception. It was not merely about being accommodating. She undoubtedly had the ability to discern people. The girl before her, though young and dressed simply, cradling a Firefang dog, exuded an air of calm that indicated she was no ordinary child. Typically, few would visit the base alone for a tour. But if she was looking to contract a beast, this girl already had a Firefang dog. At her age, it would be implausible to contract a second one. The girl was either waiting for someone or had a particular beast in mind, arriving early to secure it. The staff member inclined towards the second possibility. No, I'm here to purchase a beast egg, Qiao Sang replied. The staff member perked up. To hear that she was not making a reservation, but rather looking to buy, was a promising sign. Do you have a specific beast egg in mind? The staff member inquired. Yes, I would like to see a cherrywood cotton egg first, Qiao Sang stated. Not only was she a prospective customer, but she was also a significant one. If she indeed made a purchase, the month's sales targets could be achieved ahead of schedule. Just as the staff member was excitedly preparing to guide Qiao Sang into the base, someone called her name from behind, prompting her to turn. It was then that she recalled the previous customer had yet to be attended to. She had only approached Qiao Sang during the previous client's trip to the restroom. However, she could not simply let the opportunity slip away, allowing the performance metrics to fall into someone else's hands. The staff member quickly devised a solution. She performed a hand seal, summoning a Qingweb butterfly to accompany Qiao Sang into the base, stating, "Miss, let this butterfly keep you company while you explore the base. I will be with you shortly." The bond between Beastmaster and Beast allows for a mutual sense of understanding. As the development of the brain regions gradually intensified, the range of perception correspondingly extended. Naturally, Qiao Sang had no objections. With no other tasks at hand, she found it quite pleasant to explore the environment within the base. Yu Qingweb butterfly spun around in place, leading Qiao Sang, who was cradling her fire-toothed dog, into the passage of the pet beast base. Chapter 74, The Treasure-Seeking Spirit. The passages within the pet beast base were numerous, each leading to several diverging routes at their ends. The layout was intricate and complex. Without someone familiar with the terrain to guide them, it would be all too easy to get lost. Qingweb butterfly, well acquainted with the layout, flew swiftly toward one of the paths without pause. During the journey, it chattered incessantly, though Qiao Sang could not comprehend its words. However, the fire-toothed dog seemed to engage in a lively conversation with it. From its responses, Qiao Sang could vaguely infer that the butterfly was inquiring if the dog had also emerged from this place. After navigating 3 turns and passing through 2 areas, they finally arrived at the activity hall that Qingweb butterfly intended to lead them to. The hall resembled a courtyard, and upon a cursory glance, it was evident that, aside from dragon-type and fairy-type pet beasts, a plethora of other attributes were represented within. The ghost-type pet beasts were the least numerous, with only a handful present, while fire-type beasts were similarly scarce, also numbering only a few. In terms of species, the hall undoubtedly housed dozens, if not hundreds, of different kinds of pet beasts. Most of the base's pet beasts resided here, and if one was uncertain about which pet to contract, they could first engage in close proximity with them before making a decision. Not far from Qiao Sang, a male staff member addressed 3 young visitors, assuring them that the pet beasts present were generally gentle in nature, and thus they could feel at ease. Qiao Sang, with her keen hearing, caught snippets of the conversation. She surmised that her fire-toothed dog had likely never been here before. Indeed, the excitement and curiosity gleaming in its eyes confirmed her suspicions. Were it not for her holding on to it, the dog would have dashed inside already. However, there were certain precautions to heed. One should not photograph the fiery sparrow when it was unprepared. And the sole fire-toothed dog in the hall was recently heartbroken and disinterested in everything. They had brought it here to help lift its spirits, and as long as they refrained from displaying affection in its presence, all would be well. The male staff member continued. Qiao Sang paused, glancing around, and indeed spotted a fire-toothed dog resting beneath a decorative stone. Could this be one of the dogs that had previously fought out of jealousy for a female? Where was the other one? Had it won the affections of the beauty? Just as she contemplated approaching to listen in, Qingweb butterfly fluttered in front of her, remembering its master's instructions to warmly attend to customers, ensuring they felt welcomed. With enthusiasm, Qingweb butterfly began introducing the surroundings. You. Qiao Sang, distracted, could hardly hear the staff member's words any longer. She pressed on into the pet activity area, cradling her fire-toothed dog. After only a couple of steps, a predominantly green pet beast blocked her path. Qiao Sang recognized it as a grass-type Huangbao Huazi, distinguished by a yellow bud that had yet to bloom atop its head. When that flower finally blossomed, it would signal its evolution. The creature held out a small yellow flower of the same hue towards her, its demeanor shy and bashful. Qiao Sang's eyes widened in astonishment. What a familiar scene. Just as she was caught off guard, Qingweb butterfly dutifully began to convey the Huangbao Huazi's intentions. You. Translate, fire-tooth. Qiao Sang requested. The fire-toothed dog dutifully interpreted. Yeah. Qiao Sang sighed in relief. So it merely wished to be her pet. She had thought otherwise. Upon understanding the Huangbao Huazi's meaning, her heart ached a little. What a splendid pet. Beautiful, discerning, and possessing admirable attributes. Alas, she lacked the funds. The exchange vouchers from the 100 new competition were only applicable for pet eggs and could not be redeemed for already born beasts. Even if her endorsement fee arrived, it would be futile, as the price for Huangbao Hua was around 500,000. She certainly couldn't bankrupt herself by spending all her winnings and endorsement fees on it. I'm sorry, Qiao Sang crouched down, expressing her heartfelt refusal. Huang Baohuazi merely shook its head with a smile, seemingly unbothered. This gentle nature only deepened Qiao Sang's sorrow. Perhaps she should call Song Yuan to request an advance on her endorsement fee. After all, Huang Baohuazi ticked every box on her wish list. The best contracts for pet beasts were those made through mutual choice. Yet, the issue of money loomed large. In the midst of her internal struggle, Huang Baohuazi turned and approached another young man who had just entered. Bao. Again, it presented the same small yellow flower, equally bashful. Qiao Sang lamented. Ultimately, I misdirected my affections. Most of the pet beasts here were gentle and unafraid, and after several interactions, Qiao Sang's spirits lifted further. Just as she intended to check on a small fire owl nearby, her fire-toothed dog abruptly halted, tense, and focused on a tree. Following its gaze, Qiao Sang spotted a peculiar pet beast dangling from a branch. It was a mix of yellow and gray, lacking wings or legs, firmly attached to the branch. Its head was encircled by a yellow ring, and its eyes were entirely yellow with tiny gray pupils. Sensing the intense scrutiny, it turned to look at them, a mischievous grin spreading across its face. Qiao Sang quickly scooped up her fire-toothed dog and changed direction. Oh my, why is there a treasure-seeking spirit here? The treasure-seeking spirit was not only an enigmatic ghost-type pet, but also a troublesome presence among its kind. It delighted in seeking treasures, though not the kind deemed valuable by human standards. Rather, it sought out things it found novel or delightful. Anything that piqued its interest would find its way into its possession. The yellow ring atop its head served not merely as decoration, but as a receptacle for its treasures. This ring acted as a portal to another space, wherein it could store items, and unless it chose to retrieve them, those items would remain trapped inside. While this might sound advantageous, those with ulterior motives would often seek to contract a treasure-seeking spirit. However, the troublesome aspect was that it would only collect items of its own fancy. Should a contracted spirit have peculiar tastes, one could very well find themselves branded with a lifetime of infamy. There was once a man who was reported by his neighbor for theft. When the police arrived, he did not resist, believing he could clear his name. Upon discovering he had a treasure-seeking spirit, the police requested he summon it. Confident in his innocence, he allowed the spirit to reveal its treasures. To his chagrin, the spirit produced several items of women's undergarments from the ring, leading to a drawn-out explanation, and, despite later proving his innocence, he could never again hold his head high in that neighborhood. Qiao Sang hurriedly turned to flee, fearful that she might possess something of interest to the spirit. Yet, after just a couple of steps, the treasure-seeking spirit floated into view before her. Qiao Sang halted abruptly, narrowly avoiding a collision. The spirit grinned wickedly, removing the ring from its head and producing a gray egg encircled by a yellow ring. Chapter 75. A collision of interests. The eggs of pet beasts, aside from a few exceedingly similar varieties, were generally easy to distinguish. The treasure-seeking ghost held an egg, its gray surface adorned with a yellow ring, suggesting that the creature within belonged to the same species. A sudden jolt of realization struck Qiao Sang. Could it be that, akin to the earlier yellow bud flower, it intended for this treasure-seeking ghost to be its pet? Yet, she had entirely overlooked the notion of a ghost-type creature. Not only novice beast tamers, but even seasoned professionals often hesitated to contract ghost-type pets. Unlike the fiery temperament of fire-type creatures, whose anger was overt and unmistakable, ghost types harbored a more insidious nature. Their displeasure might remain hidden, yet they would not hesitate to retaliate when provoked. The methods of their vengeance depended largely on their abilities. Should it be a treasure-seeking ghost, one could certainly expect it to engage in petty theft, such as pilfering toilet paper or clothing during a bath. Feigning ignorance, Qiao Sang circumvented it and continued forward. The treasure-seeking ghost grinned wider, nodding towards a shadow in the upper right. The shadow, upon receiving the signal, gestured to two others, and soon, the three shadows darted off in different directions. Just as Qiao Sang took a few steps, the treasure-seeking ghost reappeared before her. Before she could sidestep again, it shifted the pet egg to its left hand. Its limbs were short, each hand equipped with 3 stubby fingers. Balancing the pet egg with its left hand, it extended a short finger from its right and waved it before Qiao Sang. Confusion enveloped her. What was this? Was it the price of the egg? 100. 000 or 1. 000. Just as she grappled with the meaning, the ghost's short finger jabbed forcefully at the pet egg. To her astonishment, a small gray finger emerged from the punctured shell, and the egg began to crack open. It swiftly split in two, revealing a miniature treasure-seeking ghost, approximately 20 centimeters tall. blinking its eyes and locking gazes with Qiao Sang. After a brief moment, the little ghost spread its arms and called out playfully. Qiao Sang stood frozen, bewildered. Surely, it couldn't be that it regarded her as its mother. When she failed to embrace it, the little ghost's lips quivered with disappointment, tears streaming down its cheeks. The treasure-seeking ghost, triumphant, smirked and then mimicked its offspring, wailing dramatically. Onlookers turned their attention to the spectacle of the two treasure-seeking ghosts weeping before a young girl. An undeniable connection forming between them. Qiao Sang found herself at an impasse, unsure whether to stay or leave. The newborn ghost, still unaccustomed to its surroundings and yet to absorb any nourishment, cried with genuine sorrow, as if deeply wronged. Soon, its cries diminished, lacking the strength to continue. An impulsive thought crossed Qiao Sang's mind. She placed her fire-toothed dog down and picked up the little ghost. The fire-toothed dog, instantly. The little ghost ceased its tears, though the glimmer of unshed tears remained in its eyes. Meanwhile, the treasure-seeking ghost continued its loud lament. Shortly, a blond male staff member approached and inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" The treasure-seeking ghost floated before him, displaying the broken shell while casting a glance toward Qiao Sang, its voice rife with sorrow. "Seek, seek." Qiao Sang realized the intent. This treasure-seeking ghost was attempting to pull a fast one. In an instant, she felt the little ghost grow unusually warm in her embrace. The blond staff member observed the performance with quiet amusement. Having worked here for 3 years, he was well acquainted with the base's creatures, particularly those that remained unsold. Ghost-type pets. Expensive and notoriously capricious, seldom attracted beast tamers willing to spend lavishly on them. As the least marketable creatures, they resorted to various tactics to lure tamers into contracting with them or their kin. This particular treasure-seeking ghost had employed this ruse more than once, consistently accusing tamers of breaking the hatching eggs. Most creatures fixate on the first being they encounter at birth, forming an attachment. Ghost types were no exception. This ghost particularly targeted female tamers, knowing they were more likely to soften at the sight of a weeping youngling. If a female tamer with the means to purchase happened to cross paths, the ghost scheme could indeed succeed. The base welcomed this, eager to facilitate the sale of young pets whenever the ghost engaged in its antics. After all, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. "Miss, might we discuss this outside?" the blonde staff member asked. With an increasing crowd gathering, Qiao Sang acquiesced. They made their way to an office, where a middle-aged man in work attire sat. Appearing to be around 50, the man quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the two treasure-seeking ghosts, though both staff members were aware of the underlying dynamics. The blonde staff member feigned a formal report. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged man addressed Qiao Sang. "Miss, this pet egg has already been reserved by one of our customers. It's rather difficult for us to sell it now. Most beast tamers purchasing pet eggs wished for the first creature they saw to be themselves. Encountering another would likely lead to a return." Qiao Sang understood, but did not feel inclined to shoulder the responsibility. "You can check the surveillance. I did not break the egg. This treasure-seeking ghost deliberately punctured it in front of me." She pointed towards the ghost beside her. "Seek, seek." The ghost shook its head in protest, feigning innocence. The middle-aged man replied, "Then let us review the footage." He knew the treasure-seeking ghost had prepared thoroughly. Indeed, the 3 cameras covering that area revealed the ghostly faces of 3 ghost-type creatures during the specified time frame. Qiao Sang turned to the seemingly innocent treasure-seeking ghost, incredulous. "Did it have accomplices?" "Miss, are you here to purchase a pet?" the middle-aged man inquired, omitting any mention of the surveillance footage. "I intend to buy a pet egg," Qiao Sang replied. A flicker of delight crossed the man's face, but before he could speak, Qiao Sang continued. "I wish to purchase a Sakura cotton." The man faltered, his expression shifting to one of sincerity. To speak candidly, ghost-type pets are generally easier to sell as eggs. Once they are born, it becomes exceedingly difficult to find buyers. The treasure-seeking ghost possesses greater strength than Sakura cotton. Just look at how fond the little ghost is of you. Why not consider a trade? His words were a mix of truth and deception. The latter half held merit, while the former was misleading. Even ghost-type eggs were notoriously challenging to sell, not only due to their temperament, but also their price. Ghost types were elusive and difficult to procure. With formidable strength, they were primarily vulnerable only to other ghost types and dark types, hence their pricing was naturally higher than that of typical creatures. However, in the face of poor sales, price reductions were not uncommon. Yet, even with discounts, the reality remained that few tamers showed interest. Qiao Sang cast a glance downward, finding the little treasure-seeking ghost gazing up at her with wide, watery eyes, as if terrified she might let go. A shiver ran through her heart. Illusion, mere illusion. It was all a facade. Reflecting on the many ghost-type creatures that had once ignited heated discussions online, she recalled this very treasure-seeking ghost attempting to deceive her, along with its accomplices that obstructed the surveillance. The lesson was clear. With newfound determination, she prepared to voice her refusal, but the treasure-seeking ghost, ever perceptive, sensed her resolve. It took a step back, pinched its own cheek, and with a sorrowful droop of its lips, floated before Qiao Sang, silent tears cascading from its eyes. Qiao Sang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively sensing that something unusual was about to unfold. However, the treasure ghost did nothing more than reach out its hand, yearning to embrace the little treasure ghost. The small treasure ghost clung tightly to Qiao Sang's clothing with its stubby arms, turning its head in a clear display of refusal. "Sun Sun," the treasure ghost rasped, its voice imbued with a poignant sorrow. The two staff members exchanged knowing glances. This treasure ghost was, after all, its mother, and its actions were driven by the desire for its offspring not to languish in the pet beast base as it had. The middle-aged man lamented. "Did you not previously state that the pet eggs had been reserved?" Qiao Sang inquired. The middle-aged man replied. "The Beastmaster who reserved it also reserved 2 other pet eggs. It is uncertain whether they are for gifting or other purposes. As a mother, it is entirely understandable to be reluctant to entrust her child to an unknown individual." The blonde staff member elaborated. This was, of course, a fabrication. Merely a recounting of experiences drawn from other pet beasts. While this treasure ghost was not its biological mother, its intent was indeed to prevent its kin from being confined to the pet beast base indefinitely. The 5-year-old male treasure ghost's tears fell more rapidly, appearing as if deeply affected. Qiao Sang pondered, why is she so distrustful? Noticing the girl's indifference, the middle-aged man shifted tactics. The treasure ghost has been confirmed to have the potential to evolve to the emperor level, whereas the Sakuraji cotton has only been observed evolving to the king level. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? It must be said that the middle-aged man's words struck at the heart of the matter. The emperor-level pet corresponds to the standard of an A-grade beastmaster, while the king-level pet is a prerequisite for becoming a B-grade beastmaster. Naturally, just because the Sakuraji cotton species has the potential to reach the king level does not mean that all beastmasters can cultivate it to that degree. Typically, a beastmaster's energy and resources are limited, and the talents of contracted pet beasts cannot all be exceptional. Among 1,000 beastmasters who contract Sakuraji cotton, having one successfully cultivated to the king level is already considered a significant achievement. Most individuals contracting Sakuraji cotton do not take its growth potential into account. But Qiao Sang must, for she possesses a golden finger. With this golden finger, it is entirely possible for her to cultivate a pet beast with mediocre talent to its racial limits. However, she remained unsure whether the golden finger would enable a pet beast to transcend its racial limits. After all, breakthroughs concerning growth limits, which pertain to matters of life levels, have always been a focal research project for the Alliance, and solutions are not easily attained. Her initial desire to contract Sakuraji cotton stemmed from its healing abilities, aimed at enhancing survival odds in the wild. Ultimately, the goal was to augment her strength. She had even forgotten this crucial aspect while selecting a pet beast yesterday. "What about the water lantern crocodile?" Qiao Sang asked. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly. This girl was resolute and had evidently come with a decision. It seemed the treasure ghost had indeed sought the wrong person this time. "It is also of the king level," the middle-aged man replied earnestly. Qiao Sang continued. "And the cotton bird?" "Also of the king level," he answered. Qiao Sang appeared contemplative. Her choices from yesterday seemed rather hasty. Perhaps she should return to deliberate further. The little treasure ghost, sensing its exclusion, pouted and began to cry without warning. This startled the treasure ghost, causing it to forget its act, mistakenly believing its emotional display had inadvertently caused this reaction. Qiao Sang focused her gaze on the little treasure ghost. Although the treasure ghost belonged to the ghostly-type pets, it was certainly not of the malevolent variety. In truth, if ghostly-type pets were less prone to mischief and exhibited more normal temperaments, they would be the choice of many. This little treasure ghost appeared soft and adorable, not at all resembling one with a peculiar disposition. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the little treasure ghost abruptly ceased its weeping, lifting its head to gaze at Qiao Sang with tear-stained eyes, before sweetly calling out, "Son." Qiao Sang's expression turned peculiar. It felt as though this little treasure ghost could perceive her thoughts. After the little treasure ghost smiled, its gaze shifted toward the entrance, as if observing something. Qiao Sang's heart skipped a beat. She sensed that the little treasure ghost's behavior was unusual. Following its line of sight, she saw nothing amiss. "Miss, if you are interested in a pet with a higher racial limit, perhaps you could consult Little Lu for recommendations," the middle-aged man suggested. The blonde staff member, Little Lu, nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the treasure ghost pouted, realizing that the base personnel were no longer assisting it, and reached out to embrace the little treasure ghost and depart. This time, the little treasure ghost did not evade, for its attention remained fixed on the entrance. Only after the little treasure ghost had left Qiao Sang's side did it react, pouting as if about to cry. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. "Miss, what brings you here?" inquired the female staff member who had opened the door. "You." The previously inconspicuous chinweb butterfly chirped cheerfully as it flew to the side of the female staff member. Qiao Sang stared at the newcomer for a moment, momentarily speechless. The treasure ghost, cradling the little treasure ghost, had already floated to the doorway. "Wait," Qiao Sang suddenly called out. The treasure ghost halted and turned, uncertainly pointing at itself with one hand. "Son? Yes, please do not leave just yet," Qiao Sang urged. The treasure ghost's eyes lit up, and in an instant, it zipped back. The little treasure ghost blinked its watery eyes in her direction. Qiao Sang distinctly felt her heart racing. Internally, she was both excited and anxious. Yet her exterior betrayed none of her emotions. How much for this little treasure ghost? The three individuals present were taken aback. The middle-aged man spoke first, 760,000. Qiao Sang remained silent, her brow furrowing slightly. "I can offer you an 80 discount," the middle-aged man quickly added. 60, Qiao Sang interjected. The middle-aged man was both astonished and elated, although he could not fathom what had prompted the girl to suddenly change her mind. Her firm price negotiation indicated a genuine intent to purchase the little treasure ghost. Yet, the price seemed rather steep. Before he could further test the waters, the girl pulled out a voucher from her pocket and placed it on the table. "This is a 500,000 pet egg exchange voucher. The little treasure ghost is likely still in its egg, but the treasure ghost is intent on claiming me, having deliberately shattered the pet egg before me. You initially invited me to your office with the intention of having me purchase it. My Firefang dog was bought from your base. I can be considered a loyal customer, and I find your approach quite disappointing. The three ghostly-type pets that appeared in the surveillance footage are likely not first-time offenders. I believe it would reflect poorly if this news were to spread. If possible, I would like to exchange this voucher for the little treasure ghost. And I will keep the events that transpired here confidential. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. This voucher was awarded to me for winning first place in the Byaxian competition. Have you heard of the Byaxian competition? I am certain there are many who would still be interested in my speech." The treasure ghost was momentarily stunned. The middle-aged man thought, shouldn't they be eager to sell the little treasure ghost? Why does it seem they are now compelled to do so? 20 minutes later, Qiao Sang emerged from the Hangang pet beast base, cradling the Firefang dog in her arms, with the little treasure ghost perched atop her head. Chapter 77, Dual Attributes. A fire-type pet and a ghost-type pet, paired with a girl of approximately 15 years, commanded an impressive rate of attention. Everyone was both astonished and hesitant to approach, unable to believe that such a young child could manage two distinct types of pets. Consequently, no one dared to cross within 3 meters of Qiao Sang. Qingqing Jiyuan. Building C, 606. "We are all family now, so you two must learn to get along," Qiao Sang said to the two pets, who gazed at one another with wide eyes. The Firefang dog watched the little treasure ghost with evident wariness. As the little treasure ghost gazed back in confusion, "Yabao? Do not be so frightened. It has only just hatched less than a day ago. Did you not witness its emergence from the egg?" Qiao Sang chuckled. She could indeed comprehend why the fire-toothed dog reacted this way. Ever since it had watched a horror film, it had become particularly sensitive to ghostly creatures. Today, at the pet base, it was the first to notice the treasure ghost hanging upside down from a tree. If the little treasure ghost could help the fire-toothed dog understand more about ghostly pets, it might alleviate its aversion to them, thus sparing them from several trips to haunted houses in the future. Otherwise, if it continued to react poorly upon encountering ghostly pets, how could it possibly compete against beastmasters who possessed such creatures? The fire-toothed dog obediently responded, yet remained in a state of vigilance. The little treasure ghost seemed to sense the wariness emanating from the fire-toothed dog. It slowly drifted closer, but the fire-toothed dog abruptly leaped onto the nearby sofa, creating distance. Undeterred, the little treasure ghost wobbled and attempted to ascend, but before it could rise even a meter, it lost control and fell. Fortunately, Qiao Sang was swift, catching it just in time. With a sweet cry, the little treasure ghost emitted a faint blue glow. This time, it floated steadily at about 1.5 meters above the ground. Qiao Sang was nearly moved to tears. What a remarkably gifted child. To harness the energy of supernatural abilities right after birth. Had it not been for her keen observations and quick thinking, she might have missed this extraordinary little treasure ghost. During their time at the pet base, she had sensed something unusual about it. Its every reaction seemed to align with her inner thoughts. When she realized that the 3 pets she had chosen had a maximum race limit of king level and wished to return home, the little treasure ghost suddenly began to cry. Later, when she found it adorable, it smiled in response. This ability to perceive the inner thoughts of others, commonly referred to as telepathy, is a trait exclusive to pets of supernatural abilities. Initially, she had her doubts. It wasn't until the little treasure ghost's attention inexplicably focused on the door that she began to consider the possibility. A newly hatched pet is typically sensitive to external stimuli, easily attracted by novel phenomena. Despite the numerous distractions around it, staff members engaged in conversation and the treasure ghost in front of it crying, it seemed illogical for it to be drawn towards the door unless something outside had caught its attention. If the little treasure ghost possessed supernatural powers, then all its actions would be rational. Its abilities allowed it to sense the commotion outside. And being newly born and using this capability for the first time, it became curious about the noises. If her hypothesis were correct, then she had stumbled upon a ghostly pet endowed with supernatural abilities. In a world teeming with extraordinary beings, many possessed dual or multiple attributes. For instance, the little dragon lizard she once encountered was a ground and dragon-type pet, while the fire arrow owl was both flying and fire-type. However, such combinations are relatively common. The supernatural and ghostly attributes are rare, and the fusion of the two is likely to be an extreme rarity worldwide. Should the personnel at the Hangang pet base become aware that they had traded away such a promising pet for merely a 500,000 value pet egg voucher, they would undoubtedly regret their decision profoundly. After leaving the pet base, Qiao Sang found herself captivated for the 6th time by the data on the little treasure ghost within the Beastmaster S Codex. Name: Treasure Ghost. Attributes: Ghost, Supernatural. Level: Beginner, 21,000. Traits: First trait, Reception. Level: C, 21,000. Status: Available. Description: Can absorb all physical objects within a circular area, currently usable 15 square meters. Second trait, Penetration. Level: B, 12,000. Status: Usable. Description: Can penetrate opponents' barriers or substitutes to launch attacks. Third trait, Supersensory. Level: C, 11,000. Status: Available. Description: In double battles, can read our side's attacks and evade their ultimate damage. Hidden trait, Cursed Body. Level: B, 12,000. Status: Usable. Description: When attacked, there is a 30% chance to immobilize the opponent. Skills: Lick, Beginner 1100. Hypnosis, Beginner 1100. Dream Eater, Beginner 1100. Barrier, Beginner 1100. Telekinesis, Beginner 1100. Each time she reviewed the information, her excitement surged. Yet, after the initial thrill, a tinge of worry emerged regarding the fire-toothed dog potentially being overshadowed. After all, with such a formidable companion that was younger than it, the fire-toothed dog might feel significantly challenged. Meanwhile, the little treasure ghost floated in front of the fire-toothed dog, clumsily removing the ring from its head and producing a small bottle of milk to offer it. The bottle bore the inscription for young pets. This milk was provided by the base specifically for recently hatched young pets, and the fire-toothed dog had also consumed it during its time at the base. The fire-toothed dog gazed at the milk, reminiscing about the taste it had experienced at the base, and swallowed reflexively. It hesitated for a moment before extending its paw to accept the offering. By the time Qiao Sang's awareness returned from the Beastmaster S Codex, she was greeted by the sight of the fire-toothed dog and the little treasure ghost sitting side by side, happily drinking milk together. Qiao Sang mused. Had she truly been occupied with the Codex for not a minute, but rather an hour? At 6:10 p.m., Yi Xiangting returned home and proceeded to prepare dinner as usual. When her daughter emerged from her room, her eyes immediately fell upon the ghostly extraordinary being perched atop her head. Yi Xiangting quickly covered her mouth, terrified of inadvertently exclaiming. Forcing herself to regain composure, she retrieved her phone. "Mom, what are you doing?" Qiao Sang inquired. "Calling the inspection department," Yi Xiangting replied. "Why are you calling the inspection department?" Qiao Sang asked, puzzled. "I need to tell you something. You must remain calm and do not act rashly," Yi Xiangting whispered. "I will message you. Look at your phone. Do not speak. Just reply via text." Seeing her mother's serious demeanor, Qiao Sang nodded, feeling a surge of anxiety. 3 seconds later, Qiao Sang glanced at her phone. "There is a treasure ghost on your head." Qiao Sang replied. "Mom, this is the pet I just contracted today." "What did you say?" Yi Xiangting exclaimed incredulously. "This is the pet I just contracted today," Qiao Sang reiterated. She gently lifted the little treasure ghost from her head and said, "Treasure ghost, this is my mom." "Treasure?" The little treasure ghost sweetly chirped in response to Yi Xiangting. After a moment of processing the information, Yi Xiangting asked with feigned calmness, "Can your Beastmaster Codex contract a second pet now?" Qiao Sang, understanding the need for proof, directly demonstrated by summoning and returning the little treasure ghost before her mother. Witnessing the gray star formation and the vanishing treasure ghost, Yi Xiangting could harbor no doubts. She abruptly sprang from her chair and retreated to her room. "Mom, what are you doing?" Qiao Sang queried. "I'm making a phone call," her mother replied. "Don't forget to eat your dinner," Qiao Sang reminded. "Just a moment," came her mother's voice from the room. Chapter 78, Filming. At 7:45 p.m., Qiao Sang sat at her desk, planning her schedule for the remainder of the summer vacation. It was only July 6th, and based on previous years, high school typically commenced in early September, leaving her with just over a month and a half. The Fire-Toothed Dog's points had already reached 456, if all were added to its level. With a normal daily increase of 2 points, it would require merely 176 days to evolve. She could enable the Fire-Toothed Dog to gain points through battles during the summer, thereby completing a segment of its evolution. Regarding the Blaze ability, she had instructed her Firefang dog to attempt to activate it that morning, yet it could not be utilized with the same certainty as a skill. She had also acquired some knowledge about abilities. The League evaluates abilities on a scale from E to S, encompassing 6 tiers in total. This assessment does not hinge on the utility of the ability, but rather on whether its application has reached perfection, akin to gauging the mastery of a skill. In cases of inherent abilities, such as the rain dish that causes sleep during rain, it is classified as a natural E-tier ability and cannot be altered due to its lack of self-control. Many seasoned beast tamers will consider the abilities their contracted beasts possess. Qiao Sang surmised that the data classification regarding abilities in the Beast Tamer's manual might adhere to the League standards. If Firefang Dog's Blaze ability necessitates points or is triggered under adverse conditions, she felt it prudent to let it be and allow nature to take its course. After all, she believed that if future battles required Blaze to turn the tide, she would not qualify as a competent beast tamer. As for skills, she conducted an experiment that morning. Since she was still in the community, Firefang Dog could only practice Firefang using its clones. If she attempted to train other skills simultaneously with the clones, they would likely attract complaints from the residents resting downstairs. With 5 clones, she unleashed Firefang a total of 40 times. This represented the current limit of energy within Firefang Dog. Compared to the initial days when it could only release around 20 Firefangs after energy replenishment, it had improved significantly. The little treasure ghost was an unexpected addition. According to her original plan, her second contracted beast should still be an egg. However, she did not reject this deviation from her expectations. In fact, she welcomed the prospect of such surprises occurring more frequently. The little treasure ghost was still a fledgling. It would be inhumane to push it into training directly. She decided to allow it to enjoy its childhood for a month before commencing training. The summer vacation would still focus on Firefang Dog. Under the illumination, the young girl rested her chin on one hand while the other held a pen, pausing intermittently to write. In the living room, her 3 beasts engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. The little treasure ghost was boldly floating above the television, while Firefang Dog and the fat pigeon searched aimlessly in the kitchen, with its short claws curled into fists near its mouth. The little treasure ghost felt an inexplicable thrill at the sight. In another room, someone was still on the phone. "Hello, is this my second sister-in-law?" "It's nothing. Just calling to chat. It's about my Sang Sang." The following day, Qiao Sang set off for the Golden Entertainment Building. With the little treasure ghost perched atop her head and Firefang Dog cradled in her arms, as per her agreement with Song Yuan. The little treasure ghost held a milk bottle, curiously observing its surroundings. Passers-by, upon locking eyes with it, would swiftly avert their gazes, which amused it greatly. Consequently, it sought out individuals to watch intently until they looked back. In contrast, Firefang Dog appeared much more mature and composed than usual, aware that today was significant. Its beast tamer had mentioned that as long as the photos were satisfactory, it could indulge in milk freely. The funds for the new little brother's milk powder might also be secured through this opportunity. On the 18th floor of the Golden Entertainment Building, a young woman in professional attire knocked and reported, "Miss Song, the person you were expecting has arrived." "Allow her in," Song Yuan replied, picking up the pre-prepared contract. The young woman did not leave, but remained standing, seemingly hesitant to speak. She recalled that her boss had arranged to meet the first-place winner of the By-Exine competition. As they were about to discuss a collaboration, the background of Qiao Sang had been thoroughly investigated. A recent junior high school graduate, she had been specially recruited to Sheng Shui Middle School and had secured first place in the By-Exine competition with her beginner beast, Firefang Dog. However, the report did not mention a little treasure ghost. Could it be a wild, extraordinary creature? Should she report this to her boss? Yet, the security downstairs appeared undisturbed. Do you have something to discuss? Song Yuan inquired. No, the young woman deliberated and ultimately decided to trust the security. 30 seconds later, Song Yuan stared blankly at Qiao Sang as she approached, momentarily speechless before picking up the phone to dial a number. Hello, is this the inspection department? I have a wild ghost-type beast here, a little treasure ghost, located at... Wait, Qiao Sang interjected hastily. This is my newly contracted beast. What? Song Yuan exclaimed. After a brief yet effective exchange, Song Yuan finally hung up the phone. I remember you just graduated from junior high, she remarked, her expression complex. Perhaps I am somewhat of a prodigy, Qiao Sang replied. Song Yuan fell silent, her curiosity piqued. After a moment, she couldn't help but ask, why did you choose to contract a ghost-type beast as your second? You could easily have opted for a more manageable beast first, and when your strength grew, considered a ghost-type later. Song Yuan was puzzled. In truth, she was not one to meddle in others' affairs, and she had encountered exceptionally talented children among her relatives. Yet, compared to this girl, they seemed rather ordinary. This realization stirred a sense of admiration within her. Given the girl's evident talent, she could undoubtedly pursue a career as a professional beast tamer. However, if she contracted a more challenging beast too soon, she might end up squandering time cleaning up messes and outsmarting her beast. She would also need to guard against some radical beasts that might seek to sever their contracts in a destructive manner. No matter how one looked at it, it was not a wise choice. They say that the thoughts of geniuses differ from those of ordinary people. However, the children of her relatives seemed quite normal. Qiao Sang sighed. Alas, I did not wish for this, but it is a prodigy. Song Yuan was left speechless. The endorsements and shoots proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Firefang Dog merely needed to model 3 new styles of sunglasses, which did not consume much time. The little treasure ghost observed the entire process with keen interest. It floated leisurely in front of a recently changed pink heart-shaped pair of sunglasses, clumsily removing the circular ring from its head to place the sunglasses inside. Qiao Sang remained vigilant, closely monitoring the little treasure ghost. Knowing its tendencies, she could not simply let it act freely. Each little treasure ghost has its own preferences, and she wished to discern what her own favored. To her surprise, it had taken the sunglasses. Did it share the same taste as Firefang Dog? Just as Qiao Sang was about to instruct the little treasure ghost to retrieve the sunglasses, it took the initiative to remove the ring and present the sunglasses to Firefang Dog. Sun. Yeah. Firefang Dog responded with a bashful bark. Qiao Sang, as the beast tamer of both creatures, certainly understood their exchange. She regarded the little treasure ghost with a peculiar expression, questioning the sincerity of its compliment. It felt oddly mature for its age. Chapter 79. Returning home at this moment, Song Yuan, who had finished reviewing the photos, approached and remarked, "Your bow is quite impressive. It has a great sense of the camera." Firefang Dog wore an expression that suggested this was to be expected. Everything was for it and its little brother to be well fed. Naturally, it had to take things seriously. Before Qiao Sang could offer any modesty, Song Yuan continued, "Don't forget to send me your account on Superblog later. I'll have the online store follow you. Once the photos are selected, remember to post them." Superblog is akin to the microblogging platform of the past, where trending topics are often viewed. Qiao Sang nodded, as this was indeed stipulated in the contract. By the way, make sure to authenticate your account as the by Xian competition champion, Song Yuan instructed. All right, Qiao Sang affirmed with a nod. Song Yuan glanced at Firefang Dog and the little treasure ghost, ultimately unable to resist inquiring further, "Have you prepared which training institution you'll be attending this summer?" Most ambitious middle school graduates, eager to gain an advantage before entering high school, often entrust their contracted beasts to specialized training institutions, either partially or fully. However, this practice inadvertently diminishes the bond between the trainer and their beasts, posing a significant issue for novice beastmasters, particularly when the contracted beast is a temperamental fire-type creature. Song Yuan surmised that Qiao Sang, now possessing 2 beasts, would likely hand over her fiery canine to one such institution. She felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Stemming from good intentions. Training institution? No, I'm planning to return to my hometown for a visit during the summer break, Qiao Sang replied. Song Yuan thought to herself, perhaps she was overreacting. After leaving the GNU building, Qiao Sang, accompanied by her newly acquired treasure hunting spirit, proceeded to the Beast Center for registration. Throughout the entire process, passers-by frequently turned their heads, making her the center of attention in the hall, a stark contrast to her previous visit with the fiery canine, where she had not received such acclaim. Qiao Sang considered herself a modest individual. However, her fiery companion preferred to be outdoors. With the treasure-hunting spirit still in its infancy, she felt it was unjust to confine it within the Beast Center. Under the gaze of onlookers, the registration for the treasure-hunting spirit was finally completed. It was July 8th, 9:20 a.m. With a backpack slung over her shoulder, Qiao Sang set off for her hometown, accompanied by her fiery canine and treasure-hunting spirit. Qitong Town was not far from Hangang City, merely over 90 kilometers apart, and a high-speed train ride would take only half an hour, quicker than navigating through Hangang City itself. Now that she had some financial means, Qiao Sang boldly purchased 2 tickets. On the train, the fiery canine and treasure-hunting spirit occupied window seats. Their little heads nestled together as they excitedly gazed out at the passing scenery, occasionally pointing with their paws to engage in animated discussions about various sights. Observing them, Qiao Sang felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility. The camaraderie between her 2 beasts had blossomed far beyond her expectations. She had anticipated that the fiery canine's wariness towards ghost-type beasts would necessitate a considerable time to acclimate to the treasure-hunting spirit. To her surprise, their relationship had advanced remarkably within just 2 nights. As she prepared to capture a photo of her 2 companions from behind, her phone began to vibrate in her hand. Glancing at the screen, she was not surprised to see her mother's name. "Hello, Mom." This marked the 3rd call since her mother had left for work that morning. "Where are you now?" "Just got on the train about 7 or 8 minutes ago." Qiao Sang was well aware of the reason behind her mother's frequent calls. The contract of her 2nd beast, the treasure-hunting spirit, had undoubtedly stirred her mother's underlying worries, though she would never openly admit it. Had it not been for work commitments, her mother would likely have accompanied her for a few days in their hometown. "Remember to feed the treasure-hunting spirit some milk every 3 hours, don't forget," her mother instructed. "Oh, and I put a bag of red silk fruit in your backpack. If the fiery canine gets hungry on the way, make sure to give it some." "Mom, you've mentioned that several times already," Qiao Sang replied with a hint of exasperation. After a brief silence on the other end, her mother continued, "By the way, do you remember Aunt Wang from next door?" After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Sang recalled who her mother was referring to. Aunt Wang had grown up alongside her mother, their bond having faded somewhat after they both married. They would only catch up during the new year, their conversations predominantly revolving around their children. Given that both were of similar age and had children of comparable ages, the discussions often left her mother feeling dissatisfied, particularly since Qiao Sang was not an exemplary student, while Aunt Wang's son excelled academically. "Yes, I remember. What about her?" Qiao Sang inquired. "I called Aunt Wang to discuss your situation, but she didn't believe me. You should remember to take the fiery canine and treasure-hunting spirit to visit her," her mother urged. Before Qiao Sang could respond, her mother added, "If you forget, that's fine. I placed some local specialties from Hangang in the treasure-hunting spirit's ring. Remember to bring them to Grandma and 3rd Aunt." "All right," Qiao Sang replied, casting a glance at the treasure-hunting spirit. It seemed her mother had developed quite a rapport with it, unbeknownst to her. "By the way, I might have bought a bit too much. Can you help me take some to Aunt Wang?" her mother continued. Qiao Sang sighed. Qitong Town, situated in Jiajing County under the jurisdiction of Hangang City, saw a dramatic decrease in the number of beastmasters despite being part of the city. Inherently rural, the ratio of beastmasters was significantly lower than in urban areas. And when someone in the town awakened as a beastmaster, they typically preferred to seek opportunities in more developed regions. The beastmasters remaining in the town generally fell into 3 categories: those who had made little progress in their craft, those who had returned home seeking a peaceful life in their later years, or those who had secured positions as local civil servants. Qiao Sang's cousin, Yi Ranran, belonged to the latter category. Upon exiting the high-speed train, Qiao Sang spotted a strikingly beautiful woman with honey-hued skin approaching her, accompanied by a 2-meter-tall wind sculpture. The wind sculpture boasted blue and white feathers, its fan-like tail shimmering under the sunlight. With exceptionally large wings and piercing eyes, it was a remarkable specimen among its flying kin. The wind sculpture stood tall, its neck adorned with an identification badge. Unbeknownst to anyone, the treasure-hunting spirit was captivated by the feathers of the wind sculpture's tail. "I would never have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. You truly managed to contract 2 beasts, and such impressive ones at that. A fiery canine and a treasure-hunting spirit," Yi Ranran exclaimed. Qiao Sang could easily deduce that this news had come from her mother. "I thought today wasn't a weekend. What brings you here?" she inquired. "Don't even get me started. A colleague introduced me to her nephew, and everyone started teasing me. When the boss overheard, he granted me leave to go on a blind date," Yi Ranran explained. "At this hour, you probably haven't gone yet, right? Have you seen the picture? What do you think?" Qiao Sang asked, half jokingly, while her mind was occupied with deeper thoughts. Her cousin worked as a grassroots police officer at the local public security bureau. The ease with which her boss granted leave implied that local security issues were relatively manageable. While they conversed, the treasure-hunting spirit floated over to the wind sculpture, skillfully removing the cap from a bottle of milk and offering it to the majestic creature. The first to notice this interaction was the fiery canine. Yar? It tilted its head, perplexed by the actions of its little companion. Soon, the treasure-hunting spirit sweetly called out to the wind sculpture. Though unfamiliar with the treasure-hunting spirit, the wind sculpture recognized Qiao Sang. As a guardian of order in Qitong Town, it was accustomed to such gestures, often encountering individuals attempting to bribe it with food and drink, all of which it had firmly rejected. However, this little creature was the pet of its owner's sister, so it felt an inclination to accept the offering. After a moment of deliberation, the wind sculpture decided to humor the gesture. With a slight flutter of its expansive wings, it lowered its head and, using its beak, deftly removed the cap from the milk bottle. Subsequently, it lifted the bottle and drank every last drop in one go. After catching the empty bottle with its wings, the wind sculpture turned to the treasure-hunting spirit and flashed a friendly smile. Son, the treasure-hunting spirit chirped happily upon seeing the wind sculpture finish the milk. It then pointed excitedly at the wind sculpture's tail and began gesturing animatedly. A gust of wind swept by, causing the wind sculpture to freeze momentarily, realizing the little one had an ulterior motive. It quickly retreated a step, shaking its head fervently. Sun. The little treasure-seeking spirit pointed towards the empty bottle still clutched by Feng Diao. Feng Diao stood frozen in place, grappling with inner turmoil. Its master had once instructed it that as a public servant, it must not casually take others' possessions, lest it face the risk of being reported. Should such a report occur, its master's job could very well be jeopardized. After much hesitation, Feng Diao extended its wings backward. Whoosh! The startled Qiao Sang and Yi Ran, engaged in conversation, turned to see the tear-filled eyes of Feng Diao and the innocent countenance of the little treasure-seeking spirit. Hoya Dog stood agog, witnessing the entire scene unfold, its mind ensnared in unprecedented confusion. Was it truly permissible to act in such a manner? Qiao Sang's hometown was not situated in the bustling town center, but rather along Shuaimao Road, close to Lugon Creek. This area lacked high-rise buildings, instead featuring old residences with courtyards. The mountains were beautiful, the waters pristine, and the air fresh, though it was somewhat inconvenient for food deliveries or conducting business. A few years prior, her uncle had refurbished their ancestral home after earning a modest sum from his business, giving it a sense of grandeur amidst the adjacent properties. Upon escorting Qiao Sang to the old house, Yi Ran suggested that she accompany her to meet her potential suitor. Qiao Sang promptly refused, feeling it would merely position her as an unwelcome third wheel. Her aunt had long ago tidied up the room where Qiao Sang used to stay. After placing her belongings in order, Qiao Sang paid a visit to her grandparents. The elderly couple, frail and rarely venturing out, welcomed her. Her grandmother, once quite domineering, had softened with age, now engaging in casual conversation instead of scolding the younger generation for their uncontrollable contracted beasts. Her grandfather, who had once harbored lofty ambitions and participated in numerous competitions, had endured a setback in a realm designated as C-class dangerous by the Alliance. The contracted beast he had initially summoned perished while valiantly defending him against foes, leading him to abandon his aspirations and settle down in Qitong Town, marrying and raising a family. It was said that his formidable Zhuangtong owl could have escaped, but chose to sacrifice itself to save its master. Glancing at Hoya Dog and the treasure-seeking spirit gathered around Qiao Sang, her grandfather remained silent for a spell before simply advising her to treat them well. After lunch, Qiao Sang took Hoya Dog and the little treasure-seeking spirit to the courtyard, hoping to engage in training without reservations. However, upon seeing the garden blooming with flowers, vegetables, and fruits, she was taken aback. Had the courtyard always appeared thus? Just then, her aunt approached with a watering can, observing Qiao Sang's astonishment with amusement. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Snapping back to reality, Qiao Sang inquired, Auntie, when were these planted? With pride, her aunt replied, Isn't this what your sister Jingwen wants? To apply to Nanji University to become a spirit planter? Your uncle specially brought these in for her to study. Qiao Sang, a spirit planter, specializes in cultivating energy-infused plants. Her aunt had 2 children. Yi Jingwen, her youngest daughter, had yet to awaken her brain domain at the age of 15. Had she been born into an ordinary family, her exposure to such subjects would have been limited. However, the Yi family boasted numerous beast tamers, allowing Yi Jingwen to continue her studies related to contracted beasts. Normally, one aspiring to pursue studies in this field must be a beast tamer, and the same applied to spirit planting. However, there existed an independent admissions pathway, where professionals accounted for a substantial portion of the criteria, offering hope to those who were not beast tamers. Due to household registration issues, Yi Jingwen attended high school in Qitong Town and had just transitioned from her second to her third year. It was only natural that she would begin contemplating the independent admissions process a year in advance once she had a goal. And where is Sister Jingwen? I didn't see her at lunch, Qiao Sang asked. She went to a teacher's house for tutoring. It's a hassle, so she is having lunch over there. Her aunt responded. Qiao Sang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This garden seemed even less suited for training than the community's greenery. The plants in the community, while ordinary, were far more manageable compared to these spirit plants, which must have cost a fortune. Lugan Creek, a mere kilometer from the ancestral home, was secluded. One could remain there for 20 minutes without encountering another soul. Hoya, use your clone to unleash the fire whirlwind until your energy is depleted, Qiao Sang instructed. Hoya Dog nodded, skillfully commencing the training. The little treasure-seeking spirit watched curiously from the sidelines. Qiao Sang pulled out her phone to keep a record of the counts. The objective of this training was not merely to enhance the proficiency of the fire whirlwind, but to ascertain how many times Hoya Dog could unleash it when fully energized. Following the recording of the fire whirlwind, she would also note the release counts for other skills, such as fire spark and flame charge. This would allow for effective monitoring of the energy available within Hoya Dog to perform various skills, providing clarity regarding its limits for future battles. Before long, Hoya Dog had exhausted its energy. Observing its breathless state, the little treasure-seeking spirit adeptly retrieved a ring and offered milk to Hoya Dog. The latter froze momentarily, then retreated a step before trotting over to its master. Yar. The eyes of Hoya Dog brimmed with eagerness. Qiao Sang understood the cue and, retrieving milk from her backpack, handed it over. Only then did Hoya Dog gratefully accept and begin to drink. Son, the little treasure-seeking spirit tilted its head in confusion. It couldn't comprehend why the mood had shifted so drastically. Unbeknownst to Qiao Sang, an undercurrent was stirring between her two contracted beasts as she focused on her records. Hoya Dog managed to achieve 7 clones, releasing the fire whirlwind a total of 56 times. However, the fire tooth required less energy than the fire whirlwind, yet it was still more potent in terms of energy consumption. Qiao Sang pondered briefly. The fire tooth had reached a minor proficiency, while the fire whirlwind remained at an adept level. It was not surprising that greater proficiency resulted in increased power and energy expenditure. Just as she reached this conclusion, her phone rang. She answered casually, "Hello, Mom. Dear, have you delivered the local specialties to your aunt and grandparents?" "Yes, I have. And what about Aunt Wang?" Chapter 81, Energy Recovery Liquid. Aunt Wang had been a neighbor of her mother since childhood, residing on Shuaimao Road, while her husband lived in the town center at Qinchun Community. Qiao Sang rode a bicycle, typically used by her aunt for grocery shopping, towards the town center. Hoya Dog sat in the front basket, while the little treasure-seeking spirit perched atop Qiao Sang's head. Qiao Sang allowed this behavior, as who could refuse a companion that shielded them from the summer sun. Upon reaching Qinchun Community, Qiao Sang secured her bicycle and proceeded to Building A, Apartment 501. The door was opened by Aunt Wang. Although their encounters had been few and their conversations limited, Qiao Sang recognized her from her mother's descriptions. Aunt Wang stood momentarily dumbfounded, her gaze sweeping over Qiao Sang, lingering on Hoya Dog and the little treasure-seeking spirit, before exclaiming in disbelief, "Qiao Sang? Auntie, it's me. My mom asked me to bring you some items." Qiao Sang replied, Come in, come in. You've grown into quite the young lady. I almost didn't recognize you." Aunt Wang ushered her inside. Recalling her own baby fat and flat chest from that morning's mirror glance, Qiao Sang thought, "Young lady?" No, she was still a little girl. "Auntie, these are from my mom," Qiao Sang said as she entered and took a seat behind the sofa, signaling the little treasure-seeking spirit. Understanding its cue, the spirit dutifully retrieved the specialties from the ring. "Your mother is too considerate, sending you with gifts. Why the formalities?" Aunt Wang chuckled. She rose and poured 2 cups of tea, placing them on the coffee table, exuding an air of readiness for an intimate conversation. "I heard from your mother that you've been accepted into Holy Water Middle School?" Aunt Wang inquired. "Yes," Qiao Sang replied. "I also heard that you participated in a competition right after graduation and emerged victorious," Aunt Wang probed. Indeed, Qiao Sang was not at all surprised that her mother had shared this information. She had anticipated that Xiang Ting's words would turn out to be true. Just yesterday, she had questioned Xiang Ting over the phone, and today, her daughter was here to substantiate it. Aunt Wang suddenly felt less proud of her own son. "What do you usually eat?" Aunt Wang asked unexpectedly. "Huh, I eat whatever my mother cooks, Qiao Sang responded, momentarily taken aback. It seemed she would have to consult Xiang Ting about the menu. She dreaded hearing her gloat for hours. And what is your daily routine like? Aunt Wang continued her inquiries. Qiao Sang was slightly stunned. The questions were reminiscent of a doctor's examination. Before she could respond, Aunt Wang fired off several more questions. Did you attend any tutoring classes in the 3rd year of middle school? What does Huoyagu usually eat? How do you generally interact with Huoyagu? My son initially wanted to contract a fire-type pet, but I refused. What do you think about him contracting a fire-type for his second? Qiao Sang realized this was an interview. Politely declining Aunt Wang's invitation to stay for dinner, she stepped outside and called her mother to report the successful completion of her task. Her mother was quite pleased. Riding her bicycle back to the old house, she found Huoyagu leisurely sipping milk. The Qi Yuan milk could restore a pet's stamina, but the effects were not instantaneous. After several bottles, Huoyagu had yet to regain its full vigor. With an abundance of free time, adhering to the training schedule from Hangyang would be a waste of this summer. Qiao Sang swiftly formulated a plan. As someone with a substantial fortune, she returned to her room and directly ordered 30 bottles of F-grade energy restoration liquid online. F-grade restoration liquid was designed to replenish the energy of novice pets. Typically, those living in the city would need to purchase energy restoration liquids. Pets could recover their energy gradually. For competitions, the organizers provided specialized supplies and treatment, eliminating the need for beast tamers to buy their own. The majority of those who purchased energy restoration liquids were beast tamers venturing into secret realms. Those capable of entering secret realms would not summon novice pets indiscriminately, as they served little purpose there. Consequently, the sales and prices of F-grade restoration liquids diverged significantly from other grades. Nonetheless, even F-grade restoration liquid cost 2,000 alliance coins per bottle. After all, for beast tamers without healing skills, this could prove crucial in a secret realm. Girls tend to get carried away with online shopping, and Qiao Sang was no exception. After purchasing the F-grade energy restoration liquid, she began browsing other items. Previously constrained by finances, she now felt free to explore. Reclining on her bed while scrolling through her phone, a small treasure-seeking spirit floated over, curiously gazing at the screen. The display showcased the items required for fire-type pets. Qiao Sang contemplated purchasing an item that would accelerate Huoyagu's absorption of fire energy. Such items were always in high demand on the market. They could significantly hasten the energy absorption process, shortening the pet's growth cycle and enabling faster evolution. Although Huoyagu had its advantages, it couldn't possibly engage in battle 24 hours a day and win every time. An additional means of energy absorption would undoubtedly be beneficial. Furthermore, these items could allow pets to unleash their respective attribute skills more swiftly. While they were not permitted during competitions, they would certainly be useful at other times. After much deliberation, Qiao Sang settled on an E-grade fire-condensing pearl. The prices of pet items varied significantly, not only based on the item's grade, but also on the reputation of its creator. If the item was made by a renowned master easily found online, even an F-grade item would command a higher price than a D-grade item made by an otherwise certified but lesser-known pet item craftsman. Qiao Sang specifically chose a reputable small store for her purchase. After an extensive conversation with customer service, during which she promised to provide beautiful photos and a lengthy favorable review, she ultimately acquired it for 120,000 alliance coins. Although the customer service representative had taken her for a ride, she still felt it was exorbitantly priced. If an E-grade item crafted by an obscure pet item craftsman cost this much, how could anyone afford higher-grade B or A-level items? No wonder the wealthier beast tamers were increasingly formidable. For others, purchasing an item might feel like a game. For her, it was akin to a life-or-death decision. Just as Qiao Sang was about to exit the online store to explore other options, a gray, short-toed paw suddenly appeared on her screen. Turning her head, she found the little treasure-seeking spirit watching her with wide, innocent eyes. "Son," the little spirit called out in a playful tone. Qiao Sang replied, "You're still too young. I'll buy you something in a month." The little spirit paused, then skillfully removed its circular ring and presented a bottle of milk to Qiao Sang. Son. Qiao Sang gently patted the little spirit's head, saying, "This is for you to drink." The little spirit hesitated but ultimately chose to push the milk forward. "If you drink this, how will you grow?" Qiao Sang chuckled. The little spirit halted its gesture, staring blankly at her, devoid of the cleverness it had displayed just days prior. "I can buy it now if you promise to be good. Drink your milk on time. Tell me what you like, and not sneakily keep things in the ring. I'll find a way to get them for you." Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Sang made her demands. After all, she would be buying eventually. It was merely a matter of time. It was better to acquiesce to the little spirit's wishes and make demands than to have it carry things for her. Altering a species' habits was no easy feat. Instead of letting the little spirit bear the burden of secrecy, it was preferable to involve it, allowing it to understand that desired items could be obtained openly rather than through covert means. The little spirit stared at Qiao Sang for a long while before suddenly leaping into her arms, bursting into tears. Son, why are you crying? Qiao Sang was taken aback. The little spirit was too preoccupied with its tears to respond. It didn't know why. It just felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Huo, watching television while sipping milk, was startled by the little spirit's wails. It glanced between the little spirit and the half-drunk milk, recalling its beast tamer's words about being a family. After a moment of hesitation, it approached and offered the milk it had been drinking. Yeah. The little spirit looked at Huego's gesture, and its sobs gradually subsided. Son. The two pets engaged in a harmonious conversation. Qiao Sang looked on with a sense of satisfaction at the scene before her. In the past, Yabao would never have willingly relinquished something so close to its mouth. Once the little spirit had calmed down, Qiao Sang chose an item similar to Huego's for it, albeit with different energy attributes. After much consideration, she ultimately opted for a mind concentration pearl that would accelerate the gathering of psychic energy, with the potential for her golden finger to enhance levels. Whether the energy being condensed was ghost type or psychic type, the effects would be identical. The only difference lay in which skill's release time could be shortened. It was well known that the little spirit was a ghost-type pet, and when everyone was on guard against its ghost-type skills, a sudden psychic attack would undoubtedly catch them off guard. In surprise lies the essence of speed, precision, and decisiveness. Upon such analysis, it is indeed more prudent to purchase the Junyan pearls. After acquiring them, Qiao Sang hastily shut off her phone, fearing that she might succumb to further impulsive shopping. Rare attribute pets command exorbitant prices. Similarly, items with scarce attributes are also costly. Fortunately, it was the same online store, and the previous chat records were still accessible. The customer service, acknowledging that Qiao Sang had purchased 2 items within a single day, generously offered a friendship price of 139,999 alliance coins. Having already spent half of her assets on a previous online purchase, Qiao Sang felt a pang of anxiety. Money seemed to evaporate far too swiftly. At 6 o'clock in the evening, at the dining table, third aunt, a woman fond of casual chatter, glanced at Yi Ran, who was engrossed in her meal, and inquisitively asked, "How did the blind date go today? Is the gentleman from a government agency or a public institution?" Yi Ran shot a pleading glance towards Qiao Sang, who, feigning ignorance while gnawing on a chicken leg, was equally intrigued by the gossip. Yi Ran then looked at her sister, Yi Jingwen, who was simultaneously eating and reading. "A public institution. He's a teacher," Yi Ran replied honestly. "That's delightful. Which school does he teach at, and what subject?" Third aunt inquired. From this exchange, Qiao Sang discerned an underlying motive. In contemporary society, the primary consideration for marriage is undoubtedly the profession of beastmasters, followed by other careers. Third aunt's inquiry was subtly probing whether the gentleman in question was a beastmaster. With a sip of soup, Yi Ran remarked, "What he teaches is of little significance. We simply do not match." Third aunt frowned. "What do you mean by that? You've only met once without spending any time together. If your mother finds out, she will certainly be distressed." Yi Ran is the eldest daughter of second uncle. Although third aunt is an ordinary person, she possesses a pleasant demeanor and is well versed in the dynamics of familial relationships, getting along well with her sisters-in-law. He has a pet beast, a snow eyebrow rabbit, which is a natural nemesis of my wind hawk. It simply won't work, Yi Ran explained. Third aunt fell silent. In today's society, when both individuals in a relationship are beastmasters, the compatibility of their pets becomes paramount. While dating may be acceptable, considerations must be careful when it comes to marriage. After all, once they live together, their pets will frequently encounter one another. If they were to clash, it would undoubtedly strain the couple's relationship. Given that beastmasters are inherently devoted to their pets, nowadays, young women no longer pose the soul-searching question of whether a mother or themselves is more important. Rather, they inquire whether they or the man's pet holds greater significance, thereby gauging the man's sentiments. After dinner, Qiao Sang made her way to Lu Ganshi. The fire-toothed dog had fully restored its energy. Soon, after it had split itself 10 times and released sparks 80 times, it entered a state of lethargy once again. The little treasure ghost handed over the milk that had been prepared in advance. This time, the fire-toothed dog hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Qiao Sang bent down to take notes. Although both the fire-tooth and the sparks were at a minor stage of development, The disparity in energy consumption between mid-tier skills and low-tier skills was still evident. Just as Qiao Sang completed her notes and intended to return, a voice echoed softly behind her, "Sister." Startled, Qiao Sang nearly jumped. Turning around, she saw a figure clad in a flowing white dress with disheveled hair, resembling a classic midnight ghost. Fortunately, being summer, the dusk was late, and the girl before her, despite her long hair and white dress, wore black-framed glasses, which mitigated the eerie beauty associated with specters, making her appear more like a bookworm. "Sister, you nearly scared me to death," Qiao Sang said, clutching her racing heart. "You have one fire-type contract and one ghost-type contract, yet your courage is still so scant?" Yi Jingwen queried. Qiao Sang retorted, "Do I need to practice bravery when facing a fire-toothed dog demanding milk and a little treasure ghost? What are you doing here?" Qiao Sang countered. "I specifically came to find you," Yi Jingwen replied, hesitating before adding, "Sister, I need your help." "Call me by my name," Qiao Sang insisted. Still shaken, she found it difficult to utter the word sister. They were of a similar age and usually addressed each other by their names. Moreover, Qiao Sang felt her mental age far exceeded that of Yi Jingwen. "Sang, lend me a hand." Yi Jingwen revised her request. "What is it?" Qiao Sang inquired, genuinely curious about why Yi Jingwen had not mentioned it at home, but had instead come out to seek her assistance. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Qiao Sang's mind. "You're not asking to borrow money, are you?" "I wish to request your assistance in acquiring something," Yi Jingwen clarified. "Oh, so it's not a loan. Then I suppose it's nothing," Qiao Sang replied. "However, stealing something?" She regarded Yi Jingwen with a peculiar expression, realizing her character was not as she had presumed. Yi Jingwen, perceiving Qiao Sang's bewilderment, hurriedly clarified, "It's not what you think. I merely want you to help me sneak a magnetic mouse out." Qiao Sang blinked in surprise. "Stealing a pet beast? Have you discovered a nest of wild magnetic mice?" In rural areas, the management of wild extraordinary creatures is not as stringent as in urban settings. Moreover, Chitong Town, being near mountains and rivers, often sees the presence of wild extraordinary creatures. In the absence of resources and beastmasters, these creatures typically remain in their primitive forms, finding it challenging to evolve further. The local government, recognizing their lack of danger, tends not to intervene. Unless someone reports them, officials will not increase their workload unnecessarily with patrols. This situation has led some to sniff out opportunities for profit. Capturing wild pets typically occurs within secret realms. Beastmasters may capture wild pets not solely for contracts, but also for trade. If Yi Jingwen had indeed located a nest of magnetic mice and sought Qiao Sang's help to procure a few for sale, that would be understandable. However, given the Alliance's regulations, only Beastmasters are permitted to sell wild pets. It is not to say that ordinary people cannot capture wild pets through other means. But even if they manage to catch one, it is easy to let it slip away if not cautious, rendering the endeavor perilous and uncertain. Nevertheless, Qiao Sang still found certain aspects puzzling. How could capturing wild pets from a nest be termed as stealing? This was likely the reason Yi Jingwen had not sought Yi Ranran's assistance, as public servants cannot partake in such pet-related events. Yet, she had a Beastmaster father. It seemed illogical not to consider him for a profitable venture. Before Qiao Sang could fully process her thoughts, Yi Jingwen elaborated, "What are you imagining? I'm not asking you to steal from the nest of magnetic mice. Rather, my friend captured one on the mountain, and I wish for you to help me sneak it out and return it." Qiao Sang was taken aback. Yi Jingwen continued, "A few days ago, I went up the mountain hoping to find some bajiao grass and encountered a fluffy spider. It was the magnetic mouse that came to my rescue. Otherwise, I would likely be in the hospital by now." Qiao Sang raised an eyebrow, encouraging her to continue. "When I returned, I told my friend about it, and he suggested bringing some of the magnetic mouse's favorite food to thank it. However, on the day we went, just the day before yesterday, he surprisingly brought his father along." As she recounted this, Yi Jingwen's frustration was palpable. "He deceived me, claiming it was to thank the magnetic mouse, but it was actually to capture it." Her tone reflected more than mere disappointment in a friend. It resonated with disdain for a scoundrel. Yi Jingwen then turned introspective, lamenting, "Had the magnetic mouse not recognized me, it would never have been so easily lured out by mere food." She vividly recalled the look the magnetic mouse had given her. After a moment of silence, Qiao Sang inquired, "This friend of yours wouldn't happen to be your boyfriend, would he?" Yi Jingwen's eyes widened in shock. Observing her astonished expression, Qiao Sang felt a sense of clarity. Early romance is ill-advised, she admonished. She had previously assumed Yi Jingwen was wholly absorbed in her studies, not realizing she was adeptly balancing both academics and romance. "He is no longer my boyfriend," Yi Jingwen retorted, indirectly affirming their prior relationship. The little treasure-seeking spirit had been attentively listening to the conversation between the two. As soon as Yi Jingwen finished her statement, it produced a bottle of milk from the ring and offered it to her. Yi Jingwen paused in surprise. She glanced at the words "specially for young pets" inscribed on the bottle and politely declined. "Thank you, but I'm not thirsty." After rejecting the little treasure-seeking spirit, she earnestly asked, "Qiao Sang, could you help me steal the magnetic rat? I can't think of anyone else who could assist me." Upon saying this, she silently cast a glance at the little treasure-seeking spirit, who was retracting the milk back into the ring. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog held the milk in its left paw while thumping its chest with the right, exuding an air of bravado. Qiao Sang replied sternly, "What do you mean by stealing?" Yi Jingwen felt a flicker of disappointment. In truth, there were still matters she had not disclosed. If Zhang Huai could find a Beastmaster to contract the magnetic rat through proper channels, that would be acceptable. However, he had informed her that his father had already found a buyer, intending to sell the magnetic rat to a gourmet. It was evident what fate awaited the magnetic rat in the hands of a foodie, and this was something she found intolerable. Just when she had resigned herself to her fate, her cousin had returned home. If her cousin had only the fire-toothed dog, she wouldn't have brought it up, but unexpectedly, her cousin had also contracted a treasure-seeking spirit. The existence of the treasure-seeking spirit sparked the idea of stealing it. "This isn't stealing, it's releasing," Qiao Sang added. Yi Jingwen's eyes brightened, and she became animated, quickly nodding in agreement. "Yes, it's not stealing, it's releasing." Qiao Sang was not one to overflow with compassion. Rather, his perspective was naturally inclined towards his own kin when faced with familial matters. However, while the notion sounded simple, the execution was far more complex. Relying on the fire-toothed dog was out of the question, as it only knew how to confront things head-on. The task of releasing could only be entrusted to the little treasure-seeking spirit. Yet, the spirit was merely 3 days old, having not yet honed any skills. And sending it off alone filled her with unease. At 11:20 p.m., Qiao Sang and Yi Jingwen arrived at the foot of a residential building in the town center on their bicycles. The fire-toothed dog had long since fallen asleep and was safely tucked away in the Beastmaster's tome by Qiao Sang. The little treasure-seeking spirit, a ghost-type pet, was particularly lively at night and had no inclination to sleep. "Is this the place?" Qiao Sang inquired. "Yes," Yi Jingwen nodded in affirmation. "Son," the little treasure-seeking spirit called out, yet its presence remained elusive to the surroundings. Only Qiao Sang, who had formed a bond with it, was able to accurately point in a specific direction. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, the sounds of gnawing echoed, occasionally accompanied by the crackling of electricity. The magnetic rat gazed despondently at the unchanging cage, filled with despair. It stared blankly out at the night sky, wondering if its partner would move on if it never returned. The fruit on the mountain should be ripening soon. It contemplated whether it would ever have the chance to taste it again. Humans, all humans. The food that had lured it out had never even been sampled. It felt like a grievous loss. The magnetic rat's hunger intensified, and it sprang up in a fit of rage, biting at the iron bars, channeling its sorrow into strength. Suddenly, a bottle of milk appeared, suspended in midair before it. The magnetic rat froze in its biting posture, momentarily bewildered. It suddenly realized something and whipped its head around to look at its tail. To its astonishment, its tail had transformed into a lightning shape. "Oh my! It's a ghost-type creature." Chapter 84, Together Now. The magnetic rat darted to the corner of the cage, startled, and let out a shriek. The occupants of the inner room merely rolled over in their sleep, unfazed. The commotion caused by the magnetic rat in the past few days had transitioned from annoyance to an expected norm for the residents. They had specifically sought out freshly caught pets as culinary ingredients, emphasizing the health and freshness of their supplies. Noise was a good sign. It indicated that the magnetic rat was still spirited, as lethargy would make it an easy target for return. Cowering in the corner, the magnetic rat trembled. It recalled its mother's warnings that ghostly creatures were even more terrifying than the spike-tailed lizard on the mountain. Its great-grandfather had been cursed by a ghost-type pet, ultimately transforming into a female magnetic rat, which led to its great-grandfather living in perpetual gloom until he chose to leave home. Am I going to change genders too? If I return to the mountain, no one will recognize me. Just as the magnetic rat was lost in its tearful thoughts, the bottle of milk, hindered by the cage, suddenly vanished. Upon witnessing this, the magnetic rat had not yet begun to celebrate when the milk reappeared within the confines of the cage. Son. The little treasure-seeking spirit hurriedly revealed itself. The magnetic rat ceased its cries, staring blankly at the diminutive, ghostly creature before it. It didn't seem as fearsome as its mother had described. Son. The little treasure-seeking spirit earnestly tried to convey its purpose. The magnetic rat stared in disbelief for a moment, incredulous. Mag? Mag. Soon, the spirit nodded affirmatively. Mag. The magnetic rat exclaimed in excitement. It solemnly nodded, indicating its willingness to cooperate wholeheartedly. Yet, the next moment, the magnetic rat's energy waned once again. It pointed at the cage, then at itself. Mag, son. The spirit replied. At that moment, the little treasure-seeking spirit removed the ring and placed the milk inside. The magnetic rat was momentarily taken aback. It looked back at the little spirit, its eyes filled with admiration. Son. The little treasure-seeking spirit pointed at the ring, then at the magnetic rat. Mag. The magnetic rat nodded vigorously. Without hesitation, it leaped into the ring. The little treasure-seeking spirit placed the ring back on its head and vanished from sight. The dim room fell silent. The occupants within remained oblivious to any unusual happenings, instead feeling relieved as the noise finally ceased. Outside the complex. Why did you go up the mountain to look for star anise? Couldn't you have ordered it online? Mainly to save some money. As they idly chatted, what about you? What brought you back home for the summer? Yi Jingwen inquired. I primarily wanted to help the fire-toothed dog evolve, Qiao Sang replied. Yi Jingwen paused, feeling the urge to scoff. Do you even remember that you just graduated from middle school? If evolving pets were so easy, the mountains of Qitong Town would have long become a perilous territory. Yet, as she reflected on Qiao Sang's recent endeavors, she chose to hold her tongue. What right did she have to criticize others when she herself might end up in the hospital just from a mountain trip? Now, seeking to rescue the magnetic rat that had once saved her, she had to rely on her cousin. If she were a beastmaster, Zhang Huai would never dare to brazenly capture the magnetic rat in front of her. Ultimately, it was clear they did not regard her seriously. Just as Yi Jingwen was sinking into her thoughts, Qiao Sang asked, I heard from Aunt San that you want to become a spirit plant master? Yi Jingwen nodded. A bit bashful, for self-recruitment, the spirit plant master's professional score accounts for 60, plus 20 for cultural scores, and only the remaining 20 is based on pet evaluation. I want to give it a try. You're the most studious one in our generation, besides me. I believe in you, Qiao Sang said. You? Studious? Yi Jingwen was momentarily speechless, but Qiao Sang's encouragement lifted her spirits. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Qiao Sang suddenly getting on the bicycle. We're done. Let's go, Qiao Sang declared, pedaling away. So soon. Yi Jingwen blinked in surprise, then quickly suppressed her excitement and hurriedly mounted her bicycle to catch up. They rode until they reached a spot devoid of surveillance cameras. Under the dim yellow streetlights, the little treasure-seeking spirit materialized, removing the ring and extending it inward. A yellow figure gradually appeared before Qiao Sang's eyes. The magnetic rat was gasping for breath. The ring contained little air, and it felt as though staying inside would suffocate it. Once it caught its breath, the magnetic rat lifted its head to survey its surroundings. Under the luminous moonlight, accompanied by the gentle evening breeze, there existed a spectral creature that came to its rescue. Additionally, the magnetic rodent, sensing a formidable threat, stood taut with its tail erect. Faint sparks of lightning flickering across its body. Humans. The little treasure seeker hastily positioned itself in front of Qiao Sang to clarify the situation. Seek. Yi Jingwen interjected. Did you not notice that the magnetic rodent was preparing to attack me? Indeed, those without a companion beast are at a disadvantage. Upon hearing the little treasure seeker's explanation, the magnetic rodent lowered its guard, and as its tension dissipated, it succumbed to a fainting spell. The following day, Qiao Sang awoke to find the magnetic rodent in her room, happily sharing milk with the little treasure seeker. Since it was too late the previous night, Yi Jingwen proposed that the magnetic rodent rest at her home before returning to the mountain at dawn. Naturally, the magnetic rodent ended up in Qiao Sang's room. Had it been with Yi Jingwen, without the little treasure seeker to serve as a translator, it would have likely faced a thunderous reprimand upon waking. Glancing at the time, Qiao Sang noted it was 9:12 a.m. Still groggy from sleep, she was bewildered by the late hour. Yaba? Yaba, she exclaimed, suddenly alert as she formed a hand seal. The firehound in the star array gazed mournfully at its beastmaster. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qiao Sang recalled that, concerned for the firehound's solitude at home, she had summoned it into the beast tome the night before, intending to release it upon her return, only to forget in her fatigue. Seek. The little treasure seeker joyfully called out upon seeing the firehound emerge. The firehound, upon turning, noticed the magnetic rodent, which had been observing it intently. Despite the leniency towards wild extraordinary creatures in rural areas, the regulations surrounding wild fire-type beasts remained stringent, even in its initial form. A fire-type beast could easily spark a wildfire with a mere breath of flame. Thus, The magnetic rodent had never encountered a fire creature in the mountains. Yaba? The firehound tilted its head. Has my Beastmaster acquired yet another companion during my absence? At 10:20 a.m., at the foot of Huangming Mountain, Qiao Sang was alone and escorting the magnetic rodent, as Yijing had gone to attend supplementary classes. The distance from Huangming Mountain to Shuimao Road was not great. A bicycle ride would take merely 8 or 9 minutes. Magnetic, the rodent expressed its gratitude. Though it had dreamt of returning for days, the reality felt somewhat surreal. After expressing its thanks, the magnetic rodent eagerly dashed towards the mountain, only to turn back and see the human who had come to its rescue following closely behind. I happen to be heading up the mountain as well. Let us go together, Qiao Sang remarked. Chapter 85. The Adventures of the Magnetic Rodent. The ultimate purpose of this summer vacation back home was to train the firehound for its evolution. Engaging in battles against wild, extraordinary creatures was inherently part of the training. Qiao Sang's preferred training ground was the small grove in Tanan Township, as it was flat and easily accessible, unlike the arduous climbs required in the mountains. However, since she was already at the foot of Huangming Mountain, she decided to venture up to seek wild beasts for training. On Huangming Mountain, Qiao Sang vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. Though this place was not a secret realm and high-level wild extraordinary beings were unlikely to appear, maintaining safety precautions was still paramount. In environments inhabited by wild beasts, complacency was the gravest error. The mountain path twisted and turned, and Qiao Sang traversed the narrow trail with the firehound and magnetic rodent leading the way. The eerie silence enveloped the area, and after walking for several minutes, she had yet to spot a single wild beast. Qiao Sang focused her gaze on the magnetic rodent at the front. It was not that there were no wild beasts. The magnetic rodent suddenly shivered, sensing an inexplicable chill. 10 minutes later, Qiao Sang finally spotted her first wild beast, a saddleworm. Its body, a blend of brown and yellow-green, resembled a saddle, adorned with fine white fur. Yaba! Qiao Sang exclaimed. Yaba! The firehound immediately halted, adopting a combat stance, startling the magnetic rodent into a stop as well. The little treasure seeker perched atop Qiao Sang's head, curiously observing. Upon hearing the commotion, the saddleworm turned to glance at them before continuing its slow crawl, seemingly uninterested. Qiao Sang stood frozen for a moment. This was indeed quite awkward. Some lower-tier wild beasts were rather innocent and non-aggressive, as long as they were not provoked. They generally would not attack without reason. The saddleworm clearly belonged to this category, and Qiao Sang felt hesitant to take action against it. Yaba? The firehound looked questioningly at its beastmaster. Clearing her throat, Qiao Sang reassured. It's nothing. I merely wanted you to tread carefully. Yaba. The firehound felt sheepish for having misunderstood its beastmaster's intent. After another 10 minutes of trekking along the mountain path, the magnetic rodent halted and gestured towards a particular spot, invitingly. Magnetic. Magnetic. Without needing the firehound to translate, Qiao Sang comprehended the magnetic rodent's intent. Just as she was about to decline, her peripheral vision caught sight of a disturbance in a nearby patch of grass. Unlike the other grass thickets, this one exhibited a particularly conspicuous movement. Yaba! The firehound's expression changed, and it resumed its combat posture. In the next moment, a larger magnetic rodent burst forth from the grass, launching an attack without hesitation. Golden arcs of electricity emanated from its body, and a bolt of lightning surged directly towards Qiao Sang. Without a moment's thought, the firehound leapt forward to shield her from the impending electric arc. Fortunately, Qiao Sang reacted swiftly, seizing the firehound and rolling aside. The arc struck the ground, sending sparks flying and leaving a small crater. Yaba! Yaba! The firehound glanced back at Qiao Sang with concern. I am unharmed, Qiao Sang quickly assured, shaking her head. She feared that any delay might invite another electric arc. Seeing that its beastmaster was unscathed, the firehound erupted in a blaze of red flames, glaring furiously at the magnetic rodent that had ambushed them, preparing to charge. However, just as the firehound was about to pounce, it noticed that the magnetic rodent was levitating in midair. Magnetic. The levitating magnetic rodent struggled fiercely, its eyes blazing with rage as it glared at Qiao Sang, seemingly wishing to bite her. Qiao Sang also noted the commotion and turned her gaze towards the little treasure seeker, whose expression had shifted from curiosity to focus. A blue aura enveloped the little treasure seeker, lifting it into the air, while its yellow irises transformed into a vibrant blue. Qiao Sang was momentarily stunned. The ability to control objects with telekinesis was an entirely different realm from controlling living beings, requiring vastly different energy expenditures. Yet, the little treasure seeker, merely 4 days old, was capable of exerting telekinetic control over a struggling wild beast. The firehound quickly regained its composure, digging its hind legs into the ground. Flames surging once more as it charged forward at lightning speed, appearing as a streak of red. Just as the firehound leapt to collide with the magnetic rodent, a yellow figure positioned itself in front of the magnetic rodent. The firehound's fiery assault was so fierce that it sent both the yellow figure and the magnetic rodent crashing away. Magnetic! Magnetic! Two distinctly voiced magnetic rodents cried out simultaneously in distress. Before long, both rodents succumbed to unconsciousness. Qiao Sang, observing the smaller magnetic rodent that had bravely intervened, realized the situation was now crystal clear. The unexpectedly aggressive large magnetic rodent evidently recognized its counterpart, who had been brought back by her. It was clear that it had deemed her a villain, which prompted its attack. Qiao Sang cast a sympathetic glance at the magnetic rodent that lay unconscious on the ground. Realizing how unfortunate this little creature had been over the past few days, it had barely escaped and was so close to returning home, only to encounter such a distressing situation. She mused that this experience could very well be the basis for a book, aptly titled The Adventures of the Magnetic Rodent. Yap! Yap! The fiery hound, realizing it had inadvertently knocked out its chatty companion, hurriedly ran to Qiao Sang's side, calling out in distress. It's all right. You didn't do it on purpose. Even if you had noticed it blocking your path at such a short distance, it would have been impossible for you to control your fiery charge, Qiao Sang reassured, gently patting the hound's head. She had brought along some medicine, which would be perfect for treating the injured rodent. Lacking a contracted pet with healing abilities, she had purchased some restorative potions, just in case of emergencies. After contracting the little treasure spirit, she had taken the opportunity to acquire some healing remedies at the pet base, believing it prudent to carry some at all times. As anticipated, her foresight proved beneficial. Little treasure, the medicine, Qiao Sang called out to the little treasure spirit. The fiery hound had already been given a name, and not wanting to show favoritism, Qiao Sang opted to simply drop the spirit from the little treasure's name, affectionately calling it Little Treasure. The name had grown on the little treasure spirit over the past couple of days. At that moment, the little treasure spirit floated beside the large magnetic rodent, intending to use its dream-eating ability to restore its own energy. However, upon hearing Qiao Sang's call, it stiffened, as if caught in the act of wrongdoing. It promptly abandoned its initial intent and returned to Qiao Sang's side, retrieving a bottle of medical spray from within its circular ring. Chapter 86. The greatest case. This medical spray was designed solely for external injuries, applied directly to the wounds. Qiao Sang opted to treat the magnetic rodent she had brought up the mountain first, fearing that if the other rodent, which had threatened her with lightning, regained consciousness first, she might find herself at the receiving end of another electrical assault. Unlike healing skills that took immediate effect, the spray would only rouse the magnetic rodent after about 15 minutes. When the magnetic rodent finally awoke, it appeared somewhat dazed. Upon regaining its senses, it anxiously turned its gaze to the side, quickly spotting its unconscious mother on the ground. Upon noticing the treatment applied to its mother's wounds, the magnetic rodent sighed in relief, only then becoming aware of the human nearby. Mag, it urgently explained to Qiao Sang, with the fiery hound acting as a translator. Qiao Sang quickly grasped the relationship between them, mother and child. Just as she was about to speak, the other magnetic rodent regained consciousness as well. The fiery hound immediately took a defensive stance, which proved prudent, as the mother magnetic rodent opened its eyes and began searching for Qiao Sang. As the electricity crackled around it, signaling an impending attack, the fiery hound was also engulfed in flames, ready for confrontation. At that moment, Qiao Sang swiftly scooped up the slower-reacting magnetic rodent and held it in front of herself as a shield. Please, no lightning. Let's talk this through. The gazes exchanged between the mother and child magnetic rodents revealed confusion and anger. In the next instant, the electric aura surrounding the mother dissipated. The fiery hound was momentarily stunned. This was unexpected. Quick, explain to your mother, Qiao Sang urged. 5 minutes later, the mother magnetic rodent looked at Qiao Sang with an expression of deep apology, indicating that the misunderstanding had been resolved. All right, since you've reunited with your family, we shall not intrude any further, Qiao Sang addressed the magnetic rodent. She still needed to search for more wild pets, and if she couldn't find any within half an hour, it would be time to return. The magnetic rodent nodded gratefully, but its mother stepped in front of Qiao Sang, exclaiming Mag. The fiery hound once again took on the role of translator. It seemed the mother magnetic rodent wished to express her gratitude with some fruit from the trees. Initially inclined to refuse, Qiao Sang reconsidered and accepted the offer. The fruits favored by wild pets must possess various energies. While she doubted that any valuable fruits could be found in the mountainous region of the small town, Any spiritual plant would be worthwhile. If cultivated by humans, they certainly would not be found in an area inhabited by wild pets. Not to mention, factors such as soil quality, temperature, fertilization timing, and tree balance all require careful human intervention. Additionally, the practice of suppressing apex growth to encourage budding is crucial for maximizing fruit yield, as the fruits are typically harvested from trees that are lush and bountiful. Given that ordinary fruit trees necessitate meticulous care, fruits imbued with energy would require even more attentive cultivation and would not be casually planted in accessible areas. With this in mind, Qiao Sang felt reassured about accepting the offer. The mother magnetic rodent led the way, and after 6 minutes, it dove into a thicket. Qiao Sang paused for a moment before following suit. Chitong Town, police station. A 20-year-old young man, looking perplexed, remarked. Even if the individual was confirmed to have entered Zhejiang province, they should have been heading to Xianglin. How could they end up in Hangang? Opposite him sat a middle-aged woman with a round face. Upon hearing his words, she replied, "The route has been traced." After evading surveillance, the individual was spotted near Mingxiang. Thanks to a photo taken by a female university student who was captivated by his looks. She shared it in a group chat, which caught the police's attention. The middle-aged woman chuckled at this point, adding, "Sometimes being handsome can be a double-edged sword." The young man furrowed his brow. They've captured images. Yet Zhou Xian has managed to evade detection until now. With surveillance everywhere, one's locations and activities generally leave behind identifiable information. The pet data has been logged at the Beastmaster Center. Even if a pet were dispatched to assist, it should have been flagged immediately. As a sea-level Beastmaster, who is quite the dashing fellow, he should have been noticed even if he had hidden away in some remote mountain area. However, days had passed without any leads. Could he have undergone plastic surgery? Or perhaps gender reassignment? Did he contract a pet that allows him to disguise himself? Yet, the records indicated he had only become a sea-level Beastmaster a year prior, with all pets duly registered. It was improbable he could have contracted a 5th pet so swiftly, unless he was hiding in a desolate corner of the mountains where not even a shadow could be seen. But how would he manage sustenance? A Beastmaster not only has to care for themselves, but also for their pets' dietary needs. He recalled that the individual's profile listed 2 elite pets, 1 high-level pet, and 1 mid-level pet. Caring for these 4 pets' nutritional needs could not be easily resolved. The middle-aged woman took a sip from her cup and said, "Regardless, he's severely injured. And all his pets are also wounded. He won't dare go to a hospital, so it's only a matter of time before he's captured. You needn't worry. He won't reach us here. Chitong Town is populous and quite small, if he dares to show his face here. I assure you that the local vendors will hear the news before we do." Sitting beside the middle-aged woman, Yi Ran paused momentarily. She hadn't spoken, yet somehow found herself implicated. It's only a matter of time before he is caught, but I'm concerned he might resort to desperate measures against the public. The young man expressed anxiously. A sea-level Beastmaster is no trivial matter. If a hideout isn't identified beforehand, leading to the evacuation of civilians and covert preparations, innocent lives could be at risk. Gua Bei, you've been with us for 2 years now. What has been the most significant case you've encountered? The middle-aged woman inquired. Zhang Guangbei was momentarily taken aback and responded, "Isn't this the case in question?" The middle-aged woman shook her head and replied, "The higher-ups only instructed us to pay attention to this individual. They did not assign this case to us. Even if Zhou Xian were to come to Chitong, it would merely be to report back to headquarters for them to send someone. Our bureau lacks a sea-level Beastmaster to contend with him. The most pressing case you currently face is that theft from this morning. The wild pet beast that was just captured has been stolen, and the surveillance footage captured nothing. Aren't you curious?" The young man's thoughts were successfully diverted as he argued, clearly, that magnetic rat escaped on its own. The person must have caught the pet beast on the mountain, only for it to flee, and now they're asking us, the police, for assistance. Who knows if this escaped magnetic rat will attack innocent townsfolk? Huang Mingshan. Qiao Sang paused, captivated by the scenery before her. If not for the magnetic rat leading the way, the dense thicket would have concealed this place on the mountain from view. Chapter 87. This is 5 million. Emerging from the narrow mountain path, Qiao Sang was greeted by a vast expanse of verdant land. To her astonishment, she immediately spotted 2 wild pet beasts. On the grass, a Li Jian sparrow was in pursuit of a saddle wool bug. The typical size of a Li Jian sparrow is around 14 centimeters. But the one before her was notably plump, clearly overnourished. It measured approximately 25 centimeters, its body predominantly a grape gray-brown, with a chestnut-brown head and a black stripe extending from its head to the tip of its tail. Its beak appeared particularly long and sharp for its size. Li Jian sparrows are social creatures. Even if their numbers on the mountain are few, there must be kin nearby. Qiao Sang had no intention of engaging these two wild pet beasts in battle. The flying-type beast was amusingly chasing a sluggish insect-type beast on the ground, deliberately lagging behind. Clearly in playful revelry, she was disinclined to disrupt their merriment. The dieting Li Jian sparrow sensed Qiao Sang's presence. Upon realizing it was the magnetic rat with her, it paid her no mind and resumed its weight loss endeavors. After traversing half the area, the mother magnetic rat halted. Magnetic, it chirped, pointing at 3 trees in the region, each still bearing half its green fruit. Qiao Sang found herself rooted to the spot, transfixed by the scene before her. The fruit of these trees, known as bounty fruit, had no extraordinary effects other than being able to substitute for 3 meals. For those with limited means unable to afford pet beasts, purchasing bounty fruit ensured that a pet beast consuming one would have no desire for other food for an entire day. Naturally, this was only effective for beasts below the advanced level. Research indicated that advanced beasts required 3 bounty fruits daily, while elite beasts needed 6. Yet, even under such circumstances, many beastmasters opted to purchase bounty fruit to economize on feeding their pets. As a wealthy individual, Qiao Sang was certainly not one to be immobilized by the sight of bounty fruit. She stood rigidly, staring ahead at the enormous figure that was half black and half silver. Who could possibly explain to her why there was a king-level silver-tailed sea snake atop Huang Mingshan? Beneath the bounty tree, a gigantic serpent-type pet beast, approximately 4 meters long, coiled. The front 3/4 of its body were black, while the remaining tail end glimmered with a chilling silver hue. As the 3rd evolutionary stage of the short-tailed snake, Qiao Sang was no stranger to it. The first evolutionary stage of the short-tailed snake only culminates in the long-tailed snake, and the second stage can evolve only into the silver-tailed snake. However, the 3rd evolution from the silver-tailed snake can manifest in 2 forms: the venomous black python, a purely poison-type beast, or the silver-tailed sea snake, which possesses both water and poison attributes. The venomous black python is the standard evolutionary form of the silver-tailed snake. To evolve into a silver-tailed sea snake, 2 conditions must be met. It must be in the ocean during the evolution, and it must hold a droplet of venom in its mouth. Both are indispensable. This is certainly not a creature that should be found atop Huang Mingshan. Seizing the opportunity while the silver-tailed sea snake remained oblivious, Qiao Sang cautiously withdrew, cradling the Firefang dog, which was curiously gazing towards the trees. Fang. The Firefang dog wore a puzzled expression. Wasn't the intention to move forward? The little treasure-seeking spirit quietly sipped milk atop Qiao Sang's head, indifferent to the fruit. The mother and child magnetic rats observed Qiao Sang retreating, momentarily perplexed, before following suit. Once they reached the vicinity of the still frolicking Li Jian sparrow and saddle-wool bug, Qiao Sang felt a renewed sense of safety. Encountering a king-level pet beast without a beastmaster nearby atop Huang Mingshan was highly unusual. The magnetic rat showed no signs of alarm upon seeing the silver-tailed sea snake, indicating its awareness of the creature's existence. Yet, this silver-tailed sea snake could not possibly be a wild pet beast, not to mention the absence of a venom droplet. The criterion of being in the ocean was unattainable, not just on Huang Mingshan, but in the entirety of Hangang City, which lacked any ocean. With little time to ponder further, recalling the appearance of the silver-tailed sea snake struck Qiao Sang as rather bizarre. Its face was obscured, rendering it difficult to discern anything. But the lower half of its body, adorned with a silver tail, bore 3 deep, untreated wounds that were festering. For a short-tailed snake to evolve into a silver-tailed sea snake, its beastmaster would undoubtedly have the means to afford treatment. Even if they were temporarily financially constrained, one would still seek a way to care for a king-level pet beast. Moreover, there was no beastmaster in sight. This was abnormal. Extremely abnormal. Countless thoughts surged through Qiao Sang's mind. After a moment of contemplation, she took out her phone to call the patrol department. 2 seconds later, Qiao Sang's expression darkened. There was no signal. Although Huang Mingshan was a mountain, it was not one of those desolate, uninhabited hills. Occasionally, people would choose to hike and witness the sunrise for exercise. Once, Yi Jingwen had shared a post on social media while hiking. After some thought, she dialed the police station again. 2 seconds later, panic set in for Qiao Sang. Why was she unable to reach the police station either? Under normal circumstances, even without signal, one could still call for help, as emergency calls are prioritized in transmission. The signal here had been deliberately jammed, leading Qiao Sang to deduce the situation. The inexplicable appearance of an injured silver-tailed sea snake without a beastmaster nearby, combined with the jamming of signals, created a palpable sense of crisis within Qiao Sang. She decided it was time to descend the mountain. Magnetic? At that moment, the mother magnetic rat called out in confusion. Still harboring a modicum of curiosity, Qiao Sang inquired. Have you ever seen the Beastmaster of that silver-tailed sea snake? Magnetic. The mother magnetic rat shook its head. Qiao Sang found herself devoid of further questions. Just as she turned to head down the mountain, the magnetic rat she had rescued pointed to the left. Magnetic. You know something? Qiao Sang paused. Magnetic. The magnetic rat nodded. It had seen the Beastmaster during a secret rendezvous. Although Qiao Sang was intrigued about what the silver-tailed sea snake's Beastmaster was like and why they had not treated it before coming to the mountain, there were too many discrepancies in the situation. She resolved to leave first. I shall take my leave. I will forego the fruit. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again in the future, Qiao Sang said to the mother and child magnetic rats. With that, she embraced the Firefang dog and pushed through the thicket she had traversed earlier. Upon emerging, she found the mother and child magnetic rats blinking at her. Qiao Sang was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled and hastily pushed through the surrounding foliage. Before her stood the mother and child magnetic rats once more. Magnetic? Magnetic? The pair tilted their heads in unison towards one direction. Ghostly wall. Qiao Sang was thoroughly alarmed. Fang. The Firefang dog leapt from Qiao Sang's arms, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Qiao Sang forced herself to remain calm. Any unusual occurrences in this world were invariably the result of extraordinary beings. In the current scenario, whether it be the illusions cast by psychic-type beasts, the mirror space, or the dreams and phantoms conjured by ghost-type creatures, all are within reach. There exists on this mountain a psychic or ghost-type beast of considerable level. Such powerful skills could not possibly be wielded by a wild beast found in a rural town. Where is the master of that silver-tailed sea serpent? Take me to him, Qiao Sang commanded. Magnet, the magnetic rodent, sensed Qiao Sang's seriousness and adjusted its demeanor accordingly. 7 minutes later, Qiao Sang concealed herself behind a tree, her face a mask of shock as she gazed at the man lying on a pile of grass. Pallid and with eyes closed. Holy moly, this is 5 million. Chapter 88, The Stonehelm Spirit. In that moment, Qiao Sang came to a profound realization. Everything seemed preordained. Had she not stayed away from her hometown, how could she have possibly rescued the magnetic rodent? And if she hadn't rescued it, how would she have come to Huangming Mountain? If she had not ventured here, how would she have encountered the magnetic rodent's mother? Most importantly, if she had not crossed paths with its mother, how would she have stumbled upon this 5 million? As the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow wealth upon a person, it first tests their resolve and labors them physically. Qiao Sang retracted her head, reaching out to pull the fire-toothed dog, who was still peeking, back into her embrace. Tooth, magnet, magnet. All three little heads turned in unison to face Qiao Sang. The little treasure ghost, unaffected by the tension, continued to sip its milk, having expended considerable energy and now seeking to replenish itself. Qiao Sang cautiously retreated to a further distance, yet one that allowed her to observe the 5 million. She nestled behind a sycamore tree, using it as cover. The adrenaline-fueled tension and excitement that had surged through her finally began to dissipate after an indeterminate amount of time. Qiao Sang calmed herself, endeavoring to analyze the situation. This was an escaped murderer. Revealing herself would be unwise. The wanted poster bore only his name, appearance, age, origin, and the crimes he had committed, without mentioning the level of his Beastmaster or his beasts. This was, however, understandable. The purpose of the police issuing such a notice was to alert the public to report sightings, not to expect them to capture him. The safest course of action now would be to call the authorities. Yet, there was no signal, and descending the mountain was not an option. The former possibility might imply the presence of signal jamming devices on the mountain, or perhaps the 5 million had a storm-type beast utilizing electromagnetic interference. As for the latter, it was uncertain whether a psychic or ghost-type beast was at play. The magnetic rodent had seen both the silver-tailed sea serpent and the 5 million before exiting this place. One thing was certain, that skill, whether a mirror space or a ghostly wall, could not be sustained for 24 hours. Qiao Sang cautiously scanned the vicinity around the man. The 5 million lay there, eyes closed and seemingly gravely injured, yet there were no beasts in sight. This was highly unusual. Did an escaped, seriously wounded murderer possess such a lack of caution? Little treasure, take a look over there. Besides the unconscious man, do you see any other figures? Qiao Sang directed towards the little treasure ghost. The ghost pointed towards the direction near the man. Yes, I saw it long ago, it replied. Qiao Sang fell into contemplation. Indeed, there was a beast guarding the 5 million, one of the ghost type. Typically, one would not see a hidden ghost type beast. However, being fellow ghost type creatures, they could perceive one another's invisibility, albeit their forms were not as distinctly visible. Magnet, besides the silver-tailed sea serpent, Has any other beasts appeared on this mountain recently? Qiao Sang inquired. The magnetic rodent and her offspring shook their heads. Qiao Sang's mind could not help but wander, wishing that this were true. If the 5 million were indeed unconscious or merely sleeping, and if there were only one ghost-type beast in proximity, it would be entirely feasible to create a ruckus and lure the beast away. A beastmaster's greatest asset is their beasts, yet their most significant vulnerability lies within themselves. The 5 million was in a weakened state. If only she could seize the opportunity to bind him. Yet, Qiao Sang swiftly dismissed this notion. It was easier said than done, and the unknown variables were too numerous. First and foremost, how could the ghost-type beast be lured away? If she created too much commotion, the 5 million might awaken. Secondly, if he did awaken, what if he summoned other beasts? Finally, even if the first two challenges were miraculously overcome, how would she manage to descend the mountain? During that time, both the ghost-type beast and the silver-tailed sea serpent would likely realize their master was missing. While Qiao Sang pondered her strategy, the little treasure ghost tilted its head, glancing at its master and then at the ghostly creature, which appeared to be sulking. It seemed that the little treasure ghost sensed its master's desire to send the ghostly being away. As a considerate treasure-seeking spirit, it felt it necessary to resolve this matter on behalf of its master. Having finished the last drop of milk, the little treasure ghost drifted towards the ghostly creature's location. Tooth. The sound of the fire-toothed dog jolted Qiao Sang from her thoughts. At that moment, the little treasure ghost had already floated to the man's vicinity. Qiao Sang was taken aback. When had the little treasure ghost made its way over there? Why was it approaching? Did it wish to greet a fellow creature? Qiao Sang's heart raced with anxiety, fearing exposure. No, she must never admit to knowing he was a wanted criminal. Her heart pounding. Qiao Sang looked over just in time to see the little treasure ghost call out to thin air, and then a creature. Approximately 1.5 meters tall and adorned with a stone helmet that revealed only a single purple eye, materialized. Qiao Sang recognized it as the high-level beast. Stonehelm Spirit. Among ghost-type creatures, the Stonehelm Spirit held a decent reputation, typically preferring to remain concealed at night, allowing only its helmet to float in the air to frighten others. At that moment, the little treasure ghost produced a bottle of milk from within a circular ring and offered it to the Stonehelm Spirit. Qiao Sang felt a wave of concern for the little treasure ghost's actions. Why did this child offer milk to everyone? The Stonehelm Spirit, appearing fierce and intimidating, was unlikely to accept such a gift. Yet the next moment, Qiao Sang's jaw dropped in disbelief. The Stonehelm Spirit cautiously accepted the milk from a distance and began to drink, tears welling in its purple eye. Qiao Sang was left bewildered. What on earth was happening in this world? Unbeknownst to her, the Stonehelm Spirit had not had a decent meal since fleeing with its master. Once the Stonehelm Spirit finished the bottle, the little treasure ghost pointed toward a direction in the distance and floated away, with the Stonehelm Spirit following closely behind. Fearful of losing track, Qiao Sang mused to herself. Perhaps it was not the beastmasters who needed their beasts, but rather the beasts who relied on their masters. Otherwise, how could they be sold without awareness? The grass pile ahead was left with only the man, his eyes tightly shut. Qiao Sang's heart raced uncontrollably. Should she bind the 5 million? He lay motionless, without any beasts nearby. This opportunity was indeed rare. But what if he awoke midway and summoned other beasts? No matter. When heaven is about to bestow wealth upon a person, it first tests their resolve. Resolutely, Qiao Sang untied the shoelaces of her white sneakers, gathered the fire-toothed dog in her arms, and hurried towards the still figure of the man. Crouching down, she swiftly bound his hands together with the shoelaces, ensuring his fingers were tightly aligned. A beastmaster must form hand seals to summon their beasts. As long as he could not perform the seals, he would be prevented from calling forth any new beasts. During the binding process, the man's eyelids fluttered. The fire-toothed dog, ever alert, noticed immediately and, without a second thought, charged headfirst into the man's skull. The Firefang dog persistently practiced its ferocious charge against a tree, and one can only imagine the resilience of its head. With each impact, the man's eyelids barely fluttered before they closed once more. Well done. Qiao Sang couldn't help but praise. The Firefang dog let out a cheerful bark. Although it did not comprehend the situation, it instinctively sensed that its beast master should not be awakened. After tying the man's hands in a secure knot, Qiao Sang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 89. Am I mistaken? Yet, in the next moment, Qiao Sang found herself in a quandary. How could she transport the 5 million? In a moment of impulsiveness, she had bound the 5 million, but now, as she had previously feared, how was she to descend the mountain? Even if she dragged the 5 million for a while, what would happen if the stone helmet spirit and the silver-tailed sea serpent realized their beastmaster was missing? It is known that there exists a mutual sensing ability between beastmasters and their pets. As the brain domain expands, the range of this sensing also increases. This 5 million contained a silver-tailed sea serpent of the general rank, and the beastmaster's level could not be lower than D rank. Perhaps even a C rank who passed the league's assessment. If he truly were a C rank beastmaster, regardless of where his pet was on the mountain, as long as he moved, it would likely sense him even after he descended. Thus, directly transporting the 5 million down the mountain seemed utterly impossible, and besides, the little treasure-seeking spirit had yet to return. Qiao Sang was not a C-rank beastmaster. If she wandered too far, the little treasure-seeking spirit might fail to find her. Qiao Sang felt somewhat overwhelmed. Her previous demeanor was not like this. It seemed she had become a bit impulsive lately. They say one becomes like the company they keep. Who had she been near? Yap. The Firefang dog's bark yanked Qiao Sang back to reality. Yap, yap. It called out loudly to its beastmaster. Should it set the man ablaze? Its eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, eager for action. No. While he may not be a good person, killing him outright is not the solution. Let the police handle it. Qiao Sang quickly intervened. Fearing the Firefang dog might act on impulse, the Firefang dog tilted its head, perplexed. Could it really kill? It had thought it would only injure or knock him out, like in a fight. At that moment, the magnetic tough mouse and its offspring joined, gazing at the man, whose hands were tightly wrapped like a dumpling, utterly confused. Qiao Sang, unable to think of a better plan, opted to call the police station again. Hello. This is the 660 emergency service. Your call will be recorded. It connected. Qiao Sang was taken aback and quickly said, "This is Jiang County, on Huangming Mountain. Qiao Sang, that A-rank wanted criminal, is here. Hurry. Beep, beep, beep." Before she could finish, the line went dead. The oppressive heat of summer, coupled with the adrenaline rush, had drenched Qiao Sang's back, yet at that moment, the air suddenly turned cool, sending a chill down her spine. A shadow loomed above her, causing her to instinctively clutch her phone, slowly raising her head. Qitong Town. Police Station. Hello, this is the Qitong Police Station of Jiang County, the operator answered. The Qitong Police Station had 2 teams, with one on duty each day. The duty officers were divided into 2 types, those handling internal affairs and street patrols, and those dealing with cases. The former worked on cases during the day, while the latter were on call 24/7. However, since all the police officers in Qitong Town were beastmasters, and the town was predominantly composed of ordinary citizens, the duty officers could handle cases with ease, making it rare for both teams to be dispatched simultaneously. Yet now, both teams were in action. 4 police cars, accompanied by 3 flying-type pets, a hefty pigeon, a wind eagle, and a fierce howler, were all heading in the same direction. On the wind eagle, a middle-aged woman sighed. What kind of mouth does Guangbei have? Whatever he mutters seems to come true. Out of all the places, Qiao Sang had to come here. What a stroke of bad luck. Are we really going to apprehend Qiao Sang? His dossier states he is a C-rank beastmaster with 2 general-level pets. Yi Ranran expressed her concern. We can't. The middle-aged woman replied. Yi Ranran was taken aback. The middle-aged woman continued. We should have monitored Qiao Sang's movements and waited for backup, but the caller's phone is unreachable. A moment of silence filled the air. After a while, Yi Ranran remarked, though it might sound immoral, my cousin just visited Huangming Mountain a few days ago. Thankfully, she didn't encounter him and returned safely. Indeed, I heard the one who reported was a girl. I wonder how she is doing now. On Huangming Mountain, Qiao Sang lifted her head and was met with the unwavering gaze of the purple-eyed stone helmet spirit, her heart tightening. Where is my little treasure-seeking spirit? Looking around, she spotted the little treasure-seeking spirit swaying as it emerged from behind the stone helmet spirit, its gray cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. It floated lazily above Qiao Sang's head, finding a comfortable position, and closed its eyes, appearing quite tipsy. Thank goodness, all is well. Qiao Sang felt relieved and waved her right hand, successfully summoning the little treasure-seeking spirit into her beast manual for the first time. The stone helmet spirit squinted its purple eyes, glancing at its master, whose head bore a large bump, and whose hands were still bound. It appeared worse off than before. Stone helmet! Stone helmet! It cried out in fury. Its purple pupils suddenly constricted, glowing with a violet light. In the next instant, its figure vanished, and the ground swiftly darkened from its last known position, expanding outward until it reached a radius of about 4 meters. Qiao Sang's heart sank. It was the night-devouring spirit. Unlike the Dream Eater skill, which inflicted half of the damage on a target in a sleeping state to restore its own energy, the night-devouring spirit could drag a conscious target into darkness, inflicting harm to replenish its own energy. It was essentially an advanced version of the Dream Eater skill. Qiao Sang's expression grew grave. What should she do? The Firefang dog stood no chance against the stone helmet spirit. Was she destined to falter here? The stone helmet spirit was easily deceived. Would offering it a bottle of milk still work? But all the milk was within the little treasure-seeking spirit's circular realm. Just as Qiao Sang's thoughts spiraled, the Firefang dog leaped onto the man, its mouth opening wide as its sharp fangs ignited in flames. Yap! Yap! The Firefang dog lowered its head toward the man's neck, casting a threatening glare around. Qiao Sang stared in astonishment at the Firefang dog's actions. Goodness! When did my innocent little Fang become so clever? Where did it learn this? It felt reminiscent of something she had seen before. Meanwhile, the magnetic tough mouse and its offspring, sensing the familiarity of the scene, hurriedly manifested, fearing that if they delayed, their master would meet an untimely end. Fang, hold that position and don't move, Qiao Sang exclaimed with excitement. Yap! The Firefang dog complied, understanding that it needed to force this ghostly creature to surrender, just as its master had done with the magnetic tough mouse moments ago. Withdraw your skill, Qiao Sang demanded. The stone helmet's spirit nodded, and in the next moment, the darkness on the ground gradually dissipated. Take out whatever is blocking the signal, Qiao Sang instructed. Earlier, she had managed to make a call, but the signal had vanished as soon as the stone helmet spirit appeared. She strongly suspected it was somehow related to it. Stone helmet? The stone helmet spirit tilted its head, confused. Qiao Sang was taken aback by the stone helmet spirit's reaction. Had she misjudged? Just then, a yellow flying-type pet, with half a wing missing, limped into Qiao Sang's view. Chapter 90, Thunder Swift Bird. The Thunder Swift Bird, a general-level pet, boasted lightning-fast speed, ranking among the top 3 of its kind in the Yuhua region. The robust musculature of its thighs, swift agility, and resplendent appearance have captivated the hearts of numerous beastmasters. Qiao Sang stared in shock at the severely wounded Thunderbird before her. Were it not for the fact that its general form remained recognizable, she would scarcely believe that this was the sovereign among aerial companions. Her body involuntarily tensed. Undoubtedly, this creature, which seemed impossible to encounter on Huangming Mountain, was valued at 5 million. Silently, Qiao Sang observed the 2 beasts before her, her expression betraying no emotion. Only her tightly clenched fists revealed the tension she felt. 1 Thunderbird, 1 stone helmet spirit, and a silver-tailed sea serpent. Had these been the beasts of an ordinary beastmaster rather than a fugitive, she might have considered capturing a memento. Yet now, an unprecedented sense of peril engulfed her, making her realize that this world was far more treacherous than she had imagined. The Thunderbird, from a distance, spotted an unfamiliar figure. It paused momentarily, observing the stance of the fire-toothed dog, and an odd thrill surged within. Qiao Sang felt, perhaps through some illusion, that the Thunderbird limped towards her with a reduced speed, as though its injuries had worsened. The Thunderbird approached the stone helmet spirit, its piercing gaze casting a dissatisfied glance at the fire-toothed dog. Stone helmet. Stone helmet. The stone helmet spirit hurriedly recounted everything that had transpired. Thunderbird. The Thunderbird feigned anger, flapping its wings, but was halted mid-movement by a sudden sharp pain. Its peripheral vision caught sight of its left wing, devoid of feathers, and genuine fury surged within. Thunderbird. It bellowed at the fire-toothed dog, feigning an assault. Stone helmet. The stone helmet spirit, alarmed, swiftly positioned itself in front of the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird, radiating fury, appeared ready to charge, yet its claws remained firmly planted, refusing to advance. Qiao Sang observed the tension between the 2 creatures with a perplexed expression. The stone helmet spirit's concern was palpable, but the Thunderbird's demeanor felt disingenuous. A Thunderbird of such caliber, if truly intent on attacking the fire-toothed dog, would still be hindered by its injuries. Yet what of its lightning abilities? Were they merely for show? Was it fearful of striking its own beastmaster? Qiao Sang's thoughts raced, and she suddenly called out, Tooth. It must be said that their time together had forged an unspoken understanding between the fire-toothed dog and herself. Upon hearing her voice, the fire-toothed dog opened its jaws, poised to strike at the man's neck. Stone helmet. The stone helmet spirit emitted a thunderous wail at this sight. Meanwhile, the Thunderbird stopped its motion, eagerly eyeing the fire-toothed dog. The flames on the fire-toothed dog's fangs halted mere millimeters from the man's neck. The stone helmet spirit let out a sigh of relief. However, the Thunderbird's expression shifted to disappointment, and it resumed its furious cries at the fire-toothed dog, prompting the stone helmet spirit to intercede once more. Observing the stark contrast in behavior between the 2 creatures, Qiao Sang understood that the Thunderbird's apparent rage was a ruse to incite the fire-toothed dog into a genuine attack. Not every bond between beast and master resembled that of family or comrades. Some beastmasters view their companions merely as tools for profit, ruthlessly extracting their potential. Should a lower-tier beastmaster, lacking sufficient intimacy with their beast, incite dissatisfaction, a temperamental creature might prefer to endure backlash rather than maintain the contract. Conversely, higher-tier beastmasters, with greater cognitive development, retain their contracts even in the face of backlash from their formidable beasts. Once a beastmaster awakens their contract to 3 pages, equivalent to a D-rank beastmaster, the contracted beasts lose the opportunity to dissolve the bond voluntarily. Unless the beast's level vastly exceeds that of the master, such a scenario remains implausible. High-tier creatures not yet contracted typically dwell within secret realms. Their thought processes sufficiently mature, rendering them impossible to contract without overwhelming force. Only those beastmasters capable of overpowering them can forge such bonds. Yet, even if a high-tier beast is successfully contracted through sheer strength, obedience is not guaranteed. Creatures raised from a young age may easily develop divergences with their masters for various reasons. Thus, even beastmasters reaching A rank often prefer to contract lower-tier beasts in their initial forms to nurture them gradually. Yet, a faction of individuals exists who harbor differing ambitions. They boldly opt to contract high-level beasts, seeking to swiftly enhance their prowess. Qiao Sang surmised that the 5 million likely belonged to such individuals. The Thunderbird's demeanor starkly contrasted that of the Stone Helmet spirit. If the Stone Helmet spirit had been contracted when it was still a low-tier creature, while the Thunderbird was contracted only after attaining high-tier status, everything would fall into place. The Thunderbird, unwilling to risk backlash, could not harm its contracted beastmaster and sought to incite a fatal reaction instead. Once Qiao Sang clarified her thoughts, she felt a weight lift. She raised her gaze to the 2 beasts still entangled in conflict and said, "You must not engage in combat. If you frighten me, I shall compel the fire-toothed dog to sever your beastmaster's neck." The Thunderbird paused, momentarily taken aback by her words, then assumed a pose of indignation, preparing to charge forth. Stone Helmet. The Stone Helmet spirit again interposed itself. This time, the Thunderbird adopted a different tactic. It raised its head skyward and unleashed a thunderous cry, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck mercilessly where the Stone Helmet spirit had stood. The Stone Helmet spirit was startled and quickly vanished from sight. In the next moment, the lightning crashed down, leaving a deep crater in the ground where the Stone Helmet spirit had once been. The Stone Helmet spirit reappeared behind the Thunderbird, exclaiming, "Stone Helmet! Stone Helmet!" It furiously reproached the Thunderbird, recalling its master's warning against recklessly unleashing skills on the mountain, as such phenomena would draw attention. Moreover, the audacious human had just uttered such words, and yet the Thunderbird dared to act again. Clearly, this was intentional. The Stone Helmet spirit refrained from retaliating, merely hurling insults. The Thunderbird's eyes darted, catching sight of Qiao Sang's position, and it swung its feathered wing toward her, conjuring a lightning sphere with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters. Qiao Sang's eyelids flickered as she swiftly turned and dashed towards the man, seeking refuge behind him as a shield. The Thunderbird, noticing this, smirked, redirecting the sphere towards the Stone Helmet spirit. Stone Helmet. This sudden change in direction caught the Stone Helmet spirit completely unprepared, and it bore the brunt of the attack. Although the Thunderbird's condition was less than a tenth of its peak, the power of the lightning was undeniably potent, resulting in a crack forming in the Stone Helmet spirit's helmet. Stone Helmet, it cried, reaching up to touch the fissure before wailing in despair. It glared angrily at the Thunderbird, extending its right claw forward, dark energy coalescing into a shadow ball in its grasp. Stone Helmet, Thunder. Qiao Sang watched the 2 figures before her, frantically unleashing their energy, and couldn't help but reflect on the truth. Without a beastmaster, beasts were indeed like scattered sand. Chapter 91. I come to aid you. The Thunderbird's strength should have easily overpowered the Stone Helmet spirit. Yet, burdened by its old wounds, its internal energy had dwindled, and its once proud wings had been severely damaged in a recent battle. It could scarcely walk, let alone fly. The Stone Helmet spirit, while also bearing old injuries, was not nearly as afflicted. Most crucially, it could vanish and create distance, while the Thunderbird was confined to its position, relying solely on lightning for attack and defense. In the fierce clash between the two, it became evident that Stone Helmet's spirit held a slight advantage. Its round eyes emitted a purple glow for what seemed like the umpteenth time, as the black ground beneath transformed into an abyss, dragging the thunder-swift bird into its depths. The skill known as Night Spirit Feast was utterly unavoidable for the beleaguered thunder-swift bird. For the 3rd time, it was consumed by the inky terrain. Each time the thunder-swift bird fell victim to Night Spirit Feast, Stone Helmet Spirit would emit peculiar cries, as though under the influence of some potent elixir. When the Thunder Swift bird resurfaced, its feathers appeared increasingly dull and lifeless, resembling a wilting flower. Enraged, the Thunder Swift bird glared at Stone Helmet Spirit. Had it not been for its earlier determination to break through adversity and endure countless injuries, it would not now find itself beneath the weight of Stone Helmet Spirit. They were all a bunch of smooth talkers, promising a path to avian greatness. Yet what was the reality? Upon leaving the mountains, it found itself embroiled in ceaseless battles, and when it couldn't prevail, it was relentlessly pursued. There was no time for a decent meal, let alone a restful slumber. Its once magnificent wings had become tattered, and even its strongest claws had suffered a break. Being a latecomer, it bore the brunt of all the arduous and menial tasks. Meanwhile, that silver-tailed sea serpent could lounge by the fruit trees and enjoy a peaceful rest. Yet here it was, confined to the signal tower, discharging electromagnetic waves, unable to cause direct destruction, only to interfere. Its skills were restricted, sleep was elusive, and it had to constantly release electromagnetic waves. This blatant disparity in treatment was utterly intolerable. The Thunder Swift bird's anger simmered as it pondered these injustices. With a thunderous cry, it summoned the scant energy remaining within. Just moments ago, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky, but now darkness enveloped the heavens. Ominous clouds gathered, and a jagged bolt of lightning branched out in every direction, reverberating ominously. In the next instant, multiple bolts of lightning descended like vicious claws, striking around Stone Helmet Spirit, igniting arcs of electricity in the air. This spectacle caught the attention of the approaching officers in the distance. "It's Zhou Xian's Thunder Swift bird," a middle-aged woman remarked gravely. "How could this happen? Why such a sudden uproar? Who is the Thunder Swift bird battling? Besides that child who called for help, could there be anyone else on the mountain? Hurry, Foam," Yi Ranran urged, giving a pat to the Windhawk. Whoosh! The Windhawk squawked and increased its speed. Qiao Sang, watching anxiously from the sidelines, was experiencing this proximity to lightning for the first time. Clearly, she had forgotten her recent encounter with the magnetic rodent. Though the range of lightning attacks was vast, the 2-meter radius around the man remained untouched. Stone Helmet Spirit frantically sought refuge, yet due to the extensive attack range, there was no safe haven from the onslaught. Soon, a bolt of lightning struck directly, sending it crashing to the ground. "Stone Helmet!" It cried out in a chilling wail. The onslaught of lightning showed no signs of abating, continuing its merciless assault. The scene of the fire-toothed dog being ravaged by electricity drew its attention. It momentarily forgot to maintain the energy of Fire-Tooth, staring, entranced, at the dazzling lightning. The fire-toothed dog's eyes sparkled with longing. When would it attain such power? At that moment, the man on the ground was jolted awake by the cacophony. Frowning, he slowly opened his eyes. Just as the fire-toothed dog turned to meet his gaze, both man and beast were startled. In the next heartbeat, the fire-toothed dog's expression morphed into one of ferocity, charging at him with its head. The man barely had time to react before he fainted again. The fire-toothed dog breathed a sigh of relief. Disaster had been narrowly averted. Qiao Sang was oblivious to the small incident involving the fire-toothed dog. She gazed at the two battered beasts before her and conceived a bold idea. After nearly half a minute of relentless lightning strikes, the tempest finally ceased. The dark clouds parted, and the sun re-emerged. The Thunder Swift bird, having been drained of energy by 3 instances of Night Spirit Feast, now found itself utterly spent. The tempest it had summoned consumed the last vestiges of its remaining strength. The Thunder Swift bird wavered, barely clinging to consciousness, fueled solely by sheer willpower. It cast a glance at Stone Helmet Spirit, which lay on the ground, charred and struggling to rise, and felt a surge of satisfaction. "Look at you, little one. Your elder brother is still your elder brother. Even in this battered state, as long as it had enough energy. A casual release of its ultimate move would suffice to defeat you. Thunderstrike! Thunderstrike!" The Thunder Swift bird called out triumphantly. Stone Helmet Spirit glared back in fury, struggling to rise, but its limbs lacked any strength. Its vision began to blur, and suddenly, it thought of its master. Ignoring the taunts of the Thunder Swift bird, it lay on the ground, eyes fixed on its master, still in slumber. It remained motionless, yet its eyes began to glow with a purple light once more. This time, the black ground began to spread from its position towards Qiao Sang. Qiao Sang, witnessing the black expanse creeping past the Thunder Swift bird without pausing, felt a sense of foreboding. No more waiting. Though she didn't fully comprehend the limits of advanced and elite beasts, it was clear to her that they were both nearing their breaking point. "Stone Helmet Spirit, I will assist you," she shouted. Stone Helmet Spirit paused at these words. momentarily forgetting to continue its skill. Assist it? What could she possibly do? Yabao, unleash fire charge at the featherless wings of the Thunder Swift Bird, Qiao Sang commanded. Even if this attack didn't bring down the Thunder Swift Bird, it mattered not. With her presence, she could simply recall Yabao back to the Beastmaster Codex afterward. This declaration ignited the Thunder Swift Bird's wrath. Upon hearing Qiao Sang, the range of Night Spirit Feast halted just short of the Thunder Swift Bird's feet. Thunderstrike. The Thunder Swift Bird, ignoring the commotion below, was furious and prepared to charge at Qiao Sang. Featherless. Who's featherless? As the Thunder Swift Bird attempted to move, its legs buckled, and it collapsed. The Fire-Toothed Dog's eyes lit up at the command. It had just witnessed the Thunder Swift Bird unleash its lightning and understood that it was a formidable opponent. Its master entrusted it to attack this giant, showcasing immense faith. Yeah, the flames enveloping the Fire-Toothed Dog surged, and it eagerly summoned its energy. In an instant, a streak of red flame shot forth, colliding fiercely with the immobilized Thunder Swift Bird. Thunderstrike. The Thunder Swift Bird shrieked in agony, humiliated by the sight of the diminutive Fire-Toothed Dog, which was no larger than its own claw. Its wings, still adorned with feathers, struggled to move as it attempted to retaliate against the Fire-Toothed Dog. Yabao? Use Fire-Tooth to bite it, Qiao Sang timely instructed. The Fire-Toothed Dog opened its mouth, and its flame-ensconced fangs clamped down upon the featherless wing that reached out, now devoid of any strength. Thunderstrike. After uttering those words, the Thunder Swift Bird succumbed to unconsciousness, unwilling yet defeated. As the Windhawk arrived, Yi Ran and her companions were met with this very scene.